Bertrand Russell. History of Western Philosophy. Introduction. Book 1 Ancient Philosophy. Part I The Pre-Socratics. 1 The Rise of Greek Civilization. 2 The Milesian School. 3 Pythagoras. 4 Heraclitus. 5 Parmenides. 6 Empedocles. 7 Athens in relation to culture. 8 Anaxagoras. 9 The Atomists. 10 Protagoras. Part 2 Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. 11 Socrates. 12 The influence of Sparta. 13 The sources of Plato's opinions. 14 Plato's Utopia. 15 The theory of ideas. 16 Plato's theory of immortality. 17 Plato's cosmogony. 18 Knowledge and perception in Plato. 19 Aristotle's metaphysics. 20 Aristotle's ethics. 21 Aristotle's politics. 22 Aristotle's logic. 23 Aristotle's physics. 24 Early Greek mathematics and astronomy. Part 3 Ancient philosophy after Aristotle. 25 The Hellenistic world. 26 Cynics and Sceptics. 27 The Epicureans. 28 Stoicism. 29 The Roman Empire in relation to culture. 30 Plotinus. Book 2 Catholic philosophy. Introduction. Part I The Fathers. 1 The religious development of the Jews. 2 Christianity during the first 4 centuries. 3 Three Doctors of the Church. 4 St. Augustine's philosophy and theology. 5 The 5th and 6th centuries. 6 Saint Benedict and Gregory the Great. Part 2 The Schoolmen. 7 The Papacy in the Dark Ages. 8 John the Scot. 9 Ecclesiastical reform in the 11th century. 10 Mohammedan culture and philosophy. 11 The 12th century. 12 The 13th century. 13 Saint Thomas Aquinas. 14 Franciscan schoolmen. 15 The eclipse of the papacy. Book 3 Modern philosophy. Part I From the Renaissance to Hume. 1 General characteristics. 2 The Italian Renaissance. 3 Machiavelli. 4 Erasmus and more. 5 The Reformation and Counter-Reformation. 6 The rise of science. 7 Francis Bacon. 8 Hobbes's Leviathan. 9 Descartes. 10 Spinoza. 11 Leibniz. 12 Philosophical liberalism. 13 Locke's theory of knowledge. 14 Locke's political philosophy. 15 Locke's influence. 16 Berkeley. 17 Hume. Part 2 From Rousseau to the present day. 18 The Romantic movement. 19 Rousseau. 20 Kant. 21 Currents of thought in the 19th century. 22 Hegel. 23 Byron. 24 Schopenhauer. 25 Nietzsche. 26 The Utilitarians. 27 Karl Marx. 28 Bergson. 29 William James. 30 John Dewey. 31 The philosophy of logical analysis. Preface. A few words of apology and explanation are called for if this book is to escape even more severe censure than it doubtless deserves. Apology is due to the specialists on various schools and individual philosophers. With the possible exception of Leibniz, every philosopher of whom I treat is better known to some others than to me. If, however, books covering a wide field are to be written at all, it is inevitable, since we are not immortal, that those who write such books should spend less time on any one part than can be spent by a man who concentrates on a single author or a brief period. Some, whose scholarly austerity is unbending, will conclude that books covering a wide field should not be written at all, or, if written, should consist of monographs by a multitude of authors. There is, however, something lost when many authors cooperate. If there is any unity in the movement of history, if there is any intimate relation between what goes before and what comes later, it is necessary, for setting this forth, that earlier and later periods should be synthesized in a single mind. The student of Rousseau may have difficulty in doing justice to his connection with the Sparta of Plato and Plutarch. The historian of Sparta may not be prophetically conscious of Hobbes and Fichte and Lenin. To bring out such relations is one of the purposes of this book, and it is a purpose which only a wide survey can fulfill. There are many histories of philosophy, but none of them, so far as I know, has quite the purpose that I have set myself. Philosophers are both effects and causes, effects of their social circumstances and of the politics and institutions of their time, causes, if they are fortunate, of beliefs which mold the politics and institutions of later ages. In most histories of philosophy, each philosopher appears as in a vacuum, his opinions are set forth unrelated except, at most, to those of earlier philosophers. I have tried, on the contrary, to exhibit each philosopher, as far as truth permits, as an outcome of his milieu, a man in whom were crystallized and concentrated thoughts and feelings which, in a vague and diffused form, were common to the community of which he was a part. This has required the insertion of certain chapters of purely social history. No one can understand the Stoics and Epicureans without some knowledge of the Hellenistic age, or the Scholastics without a modicum of understanding of the growth of the Church from the 5th to the 13th centuries. I have therefore set forth briefly those parts of the main historical outlines that seem to me to have had most influence on philosophical thought, and I have done this with most fullness where the history may be expected to be unfamiliar to some readers, for example, in regard to the early Middle Ages. But in these historical chapters I have rigidly excluded whatever seemed to have little or no bearing on contemporary or subsequent philosophy. The problem of selection, in such a book as the present, is very difficult. Without detail, a book becomes jejune and uninteresting; with detail, it is in danger of becoming intolerably lengthy. I have sought a compromise, by treating only those philosophers who seem to me to have considerable importance, and mentioning, in connection with them, such details as, even if not of fundamental importance, have value on account of some illustrative or vivifying quality. Philosophy, from the earliest times, has been not merely an affair of the schools, or of disputation between a handful of learned men. It has been an integral part of the life of the community, and as such I have tried to consider it. If there is any merit in this book, it is from this point of view that it is derived. This book owes its existence to Dr. Albert C. Barnes, having been originally designed and partly delivered as lectures at the Barnes Foundation in Pennsylvania. As in most of my work during the years since 1932, I have been greatly assisted in research and in many other ways by my wife, Patricia Russell. Introduction. The conceptions of life and the world which we call philosophical are a product of two factors: 1, inherited religious and ethical conceptions; the other, the sort of investigation which may be called scientific, using this word in its broadest sense. Individual philosophers have differed widely in regard to the proportions in which these two factors entered into their systems, but it is the presence of both, in some degree, that characterizes philosophy. Philosophy is a word which has been used in many ways, some wider, some narrower. I propose to use it in a very wide sense, which I will now try to explain. Philosophy, as I shall understand the word, is something intermediate between theology and science. Like theology, it consists of speculations on matters as to which definite knowledge has, so far, been unascertainable, but like science, it appeals to human reason rather than to authority, whether that of tradition or that of revelation. All definite knowledge, so I should contend, belongs to science; all dogma as to what surpasses definite knowledge belongs to theology. But between theology and science there is a no man's land, exposed to attack from both sides. This no man's land is philosophy. Almost all the questions of most interest to speculative minds are such as science cannot answer, and the confident answers of theologians no longer seem so convincing as they did in former centuries. Is the world divided into mind and matter, and, if so, what is mind and what is matter? Is mind subject to matter, or is it possessed of independent powers? Has the universe any unity or purpose? Is it evolving towards some goal? Are there really laws of nature, or do we believe in them only because of our innate love of order? Is man what he seems to the astronomer, a tiny lump of impure carbon and water impotently crawling on a small and unimportant planet? Or is he what he appears to Hamlet? Is he perhaps both at once? Is there a way of living that is noble and another that is base, or are all ways of living merely futile? If there is a way of living that is noble, in what does it consist, and how shall we achieve it? Must the good be eternal in order to deserve to be valued, or is it worth seeking even if the universe is inexorably moving towards death? Is there such a thing as wisdom, or is what seems such merely the ultimate refinement of folly? To such questions no answer can be found in the laboratory. Theologies have professed to give answers, all too definite, but their very definiteness causes modern minds to view them with suspicion. The studying of these questions, if not the answering of them, is the business of philosophy. Why, then, you may ask, waste time on such insoluble problems? To this one may answer as a historian, or as an individual facing the terror of cosmic loneliness. The answer of the historian, in so far as I am capable of giving it, will appear in the course of this work. Ever since men became capable of free speculation, their actions, in innumerable important respects, have depended upon their theories as to the world and human life, as to what is good and what is evil. This is as true in the present day as at any former time. To understand an age or a nation, we must understand its philosophy, and to understand its philosophy we must ourselves be in some degree philosophers. There is here a reciprocal causation. The circumstances of men's lives do much to determine their philosophy, but, conversely, their philosophy does much to determine their circumstances. This interaction throughout the centuries will be the topic of the following pages. There is also, however, a more personal answer. Science tells us what we can know, but what we can know is little, and if we forget how much we cannot know we become insensitive to many things of very great importance. Theology, on the other hand, induces a dogmatic belief that we have knowledge where in fact we have ignorance, and by doing so generates a kind of impertinent insolence towards the universe. Uncertainty, in the presence of vivid hopes and fears, is painful, but must be endured if we wish to live without the support of comforting fairy tales. It is not good either to forget the questions that philosophy asks, or to persuade ourselves that we have found indubitable answers to them. To teach how to live without certainty, and yet without being paralyzed by hesitation, is perhaps the chief thing that philosophy, in our age, can still do for those who study it. Philosophy, as distinct from theology, began in Greece in the 6th century BC. After running its course in antiquity, it was again submerged by theology as Christianity rose and Rome fell. Its second great period, from the 11th to the 14th centuries, was dominated by the Catholic Church, except for a few great rebels, such as the Emperor Frederick II, 1195 to 1250. This period was brought to an end by the confusions that culminated in the Reformation. The third period, from the 17th century to the present day, is dominated, more than either of its predecessors, by science. Traditional religious beliefs remain important, but are felt to need justification, and are modified wherever science seems to make this imperative. Few of the philosophers of this period are orthodox from a Catholic standpoint, and the secular state is more important in their speculations than the Church. Social cohesion and individual liberty, like religion and science, are in a state of conflict or uneasy compromise throughout the whole period. In Greece, social cohesion was secured by loyalty to the city-state. Even Aristotle, though in his time Alexander was making the city-state obsolete, could see no merit in any other kind of polity. The degree to which the individual's liberty was curtailed by his duty to the city varied widely. In Sparta he had as little liberty as in Modem Germany or Russia. In Athens, in spite of occasional persecutions, citizens had, in the best period, a very extraordinary freedom from restrictions imposed by the state. Greek thought down to Aristotle is dominated by religious and patriotic devotion to the city. Its ethical systems are adapted to the lives of citizens and have a large political element. When the Greeks became subject, first to the Macedonians, and then to the Romans, the conceptions appropriate to their days of independence were no longer applicable. This produced, on the one hand, a loss of vigor through the breach with tradition, and, on the other hand, a more individual and less social ethic. The Stoics thought of the virtuous life as a relation of the soul to God, rather than as a relation of the citizen to the state. They thus prepared the way for Christianity, which, like Stoicism, was originally unpolitical, since, during its first 3 centuries, its adherents were devoid of influence on government. Social cohesion, during the 6.5 centuries from Alexander to Constantine, was secured, not by philosophy and not by ancient loyalties, but by force, first that of armies and then that of civil administration. Roman armies, Roman roads, Roman law and Roman officials first created and then preserved a powerful centralized state. Nothing was attributable to Roman philosophy, since there was none. During this long period, the Greek ideas inherited from the Age of Freedom underwent a gradual process of transformation. Some of the old ideas, notably those which we should regard as specifically religious, gained in relative importance, others, more rationalistic, were discarded because they no longer suited the spirit of the age. In this way the later pagans trimmed the Greek tradition until it became suitable for incorporation in Christian doctrine. Christianity popularized an important opinion, already implicit in the teaching of the Stoics, but foreign to the general spirit of antiquity, the opinion that a man's duty to God is more imperative than his duty to the state. 1 This opinion that we ought to obey God rather than man, as Socrates and the apostles said, survived the conversion of Constantine, because the early Christian emperors were Arians or inclined to Arianism. When the emperors became orthodox, it fell into abeyance. In the Byzantine Empire it remained latent, as also in the subsequent Russian Empire, which derived its Christianity from Constantinople. 2 But in the West, where the Catholic emperors were almost immediately replaced, except in parts of Gaul, by heretical barbarian conquerors, the superiority of religious to political allegiance survived, and to some extent still survives. The barbarian invasion put an end, for 6 centuries, to the civilization of Western Europe. It lingered in Ireland until the Danes destroyed it in the 9th century. Before its extinction there it produced one notable figure, Scotus Erigena. In the Eastern Empire, Greek civilization, in a desiccated form, survived, as in a museum, till the fall of Constantinople in 1453, but nothing of importance to the world came out of Constantinople except an artistic tradition and Justinian's codes of Roman law. During the period of darkness, from the end of the 5th century to the middle of the 11th, the Western Roman world underwent some very interesting changes. The conflict between duty to God and duty to the state, which Christianity had introduced, took the form of a conflict between church and king. The ecclesiastical jurisdiction of the Pope extended over Italy, France and Spain, Great Britain and Ireland, Germany, Scandinavia and Poland. At first, outside Italy and southern France, his control over bishops and abbots was very slight, but from the time of Gregory VII, late 11th century, it became real and effective. From that time on, the clergy, throughout Western Europe, formed a single organization directed from Rome, seeking power intelligently and relentlessly, and usually victorious, until after the year 1300, in their conflicts with secular rulers. The conflict between church and state was not only a conflict between clergy and laity, it was also a renewal of the conflict between the Mediterranean world and the northern barbarians. The unity of the church echoed the unity of the Roman Empire, its liturgy was Latin, and its dominant men were mostly Italian, Spanish, or Southern French. Their education, when education revived, was classical. Their conceptions of law and government would have been more intelligible to Marcus Aurelius than they were to contemporary monarchs. The Church represented at once continuity with the past and what was most civilized in the present. The secular power, on the contrary, was in the hands of kings and barons of Teutonic descent, who endeavored to preserve what they could of the institutions that they had brought out of the forests of Germany. Absolute power was alien to those institutions, and so was what appeared to these vigorous conquerors as a dull and spiritless legality. The king had to share his power with the feudal aristocracy, but all alike expected to be allowed occasional outbursts of passion in the form of war, murder, pillage, or rape. Monarchs might repent, for they were sincerely pious, and after all, repentance was itself a form of passion. But the church could never produce in them the quiet regularity of good behavior which a modern employer demands, and usually obtains, of his employees. What was the use of conquering the world if they could not drink and murder and love as the Spirit moved them? And why should they, with their armies of proud knights, submit to the orders of bookish men, vowed to celibacy and destitute of armed force? In spite of ecclesiastical disapproval, they preserved the duel and trial by battle, and they developed tournaments and courtly love. Occasionally, in a fit of rage, they would even murder eminent churchmen. All the armed force was on the side of the kings, and yet the church was victorious. The church won, partly because it had almost a monopoly of education, partly because the kings were perpetually at war with each other, but mainly because, with very few exceptions, rulers and people alike profoundly believed that the church possessed the power of the keys. The church could decide whether a king should spend eternity in heaven or in hell, the church could absolve subjects from the duty of allegiance, and so stimulate rebellion. The church, moreover, represented order in place of anarchy, and consequently won the support of the rising mercantile class. In Italy, especially, this last consideration was decisive. The Teutonic attempt to preserve at least a partial independence of the church expressed itself not only in politics, but also in art, romance, chivalry, and war. It expressed itself very little in the intellectual world, because education was almost wholly confined to the clergy. The explicit philosophy of the Middle Ages is not an accurate mirror of the times, but only of what was thought by one party. Among ecclesiastics, however, especially among the Franciscan friars, a certain number, for various reasons, were at variance with the Pope. In Italy, moreover, culture spread to the laity some centuries sooner than it did north of the Alps. Frederick II, who tried to found a new religion, represents the extreme of anti-papal culture. Thomas Aquinas, who was born in the kingdom of Naples where Frederick II was supreme, remains to this day the classic exponent of papal philosophy. Dante, some 50 years later, achieved a synthesis, and gave the only balanced exposition of the complete medieval world of ideas. After Dante, both for political and for intellectual reasons, the medieval philosophical synthesis broke down. It had, while it lasted, a quality of tidiness and miniature completeness. Whatever the system took account of was placed with precision with relation to the other contents of its very finite cosmos. But the Great Schism, the conciliar movement, and the Renaissance papacy led up to the Reformation, which destroyed the unity of Christendom and the scholastic theory of government that centered round the Pope. In the Renaissance period, new knowledge, both of antiquity and of the earth's surface, made men tired of systems, which were felt to be mental prisons. The Copernican astronomy assigned to the earth and to man a humbler position than they had enjoyed in the Ptolemaic theory. Pleasure in new facts took the place, among intelligent men, of pleasure in reasoning, analyzing, and systematizing. Although in art the Renaissance is still orderly, in thought it prefers a large and fruitful disorder. In this respect, Montaigne is the most typical exponent of the age. In the theory of politics, as in everything except art, there was a collapse of order. The Middle Ages, though turbulent in practice, were dominated in thought by a passion for legality and by a very precise theory of political power. All power is ultimately from God. He has delegated power to the Pope in sacred things and to the Emperor in secular matters. But Pope and Emperor alike lost their importance during the 15th century. The Pope became merely one of the Italian princes, engaged in the incredibly complicated and unscrupulous game of Italian power politics. The new national monarchies in France, Spain, and England had, in their own territories, a power with which neither Pope nor Emperor could interfere. The national state, largely owing to gunpowder, acquired an influence over men's thoughts and feelings which it had not had before, and which progressively destroyed what remained of the Roman belief in the unity of civilization. This political disorder found expression in Machiavelli's Prince. In the absence of any guiding principle, politics becomes a naked struggle for power. The prince gives shrewd advice as to how to play this game successfully. What had happened in the Great Age of Greece happened again in Renaissance Italy. Traditional moral restraints disappeared, because they were seen to be associated with superstition. The liberation from fetters made individuals energetic and creative, producing a rare fluorescence of genius, but the anarchy and treachery which inevitably resulted from the decay of morals made Italians collectively impotent, and they fell, like the Greeks, under the domination of nations less civilized than themselves but not so destitute of social cohesion. The result, however, was less disastrous than in the case of Greece, because the newly powerful nations, with the exception of Spain, showed themselves as capable of great achievement as the Italians had been. From the 16th century onward, the history of European thought is dominated by the Reformation. The Reformation was a complex many-sided movement, and owed its success to a variety of causes. In the main, it was a revolt of the northern nations against the renewed dominion of Rome. Religion was the force that had subdued the north, but religion in Italy had decayed. The papacy remained as an institution, and extracted a huge tribute from Germany and England, but these nations, which were still pious, could feel no reverence for the Borgias and Medicis, who professed to save souls from purgatory in return for cash which they squandered on luxury and immorality. National motives, economic motives, and moral motives all combined to strengthen the revolt against Rome. Moreover, the princes soon perceived that, if the church in their territories became merely national, they would be able to dominate it, and would thus become much more powerful at home than they had been while sharing dominion with the Pope. For all these reasons, Luther's theological innovations were welcomed by rulers and peoples alike throughout the greater part of Northern Europe. The Catholic Church was derived from three sources. Its sacred history was Jewish, its theology was Greek, its government and canon law were, at least indirectly, Roman. The Reformation rejected the Roman elements, softened the Greek elements, and greatly strengthened the Judaic elements. It thus cooperated with the nationalist forces which were undoing the work of social cohesion which had been effected first by the Roman Empire and then by the Roman Church. In Catholic doctrine, divine revelation did not end with the Scriptures, but continued from age to age through the medium of the Church, to which, therefore, it was the duty of the individual to submit his private opinions. Protestants, on the contrary, rejected the Church as a vehicle of revelation. Truth was to be sought only in the Bible, which each man could interpret for himself. If men differed in their interpretation, there was no divinely appointed authority to decide the dispute. In practice, the state claimed the right that had formerly belonged to the Church, but this was a usurpation. In Protestant theory, there should be no earthly intermediary between the soul and God. The effects of this change were momentous. Truth was no longer to be ascertained by consulting authority, but by inward meditation. There was a tendency, quickly developed, towards anarchism in politics, and, in religion, towards mysticism, which had always fitted with difficulty into the framework of Catholic orthodoxy. There came to be not one Protestantism, but a multitude of sects, not one philosophy opposed to scholasticism, but as many as there were philosophers, not, as in the 13th century, one emperor opposed to the Pope, but a large number of heretical kings. The result, in thought as in literature, was a continually deepening subjectivism, operating at first as a wholesome liberation from spiritual slavery, but advancing steadily towards a personal isolation inimical to social sanity. Modern philosophy begins with Descartes, whose fundamental certainty is the existence of himself and his thoughts, from which the external world is to be inferred. This was only the first stage in a development, through Berkeley and Kant, to Fichte, for whom everything is only an emanation of the ego. This was insanity, and, from this extreme, philosophy has been attempting, ever since, to escape into the world of everyday common sense. With subjectivism in philosophy, anarchism in politics goes hand in hand. Already during Luther's lifetime, unwelcome and unacknowledged disciples had developed the doctrine of Anabaptism, which, for a time, dominated the city of Munster. The Anabaptists repudiated all law, since they held that the good man will be guided at every moment by the Holy Spirit, who cannot be bound by formulas. From this premise they arrive at communism and sexual promiscuity. They were therefore exterminated after a heroic resistance. But their doctrine, in softened forms, spread to Holland, England, and America. Historically, it is the source of Quakerism. A fiercer form of anarchism, no longer connected with religion, arose in the 19th century. In Russia, in Spain, and to a lesser degree in Italy, it had considerable success, and to this day it remains a bugbear of the American immigration authorities. This modern form, though anti-religious, has still much of the spirit of early Protestantism. It differs mainly in directing against secular governments the hostility that Luther directed against popes. Subjectivity, once let loose, could not be confined within limits until it had run its course. In morals, the Protestant emphasis on the individual conscience was essentially anarchic. Habit and custom were so strong that, except in occasional outbreaks such as that of Munster, the disciples of individualism in ethics continued to act in a manner which was conventionally virtuous. But this was a precarious equilibrium. The 18th century cult of sensibility began to break it down. An act was admired, not for its good consequences, or for its conformity to a moral code, but for the emotion that inspired it. Out of this attitude developed the cult of the hero, as it is expressed by Carlyle and Nietzsche, and the Byronic cult of violent passion of no matter what kind. The Romantic movement, in art, in literature, and in politics, is bound up with this subjective way of judging men, not as members of a community, but as aesthetically delightful objects of contemplation. Tigers are more beautiful than sheep, but we prefer them behind bars. The typical romantic removes the bars and enjoys the magnificent leaps with which the tiger annihilates the sheep. He exhorts men to imagine themselves tigers, and when he succeeds the results are not wholly pleasant. Against the more insane forms of subjectivism in modern times there have been various reactions. First, a halfway compromise philosophy, the doctrine of liberalism, which attempted to assign the respective spheres of government and the individual. This begins, in its modern form, with Locke, who is as much opposed to enthusiasm the individualism of the Anabaptists as to absolute authority and blind subservience to tradition. A more thoroughgoing revolt leads to the doctrine of state worship, which assigns to the state the position that Catholicism gave to the Church, or even sometimes, to God. Hobbes, Rousseau, and Hegel represent different phases of this theory, and their doctrines are embodied practically in Cromwell, Napoleon, and modern Germany. Communism, in theory, is far removed from such philosophies, but is driven, in practice, to a type of community very similar to that which results from state worship. Throughout this long development, from 600 BC to the present day, philosophers have been divided into those who wish to tighten social bonds and those who wish to relax them. With this difference others have been associated. The disciplinarians have advocated some system of dogma, either old or new, and have therefore been compelled to be, in a greater or less degree, hostile to science, since their dogmas could not be proved empirically. They have almost invariably taught that happiness is not the good, but that nobility or heroism is to be preferred. They have had a sympathy with the irrational parts of human nature, since they have felt reason to be inimical to social cohesion. The libertarians, on the other hand, with the exception of the extreme anarchists, have tended to be scientific, utilitarian, rationalistic, hostile to violent passion, and enemies of all the more profound forms of religion. This conflict existed in Greece before the rise of what we recognize as philosophy, and is already quite explicit in the earliest Greek thought. In changing forms, it has persisted down to the present day, and no doubt will persist for many ages to come. It is clear that each party to this dispute as to all that persists through long periods of time is partly right and partly wrong. Social cohesion is a necessity, and mankind has never yet succeeded in enforcing cohesion by merely rational arguments. Every community is exposed to two opposite dangers: ossification through too much discipline and reverence for tradition, on the one hand; on the other hand, dissolution or subjection to foreign conquest, through the growth of an individualism and personal independence that makes cooperation impossible. In general, important civilizations start with a rigid and superstitious system, gradually relaxed, and leading, at a certain stage, to a period of brilliant genius, while the good of the old tradition remains and the evil inherent in its dissolution has not yet developed. But as the evil unfolds, it leads to anarchy, thence, inevitably, to a new tyranny, producing a new synthesis secured by a new system of dogma. The doctrine of liberalism is an attempt to escape from this endless oscillation. The essence of liberalism is an attempt to secure a social order not based on irrational dogma, and ensuring stability without involving more restraints than are necessary for the preservation of the community. Whether this attempt can succeed only the future can determine. Book 1. Ancient Philosophy. Part I. The Pre-Socratics. 1. The rise of Greek civilization. In all history, nothing is so surprising or so difficult to account for as the sudden rise of civilization in Greece. Much of what makes civilization had already existed for thousands of years in Egypt and in Mesopotamia, and had spread thence to neighboring countries. But certain elements had been lacking until the Greeks supplied them. What they achieved in art and literature is familiar to everybody, but what they did in the purely intellectual realm is even more exceptional. They invented mathematics and science and philosophy. They first wrote history as opposed to mere annals. They speculated freely about the nature of the world and the ends of life, without being bound in the fetters of any inherited orthodoxy. What occurred was so astonishing that, until very recent times, men were content to gape and talk mystically about the Greek genius. It is possible, however, to understand the development of Greece in scientific terms, and it is well worthwhile to do so. Philosophy begins with Thales, who, fortunately, can be dated by the fact that he predicted an eclipse which, according to the astronomers, occurred in the year 585 BC. Philosophy and science, which were not originally separate, were therefore born together at the beginning of the 6th century. What had been happening in Greece and neighboring countries before this time? Any answer must be in part conjectural, but archaeology, during the present century, has given us much more knowledge than was possessed by our grandfathers. The art of writing was invented in Egypt about the year 4000 BC, and in Mesopotamia not much later. In each country writing began with pictures of the objects intended. These pictures quickly became conventionalized, so that words were represented by ideograms, as they still are in China. In the course of thousands of years, this cumbrous system developed into alphabetic writing. The early development of civilization in Egypt and Mesopotamia was due to the Nile, the Tigris, and the Euphrates, which made agriculture very easy and very productive. The civilization was in many ways similar to that which the Spaniards found in Mexico and Peru. There was a divine king, with despotic powers. In Egypt, he owned all the land. There was a polytheistic religion, with a supreme god to whom the king had a specially intimate relation. There was a military aristocracy, and also a priestly aristocracy. The latter was often able to encroach on the royal power if the king was weak or if he was engaged in a difficult war. The cultivators of the soil were serfs, belonging to the king, the aristocracy, or the priesthood. There was a considerable difference between Egyptian and Babylonian theology. The Egyptians were preoccupied with death, and believed that the souls of the dead descend into the underworld, where they are judged by Osiris according to the manner of their life on earth. They thought that the soul would ultimately return to the body. This led to mummification and to the construction of splendid tombs. The pyramids were built by various kings at the end of the 4th millennium BC and the beginning of the 3rd. After this time, Egyptian civilization became more and more stereotyped, and religious conservatism made progress impossible. About 1800 BC, Egypt was conquered by Semites named Hyksos, who ruled the country for about 2 centuries. They left no permanent mark on Egypt, but their presence there must have helped to spread Egyptian civilization in Syria and Palestine. Babylonia had a more warlike development than Egypt. At first, the ruling race were not Semites, but Sumerians, whose origin is unknown. They invented cuneiform writing, which the conquering Semites took over from them. There was a period when there were various independent cities which fought with each other, but in the end Babylon became supreme and established an empire. The gods of other cities became subordinate, and Marduk, the god of Babylon, acquired a position like that later held by Zeus in the Greek pantheon. The same sort of thing had happened in Egypt, but at a much earlier time. The religions of Egypt and Babylonia, like other ancient religions, were originally fertility cults. The earth was female, the sun male. The bull was usually regarded as an embodiment of male fertility, and bull gods were common. In Babylon, Ishtar, the earth goddess, was supreme among female divinities. Throughout Western Asia, the Great Mother was worshipped under various names. When Greek colonists in Asia Minor found temples to her, they named her Artemis and took over the existing cult. This is the origin of Diana of the Ephesians. 2 Christianity transformed her into the Virgin Mary, and it was a council at Ephesus that legitimated the title Mother of God as applied to Our Lady. Where a religion was bound up with the government of an empire, political motives did much to transform its primitive features. A god or goddess became associated with the state, and had to give, not only an abundant harvest, but victory in war. A rich priestly caste elaborated the ritual and the theology, and fitted together into a pantheon the several divinities of the component parts of the empire. Through association with government, the gods also became associated with morality. Lawgivers received their codes from a god, thus a breach of the law became an impiety. The oldest legal code still known is that of Hammurabi, king of Babylon, 2067 to 2025 BC. This code was asserted by the king to have been delivered to him by Marduk. The connection between religion and morality became continually closer throughout ancient times. Babylonian religion, unlike that of Egypt, was more concerned with prosperity in this world than with happiness in the next. Magic, divination, and astrology, though not peculiar to Babylonia, were more developed there than elsewhere, and it was chiefly through Babylon that they acquired their hold on later antiquity. From Babylon come some things that belong to science, the division of the day into 24 hours, and of the circle into 360 degrees, also the discovery of a cycle in eclipses, which enabled lunar eclipses to be predicted with certainty, and solar eclipses with some probability. This Babylonian knowledge, as we shall see, was acquired by Thales. The civilizations of Egypt and Mesopotamia were agricultural, and those of surrounding nations, at first, were pastoral. A new element came with the development of commerce, which was at first almost entirely maritime. Weapons, until about 1000 BC, were made of bronze, and nations which did not have the necessary metals on their own territory were obliged to obtain them by trade or piracy. Piracy was a temporary expedient, and where social and political conditions were fairly stable, commerce was found to be more profitable. In commerce, the island of Crete seems to have been the pioneer. For about 11 centuries, say from 2500 BC to 1400 BC, an artistically advanced culture, called the Minoan, existed in Crete. What survives of Cretan art gives an impression of cheerfulness and almost decadent luxury, very different from the terrifying gloom of Egyptian temples. Of this important civilization almost nothing was known until the excavations of Sir Arthur Evans and others. It was a maritime civilization, in close touch with Egypt, except during the time of the Hyksos. From Egyptian pictures it is evident that the very considerable commerce between Egypt and Crete was carried on by Cretan sailors, This commerce reached its maximum about 1500 BC. The Cretan religion appears to have had some affinities with the religions of Syria and Asia Minor, but in art there was more affinity with Egypt, though Cretan art was very original and amazingly full of life. The center of the Cretan civilization was the so-called Palace of Minos at Knossos, of which memories lingered in the traditions of classical Greece. The palaces of Crete were very magnificent, but were destroyed about the end of the 14th century BC, probably by invaders from Greece. The chronology of Cretan history is derived from Egyptian objects found in Crete, and Cretan objects found in Egypt. Throughout, our knowledge is dependent on archaeological evidence. The Cretans worshipped a goddess, or perhaps several goddesses. The most indubitable goddess was the mistress of animals, who was a huntress, and probably the source of the classical Artemis. 3 She apparently was also a mother. The only male deity, apart from the master of animals, is her young son. There is some evidence of belief in an afterlife, in which, as in Egyptian belief, deeds on earth receive reward or retribution. But on the whole the Cretans appear, from their art, to have been cheerful people, not much oppressed by gloomy superstitions. They were fond of bullfights, at which female as well as male toreadors performed amazing acrobatic feats. Sir Arthur Evans thinks that the bullfights were religious celebrations, and that the performers belonged to the highest nobility, but this view is not generally accepted. The surviving pictures are full of movement and realism. The Cretans had a linear script, but it has not been deciphered. At home they were peaceful, and their cities were unwalled. No doubt they were defended by sea power. Before the destruction of the Minoan culture, it spread, about 1600 BC, to the mainland of Greece, where it survived, through gradual stages of modification, until about 900 BC. This mainland civilization is called the Mycenaean. It is known through the tombs of kings, and also through fortresses on hilltops, which show more fear of war than had existed in Crete. Both tombs and fortresses remain to impress the imagination of classical Greece. The older art products in the palaces are either actually of Cretan workmanship or closely akin to those of Crete. The Mycenaean civilization, seen through a haze of legend, is that which is depicted in Homer. There is much uncertainty concerning the Mycenaeans. Did they owe their civilization to being conquered by the Cretans? Did they speak Greek, or were they an earlier indigenous race? No certain answer to these questions is possible, but there is evidence which makes it probable that they were conquerors who spoke Greek, and that at least the aristocracy consisted of fair-haired invaders from the north, who brought the Greek language with them. 4 The Greeks came to Greece in 3 successive waves, first the Ionians, then the Achaeans, and last the Dorians. The Ionians appear, though conquerors, to have adopted the Cretan civilization pretty completely, as, later, the Romans adopted the civilization of Greece. But the Ionians were disturbed, and largely dispossessed, by their successors, the Achaeans. The Achaeans are known, from the Hittite tablets found at Baghazkayi, to have had a large organized empire in the 14th century BC. The Mycenaean civilization, which had been weakened by the warfare of the Ionians and Achaeans, was practically destroyed by the Dorians, the last Greek invaders. Whereas previous invaders had largely adopted the Minoan religion, the Dorians retained the original Indo-European religion of their ancestors. The religion of Mycenaean times, however, lingered on, especially in the lower classes, and the religion of classical Greece was a blend of the two. In fact, some of the classical goddesses were of Mycenaean origin. Although the above account seems probable, it must be remembered that we do not know whether the Mycenaeans were Greeks or not. What we do know is that their civilization decayed, that about the time when it ended iron superseded bronze, and that for some time sea supremacy passed to the Phoenicians. Both during the later part of the Mycenaean age and after its end, some of the invaders settled down and became agriculturists, while some pushed on, first into the islands and Asia Minor, then into Sicily and southern Italy, where they founded cities that lived by maritime commerce. It was in these maritime cities that the Greeks first made qualitatively new contributions to civilization. The supremacy of Athens came later, and was equally associated, when it came, with naval power. The mainland of Greece is mountainous and largely infertile. There are, however, many fertile valleys, with easy access to the sea, but cut off by the mountains from easy land communication with each other. In these valleys little separate communities grew up, living by agriculture, and centering round a town, generally close to the sea. In such circumstances it was natural that, as soon as the population of any community grew too great for its internal resources, those who could not live on the land should take to seafaring. The cities of the mainland founded colonies, often in places where it was much easier to find subsistence than it had been at home. Thus in the earliest historical period the Greeks of Asia Minor, Sicily, and Italy were much richer than those of the Greek mainland. The social system was very different in different parts of Greece. In Sparta, a small aristocracy subsisted on the labor of oppressed serfs of a different race. In the poorer agricultural regions, the population consisted mainly of farmers cultivating their own land with the help of their families. But where commerce and industry flourished, the free citizens grew rich by the employment of slaves, male in the mines, female in the textile industry. These slaves were, in Ionia, of the surrounding barbarian population, and were, as a rule, first acquired in war. With increasing wealth went increasing isolation of respectable women, who in later times had little part in the civilized aspects of Greek life except in Sparta and Lesbos. There was a very general development, first from monarchy to aristocracy, then to an alternation of tyranny and democracy. The kings were not absolute, like those of Egypt and Babylonia. They were advised by a council of elders, and could not transgress custom with impunity. Tyranny did not mean necessarily bad government, but only the rule of a man whose claim to power was not hereditary. Democracy meant government by all the citizens, among whom slaves and women were not included. The early tyrants, like the Medici, acquired their power through being the richest members of their respective plutocracies. Often the source of their wealth was the ownership of gold and silver mines, made the more profitable by the new institution of coinage, which came from the kingdom of Lydia, adjacent to Ionia. 5 Coinage seems to have been invented shortly before 700 BC. One of the most important results, to the Greeks, of commerce or piracy at Phis, the two are scarcely distinct, was the acquisition of the art of writing. Although writing had existed for thousands of years in Egypt and Babylonia, and the Minoan Cretans had a script now known to be a form of Greek, the date when the Greeks acquired alphabetic writing is uncertain. They learned the art from the Phoenicians, who, like the other inhabitants of Syria, were exposed to both Egyptian and Babylonian influences, and who held the supremacy in maritime commerce until the rise of the Greek cities of Ionia, Italy, and Sicily. In the 14th century, writing to Akhenaten, the heretic king of Egypt, Syrians still used the Babylonian cuneiform, but Hiram of Tyre, 969 to 936, used the Phoenician alphabet, which probably developed out of the Egyptian script. The Egyptians used, at first, a pure picture writing. Gradually the pictures, much conventionalized, came to represent syllables, the first syllables of the names of the things pictured, and at last single letters, on the principle of A was an archer who shot at a frog. 6 This last step, which was not taken with any completeness by the Egyptians themselves, but by the Phoenicians, gave the alphabet with all its advantages. The Greeks, borrowing from the Phoenicians, altered the alphabet to suit their language, and made the important innovation of adding vowels instead of having only consonants. There can be no doubt that the acquisition of this convenient method of writing greatly hastened the rise of Greek civilization. The first notable product of the Hellenic civilization was Homer. Everything about Homer is conjectural, but there is a widely held opinion that he was a series of poets rather than an individual. According to those who hold this opinion, the Iliad and the Odyssey between them took about 200 years to complete, some say from 750 to 550 BC, while others hold that Homer was nearly complete at the end of the 8th century. 8 The Homeric poems, in their present form, were brought to Athens by Pisistratus, who reigned, with intermissions, from 560 to 527 BC. From his time onward, the Athenian youth learned Homer by heart, and this was the most important part of their education. In some parts of Greece, notably in Sparta, Homer had not the same prestige until a later date. The Homeric poems, like the courtly romances of the later Middle Ages, represent the point of view of a civilized aristocracy, which ignores as plebeian various superstitions that are still rampant among the populace. In much later times, many of these superstitions rose again to the light of day. Guided by anthropology, many modern writers have come to the conclusion that Homer, so far from being primitive, was an expurgator, a kind of 18th century rationalizer of ancient myths, holding up an upper-class ideal of urbane enlightenment. The Olympian gods, who represent religion in Homer, were not the only objects of worship among the Greeks, either in his time or later. There were other darker and more savage elements in popular religion, which were kept at bay by the Greek intellect at its best, but lay in wait to pounce in moments of weakness or terror. In the time of decadence, beliefs which Homer had discarded proved to have persisted, half buried, throughout the classical period. This fact explains many things that would otherwise seem inconsistent and surprising. Primitive religion, everywhere, was tribal rather than personal. Certain rites were performed, which were intended, by sympathetic magic, to further the interests of the tribe, especially in respect of fertility, vegetable, animal, and human. The winter solstice was a time when the sun had to be encouraged not to go on diminishing in strength. Spring and harvest also called for appropriate ceremonies. These were often such as to generate a great collective excitement, in which individuals lost their sense of separateness and felt themselves at one with the whole tribe. All over the world, at a certain stage of religious evolution, sacred animals and human beings were ceremonially killed and eaten. In different regions, this stage occurred at very different dates. Human sacrifice usually lasted longer than the sacrificial eating of human victims. In Greece it was not yet extinct at the beginning of historical times. Fertility rites without such cruel aspects were common throughout Greece. The Eleusinian mysteries, in particular, were essentially agricultural in their symbolism. It must be admitted that religion, in Homer, is not very religious. The gods are completely human, differing from men only in being immortal and possessed of superhuman powers. Morally, there is nothing to be said for them, and it is difficult to see how they can have inspired much awe. In some passages, supposed to be late, they are treated with Voltairean irreverence. Such genuine religious feeling as is to be found in Homer is less concerned with the gods of Olympus than with more shadowy beings such as fate or necessity or destiny, to whom even Zeus is subject. Fate exercised a great influence on all Greek thought, and perhaps was one of the sources from which science derived the belief in natural law. The Homeric gods were the gods of a conquering aristocracy, not the useful fertility gods of those who actually tilled the soil. As Gilbert Murray says, 9. The gods of most nations claim to have created the world. The Olympians make no such claim. The most they ever did was to conquer it. And when they have conquered their kingdoms, what do? Do they attend to the government? Do they promote agriculture? Do they practice trades and industries? Not a bit of it. Why should they do any honest work? They find it easier to live on the revenues and blast with thunderbolts the people who do not pay. They are conquering chieftains, royal buccaneers. They fight, and feast, and play, and make music. They drink deep, and roar with laughter at the lame smith who waits on them. They are never afraid, except of their own king. They never tell lies, except in love and war. Homer's human heroes, equally, are not very well behaved. The leading family is the house of Pelops, but it did not succeed in setting a pattern of happy family life. Tantalos, the Asiatic founder of the dynasty, began its career by a direct offense against the gods, some said, by trying to cheat them into eating human flesh, that of his own son Pelops. Pelops, having been miraculously restored to life, offended in his turn. He won his famous chariot race against Oenomaus, king of Pisa, by the connivance of the latter's charioteer, Myrtilos, and then got rid of his confederate, whom he had promised to reward, by flinging him into the sea. The curse descended to his sons, Atros and Thyestes, in the form of what the Greeks called ate, a strong if not actually irresistible impulse to crime. Thyestes corrupted his brother's wife and thereby managed to steal the luck of the family, the famous golden fleeced ram. Atros in turn secured his brother's banishment, and recalling him under pretext of a reconciliation, feasted him on the flesh of his own children. The curse was now inherited by Atros' son Agamemnon, who offended Artemis by killing a sacred stag, sacrificed his own daughter Iphigenia to appease the goddess and obtain a safe passage to Troy for his fleet, and was in turn murdered by his faithless wife Clytemnestra and her paramour Aegisthus, a surviving son of Thyestes. Orestes, Agamemnon's son, in turn avenged his father by killing his mother and Aegisthus. 10. Homer as a finished achievement was a product of Ionia, i.e. of a part of Hellenic Asia Minor and the adjacent islands. Sometime during the 6th century at latest, the Homeric poems became fixed in their present form. It was also during this century that Greek science and philosophy and mathematics began. At the same time events of fundamental importance were happening in other parts of the world. Confucius, Buddha, and Zoroaster, if they existed, probably belonged to the same century. 11 In the middle of the century the Persian Empire was established by Cyrus. Towards its close the Greek cities of Ionia, to which the Persians had allowed a limited autonomy, made a fruitless rebellion, which was put down by Darius, and their best men became exiles. Several of the philosophers of this period were refugees, who wandered from city to city in the still unenslaved parts of the Hellenic world, spreading the civilization that, until then, had been mainly confined to Ionia. They were kindly treated in their wanderings. Xenophanes, who flourished in the later part of the 6th century, and who was one of the refugees, says, "This is the sort of thing we should say by the fireside in the winter time, as we lie on soft couches, after a good meal, drinking sweet wine and crunching chickpeas. Of what country are you, and how old are you, good sir? And how old were you when the meat appeared?" The rest of Greece succeeded in preserving its independence at the battles of Salamis and Plataea, after which Ionia was liberated for a time. 12. Greece was divided into a large number of small independent states, each consisting of a city with some agricultural territory surrounding it. The level of civilization was very different in different parts of the Greek world, and only a minority of cities contributed to the total of Hellenic achievement. Sparta, of which I shall have much to say later, was important in a military sense, but not culturally. Corinth was rich and prosperous, a great commercial center, but not prolific in great men. Then there were purely agricultural rural communities, such as the proverbial Arcadia, which townsmen imagined to be idyllic, but which really was full of ancient barbaric horrors. The inhabitants worshipped Hermes and Pan, and had a multitude of fertility cults, in which, often, a mere square pillar did duty in place of a statue of the god. The goat was the symbol of fertility, because the peasants were too poor to possess bulls. When food was scarce, the statue of Pan was beaten. Similar things are still done in remote Chinese villages. There was a clan of supposed werewolves, associated, probably, with human sacrifice and cannibalism. It was thought that whoever tasted the flesh of a sacrificed human victim became a werewolf. There was a cave sacred to Zeus Lycaos, the wolf Zeus. In this cave no one had a shadow, and whoever entered it died within a year. All this superstition was still flourishing in classical times. 13. Pan, whose original name, some say, was Paon, meaning the feeder or shepherd, acquired his better-known title, interpreted as meaning the all-god, when his worship was adopted by Athens in the 5th century, After the Persian War. 14. There was, however, in ancient Greece, much that we can feel to have been religion as we understand the term. This was connected, not with the Olympians, but with Dionysus, or Bacchus, whom we think of most naturally as the somewhat disreputable god of wine and drunkenness. The way in which, out of his worship, there arose a profound mysticism, which greatly influenced many of the philosophers, and even had a part in shaping Christian theology, is very remarkable, and must be understood by anyone who wishes to study the development of Greek thought. Dionysus, or Bacchus, was originally a Thracian god. The Thracians were very much less civilized than the Greeks, who regarded them as barbarians. Like all primitive agriculturists, they had fertility cults, and a god who promoted fertility. His name was Bacchus. It was never quite clear whether Bacchus had the shape of a man or of a bull. When they discovered how to make beer, they thought intoxication divine, and gave honor to Bacchus. When, later, they came to know the vine and to learn to drink wine, they thought even better of him. His functions in promoting fertility in general became somewhat subordinate to his functions in relation to the grape and the divine madness produced by wine. At what date his worship migrated from Thrace to Greece is not known, but it seems to have been just before the beginning of historical times. The cult of Bacchus was met with hostility by the Orthodox, but nevertheless it established itself. It contained many barbaric elements, such as tearing wild animals to pieces and eating the whole of them raw. It had a curious element of feminism. Respectable matrons and maids, in large companies, would spend whole nights on the bare hills in dances which stimulated ecstasy, and in an intoxication perhaps partly alcoholic, but mainly mystical. Husbands found the practice annoying, but did not dare to oppose religion. Both the beauty and the savagery of the cult are set forth in the Bacchae of Euripides. The success of Dionysus in Greece is not surprising. Like all communities that have been civilized quickly, the Greeks, or at least a certain proportion of them, developed a love of the primitive, and a hankering after a more instinctive and passionate way of life than that sanctioned by current morals. To the man or woman who, by compulsion, is more civilized in behavior than in feeling, rationality is irksome and virtue is felt as a burden and a slavery. This leads to a reaction in thought, in feeling, and in conduct. It is the reaction in thought that will specially concern us, but something must first be said about the reaction in feeling and conduct. The civilized man is distinguished from the savage mainly by prudence, or, to use a slightly wider term, forethought. He is willing to endure present pains for the sake of future pleasures, even if the future pleasures are rather distant. This habit began to be important with the rise of agriculture. No animal and no savage would work in the spring in order to have food next winter, except for a few purely instinctive forms of action, such as bees making honey or squirrels burying nuts. In these cases, there is no forethought, there is a direct impulse to an act which, to the human spectator, is obviously going to prove useful later on. True forethought only arises when a man does something towards which no impulse urges him, because his reason tells him that he will profit by it at some future date. Hunting requires no forethought, because it is pleasurable, but tilling the soil is labor, and cannot be done from spontaneous impulse. Civilization checks impulse not only through forethought, which is a self-administered check, but also through law, custom, and religion. This check it inherits from barbarism, but it makes it less instinctive and more systematic. Certain acts are labeled criminal, and are punished, certain others, though not punished by law, are labeled wicked, and expose those who are guilty of them to social disapproval. The institution of private property brings with it the subjection of women, and usually the creation of a slave class. On the one hand the purposes of the community are enforced upon the individual, and, on the other hand the individual, having acquired the habit of viewing his life as a whole, increasingly sacrifices his present to his future. It is evident that this process can be carried too far, as it is, for instance, by the miser. But without going to such extremes, prudence may easily involve the loss of some of the best things in life. The worshipper of Dionysus reacts against prudence. In intoxication, physical or spiritual, he recovers an intensity of feeling which prudence had destroyed, he finds the world full of delight and beauty, and his imagination is suddenly liberated from the prison of everyday preoccupations. The Bacchic ritual produced what was called enthusiasm, which means, etymologically, having the god enter into the worshipper, who believed that he became one with the god. Much of what is greatest in human achievement involves some element of intoxication. 15 Some sweeping away of prudence by passion. Without the Bacchic element, life would be uninteresting, with it, it is dangerous. Prudence versus passion is a conflict that runs through history. It is not a conflict in which we ought to side wholly with either party. In the sphere of thought, sober civilization is roughly synonymous with science. But science, unadulterated, is not satisfying. Men need also passion and art and religion. Science may set limits to knowledge, but should not set limits to imagination. Among Greek philosophers, as among those of later times, there were those who were primarily scientific and those who were primarily religious. The latter owed much, directly or indirectly, to the religion of Bacchus. This applies especially to Plato, and through him to those later developments which were ultimately embodied in Christian theology. The worship of Dionysus in its original form was savage, and in many ways repulsive. It was not in this form that it influenced the philosophers, but in the spiritualized form attributed to Orpheus, which was ascetic, and substituted mental for physical intoxication. Orpheus is a dim but interesting figure. Some hold that he was an actual man, others that he was a god or an imaginary hero. Traditionally, he came from Thrace, like Bacchus, but it seems more probable that he, or the movement associated with his name, came from Crete. It is certain that Orphic doctrines contain much that seems to have its first source in Egypt, and it was chiefly through Crete that Egypt influenced Greece. Orpheus is said to have been a reformer who was torn to pieces by frenzied Menades actuated by Bacchic orthodoxy. His addiction to music is not so prominent in the older forms of the legend as it became later. Primarily he was a priest and a philosopher. Whatever may have been the teaching of Orpheus, if he existed, the teaching of the Orphics is well known. They believed in the transmigration of souls. They taught that the soul hereafter might achieve eternal bliss or suffer eternal or temporary torment according to its way of life here on earth. They aimed at becoming pure, partly by ceremonies of purification, partly by avoiding certain kinds of contamination. The most orthodox among them abstained from animal food, except on ritual occasions when they ate it sacramentally. Man, they held, is partly of earth, partly of heaven. By a pure life the heavenly part is increased and the earthly part diminished. In the end a man may become one with Bacchus, and is called a Bacchus. There was an elaborate theology, according to which Bacchus was twice born, once of his mother Semele, and once from the thigh of his father Zeus. There are many forms of the Dionysus myth. In one of them, Dionysus is the son of Zeus and Persephone. While still a boy, he is torn to pieces by Titans, who eat his flesh, all but the heart. Some say that the heart was given by Zeus to Semele, others that Zeus swallowed it. In either case, it gave rise to the second birth of Dionysus. The tearing of a wild animal and the devouring of its raw flesh by Bacchae was supposed to reenact the tearing and eating of Dionysus by the Titans, and the animal, in some sense, was an incarnation of the god. The Titans were earth-born, but after eating the god they had a spark of divinity. So man is partly of earth, partly divine, and Bacchic rites sought to make him more nearly completely divine. Euripides puts a confession into the mouth of an Orphic priest, which is instructive. 16. Lord of Europa's Tyrian line. Zeus born, who holdest at thy feet the 100 citadels of Crete. I seek to thee from that dim shrine, roofed by the quick and carven beam, by Calyp's steel and wild bull's blood, in flawless joints of cypress wood, made steadfast. There is one pure stream. My days have run. The servant I initiate, of Idaean Jove. 17. Where midnight Zagreus 18 roves, I rove. I have endured his thunder cry. Fulfilled his red and bleeding feasts. Held the great mother's mountain flame. I am set free and named by name. A Bacchos of the mailed priests. Robed in pure white I have borne me clean. From man's vile birth and coffined clay. And exiled from my lip alway. Touch of all meat where life hath been. Orphic tablets have been found in tombs, giving instructions to the soul of the dead person as to how to find his way in the next world, and what to say in order to prove himself worthy of salvation. They are broken and incomplete. The most nearly complete, the Pedalaya tablet, is as follows. Thou shalt find on the left of the house of Hades a wellspring. And by the side thereof standing a white cypress. To this wellspring approach not near. But thou shalt find another by the lake of memory. Cold water flowing forth, and there are guardians before it. Say, I am a child of earth and of starry heaven. But my race is of heaven, alone. This ye know yourselves. And lo, I am parched with thirst and I perish. Give me quickly the cold water flowing forth from the lake of memory. And of themselves they will give thee to drink from the holy wellspring. And thereafter among the other heroes thou shalt have lordship. Another tablet says, Hail, thou who hast suffered the suffering. Thou art become God from man, and yet in another happy and blessed one, thou shalt be God instead of mortal. The wellspring of which the soul is not to drink is Lethe, which brings forgetfulness, the other wellspring is Mnemosyne, remembrance. The soul in the next world, if it is to achieve salvation, is not to forget, but, on the contrary, to acquire a memory surpassing what is natural. The Orphics were an ascetic sect. Wine, to them, was only a symbol, as, later, in the Christian sacrament. The intoxication that they sought was that of enthusiasm, of union with the God. They believed themselves, in this way, to acquire mystic knowledge not obtainable by ordinary means. This mystical element entered into Greek philosophy with Pythagoras, who was a reformer of Orphism as Orpheus was a reformer of the religion of Dionysus. From Pythagoras Orphic elements entered into the philosophy of Plato, and from Plato into most later philosophy that was in any degree religious. Certain definitely Bacchic elements survived wherever Orphism had influence. One of these was feminism, of which there was much in Pythagoras, and which, in Plato, went so far as to claim complete political equality for women. Women as a sex, says Pythagoras, are more naturally akin to piety. Another Bacchic element was respect for violent emotion. Greek tragedy grew out of the rites of Dionysus. Euripides, especially, honored the two chief gods of Orphism, Dionysus and Eros. He has no respect for the coldly self-righteous well-behaved man, who, in his tragedies, is apt to be driven mad or otherwise brought to grief by the gods in resentment of his blasphemy. The conventional tradition concerning the Greeks is that they exhibited an admirable serenity, which enabled them to contemplate passion from without, perceiving whatever beauty it exhibited but themselves calm and Olympian. This is a very one-sided view. It is true, perhaps, of Homer, Sophocles, and Aristotle, but it is emphatically not true of those Greeks who were touched, directly or indirectly, by Bacchic or Orphic influences. At Eleusis, where the Eleusinian mysteries formed the most sacred part of Athenian state religion, a hymn was sung, saying, With thy wine cup waving high, with thy maddening revelry, to Eleusis' flowery vale, contest thou Bacchus, Paean, hail. In the Bacchae of Euripides, the chorus of Maenades displays a combination of poetry and savagery which is the very reverse of serene. They celebrate the delight in tearing a wild animal limb from limb, and eating it raw then and there. Oh glad, glad on the mountains, to swoon in the race outworn, when the holy fawn skin clings, and all else sweeps away, to the joy of the quick red fountains, the blood of the hill goat torn, the glory of wild beast ravenings, where the hilltop catches the day, to the Phrygian, Lydian mountains, 'Tis Bromios leads the way. Bromios was another of the many names of Dionysus. The dance of the Maenades on the mountainside was not only fierce, it was an escape from the burdens and cares of civilization into the world of non-human beauty and the freedom of wind and stars. In a less frenzied mood they sing. Will they ever come to me, ever again? The long, long dances. On through the dark till the dim stars wane? Shall I feel the dew on my throat, and the stream of wind in my hair? Shall our white feet gleam in the dim expanses? O feet of the fawn to the greenwood fled, alone in the grass and the loveliness. Leap of the hunted, no more in dread, beyond the snares and the deadly press. Yet a voice still in the distance sounds, a voice and a fear and a haste of hounds. O wildly laboring, fiercely fleet, onward yet by river and glen. Is it joy or terror, yes storm swift feet? To the dear lone lands untroubled of men, where no voice sounds, and amid the shadowy green, the little things of the woodland live unseen. Before repeating that the Greeks were serene, try to imagine the matrons of Philadelphia behaving in this manner, even in a play by Eugene O'Neill. The Orphic is no more serene than the unreformed worshipper of Dionysus. To the Orphic, life in this world is pain and weariness. We are bound to a will which turns through endless cycles of birth and death. Our true life is the stars, but we are tied to earth. Only by purification and renunciation and an ascetic life can we escape from the will and attain at last to the ecstasy of union with God. This is not the view of men to whom life is easy and pleasant. It is more like the Negro spiritual. I'm going to tell God all of my troubles when I get home. Not all of the Greeks, but a large proportion of them, were passionate, unhappy, at war with themselves, driven along one road by the intellect and along another by the passions, with the imagination to conceive heaven and the willful self-assertion that creates hell. They had a maxim nothing too much, but they were in fact excessive in everything, in pure thought, in poetry, in religion, and in sin. It was the combination of passion and intellect that made them great, while they were great. Neither alone would have transformed the world for all future time as they transformed it. Their prototype in mythology is not Olympian Zeus, but Prometheus, who brought fire from heaven and was rewarded with eternal torment. If taken as characterizing the Greeks as a whole, however, what has just been said would be as one-sided as the view that the Greeks were characterized by serenity. There were, in fact, two tendencies in Greece, one passionate, religious, mystical, otherworldly, the other cheerful, empirical, rationalistic, and interested in acquiring knowledge of a diversity of facts. Herodotus represents this latter tendency, so do the earliest Ionian philosophers, so, up to a point, does Aristotle. Balash, OPCIT, I, 1, p. 434, after describing Orphism, says: But the Greek nation was too full of youthful vigor for the general acceptance of a belief which denies this world and transfers real life to the beyond. Accordingly, the Orphic doctrine remained confined to the relatively narrow circle of the initiate, without acquiring the smallest influence on the state religion, not even in communities which, like Athens, had taken up the celebration of the mysteries into the state ritual and placed it under legal protection. A full millennium was to pass before these ideas in a quite different theological dress, it is true, achieved victory in the Greek world. It would seem that this is an overstatement, particularly as regards the Eleusinian mysteries, which were impregnated with Orphism. Broadly speaking, those who were of a religious temperament turned to Orphism, while rationalists despised it. One might compare its status to that of Methodism in England in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. We know more or less what an educated Greek learned from his father, but we know very little of what, in his earliest years, he learned from his mother, who was, to a great extent, shut out from the civilization in which the men took delight. It seems probable that educated Athenians, even in the best period, however rationalistic they may have been in their explicitly conscious mental processes, retained from tradition and from childhood a more primitive way of thinking and feeling, which was always liable to prove victorious in times of stress. For this reason, no simple analysis of the Greek outlook is likely to be adequate. The influence of religion, more particularly of non-Olympian religion, on Greek thought was not adequately recognized until recent times. A revolutionary book, Jane Harrison's Prolegomena to the Study of Greek Religion, emphasized both the primitive and the Dionysiac elements in the religion of ordinary Greeks. F. M. Cornford's From Religion to Philosophy tried to make students of Greek philosophy aware of the influence of religion on the philosophers, but cannot be wholly accepted as trustworthy in many of its interpretations, or, for that matter, in its anthropology. 19 The most balanced statement known to me is in John Burnet's Early Greek Philosophy, especially Chapter 2, Science and Religion. A conflict between science and religion arose, he says, out of the religious revival which swept over Hellas in the 6th century B.C., together with the shifting of the scene from Ionia to the west. The religion of continental Hellas, he says, had developed in a very different way from that of Ionia. In particular, the worship of Dionysus, which came from Thrace, and is barely mentioned in Homer, contained in germ a wholly new way of looking at man's relation to the world. It would certainly be wrong to credit the Thracians themselves with any very exalted views, but there can be no doubt that, to the Greeks, the phenomenon of ecstasy suggested that the soul was something more than a feeble double of the self, and that it was only when out of the body that it could show its true nature. It looked as if Greek religion were about to enter on the same stage as that already reached by the religions of the East, and, but for the rise of science, it is hard to see what could have checked this tendency. It is usual to say that the Greeks were saved from a religion of the Oriental type by their having no priesthood, but this is to mistake the effect for the cause. Priesthoods do not make dogmas, though they preserve them once they are made, and in the earlier stages of their development, the Oriental peoples had no priesthoods either in the sense intended. It was not so much the absence of a priesthood as the existence of the scientific schools that saved Greece. The new religion, for in one sense it was new, though in another as old as mankind, reached its highest point of development with the foundation of the Orphic communities. So far as we can see, the original home of these was Attica, but they spread with extraordinary rapidity, especially in southern Italy and Sicily. They were first of all associations for the worship of Dionysus, but they were distinguished by two features which were new among the Hellenes. They looked to revelation as the source of religious authority, and they were organized as artificial communities. The poems which contained their theology were ascribed to the Thracian Orpheus, who had himself descended into Hades, and was therefore a safe guide through the perils which beset the disembodied soul in the next world. Burnet goes on to state that there is a striking similarity between Orphic beliefs and those prevalent in India at about the same time, though he holds that there cannot have been any contact. He then comes on to the original meaning of the word orgy, which was used by the Orphics to mean sacrament, and was intended to purify the believer soul and enable it to escape from the will of birth. The Orphics, unlike the priests of Olympian cults, founded what we may call churches, i.e. religious communities to which anybody, without distinction of race or sex, could be admitted by initiation, and from their influence arose the conception of philosophy as a way of life. 2. The Milesian School. In every history of philosophy for students, the first thing mentioned is that philosophy began with Thales, who said that everything is made of water. This is discouraging to the beginner, who is struggling perhaps not very hard to feel that respect for philosophy which the curriculum seems to expect. There is, however, ample reason to feel respect for Thales, though perhaps rather as a man of science than as a philosopher in the modern sense of the word. Thales was a native of Miletus, in Asia Minor, a flourishing commercial city, in which there was a large slave population, and a bitter class struggle between the rich and poor among the free population. At Miletus the people were at first victorious and murdered the wives and children of the aristocrats, then the aristocrats prevailed and burned their opponents alive, lighting up the open spaces of the city with live torches. Similar conditions prevailed in most of the cities of Asia Minor at the time of Thales. Miletus, like other commercial cities of Ionia, underwent important economic and political developments during the 7th and 6th centuries. At first, political power belonged to a landowning aristocracy, but this was gradually replaced by a plutocracy of merchants. They, in turn, were replaced by a tyrant, who, as was usual, achieved power by the support of the Democratic Party. The kingdom of Lydia lay to the east of the Greek coast towns, but remained on friendly terms with them until the fall of Nineveh, 606 BC. This left Lydia free to turn its attention to the west, but Miletus usually succeeded in preserving friendly relations, especially with Croesus, the last Lydian king, who was conquered by Cyrus in 546 BC. There were also important relations with Egypt, where the king depended upon Greek mercenaries, and had opened certain cities to Greek trade. The first Greek settlement in Egypt was a fort occupied by a Milesian garrison, but the most important, during the period 610 to 560 BC, was Daphne. Here Jeremiah and many other Jewish fugitives took refuge from Nebuchadrezzar, Jeremiah Slyene, 5ff, but while Egypt undoubtedly influenced the Greeks, the Jews did not, nor can we suppose that Jeremiah felt anything but horror towards the sceptical Ionians. As regards the date of Thales, the best evidence, as we saw, is that he was famous for predicting an eclipse which, according to the astronomers, must have taken place in 585 BC. Other evidence, such as it is, agrees in placing his activities at about this time. It is no proof of extraordinary genius on his part to have predicted an eclipse. Miletus was allied with Lydia, and Lydia had cultural relations with Babylonia, and Babylonian astronomers had discovered that eclipses recur in a cycle of about 19 years. They could predict eclipses of the moon with pretty complete success, but as regards solar eclipses they were hampered by the fact that an eclipse may be visible in one place and not in another. Consequently they could only know that at such and such a date it was worthwhile to look out for an eclipse, and this is probably all that Thales knew. Neither he nor they knew why there is this cycle. Thales is said to have traveled in Egypt, and to have thence brought to the Greeks the science of geometry. What the Egyptians knew of geometry was mainly rules of thumb, and there is no reason to believe that Thales arrived at deductive proofs, such as later Greeks discovered. He seems to have discovered how to calculate the distance of a ship at sea from observations taken at 2 points on land, and how to estimate the height of a pyramid from the length of its shadow. Many other geometrical theorems are attributed to him, but probably wrongly. He was one of the 7 wise men of Greece, each of whom was specially noted for one wise saying, his it is a mistake to suppose was water is best. According to Aristotle, he thought that water is the original substance, out of which all others are formed, and he maintained that the earth rests on water. Aristotle also says of him that he said the magnet has a soul in it, because it moves the iron, further, that all things are full of God's point too. The statement that everything is made of water is to be regarded as a scientific hypothesis, and by no means a foolish one. 20 years ago, the received view was that everything is made of hydrogen, which is 2/3 of water. The Greeks were rash in their hypotheses, but the Milesian school, at least, was prepared to test them empirically. Too little is known of Thales to make it possible to reconstruct him at all satisfactorily, but of his successors in Miletus much more is known, and it is reasonable to suppose that something of their outlook came from him. His science and his philosophy were both crude, but they were such as to stimulate both thought and observation. There are many legends about him, but I do not think more is known than the few facts I have mentioned. Some of the stories are pleasant, for instance, the one told by Aristotle in his Politics, 1259a. He was reproached for his poverty, which was supposed to show that philosophy is of no use. According to the story, he knew by his skill in the stars while it was yet winter that there would be a great harvest of olives in the coming year, so, having a little money, he gave deposits for the use of all the olive presses in Chios and Miletus, which he hired at a low price because no one bid against him. When the harvest time came, and many were wanted all at once and of a sudden, he let them out at any rate which he pleased, and made a quantity of money. Thus he showed the world that philosophers can easily be rich if they like, but that their ambition is of another sort. Anaximander, the second philosopher of the Milesian school, is much more interesting than Thales. His dates are uncertain, but he was said to have been 64 years old in 546 BC, and there is reason to suppose that this is somewhere near the truth. He held that all things come from a single primal substance, but that it is not water, as Thales held, or any other of the substances that we know. It is infinite, eternal, and ageless, and it encompasses all the worlds, for he thought our world only one of many. The primal substance is transformed into the various substances with which we are familiar, and these are transformed into each other. As to this, he makes an important and remarkable statement. Into that from which things take their rise they pass away once more, as is ordained, for they make reparation and satisfaction to one another for their injustice according to the ordering of time. The idea of justice, both cosmic and human, played a part in Greek religion and philosophy which is not altogether easy for a modern to understand. Indeed, our word justice hardly expresses what is meant, but it is difficult to find any other word that would be preferable. The thought which Anaximander is expressing seems to be this: there should be a certain proportion of fire, of earth, and of water in the world, but each element, conceived as a god, is perpetually attempting to enlarge its empire. But there is a kind of necessity or natural law which perpetually redresses the balance. Where there has been fire, for example, there are ashes, which are earth. This conception of justice, of not overstepping eternally fixed bounds, was one of the most profound of Greek beliefs. The gods were subject to justice just as much as men were, but this supreme power was not itself personal, and was not a supreme god. Anaximander had an argument to prove that the primal substance could not be water, or any other known element. If one of these were primal, it would conquer the others. Aristotle reports him as saying that these known elements are in opposition to one another. Air is cold, water is moist, and fire is hot. And therefore, if any one of them were infinite, the rest would have ceased to be by this time. The primal substance, therefore, must be neutral in this cosmic strife. There was an eternal motion, in the course of which was brought about the origin of the worlds. The worlds were not created, as in Jewish or Christian theology, but evolved. There was evolution also in the animal kingdom. Living creatures arose from the moist element as it was evaporated by the sun. Man, like every other animal, was descended from fishes. He must be derived from animals of a different sort, because, owing to his long infancy, he could not have survived, originally, as he is now. Anaximander was full of scientific curiosity. He is said to have been the first man who made a map. He held that the earth is shaped like a cylinder. He is variously reported as saying the sun is as large as the earth, or 27 times as large, or 28 times as large. Wherever he is original, he is scientific and rationalistic. Anaximenes, the last of the Milesian triad, is not quite so interesting as Anaximander, but makes some important advances. His dates are very uncertain. He was certainly subsequent to Anaximander, and he certainly flourished before 494 BC, since in that year Miletus was destroyed by the Persians in the course of their suppression of the Ionian revolt. The fundamental substance, he said, is air. The soul is air, fire is rarefied air. When condensed, air becomes first water, then, if further condensed, earth, and finally stone. This theory has the merit of making all the differences between different substances quantitative, depending entirely upon the degree of condensation. He thought that the earth is shaped like a round table, and that air encompasses everything, just as our soul, being air, holds us together, so do breath and air encompass the whole world. It seems that the world breathes. Anaximenes was more admired in antiquity than Anaximander, though almost any modern world would make the opposite valuation. He had an important influence on Pythagoras and on much subsequent speculation. The Pythagoreans discovered that the earth is spherical, but the atomists adhered to the view of Anaximenes, that it is shaped like a disk. The Milesian school is important, not for what it achieved, but for what it attempted. It was brought into existence by the contact of the Greek mind with Babylonia and Egypt. Miletus was a rich commercial city, in which primitive prejudices and superstitions were softened by intercourse with many nations, Ionia, until its subjugation by Darius at the beginning of the 5th century, was culturally the most important part of the Hellenic world. It was almost untouched by the religious movement connected with Dionysus and Orpheus. Its religion was Olympic, but seems to have been not taken very seriously. The speculations of Thales, Anaximander, and Anaximenes are to be regarded as scientific hypotheses, and seldom show any undue intrusion of anthropomorphic desires and moral ideas. The questions they asked were good questions, and their vigor inspired subsequent investigators. The next stage in Greek philosophy, which is associated with the Greek cities in southern Italy, is more religious, and, in particular, more Orphic, in some ways more interesting, admirable in achievement, but in spirit less scientific than that of the Milesians. 3. Pythagoras. Pythagoras, whose influence in ancient and modern times is my subject in this chapter, was intellectually one of the most important men that ever lived, both when he was wise and when he was unwise. Mathematics, in the sense of demonstrative deductive argument, begins with him, and in him is intimately connected with a peculiar form of mysticism. The influence of mathematics on philosophy, partly owing to him, has, ever since his time, been both profound and unfortunate. Let us begin with what little is known of his life. He was a native of the island of Samos, and flourished about 532 BC. Some say he was the son of a substantial citizen named Nisarchos, others that he was the son of the god Apollo. I leave the reader to take his choice between these alternatives. In his time Samos was ruled by the tyrant Polycrates, an old ruffian who became immensely rich, and had a vast navy. Samos was a commercial rival of Miletus. Its traders went as far afield as Tarsus in Spain, which was famous for its mines. Polycrates became tyrant of Samos about 535 BC, and reigned until 515 BC. He was not much troubled by moral scruples. He got rid of his 2 brothers, who were at first associated with him in the tyranny, and he used his navy largely for piracy. He profited by the fact that Miletus had recently submitted to Persia. In order to obstruct any further westward expansion of the Persians, he allied himself with Amasis, king of Egypt. But when Cambyses, king of Persia, devoted his full energies to the conquest of Egypt, Polycrates realized that he was likely to win, and changed sides. He sent a fleet, composed of his political enemies, to attack Egypt, but the crews mutinied and returned to Samos to attack him. He got the better of them, however, but fell at last by a treacherous appeal to his avarice. The Persian satrap at Sardes represented that he intended to rebel against the great king, and would pay vast sums for the help of Polycrates, who went to the mainland for an interview, was captured and crucified. Polycrates was a patron of the arts, and beautified Samos with remarkable public works. Anacreon was his court poet. Pythagoras, however, disliked his government, and therefore left Samos. It is said, and is not improbable, that Pythagoras visited Egypt, and learnt much of his wisdom there. However that may be, it is certain that he ultimately established himself at Croton, in southern Italy. The Greek cities of southern Italy, like Samos and Miletus, were rich and prosperous. Moreover, they were not exposed to danger from the Persians. 1. The 2 greatest were Sybaris and Croton. Sybaris has remained proverbial for luxury. Its population, in its greatest days, is said by Diodorus to have amounted to 300,000, though this is no doubt an exaggeration. Croton was about equal in size to Sybaris. Both cities lived by importing Ionian wares into Italy, partly for consumption in that country, partly for re-export from the western coast to Gaul and Spain. The various Greek cities of Italy fought each other fiercely, When Pythagoras arrived in Croton, it had just been defeated by Locri. Soon after his arrival, however, Croton was completely victorious in a war against Sybaris, which was utterly destroyed, 510 BC. Sybaris had been closely linked in commerce with Miletus. Croton was famous for medicine. A certain Democedes of Croton became physician to Polycrates and then to Darius. At Croton Pythagoras founded a society of disciples, which for a time was influential in that city. But in the end the citizens turned against him, and he moved to Metapontion, also in southern Italy, where he died. He soon became a mythical figure, credited with miracles and magic powers, but he was also the founder of a school of mathematicians. Thus two opposing traditions disputed his memory, and the truth is hard to disentangle. Pythagoras is one of the most interesting and puzzling men in history. Not only are the traditions concerning him an almost inextricable mixture of truth and falsehood, but even in their barest and least disputable form they present us with a very curious psychology. He may be described, briefly, as a combination of Einstein and Mrs. Eddy. He founded a religion, of which the main tenets were the transmigration of souls 3 and the sinfulness of eating beans. His religion was embodied in a religious order, which, here and there, acquired control of the state and established a rule of the saints. But the unregenerate hankered after beans, and sooner or later rebelled. Some of the rules of the Pythagorean order were: 1. To abstain from beans. 2. Not to pick up what was fallen. 3. Not to touch a white cock. 4. Not to break bread. 5. Not to step over a crossbar. 6. Not to stir the fire with iron. 7. Not to eat from a whole loaf. 8. Not to pluck a garland. 9. Not to sit on a quart measure. 10. Not to eat the heart. 11. Not to walk on highways. 12. Not to let swallows share one's roof. 13. When the pot is taken off the fire, not to leave the mark of it in the ashes, but to stir them together. 14. Do not look in a mirror beside a light. 15. When you rise from the bedclothes, roll them together and smooth out the impress of the body. 4. All these precepts belong to primitive taboo conceptions. Cornford, From Religion to Philosophy, says that, in his opinion, the school of Pythagoras represents the main current of that mystical tradition which we have set in contrast with the scientific tendency. He regards Parmenides, whom he calls the discoverer of logic, as an offshoot of Pythagoreanism, and Plato himself as finding in the Italian philosophy the chief source of his inspiration. Pythagoreanism, he says, was a movement of reform in Orphism, and Orphism was a movement of reform in the worship of Dionysus. The opposition of the rational and the mystical, which runs all through history, first appears, among the Greeks, as an opposition between the Olympic gods and those other less civilized gods who had more affinity with the primitive beliefs dealt with by anthropologists. In this division, Pythagoras was on the side of mysticism, though his mysticism was of a peculiarly intellectual sort. He attributed to himself a semi-divine character, and appears to have said, "There are men and gods, and beings like Pythagoras." All the systems that he inspired, Cornford says, tend to be otherworldly, putting all value in the unseen unity of God, and condemning the visible world as false and elusive, a turbid medium in which the rays of heavenly light are broken and obscured in mist and darkness. Dikyarchos says that Pythagoras taught first, that the soul is an immortal thing, and that it is transformed into other kinds of living things, further, that whatever comes into existence is born again in the revolutions of a certain cycle, nothing being absolutely new, and that all things that are born with life in them ought to be treated as kindred. 5. It is said that Pythagoras, like Saint Francis, preached to animals. In the society that he founded, men and women were admitted on equal terms, property was held in common, and there was a common way of life. Even scientific and mathematical discoveries were deemed collective, and in a mystical sense due to Pythagoras even after his death. Hippisos of Metapontion, who violated this rule, was shipwrecked as a result of divine wrath at his impiety. But what has all this to do with mathematics? It is connected by means of an ethic which praised the contemplative life. Burnet sums up this ethic as follows. We are strangers in this world, and the body is the tomb of the soul, and yet we must not seek to escape by self-murder, for we are the chattels of God who is our herdsman, and without his command we have no right to make our escape. In this life, there are three kinds of men, just as there are three sorts of people who come to the Olympic Games. The lowest class is made up of those who come to buy and sell, the next above them are those who compete. Best of all, however, are those who come simply to look on. The greatest purification of all is, therefore, disinterested science, and it is the man who devotes himself to that, the true philosopher, who has most effectually released himself from the will of birth. 6. The changes in the meanings of words are often very instructive. I spoke above about the word orgy, now I want to speak about the word theory. This was originally an Orphic word, which Cornford interprets as passionate sympathetic contemplation. In this state, he says, the spectator is identified with the suffering God, dies in his death, and rises again in his new birth. For Pythagoras, the passionate sympathetic contemplation was intellectual, and issued in mathematical knowledge. In this way, through Pythagoreanism, theory gradually acquired its modern meaning, but for all who were inspired by Pythagoras it retained an element of ecstatic revelation. To those who have reluctantly learnt a little mathematics in school this may seem strange, but to those who have experienced the intoxicating delight of sudden understanding that mathematics gives, from time to time, to those who love it, the Pythagorean view will seem completely natural even if untrue. It might seem that the empirical philosopher is the slave of his material, but that the pure mathematician, like the musician, is a free creator of his world of ordered beauty. It is interesting to observe, in Burnet's account of the Pythagorean ethic, the opposition to modern values. In connection with a football match, modern-minded men think the players grander than the mere spectators. Similarly, as regards the state, they admire more the politicians who are the contestants in the game than those who are only onlookers. This change of values is connected with a change in the social system. The warrior, the gentleman, the plutocrat, and the dictator, each has his own standard of the good and the true. The gentleman has had a long innings in philosophical theory, because he is associated with the Greek genius, because the virtue of contemplation acquired theological endorsement, and because the ideal of disinterested truth dignified the academic life. The gentleman is to be defined as one of a society of equals who live on slave labor, or at any rate upon the labor of men whose inferiority is unquestioned. It should be observed that this definition includes the saint and the sage, insofar as these men's lives are contemplative rather than active. Modern definitions of truth, such as those of pragmatism and instrumentalism, which are practical rather than contemplative, are inspired by industrialism as opposed to aristocracy. Whatever may be thought of a social system which tolerates slavery, it is to gentlemen in the above sense that we owe pure mathematics. The contemplative ideal, since it led to the creation of pure mathematics, was the source of a useful activity. This increased its prestige, and gave it a success in theology, in ethics, and in philosophy, which it might not otherwise have enjoyed. So much by way of explanation of the two aspects of Pythagoras, as religious prophet and as pure mathematician. In both respects he was immeasurably influential, and the two were not so separate as they seem to a modern mind. Most sciences, at their inception, have been connected with some form of false belief, which gave them a fictitious value. Astronomy was connected with astrology, chemistry with alchemy. Mathematics was associated with a more refined type of error. Mathematical knowledge appeared to be certain, exact, and applicable to the real world. Moreover, it was obtained by mere thinking, without the need of observation. Consequently, it was thought to supply an ideal, from which everyday empirical knowledge fell short. It was supposed, on the basis of mathematics, that thought is superior to sense, intuition to observation. If the world of sense does not fit mathematics, so much the worse for the world of sense. In various ways, methods of approaching nearer to the mathematician's ideal were sought, and the resulting suggestions were the source of much that was mistaken in metaphysics and theory of knowledge. This form of philosophy begins with Pythagoras. Pythagoras, as everyone knows, said that all things are numbers. This statement, interpreted in a modern way, is logically nonsense, but what he meant was not exactly nonsense. He discovered the importance of numbers in music, and the connection which he established between music and arithmetic survives in the mathematical terms harmonic mean and harmonic progression. He thought of numbers as shapes, as they appear on dice or playing cards. We still speak of squares and cubes of numbers, which are terms that we owe to him. He also spoke of oblong numbers, triangular numbers, pyramidal numbers, and so on. These were the numbers of pebbles, or, as we should more naturally say, shot, required to make the shapes in question. He presumably thought of the world as atomic, and of bodies as built up of molecules composed of atoms arranged in various shapes. In this way he hoped to make arithmetic the fundamental study in physics as in aesthetics. The greatest discovery of Pythagoras, or of his immediate disciples, was the proposition about right-angled triangles, that the sum of the squares on the sides adjoining the right angle is equal to the square on the remaining side, the hypotenuse. The Egyptians had known that a triangle whose sides are 3, 4, 5 has a right angle, but apparently the Greeks were the first to observe that 32 plus 42 equals 52, and, acting on this suggestion, to discover a proof of the general proposition. Unfortunately for Pythagoras, his theorem led at once to the discovery of incommensurables, which appeared to disprove his whole philosophy. In a right-angled isosceles triangle, the square on the hypotenuse is double of the square on either side. Let us suppose each side an inch long, then how long is the hypotenuse? Let us suppose its length is m/n inches. Then m2/n2 equals 2. If m and n have a common factor, divide it out, then either m or n must be odd. Now m2 equals 2n2, therefore m2 is even, therefore m is even, therefore n is odd. Suppose m equals 2p. Then 4p2 equals 2n2, therefore, n2 equals 2p2 and therefore n is even, contra hip. Therefore no fraction m/n will measure the hypotenuse. The above proof is substantially that in Euclid, Book X.7. This argument proved that, whatever unit of length we may adopt, there are lengths which bear no exact numerical relation to the unit, in the sense that there are no two integers m, n, such that m times the length in question is n times the unit. This convinced the Greek mathematicians that geometry must be established independently of arithmetic. There are passages in Plato's dialogues which prove that the independent treatment of geometry was well underway in his day. It is perfected in Euclid. Euclid, in Book 2, proves geometrically many things which we should naturally prove by algebra, such as, a plus b, 2 equals a 2 plus 2 of plus b2. It was because of the difficulty about incommensurables that he considered this course necessary. The same applies to his treatment of proportion in Books V and 6. The whole system is logically delightful, and anticipates the rigor of 19th-century mathematicians. So long as no adequate arithmetical theory of incommensurables existed, the method of Euclid was the best that was possible in geometry. When Descartes introduced coordinate geometry, thereby again making arithmetic supreme, he assumed the possibility of a solution of the problem of incommensurables, though in his day no such solution had been found. The influence of geometry upon philosophy and scientific method has been profound. Geometry, as established by the Greeks, starts with axioms which are, or are deemed to be, self-evident, and proceeds, by deductive reasoning, to arrive at theorems that are very far from self-evident. The axioms and theorems are held to be true of actual space, which is something given in experience. It thus appeared to be possible to discover things about the actual world by first noticing what is self-evident and then using deduction. This view influenced Plato and Kant, and most of the intermediate philosophers. When the Declaration of Independence says we hold these truths to be self-evident, it is modeling itself on Euclid. The 18th century doctrine of natural rights is a search for Euclidean axioms in politics. 8 The form of Newton's Principia, in spite of its admittedly empirical material, is entirely dominated by Euclid. Theology, in its exact scholastic forms, takes its style from the same source. Personal religion is derived from ecstasy, theology from mathematics, and both are to be found in Pythagoras. Mathematics is, I believe, the chief source of the belief in eternal and exact truth, as well as in a supersensible intelligible world. Geometry deals with exact circles, but no sensible object is exactly circular. However carefully we may use our compasses, there will be some imperfections and irregularities. This suggests the view that all exact reasoning applies to ideal as opposed to sensible objects. It is natural to go further, and to argue that thought is nobler than sense, and the objects of thought more real than those of sense perception. Mystical doctrines as to the relation of time to eternity are also reinforced by pure mathematics, for mathematical objects, such as numbers, if real at all, are eternal and not in time. Such eternal objects can be conceived as God's thoughts. Hence Plato's doctrine that God is a geometer, and Sir James Jean's belief that he is addicted to arithmetic. Rationalistic as opposed to apocalyptic religion has been, ever since Pythagoras, and notably ever since Plato, very completely dominated by mathematics and mathematical method. The combination of mathematics and theology, which began with Pythagoras, characterized religious philosophy in Greece, in the Middle Ages, and in modern times down to Kant. Orphism before Pythagoras was analogous to Asiatic mystery religions. But in Plato, St. Augustine, Thomas Aquinas, Descartes, Spinoza, and Leibniz there is an intimate blending of religion and reasoning, of moral aspiration with logical admiration of what is timeless, which comes from Pythagoras, and distinguishes the intellectualized theology of Europe from the more straightforward mysticism of Asia. It is only in quite recent times that it has been possible to say clearly where Pythagoras was wrong. I do not know of any other man who has been as influential as he was in the sphere of thought. I say this because what appears as Platonism is, when analyzed, found to be in essence Pythagoreanism. The whole conception of an eternal world, revealed to the intellect but not to the senses, is derived from him. But for him, Christians would not have thought of Christ as the Word, but for him, theologians would not have sought logical proofs of God and immortality. But in him all this is still implicit. How it became explicit will appear as we proceed. 4. Heraclitus. Two opposite attitudes towards the Greeks are common at the present day. One, which was practically universal from the Renaissance until very recent times, views the Greeks with almost superstitious reverence, as the inventors of all that is best, and as men of superhuman genius whom the moderns cannot hope to equal. The other attitude, inspired by the triumphs of science and by an optimistic belief in progress, considers the authority of the ancients an incubus, and maintains that most of their contributions to thought are now best forgotten. I cannot myself take either of these extreme views. Each, I should say, is partly right and partly wrong. Before entering upon any detail, I shall try to say what sort of wisdom we can still derive from the study of Greek thought. As to the nature and structure of the world, various hypotheses are possible. Progress in metaphysics, so far as it has existed, has consisted in a gradual refinement of all these hypotheses, a development of their implications, and a reformulation of each to meet the objections urged by adherents of rival hypotheses. To learn to conceive the universe according to each of these systems is an imaginative delight and an antidote to dogmatism. Moreover, even if no one of the hypotheses can be demonstrated, there is genuine knowledge in the discovery of what is involved in making each of them consistent with itself and with known facts. Now almost all the hypotheses that have dominated modern philosophy were first thought of by the Greeks. Their imaginative inventiveness in abstract matters can hardly be too highly praised. What I shall have to say about the Greeks will be said mainly from this point of view. I shall regard them as giving birth to theories which have had an independent life and growth, and which, though at first somewhat infantile, have proved capable of surviving and developing throughout more than 2,000 years. The Greeks contributed, it is true, something else which proved of more permanent value to abstract thought. They discovered mathematics and the art of deductive reasoning. Geometry, in particular, is a Greek invention, without which modern science would have been impossible. But in connection with mathematics the one-sidedness of the Greek genius appears. It reasoned deductively from what appeared self-evident, not inductively from what had been observed. Its amazing successes in the employment of this method misled not only the ancient world, but the greater part of the modern world also. It has only been very slowly that scientific method, which seeks to reach principles inductively from observations of particular facts, has replaced the Hellenic belief in deduction from luminous axioms derived from the mind of the philosopher. For this reason, apart from others, it is a mistake to treat the Greeks with superstitious reverence. Scientific method, though some few among them were the first men who had an inkling of it, is, on the whole, alien to their temper of mind, and the attempt to glorify them by belittling the intellectual progress of the last 4 centuries has a cramping effect upon modern thought. There is, however, a more general argument against reverence, whether for the Greeks or for anyone else. In studying a philosopher, the right attitude is neither reverence nor contempt, but first a kind of hypothetical sympathy, until it is possible to know what it feels like to believe in his theories, and only then a revival of the critical attitude, which should resemble, as far as possible, the state of mind of a person abandoning opinions which he has hitherto held. Contempt interferes with the first part of this process, and reverence with the second. 2 things are to be remembered, that a man whose opinions and theories are worth studying may be presumed to have had some intelligence, but that no man is likely to have arrived at complete and final truth on any subject whatever. When an intelligent man expresses a view which seems to us obviously absurd, we should not attempt to prove that it is somehow true, but we should try to understand how it ever came to seem true. This exercise of historical and psychological imagination at once enlarges the scope of our thinking, and helps us to realize how foolish many of our own cherished prejudices will seem to an age which has a different temper of mind. Between Pythagoras and Heraclitus, with whom we shall be concerned in this chapter, there was another philosopher, of less importance, namely Xenophanes. His date is uncertain, and is mainly determined by the fact that he alludes to Pythagoras and Heraclitus alludes to him. He was an Ionian by birth, but lived most of his life in southern Italy. He believed all things to be made out of earth and water. As regards the gods he was a very emphatic freethinker. Homer and Hesiod have ascribed to the gods all things that are a shame and a disgrace among mortals, stealings and adulteries and deceivings of one another. Mortals deem that gods are begotten as they are, and have clothes like theirs, and voice and form, yes, and if oxen and horses or lions had hands, and could paint with their hands, and produce works of art as men do, horses would paint the forms of gods like horses, and oxen like oxen, and make their bodies in the image of their several kinds. The Ethiopians make their gods black and snub-nosed, the Thracians say theirs have blue eyes and red hair. He believed in one God, unlike men in form and thought, who without toil swayeth all things by the force of his mind. Xenophanes made fun of the Pythagorean doctrine of transmigration. Once, they say, he, Pythagoras, was passing by when a dog was being ill-treated. "Stop," he said, "don't hit it. It is the soul of a friend. I knew it when I heard its voice. He believed it impossible to ascertain the truth in matters of theology. The certain truth there is no man who knows, nor ever shall be, about the gods and all the things whereof I speak. Yea, even if a man should chance to say something utterly right, still he himself knows it not. There is nowhere anything but guessing one." Xenophanes has his place in the succession of rationalists, who were opposed to the mystical tendencies of Pythagoras and others, but as an independent thinker he is not in the first rank. The doctrine of Pythagoras, as we saw, is very difficult to disentangle from that of his disciples, and although Pythagoras himself is very early, the influence of his school is mainly subsequent to that of various other philosophers. The first of these to invent a theory which is still influential was Heraclitus, who flourished about 500 BC. Of his life very little is known, except that he was an aristocratic citizen of Ephesus. He was chiefly famous in antiquity for his doctrine that everything is in a state of flux, but this, as we shall see, is only one aspect of his metaphysics. Heraclitus, though an Ionian, was not in the scientific tradition of the Milesians. 2 He was a mystic, but of a peculiar kind. He regarded fire as the fundamental substance. Everything, like flame in a fire, is born by the death of something else. Mortals are immortals, and immortals are mortals, the one living the other's death and dying the other's life. There is unity in the world, but it is a unity formed by the combination of opposites. All things come out of the one, and the one out of all things, but the many have less reality than the one, which is God. From what survives of his writings he does not appear as an amiable character. He was much addicted to contempt, and was the reverse of a democrat. Concerning his fellow citizens, he says, the Ephesians would do well to hang themselves, every grown man of them, and leave the city to beardless lads, for they have cast out Hermodorus, the best man among them, saying we will have none who is best among us, if there be any such, let him be so elsewhere and among others. He speaks ill of all his eminent predecessors, with a single exception. Homer should be turned out of the lists and whipped. Of all whose discourses I have heard, there is not one who attains to understanding that wisdom is apart from all. The learning of many things hate not understanding, else would it have taught Hesiod and Pythagoras, and again Xenophanes and Hecataeus. Pythagoras claimed for his own wisdom what was but a knowledge of many things and an art of mischief. The one exception to his condemnations is Tutimus, who is signaled out as of more account than the rest. When we inquire the reason for this praise, we find that Tutimus said most men are bad. His contempt for mankind leads him to think that only force will compel them to act for their own good. He says, every beast is driven to the pasture with blows, and again, asses would rather have straw than gold. As might be expected, Heraclitus believes in war. War, he says, is the father of all and the king of all, and some he has made gods and some men, some bond and some free. Again, Homer was wrong in saying, would that strife might perish from among gods and men. He did not see that he was praying for the destruction of the universe, for, if his prayer were heard, all things would pass away. And yet again, we must know that war is common to all and strife is justice, and that all things come into being and pass away through strife. His ethic is a kind of proud asceticism, very similar to Nietzsche's. He regards the soul as a mixture of fire and water, the fire being noble and the water ignoble. The soul that has most fire he calls dry. The dry soul is the wisest and best. It is pleasure to souls to become moist. A man, when he gets drunk, is led by a beardless lad, tripping, knowing not where he steps, having his soul moist. It is death to souls to become water. It is hard to fight with one's heart's desire. Whatever it wishes to get, it purchases at the cost of soul. It is not good for men to get all that they wish to get. One may say that Heraclitus values power obtained through self-mastery, and despises the passions that distract men from their central ambitions. The attitude of Heraclitus to the religions of his time, at any rate the Bacchic religion, is largely hostile, but not with the hostility of a scientific rationalist. He has his own religion, and in part interprets current theology to fit his doctrine, in part rejects it with considerable scorn. He has been called Bacchic, by Cornford, and regarded as an interpreter of the mysteries, by Pflaterer. I do not think the relevant fragments bear out this view. He says, for example, the mysteries practiced among men are unholy mysteries. This suggests that he had in mind possible mysteries that would not be unholy, but would be quite different from those that existed. He would have been a religious reformer, if he had not been too scornful of the vulgar to engage in propaganda. The following are all the extant sayings of Heraclitus that bear on his attitude to the theology of his day. The Lord whose is the oracle of Delphi neither utters nor hides his meaning, but shows it by a sign. And the Sibyl, with raving lips uttering things mirthless, unbedizened, and unperfumed, reaches over 1,000 years with her voice, thanks to the God in her. Souls smell in Hades. Greater deaths win greater portions. Those who die them become gods. Night walkers, magicians, priests of Bacchus, and priestesses of the wine vat, mystery mongers. The mysteries practiced among men are unholy mysteries. And they pray to these images, as if one were to talk with a man's house, knowing not what gods or heroes are. For if it were not to Dionysus that they made a procession and sang the shameful phallic hymn, they would be acting most shamelessly. But Hades is the same as Dionysus, in whose honor they go mad and keep the feast of the wine vat. They vainly purify themselves by defiling themselves with blood, just as if one who had stepped into the mud were to wash his feet in mud. Any man who marked him doing this, would deem him mad. Heraclitus believed fire to be the primordial element, out of which everything else had arisen. Thales, the reader will remember, thought everything was made of water. Anaximenes thought air was the primitive element. Heraclitus preferred fire. At last Empedocles suggested a statesmanlike compromise by allowing 4 elements: earth, air, fire, and water. The chemistry of the ancients stopped dead at this point. No further progress was made in this science until the Mohammedan alchemists embarked upon their search for the philosopher's stone, the elixir of life, and a method of transmuting base metals into gold. The metaphysics of Heraclitus are sufficiently dynamic to satisfy the most hustling of moderns. This world, which is the same for all, no one of gods or men has made, but it was ever, is now, and ever shall be an ever-living fire, with measures kindling and measures going out. The transformations of fire are, first of all, sea, and half of the sea is earth, half whirlwind. In such a world, perpetual change was to be expected, and perpetual change was what Heraclitus believed in. He had, however, another doctrine on which he set even more store than on the perpetual flux. This was the doctrine of the mingling of opposites. Men do not know, he says, how what is at variance agrees with itself. It is an attunement of opposite tensions, like that of the bow and the lyre. His belief in strife is connected with this theory, for in strife opposites combine to produce a motion which is a harmony. There is a unity in the world, but it is a unity resulting from diversity. Couples are things whole and things not whole, what is drawn together and what is drawn asunder, the harmonious and the discordant. The one is made up of all things, and all things issue from the one. Sometimes he speaks as if the unity were more fundamental than the diversity. Good and ill are one. To God all things are fair and good and right, but men hold some things wrong and some right. The way up and the way down is one and the same. God is day and night, winter and summer, war and peace, surfeit and hunger, but he takes various shapes, just as fire, when it is mingled with spices, is named according to the savor of each. Nevertheless there would be no unity if there were not opposites to combine. LT is the opposite which is good for us. This doctrine contains the germ of Hegel's philosophy, which proceeds by a synthesizing of opposites. The metaphysics of Heraclitus, like that of Anaximander, is dominated by a conception of cosmic justice, which prevents the strife of opposites from ever issuing in the complete victory of either. All things are an exchange for fire, and fire for all things, even as wares for gold and gold for wares. Fire lives the death of air, and air lives the death of fire, water lives the death of earth, earth that of water. The sun will not overstep his measures; if he does, the Erinyes, the handmaids of justice, will find him out. We must know that war is common to all, and strife is justice. Heraclitus repeatedly speaks of God as distinct from the gods. The way of man has no wisdom, but that of God has. Man is called a baby by God, even as a child by a man. The wisest man is an ape compared to God, just as the most beautiful ape is ugly compared to man. God, no doubt, is the embodiment of cosmic justice. The doctrine that everything is in a state of flux is the most famous of the opinions of Heraclitus, and the one most emphasized by his disciples, as described in Plato's Theaetetus. You cannot step twice into the same river, for fresh waters are ever flowing in upon you. 3. The sun is new every day. His belief in universal change is commonly supposed to have been expressed in the phrase "all things are flowing," but this is probably apocryphal. Like Washington's father, I cannot tell a lie, and Wellington's up guards and ad m. His words, like those of all the philosophers before Plato, are only known through quotations, largely made by Plato and Aristotle for the sake of refutation. When one thinks what would become of any modern philosopher if he were only known through the polemics of his rivals, one can see how admirable the pre-Socratics must have been, since even through the mist of malice spread by their enemies they still appear great. However this may be, Plato and Aristotle agree that Heraclitus taught that nothing ever is, everything is becoming, Plato, and that nothing steadfastly is, Aristotle. I shall return to the consideration of this doctrine in connection with Plato, who is much concerned to refute it. For the present, I shall not investigate what philosophy has to say about it, but only what the poets have felt and the men of science have taught. The search for something permanent is one of the deepest of the instincts leading men to philosophy. It is derived, no doubt, from love of home and desire for a refuge from danger. We find, accordingly, that it is most passionate in those whose lives are most exposed to catastrophe. Religion seeks permanence in two forms, God and immortality. In God is no variableness, neither shadow of turning, the life after death is eternal and unchanging. The cheerfulness of the 19th century turned men against these static conceptions, and modern liberal theology believes that there is progress in heaven and evolution in the Godhead. But even in this conception there is something permanent, namely progress itself and its imminent goal. And a dose of disaster is likely to bring men's hopes back to their older superterrestrial forms. If life on earth is despaired of, it is only in heaven that peace can be sought. The poets have lamented the power of time to sweep away every object of their love. Time doth transfix the flourish set on youth, and delves the parallels in beauty's brow, feeds on the rarities of nature's truth, and nothing stands but for his scythe to mow. They generally add that their own verses are indestructible. And yet 2 times in hope my verse shall stand, praising thy worth, despite his cruel hand. But this is only a conventional literary conceit. Philosophically inclined mystics, unable to deny that whatever is in time is transitory, have invented a conception of eternity as not persistence through endless time, but existence outside the whole temporal process. Eternal life, according to some theologians, for example, Dean Inga, does not mean existence throughout every moment of future time, but a mode of being wholly independent of time, in which there is no before and after, and therefore no logical possibility of change. This view has been poetically expressed by Vaughan. I saw eternity the other night, like a great ring of pure and endless light, all calm, as it was bright, and round beneath it, time in hours, days, years, driven by the spheres, like a vast shadow moved, in which the world and all her train were hurled. Several of the most famous systems of philosophy have tried to state this conception in sober prose, as expressing what reason, patiently pursued, will ultimately compel us to believe. Heraclitus himself, for all his belief in change, allowed something everlasting. The conception of eternity, as opposed to endless duration, which comes from Parmenides, is not to be found in Heraclitus, but in his philosophy the central fire never dies. The world was ever, is now, and ever shall be, an ever-living fire. But fire is something continually changing, and its permanence is rather that of a process than that of a substance, though this view should not be attributed to Heraclitus. Science, like philosophy, has sought to escape from the doctrine of perpetual flux by finding some permanent substratum amid changing phenomena. Chemistry seemed to satisfy this desire. It was found that fire, which appears to destroy, only transmutes, elements are recombined, but each atom that existed before combustion still exists when the process is completed. Accordingly, it was supposed that atoms are indestructible, and that all change in the physical world consists merely in rearrangement of persistent elements. This view prevailed until the discovery of radioactivity, when it was found that atoms could disintegrate. Nothing daunted, the physicists invented new and smaller units, called electrons and protons, out of which atoms were composed, and these units were supposed, for a few years, to have the indestructibility formerly attributed to atoms. Unfortunately, it seemed that protons and electrons could meet and explode, forming, not new matter, but a wave of energy spreading through the universe with the velocity of light. Energy had to replace matter as what is permanent. But energy, unlike matter, is not a refinement of the common sense notion of a thing, it is merely a characteristic of physical processes. It might be fancifully identified with the Heraclitean fire, but it is the burning, not what burns. What burns has disappeared from modern physics. Passing from the small to the large, astronomy no longer allows us to regard the heavenly bodies as everlasting. The planets came out of the sun, and the sun came out of a nebula. It has lasted some time, and will last some time longer, but sooner or later, probably in about a million years, it will explode, destroying all the planets. So at least the astronomers say. Perhaps as the fatal day draws nearer they will find some mistake in their calculations. The doctrine of the perpetual flux, as taught by Heraclitus, is painful, and science, as we have seen, can do nothing to refute it. One of the main ambitions of philosophers has been to revive hopes that science seemed to have killed. Philosophers, accordingly, have sought, with great persistence, for something not subject to the empire of time. This search begins with Parmenides. 5. Parmenides. The Greeks were not addicted to moderation, either in their theories or in their practice. Heraclitus maintained that everything changes, Parmenides retorted that nothing changes. Parmenides was a native of Elia, in the south of Italy, and flourished in the first half of the 5th century BC. According to Plato, Socrates in his youth, say about the year 450 BC, had an interview with Parmenides, then an old man, and learnt much from him. Whether or not this interview is historical, we may at least infer, what is otherwise evident, that Plato himself was influenced by the doctrines of Parmenides. The South Italian and Sicilian philosophers were more inclined to mysticism and religion than those of Ionia, who were on the whole scientific and sceptical in their tendencies. But mathematics, under the influence of Pythagoras, flourished more in Magna Graecia than in Ionia. Mathematics at that time, however, was entangled with mysticism. Parmenides was influenced by Pythagoras, but the extent of this influence is conjectural. What makes Parmenides historically important is that he invented a form of metaphysical argument that, in one form or another, is to be found in most subsequent metaphysicians down to and including Hegel. He is often said to have invented logic, but what he really invented was metaphysics based on logic. The doctrine of Parmenides was set forth in a poem on nature. He considered the senses deceptive, and condemned the multitude of sensible things as mere illusion. The only true being is the one, which is infinite and indivisible. It is not, as in Heraclitus, a union of opposites, since there are no opposites. He apparently thought, for instance, that cold means only not hot, and dark means only not light. The one is not conceived by Parmenides as we conceive God, he seems to think of it as material and extended, for he speaks of it as a sphere. But it cannot be divided, because the whole of it is present everywhere. Parmenides divides his teaching into two parts, called respectively the way of truth and the way of opinion. We need not concern ourselves with the latter. What he says about the way of truth, so far as it has survived, is, in its essential points, as follows. Thou canst not know what is not, that is impossible, nor utter it, for it is the same thing that can be thought and that can be. How, then, can what is be going to be in the future? Or how could it come into being? If it came into being, it is not, nor is it if it is going to be in the future. Thus is becoming extinguished and passing away not to be heard of. The thing that can be thought and that for the sake of which the thought exists is the same, for you cannot find thought without something that is, as to which it is uttered one. The essence of this argument is, when you think of something, when you use a name, it must be the name of something. Therefore both thought and language require objects outside themselves. And since you can think of a thing or speak of it at one time as well as at another, whatever can be thought of or spoken of must exist at all times. Consequently there can be no change, since change consists in things coming into being or ceasing to be. This is the first example in philosophy of an argument from thought and language to the world at large. It cannot of course be accepted as valid, but it is worthwhile to see what element of truth it contains. We can put the argument in this way: if language is not just nonsense, words must mean something, and in general they must not mean just other words, but something that is there whether we talk of it or not. Suppose, for example, that you talk of George Washington. Unless there were a historical person who had that name, the name, it would seem, would be meaningless, and sentences containing the name would be nonsense. Parmenides maintains that not only must George Washington have existed in the past, but in some sense he must still exist, since we can still use his name significantly. This seems obviously untrue, but how are we to get round the argument? Let us take an imaginary person, say Hamlet. Consider the statement Hamlet was Prince of Denmark. In some sense this is true, but not in the plain historical sense. The true statement is Shakespeare says that Hamlet was Prince of Denmark, or, more explicitly, Shakespeare says there was a Prince of Denmark called Hamlet. Here there is no longer anything imaginary. Shakespeare and Denmark and the noise Hamlet are all real, but the noise Hamlet is not really a name, since nobody is really called Hamlet. If you say Hamlet is the name of an imaginary person, that is not strictly correct. You ought to say it is imagined that Hamlet is the name of a real person. Hamlet is an imagined individual, unicorns are an imagined species. Some sentences in which the word unicorn occurs are true, and some are false, but in each case not directly. Consider a unicorn has one horn and a cow has two horns. To prove the latter you have to look at a cow. It is not enough to say that in some book cows are said to have two horns. But the evidence that unicorns have one horn is only to be found in books, and in fact the correct statement is, certain books assert that there are animals with one horn called unicorns. All statements about unicorns are really about the word unicorn, just as all statements about Hamlet are really about the word Hamlet. But it is obvious that, in most cases, we are not speaking of words, but of what the words mean. And this brings us back to the argument of Parmenides, that if a word can be used significantly it must mean something, not nothing, and therefore what the word means must in some sense exist. What, then, are we to say about George Washington? It seems we have only two alternatives: one is to say that he still exists, the other is to say that, when we use the words George Washington, we are not really speaking of the man who bore that name. Either seems a paradox, but the latter is less of a paradox, and I shall try to show a sense in which it is true. Parmenides assumes that words have a constant meaning. This is really the basis of his argument, which he supposes unquestionable. But although the dictionary or the encyclopedia gives what may be called the official and socially sanctioned meaning of a word, no two people who use the same word have just the same thought in their minds. George Washington himself could use his name and the word I as synonyms. He could perceive his own thoughts and the movements of his body, and could therefore use his name with a fuller meaning than was possible for anyone else. His friends, when in his presence, could perceive the movements of his body, and could divine his thoughts. To them, the name George Washington still denoted something concrete in their own experience. After his death they had to substitute memories for perceptions, which involved a change in the mental processes taking place when they used his name. For us, who never knew him, the mental processes are again different. We may think of his picture, and say to ourselves, yes, that man. We may think the first President of the United States. If we are very ignorant, he may be to us merely the man who was called George Washington. Whatever the name suggests to us, it must be not the man himself, since we never knew him, but something now present to sense or memory or thought. This shows the fallacy of the argument of Parmenides. This perpetual change in the meanings of words is concealed by the fact that, in general, the change makes no difference to the truth or falsehood of the propositions in which the words occur. If you take any true sentence in which the name George Washington occurs, it will, as a rule, remain true if you substitute the phrase the first President of the United States. There are exceptions to this rule. Before Washington's election, a man might say, I hope George Washington will be the first President of the United States, but he would not say, I hope the first President of the United States will be the first President of the United States, unless he had an unusual passion for the law of identity. But it is easy to make a rule for excluding these exceptional cases, and in those that remain you may substitute for George Washington any descriptive phrase that applies to him alone. And it is only by means of such phrases that we know what we know about him. Parmenides contends that, since we can now know what is commonly regarded as past, it cannot really be past, but must, in some sense, exist now. Hence he infers that there is no such thing as change. What we have been saying about George Washington meets this argument. It may be said, in a sense, that we have no knowledge of the past. When you recollect, the recollection occurs now, and is not identical with the event recollected. But the recollection affords a description of the past event, and for most practical purposes it is unnecessary to distinguish between the description and what it describes. This whole argument shows how easy it is to draw metaphysical conclusions from language, and how the only way to avoid fallacious arguments of this kind is to push the logical and psychological study of language further than has been done by most metaphysicians. I think, however, that, if Parmenides could return from the dead and read what I have been saying, he would regard it as very superficial. How do you know, he would ask, that your statements about George Washington refer to a past time? By your own account, the direct reference is to things now present. Your recollections, for instance, happen now, not at the time that you think you recollect. If memory is to be accepted as a source of knowledge, the past must be before the mind now, and must therefore in some sense still exist. I will not attempt to meet this argument now. It requires a discussion of memory, which is a difficult subject. I have put the argument here to remind the reader that philosophical theories, if they are important, can generally be revived in a new form after being refuted as originally stated. Refutations are seldom final. In most cases, they are only a prelude to further refinements. What subsequent philosophy, down to quite modern times, accepted from Parmenides, was not the impossibility of all change, which was too violent a paradox, but the indestructibility of substance. The word substance did not occur in his immediate successors, but the concept is already present in their speculations. A substance was supposed to be the persistent subject of varying predicates. As such it became, and remained for more than 2,000 years, one of the fundamental concepts of philosophy, psychology, physics, and theology. I shall have much to say about it at a later stage. For the present, I am merely concerned to note that it was introduced as a way of doing justice to the arguments of Parmenides without denying obvious facts. 6. Empedocles. The mixture of philosopher, prophet, man of science, and charlatan which we found already in Pythagoras, was exemplified very completely in Empedocles, who flourished about 440 BC, and was thus a younger contemporary of Parmenides, though his doctrine had in some ways more affinity with that of Heraclitus. He was a citizen of Acragas, on the south coast of Sicily. He was a democratic politician, who at the same time claimed to be a god. In most Greek cities, and especially in those of Sicily, there was a constant conflict between democracy and tyranny, the leaders of whichever party was at the moment defeated were executed or exiled. Those who were exiled seldom scrupled to enter into negotiations with the enemies of Greece, Persia in the east, Carthage in the west. Empedodes, in due course, was banished, but he appears, after his banishment, to have preferred the career of a sage to that of an intriguing refugee. It seems probable that in youth he was more or less Orphic, that before his exile he combined politics and science, and that it was only in later life, as an exile, that he became a prophet. Legend had much to say about Empedocles. He was supposed to have worked miracles, or what seemed such, sometimes by magic, sometimes by means of his scientific knowledge. He could control the winds, we are told. He restored to life a woman who had seemed dead for 30 days, finally, it is said, he died by leaping into the crater of Etna to prove that he was a god. In the words of the poet, great Empedocles, that ardent soul, leapt into Etna, and was roasted whole. Matthew Arnold wrote a poem on this subject, but, although one of his worst, it does not contain the above couplet. Like Parmenides, Empedocles wrote in verse. Lucretius, who was influenced by him, praised him highly as a poet, but on this subject opinions were divided. Since only fragments of his writings have survived, his poetic merit must remain in doubt. It is necessary to deal separately with his science and his religion, as they are not consistent with each other. I shall consider first his science, then his philosophy, and finally his religion. His most important contribution to science was his discovery of air as a separate substance. This he proved by the observation that when a bucket or any similar vessel is put upside down into water, the water does not enter into the bucket. He says, when a girl, playing with a water clock of shining brass, puts the orifice of the pipe upon her comely hand, and dips the water clock into the yielding mass of silvery water, the stream does not then flow into the vessel, but the bulk of the air inside, pressing upon the close-packed perforations, keeps it out till she uncovers the compressed stream, but then air escapes and an equal volume of water runs in. This passage occurs in an explanation of respiration. He also discovered at least one example of centrifugal force, that if a cup of water is whirled round at the end of a string, the water does not come out. He knew that there is sex in plants, and he had a theory, somewhat fantastic, it must be admitted, of evolution and the survival of the fittest. Originally, countless tribes of mortal creatures were scattered abroad endowed with all manner of forms, a wonder to behold. There were heads without necks, arms without shoulders, eyes without foreheads, solitary limbs seeking for union. These things joined together as each might chance. There were shambling creatures with countless hands, creatures with faces and breasts looking in different directions, creatures with the bodies of oxen and the faces of men, and others with the faces of oxen and the bodies of men. There were hermaphrodites combining the natures of men and women, but sterile. In the end, only certain forms survived. As regards astronomy, he knew that the moon shines by reflected light, and thought that this is also true of the sun. He said that light takes time to travel, but so little time that we cannot observe it. He knew that solar eclipses are caused by the interposition of the moon, a fact which he seems to have learned from Anaxagoras. He was the founder of the Italian school of medicine, and the medical school which sprang from him influenced both Plato and Aristotle. According to Burnet, p. 234, it affected the whole tendency of scientific and philosophical thinking. All this shows the scientific vigor of his time, which was not equaled in the later ages of Greece. I come now to his cosmology. It was he, as already mentioned, who established earth, air, fire, and water as the four elements, though the word element was not used by him. Each of these was everlasting, but they could be mixed in different proportions and thus produce the changing complex substances that we find in the world. They were combined by love and separated by strife. Love and strife were, for Empedocles, primitive substances on a level with earth, air, fire, and water. There were periods when love was in the ascendant, and others when strife was the stronger. There had been a golden age when love was completely victorious. In that age, men worshipped only the Cyprian Aphrodite, Fr 128. The changes in the world are not governed by any purpose, but only by chance and necessity. There is a cycle. When the elements have been thoroughly mixed by love, strife gradually sorts them out again. When strife has separated them, love gradually reunites them. Thus every compound substance is temporary, only the elements, together with love and strife, are everlasting. There is a similarity to Heraclitus, but a softening, since it is not strife alone, but strife and love together, that produce change. Plato couples Heraclitus and Empedocles in the Sophist, 242. There are Ionian, and in more recent times Sicilian, muses, who have arrived at the conclusion that to unite the two principles, of the one and the many, is safer, and to say that being is one and many, and that these are held together by enmity and friendship, ever parting, ever meeting, as the severer muses assert, while the gentler ones do not insist on the perpetual strife and peace, but admit a relaxation and alternation of them, peace and unity sometimes prevailing under the sway of Aphrodite, and then again plurality and war, by reason of a principle of strife. Empedocles held that the material world is a sphere, that in the Golden Age strife was outside and love inside, then, gradually, strife entered and love was expelled, until, at the worst, strife will be wholly within and love wholly without the sphere. Then, though for what reason is not clear, an opposite movement begins, until the Golden Age returns, but not forever. The whole cycle is then repeated. One might have supposed that either extreme could be stable, but that is not the view of Empedocles. He wished to explain motion while taking account of the arguments of Parmenides, and he had no wish to arrive, at any stage, at an unchanging universe. The views of Empedocles on religion are, in the main, Pythagorean. In a fragment which, in all likelihood, refers to Pythagoras, he says, "There was among them a man of rare knowledge, most skilled in all manner of wise works, a man who had won the utmost wealth of wisdom, for whensoever he strained with all his mind, he easily saw everything of all the things that are, in 10, yet 20 lifetimes of men." In the Golden Age, as already mentioned, men worshipped only Aphrodite, and the altar did not reek with pure bull's blood, but this was held in the greatest abomination among men, to eat the goodly limbs after tearing out the life. At one time he speaks of himself exuberantly as a god. Friends, that inhabit the great city looking down on the yellow rock of Acragas, up by the citadel, busy in goodly works, harbor of honor for the stranger, men unskilled in meanness, all hail. I go about among you an immortal god, no mortal now, honored among all as is meet, crowned with fillets and flowery garlands. Straightway, whenever I enter with these in my train, both men and women, into the flourishing towns, is reverence done me, they go after me in countless throngs, asking of me what is the way to gain, some desiring oracles, while some, who for many a weary day have been pierced by the grievous pangs of all manner of sickness, beg to hear from me the word of healing. But why do I harp on these things, as if it were any great matter that I should surpass mortal, perishable men? At another time he feels himself a great sinner, undergoing expiation for his impiety. There is an oracle of necessity, an ancient ordinance of the gods, eternal and sealed fast by broad oaths, that whenever one of the daemons, whose portion is length of days, has sinfully polluted his hands with blood, or followed strife and forsworn himself, he must wander thrice 10,000 years from the abodes of the blessed, being born throughout the time in all manners of mortal forms, changing one toilsome path of life for another. For the mighty air drives him into the sea, and the sea spews him forth upon the dry earth, earth tosses him into the beams of the blazing sun, and he flings him back to the eddies of air. One takes him from the other, and all reject him. One of these I now am, an exile and a wanderer from the gods, for that I put my trust in an insensate strife. What his sin had been, we do not know, perhaps nothing that we should think very grievous. For he says, "Ah, Woe is me that the pitiless day of death did not destroy me ere ever I wrought evil deeds of devouring with my lips. Abstain wholly from laurel leaves? Wretches, utter wretches, keep your hands from beans. So perhaps he had done nothing worse than munching laurel leaves or guzzling beans. The most famous passage in Plato, in which he compares this world to a cave, in which we see only shadows of the realities in the bright world above, is anticipated by Empedocles. Its origin is in the teaching of the Orphics. There are some, presumably those who abstain from sin through many incarnations, who at last achieve immortal bliss in the company of the gods. But at the last, they one appear among mortal men as prophets, songwriters, physicians, and princes, and thence they rise up as gods exalted in honor, sharing the hearth of the other gods and the same table, free from human woes, safe from destiny, and incapable of hurt. In all this, it would seem, there is very little that was not already contained in the teaching of Orphism and Pythagoreanism. The originality of Empedocles, outside science, consists in the doctrine of the four elements, and in the use of the two principles of love and strife to explain change. He rejected monism, and regarded the course of nature as regulated by chance and necessity rather than by purpose. In these respects his philosophy was more scientific than those of Parmenides, Plato, and Aristotle. In other respects, it is true, he acquiesced in current superstitions, but in this he was no worse than many more recent men of science. 7. Athens in relation to culture. The greatness of Athens begins at the time of the two Persian Wars, 490 BC and 480 to 79 BC. Before that time Ionia and Magna Graecia, the Greek cities of South Italy and Sicily, produced the great men. The victory of Athens against the Persian king Darius at Marathon, 490, and of the combined Greek fleets against his son and successor Xerxes, 480, under Athenian leadership, gave Athens great prestige. The Ionians in the islands and on part of the mainland of Asia Minor had rebelled against Persia, and their liberation was effected by Athens after the Persians had been driven from the mainland of Greece. In this operation the Spartans, who cared only about their own territory, took no part. Thus Athens became the predominant partner in an alliance against Persia. By the constitution of the alliance, any constituent state was bound to contribute either a specified number of ships, or the cost of them. Most chose the latter, and thus Athens acquired naval supremacy over the other allies, and gradually transformed the alliance into an Athenian empire. Athens became rich, and prospered under the wise leadership of Pericles, who governed, by the free choice of the citizens, for about 30 years, until his fall in 430 BC. The age of Pericles was the happiest and most glorious time in the history of Athens. Aeschylus, who had fought in the Persian Wars, inaugurated Greek tragedy. One of his tragedies, the Perse, departing from the custom of choosing Homeric subjects, deals with the defeat of Xerxes. He was quickly followed by Sophocles, and Sophocles by Euripides. Both extend into the dark days of the Peloponnesian War that followed the fall and death of Pericles, and Euripides reflects in his plays the scepticism of the later period. His contemporary Aristophanes, the comic poet, makes fun of all isms from the standpoint of robust and limited common sense. More particularly, he holds up Socrates to obloquy as one who denies the existence of Zeus and dabbles in unholy pseudo-scientific mysteries. Athens had been captured by Xerxes, and the temples on the Acropolis had been destroyed by fire. Pericles devoted himself to their reconstruction. The Parthenon and the other temples whose ruins remain to impress our age were built by him. Phidias the sculptor was employed by the state to make colossal statues of gods and goddesses. At the end of this period, Athens was the most beautiful and splendid city of the Hellenic world. Herodotus, the father of history, was a native of Halicarnassus, in Asia Minor, but lived in Athens, was encouraged by the Athenian state, and wrote his account of the Persian Wars from the Athenian point of view. The achievements of Athens in the time of Pericles are perhaps the most astonishing thing in all history. Until that time, Athens had lagged behind many other Greek cities, neither in art nor in literature had it produced any great man, except Solon, who was primarily a lawgiver. Suddenly, under the stimulus of victory and wealth and the need of reconstruction, architects, sculptors, and dramatists, who remain unsurpassed to the present day, produced works which dominated the future down to modern times. This is the more surprising when we consider the smallness of the population involved. Athens at its maximum, about 430 BC, is estimated to have numbered about 230,000, including slaves, and the surrounding territory of rural Attica probably contained a rather smaller population. Never before or since has anything approaching the same proportion of the inhabitants of any area shown itself capable of work of the highest excellence. In philosophy, Athens contributes only two great names, Socrates and Plato. Plato belongs to a somewhat later period, but Socrates passed his youth and early manhood under Pericles. The Athenians were sufficiently interested in philosophy to listen eagerly to teachers from other cities. The sophists were sought after by young men who wished to learn the art of disputation. In the Protagoras, the Platonic Socrates gives an amusing satirical description of the ardent disciples hanging on the words of the eminent visitor. Pericles, as we shall see, imported Anaxagoras, from whom Socrates professed to have learned the preeminence of mind in creation. Most of Plato's dialogues are supposed by him to take place during the time of Pericles, and they give an agreeable picture of life among the rich. Plato belonged to an aristocratic Athenian family, and grew up in the tradition of the period before war and democracy had destroyed the wealth and security of the upper classes. His young men, who have no need to work, spend most of their leisure in the pursuit of science and mathematics and philosophy. They know Homer almost by heart, and are critical judges of the merits of professional reciters of poetry. The art of deductive reasoning had been lately discovered, and afforded the excitement of new theories, both true and false, over the whole field of knowledge. It was possible in that age, as in few others, to be both intelligent and happy through intelligence. But the balance of forces which produced this golden age was precarious. It was threatened both from within and from within by the democracy, and from without by Sparta. To understand what happened after Pericles, we must consider briefly the earlier history of Attica. Attica, at the beginning of the historical period, was a self-supporting little agricultural region. Athens, its capital, was not large, but contained a growing population of artisans and skilled artificers who desired to dispose of their produce abroad. Gradually it was found more profitable to cultivate vines and olives rather than grain, and to import grain, chiefly from the coast of the Black Sea. This form of cultivation required more capital than the cultivation of grain, and the small farmers got into debt. Attica, like other Greek states, had been a monarchy in the Homeric age, but the king became a merely religious official without political power. The government fell into the hands of the aristocracy, who oppressed both the country farmers and the urban artisans. A compromise in the direction of democracy was effected by Solon early in the 6th century, and much of his work survived through a subsequent period of tyranny under Pisistratus and his sons. When this period came to an end, the aristocrats, as the opponents of tyranny, were able to recommend themselves to the democracy. Until the fall of Pericles, democratic processes gave power to the aristocracy, as in 19th century England. But towards the end of his life the leaders of the Athenian democracy began to demand a larger share of political power. At the same time, his imperialist policy, with which the economic prosperity of Athens was bound up, caused increasing friction with Sparta, leading at last to the Peloponnesian War, 431–404, in which Athens was completely defeated. In spite of political collapse, the prestige of Athens survived, and throughout almost a millennium philosophy was centered there. Alexandria eclipsed Athens in mathematics and science, but Plato and Aristotle had made Athens philosophically supreme. The academy, where Plato had taught, survived all other schools, and persisted, as an island of paganism, for 2 centuries after the conversion of the Roman Empire to Christianity. At last, In AD 529, it was closed by Justinian because of his religious bigotry, and the Dark Ages descended upon Europe. 8. Anaxagoras. The philosopher Anaxagoras, though not the equal of Pythagoras, Heraclitus, or Parmenides, has nevertheless a considerable historical importance. He was an Ionian, and carried on the scientific, rationalist tradition of Ionia. He was the first to introduce philosophy to the Athenians, and the first to suggest mind as the primary cause of physical changes. He was born at Clazomene, in Ionia, about the year 500 BC, but he spent about 30 years of his life in Athens, approximately from 462 to 432 BC. He was probably induced to come by Pericles, who was bent on civilizing his fellow townsmen. Perhaps Aspasia, who came from Miletus, introduced him to Pericles. Plato, in the Phaedrus, says, Pericles fell in, it seems, with Anaxagoras, who was a scientific man, and satiating himself with the theory of things on high, and having attained to a knowledge of the true nature of intellect and folly, which were just what the discourses of Anaxagoras were mainly about, he drew from that source whatever was of a nature to further him in the art of speech. It is said that Anaxagoras also influenced Euripides, but this is more doubtful. The citizens of Athens, like those of other cities in other ages and continents, showed a certain hostility to those who attempted to introduce a higher level of culture than that to which they were accustomed. When Pericles was growing old, his opponents began a campaign against him by attacking his friends. They accused Phaedias of embezzling some of the gold that was to be employed on his statues. They passed a law permitting impeachment of those who did not practice religion and taught theories about the things on high. Under this law, they prosecuted Anaxagoras, who was accused of teaching that the sun was a red-hot stone and the moon was earth. The same accusation was repeated by the prosecutors of Socrates, who made fun of them for being out of date. What happened is not certain, except that Anaxagoras had to leave Athens. It seems probable that Pericles got him out of prison and managed to get him away. He returned to Ionia, where he founded a school. In accordance with his will, the anniversary of his death was kept as a school children's holiday. Anaxagoras held that everything is infinitely divisible, and that even the smallest portion of matter contains some of each element. Things appear to be that of which they contain most. Thus, for example, everything contains some fire, but we only call it fire if that element preponderates. Like Empedocles, he argues against the void, saying that the clepsydra or an inflated skin shows that there is air where there seems to be nothing. He differed from his predecessors in regarding mind, nous, as a substance which enters into the composition of living things, and distinguishes them from dead matter. In everything, he says, there is a portion of everything except mind, and some things contain mind also. Mind has power over all things that have life, it is infinite and self-ruled, and is mixed with nothing. Except as regards mind, everything, however small, contains portions of all opposites, such as hot and cold, white and black. He maintained that snow is black, in part. Mind is the source of all motion. It causes a rotation, which is gradually spreading throughout the world, and is causing the lightest things to go to the circumference, and the heaviest to fall towards the center. Mind is uniform, and is just as good in animals as in man. Man's apparent superiority is due to the fact that he has hands, all seeming differences of intelligence are really due to bodily differences. Both Aristotle and the Platonic Socrates complain that Anaxagoras, after introducing mind, makes very little use of it. Aristotle points out that he only introduces mind as a cause when he knows no other. Whenever he can, he gives a mechanical explanation. He rejected necessity and chance as giving the origins of things, nevertheless, there was no providence in his cosmology. He does not seem to have thought much about ethics or religion, probably he was an atheist, as his prosecutors maintained. All his predecessors influenced him, except Pythagoras. The influence of Parmenides was the same in his case as in that of Empedocles. In science he had great merit. It was he who first explained that the moon shines by reflected light, though there is a cryptic fragment in Parmenides suggesting that he also knew this. Anaxagoras gave the correct theory of eclipses, and knew that the moon is below the sun. The sun and stars, he said, are fiery stones, but we do not feel the heat of the stars because they are too distant. The sun is larger than the Peloponnesus. The moon has mountains, and, he thought, inhabitants. Anaxagoras is said to have been of the school of Anaximenes. Certainly he kept alive the rationalist and scientific tradition of the Ionians. One does not find in him the ethical and religious preoccupations which, passing from the Pythagoreans to Socrates and from Socrates to Plato, brought an obscurantist bias into Greek philosophy. He is not quite in the first rank, but he is important as the first to bring philosophy to Athens, and as one of the influences that helped to form Socrates. 9. The Atomists. The founders of atomism were two, Leucippus and Democritus. It is difficult to disentangle them, because they are generally mentioned together, and apparently some of the works of Leucippus were subsequently attributed to Democritus. Leucippus, who seems to have flourished about 440 BC, came from Miletus, and carried on the scientific rationalist philosophy associated with that city. He was much influenced by Parmenides and Zeno. So little is known of him that Epicurus, a later follower of Democritus, was thought to have denied his existence altogether, and some moderns have revived this theory. There are, however, a number of allusions to him in Aristotle, and it seems incredible that these, which include textual quotations, would have occurred if he had been merely a myth. Democritus is a much more definite figure. He was a native of Abdera in Thrace. As for his date, he stated that he was young when Anaxagoras was old, say about 432 BC, and he is taken to have flourished about 420 BC. He traveled widely in southern and eastern lands in search of knowledge. He perhaps spent a considerable time in Egypt, and he certainly visited Persia. He then returned to Abdera, where he remained. Zeller calls him superior to all earlier and contemporary philosophers in wealth of knowledge, and to most in acuteness and logical correctness of thinking. Democritus was a contemporary of Socrates and the Sophists, and should, on purely chronological grounds, be treated somewhat later in our history. The difficulty is that he is so hard to separate from Leucippus. On this ground, I am considering him before Socrates and the Sophists, although part of his philosophy was intended as an answer to Protagoras, his fellow townsman and the most eminent of the Sophists. Protagoras, when he visited Athens, was received enthusiastically. Democritus, on the other hand, says, "I went to Athens, and no one knew me." For a long time, his philosophy was ignored in Athens. It is not clear, says Bertrand, that Plato knew anything about Democritus. Aristotle, on the other hand, knows Democritus well, for he too was an Ionian from the north too. Plato never mentions him in the dialogues, but is said by Diogenes Laertius to have disliked him so much that he wished all his books burnt. Heath esteems him highly as a mathematician. 3. The fundamental ideas of the common philosophy of Leucippus and Democritus were due to the former, but as regards the working out it is hardly possible to disentangle them, nor is it, for our purposes, important to make the attempt. Leucippus, if not Democritus, was led to atomism in the attempt to mediate between monism and pluralism, as represented by Parmenides and Empedocles respectively. Their point of view was remarkably like that of modern science, and avoided most of the faults to which Greek speculation was prone. They believed that everything is composed of atoms, which are physically, but not geometrically, indivisible, that between the atoms there is empty space, that atoms are indestructible, that they always have been, and always will be, in motion, that there are an infinite number of atoms, and even of kinds of atoms, the differences being as regards shape and size. Aristotle asserts that, according to the atomists, atoms also differ as regards heat, the spherical atoms, which compose fire, being the hottest, and as regards weight, he quotes Democritus as saying the more any indivisible exceeds, the heavier it is. But the question whether atoms are originally possessed of weight in the theories of the atomists is a controversial one. The atoms were always in motion, but there is disagreement among commentators as to the character of the original motion. Some, especially Zeller, hold that the atoms were thought to be always falling, and that the heavier ones fell faster, they thus caught up the lighter ones, there were impacts, and the atoms were deflected like billiard balls. This was certainly the view of Epicurus, who in most respects based his theories on those of Democritus, while trying, rather unintelligently, to take account of Aristotle's criticisms. But there is considerable reason to think that weight was not an original property of the atoms of Leucippus and Democritus. It seems more probable that, on their view, atoms were originally moving at random, as in the modern kinetic theory of gases. Democritus said there was neither up nor down in the infinite void, and compared the movement of atoms in the soul to that of motes in a sunbeam when there is no wind. This is a much more intelligent view than that of Epicurus, and I think we may assume it to have been that of Leucippus and Democritus. 5. As a result of collisions, collections of atoms came to form vortices. The rest proceeded much as in Anaxagoras, but it was an advance to explain the vortices mechanically rather than as due to the action of mind. It was common in antiquity to reproach the atomists with attributing everything to chance. They were, on the contrary, strict determinists, who believed that everything happens in accordance with natural laws. Democritus explicitly denied that anything can happen by chance. 6 Leucippus, though his existence is questioned, is known to have said one thing, naught happens for nothing, but everything from a ground and of necessity. It is true that he gave no reason why the world should originally have been as it was. This, perhaps, might have been attributed to chance. But when once the world existed, its further development was unalterably fixed by mechanical principles. Aristotle and others reproached him and Democritus for not accounting for the original motion of the atoms, but in this the atomists were more scientific than their critics. Causation must start from something, and wherever it starts no cause can be assigned for the initial datum. The world may be attributed to a creator, but even then the creator himself is unaccounted for. The theory of the atomists, in fact, was more nearly that of modern science than any other theory propounded in antiquity. The atomists, unlike Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, sought to explain the world without introducing the notion of purpose or final cause. The final cause of an occurrence is an event in the future for the sake of which the occurrence takes place. In human affairs, this conception is applicable. Why does the baker make bread? Because people will be hungry. Why are railways built? Because people will wish to travel. In such cases, things are explained by the purpose they serve. When we ask why, concerning an event, we may mean either of two things. We may mean, what purpose did this event serve, or we may mean, what earlier circumstances caused this event. The answer to the former question is a teleological explanation, or an explanation by final causes. The answer to the latter question is a mechanistic explanation. I do not see how it could have been known in advance which of these two questions science ought to ask, or whether it ought to ask both. But experience has shown that the mechanistic question leads to scientific knowledge, while the teleological question does not. The atomists asked the mechanistic question, and gave a mechanistic answer. Their successors, until the Renaissance, were more interested in the teleological question, and thus led science up a blind alley. In regard to both questions alike, there is a limitation which is often ignored, both in popular thought and in philosophy. Neither question can be asked intelligibly about reality as a whole, including God, but only about parts of it. As regards the teleological explanation, it usually arrives, before long, at a creator, or at least an artificer, whose purposes are realized in the course of nature. But if a man is so obstinately teleological as to continue to ask what purpose is served by the creator, it becomes obvious that his question is impious. It is, moreover, unmeaning, since, to make it significant, we should have to suppose the creator created by some super-creator whose purposes he served. The conception of purpose, therefore, is only applicable within reality, not to reality as a whole. A not dissimilar argument applies to mechanistic explanations. One event is caused by another, the other by a third, and so on. But if we ask for a cause of the whole, we are driven again to the creator, who must himself be uncaused. All causal explanations, therefore, must have an arbitrary beginning. That is why it is no defect in the theory of the atomists to have left the original movements of the atoms unaccounted for. It must not be supposed that their reasons for their theories were wholly empirical. The atomic theory was revived in modern times to explain the facts of chemistry, but these facts were not known to the Greeks. There was no very sharp distinction, in ancient times, between empirical observation and logical argument. Parmenides, it is true, treated observed facts with contempt, but Empedocles and Anaxagoras would combine much of their metaphysics with observations on water clocks and whirling buckets. Until the Sophists, no philosopher seems to have doubted that a complete metaphysic and cosmology could be established by a combination of much reasoning and some observation. By good luck, the atomists hit on a hypothesis for which, more than 2,000 years later, some evidence was found, but their belief, in their day, was none the less destitute of any solid foundation. 7. Like the other philosophers of his time, Leucippus was concerned to find a way of reconciling the arguments of Parmenides with the obvious fact of motion and change. As Aristotle says 8. Although these opinions, those of Parmenides, appear to follow logically in a dialectical discussion, yet to believe them seems next door to madness when one considers the facts. For indeed no lunatic seems to be so far out of his senses as to suppose that fire and ice are one. It is only between what is right and what seems right from habit that some people are mad enough to see no difference. Leucippus, however, thought he had a theory which harmonized with sense perception and would not abolish either coming to be and passing away or motion and the multiplicity of things. He made these concessions to the facts of perception. On the other hand, he conceded to the monists that there could be no motion without a void. The result is a theory which he states as follows: the void is a not being, and no part of what is a not being, for what is in the strict sense of the term is an absolute plenum. This plenum, however, is not one; on the contrary, it is a many, infinite in number and invisible owing to the minuteness of their bulk. The many move in the void, for there is a void, and by coming together they produce coming to be, while by separating they produce passing away. Moreover, they act and suffer action whenever they chance to be in contact, for there they are not one, and they generate by being put together and become intertwined. From the genuinely one, on the other hand, there could never have come to be a multiplicity, nor from the genuinely many a one. That is impossible. It will be seen that there was one point on which everybody so far was agreed, namely that there could be no motion in a plenum. In this, all alike were mistaken. There can be cyclic motion in a plenum, provided it has always existed. The idea was that a thing could only move into an empty place, and that, in a plenum, there are no empty places. It might be contended, perhaps validly, that motion could never begin in a plenum. But it cannot be validly maintained that it could not occur at all. To the Greeks, however, it seemed that one must either acquiesce in the unchanging world of Parmenides, or admit the void. Now the arguments of Parmenides against not being seemed logically irrefutable against the void, and they were reinforced by the discovery that where there seems to be nothing there is air. This is an example of the confused mixture of logic and observation that was common. We may put the Parmenidean position in this way: you say there is the void, therefore the void is not nothing, therefore it is not the void. It cannot be said that the atomists answered this argument; they merely proclaimed that they propose to ignore it, on the ground that motion is a fact of experience, and therefore there must be a void, however difficult it may be to conceive. 9. Let us consider the subsequent history of this problem. The first and most obvious way of avoiding the logical difficulty is to distinguish between matter and space. According to this view, space is not nothing, but is of the nature of a receptacle, which may or may not have any given part filled with matter. Aristotle says, Physics, 208b. The theory that the void exists involves the existence of place, for one would define void as place bereft of body. This view is set forth with the utmost explicitness by Newton, who asserts the existence of absolute space, and accordingly distinguishes absolute from relative motion. In the Copernican controversy, both sides, however little they may have realized it, were committed to this view, since they thought there was a difference between saying the heavens revolve from east to west and saying the earth rotates from west to east. If all motion is relative, these two statements are merely different ways of saying the same thing, like John is the father of James and James is the son of John. But if all motion is relative, and space is not substantial, we are left with the Parmenidean arguments against the void on our hands. Descartes, whose arguments are of just the same sort as those of early Greek philosophers, said that extension is the essence of matter, and therefore there is matter everywhere. For him, extension is an adjective, not a substantive, its substantive is matter, and without its substantive it cannot exist. Empty space, to him, is as absurd as happiness without a sentient being who is happy. Leibniz, on somewhat different grounds, also believed in the plenum, but he maintained that space is merely a system of relations. On this subject there was a famous controversy between him and Newton, the latter represented by Clarke. The controversy remained undecided until the time of Einstein, whose theory conclusively gave the victory to Leibniz. The modern physicist, while he still believes that matter is in some sense atomic, does not believe in empty space. Where there is not matter, there is still something, notably light waves. Matter no longer has the lofty status that it acquired in philosophy through the arguments of Parmenides. It is not unchanging substance, but merely a way of grouping events. Some events belong to groups that can be regarded as material things, others, such as light waves, do not. It is the events that are the stuff of the world, and each of them is of brief duration. In this respect, modern physics is on the side of Heraclitus as against Parmenides. But it was on the side of Parmenides until Einstein and quantum theory. As regards space, the modern view is that it is neither a substance, as Newton maintained, and as Leucippus and Democritus ought to have said, nor an adjective of extended bodies, as Descartes thought, but a system of relations, as Leibniz held. It is not by any means clear whether this view is compatible with the existence of the void. Perhaps, as a matter of abstract logic, it can be reconciled with the void. We might say that, between any two things, there is a certain greater or smaller distance, and that distance does not imply the existence of intermediate things. Such a point of view, however, would be impossible to utilize in modern physics. Since Einstein, distance is between events, not between things, and involves time as well as space. It is essentially a causal conception, and in modern physics there is no action at a distance. All this, however, is based upon empirical rather than logical grounds. Moreover, the modern view cannot be stated except in terms of differential equations, and would therefore be unintelligible to the philosophers of antiquity. It would seem, accordingly, that the logical development of the views of the atomists is the Newtonian theory of absolute space, which meets the difficulty of attributing reality to not being. To this theory there are no logical objections. The chief objection is that absolute space is absolutely unknowable, and cannot therefore be a necessary hypothesis in an empirical science. The more practical objection is that physics can get on without it. But the world of the atomists remains logically possible, and is more akin to the actual world than is the world of any other of the ancient philosophers. Democritus worked out his theories in considerable detail, and some of the working out is interesting. Each atom, he said, was impenetrable and indivisible because it contained no void. When you use a knife to cut an apple, the knife has to find empty places where it can penetrate. If the apple contained no void, it would be infinitely hard and therefore physically indivisible. Each atom is internally unchanging, and in fact a Parmenidean one. The only things that atoms do are to move and hit each other, and sometimes to combine when they happen to have shapes that are capable of interlocking. They are of all sorts of shapes. Fire is composed of small spherical atoms, and so is the soul. Atoms, by collision, produce vortices, which generate bodies and ultimately worlds. 10 There are many worlds, some growing, some decaying, some may have no sun or moon, some several. Every world has a beginning and an end. A world may be destroyed by collision with a larger world. This cosmology may be summarized in Shelley's words. Worlds on worlds are rolling ever, from creation to decay, like the bubbles on a river, sparkling, bursting, borne away. Life developed out of the primeval slime. There is some fire everywhere in a living body, but most in the brain or in the breast. On this, authorities differ. Thought is a kind of motion, and is thus able to cause motion elsewhere. Perception and thought are physical processes. Perception is of two sorts, one of the senses, one of the understanding. Perceptions of the latter sort depend only on the things perceived, while those of the former sort depend also on our senses, and are therefore apt to be deceptive. Like Locke. Democritus held that such qualities as warmth, taste, and color are not really in the object, but are due to our sense organs, while such qualities as weight, density, and hardness are really in the object. Democritus was a thoroughgoing materialist. For him, as we have seen, the soul was composed of atoms, and thought was a physical process. There was no purpose in the universe, there were only atoms governed by mechanical laws. He disbelieved in popular religion, and he argued against the nous of Anaxagoras. In ethics he considered cheerfulness the goal of life, and regarded moderation and culture as the best means to it. He disliked everything violent and passionate. He disapproved of sex, because, he said, it involved the overwhelming of consciousness by pleasure. He valued friendship, but thought ill of women, and did not desire children, because their education interferes with philosophy. In all this, he was very like Jeremy Bentham. He was equally so in his love of what the Greeks called democracy. 11. Democritus, such, at least, is my opinion, is the last of the Greek philosophers to be free from a certain fault which vitiated all later ancient and medieval thought. All the philosophers we have been considering so far were engaged in a disinterested effort to understand the world. They thought it easier to understand than it is, but without this optimism they would not have had the courage to make a beginning. Their attitude, in the main, was genuinely scientific whenever it did not merely embody the prejudices of their age. But it was not only scientific, it was imaginative and vigorous and filled with the delight of adventure. They were interested in everything: meteors and eclipses, fishes and whirlwinds, religion and morality. With a penetrating intellect they combine the zest of children. From this point onwards, there are first certain seeds of decay, in spite of previously unmatched achievement, and then a gradual decadence. What is amiss, even in the best philosophy after Democritus, is an undue emphasis on man as compared with the universe. First comes scepticism, with the sophists, leading to a study of how we know rather than to the attempt to acquire fresh knowledge. Then comes, with Socrates, the emphasis on ethics, with Plato, the rejection of the world of sense in favor of the self-created world of pure thought, with Aristotle, the belief in purpose as the fundamental concept in science. In spite of the genius of Plato and Aristotle, their thought has vices which proved infinitely harmful. After their time, there was a decay of vigor, and a gradual recrudescence of popular superstition. A partially new outlook arose as a result of the victory of Catholic orthodoxy, but it was not until the Renaissance that philosophy regained the vigor and independence that characterized the predecessors of Socrates. 10. Protagoras. The great pre-Socratic systems that we have been considering were confronted, in the latter half of the 5th century, by a sceptical movement, in which the most important figure was Protagoras, chief of the Sophists. The word sophist had originally no bad connotation. It meant, As nearly as may be, what we mean by professor. A sophist was a man who made his living by teaching young men certain things that, it was thought, would be useful to them in practical life. As there was no public provision for such education, the sophists taught only those who had private means, or whose parents had. This tended to give them a certain class bias, which was increased by the political circumstances of the time. In Athens and many other cities, democracy was politically triumphant, but nothing had been done to diminish the wealth of those who belonged to the old aristocratic families. It was, in the main, the rich who embodied what appears to us as Hellenic culture. They had education and leisure, travel had taken the edge off their traditional prejudices, and the time that they spent in discussion sharpened their wits. What was called democracy did not touch the institution of slavery, which enabled the rich to enjoy their wealth without oppressing free citizens. In many cities, however, and especially in Athens, the poorer citizens had towards the rich a double hostility, that of envy, and that of traditionalism. The rich were supposed often with justice to be impious and immoral, they were subverting ancient beliefs, and probably trying to destroy democracy. It thus happened that political democracy was associated with cultural conservatism, while those who were cultural innovators tended to be political reactionaries. Somewhat the same situation exists in modern America, where Tammany, as a mainly Catholic organization, is engaged in defending traditional theological and ethical dogmas against the assaults of enlightenment. But the enlightened are politically weaker in America than they were in Athens, because they have failed to make common cause with the plutocracy. There is, however, one important and highly intellectual class which is concerned with the defense of the plutocracy, namely the class of corporation lawyers. In some respects, their functions are similar to those that were performed in Athens by the sophists. Athenian democracy, though it had the grave limitation of not including slaves or women, was in some respects more democratic than any modern system. Judges and most executive officers were chosen by lot, and served for short periods. They were thus average citizens, like our jurymen, with the prejudices and lack of professionalism characteristic of average citizens. In general, there were a large number of judges to hear each case. The plaintiff and defendant, or prosecutor and accused, appeared in person, not through professional lawyers. Naturally, success or failure depended largely on oratorical skill in appealing to popular prejudices. Although a man had to deliver his own speech, he could hire an expert to write the speech for him, or, as many preferred, he could pay for instruction in the arts required for success in the law courts. These arts the sophists were supposed to teach. The age of Pericles is analogous, in Athenian history, to the Victorian age in the history of England. Athens was rich and powerful, not much troubled by wars, and possessed of a democratic constitution administered by aristocrats. As we have seen, in connection with Anaxagoras, a democratic opposition to Pericles gradually gathered strength, and attacked his friends one by one. The Peloponnesian War broke out in 431 BC. Athens, in common with many other places, was ravaged by the plague. The population, which had been about 230,000, was greatly reduced, and never rose again to its former level. Berry, History of Greece, p. 444. Pericles himself, in 430 BC, was deposed from the office of general and fined for misappropriation of public money, but soon reinstated. His two legitimate sons died of the plague, and he himself died in the following year, 429. Pheodias and Anaxagoras were condemned. Aspasia was prosecuted for impiety and for keeping a disorderly house, but acquitted. In such a community, it was natural that men who were likely to incur the hostility of democratic politicians should wish to acquire forensic skill. For Athens, though much addicted to persecution, was in one respect less illiberal than modern America, since those accused of impiety and corrupting the young were allowed to plead in their own defense. This explains the popularity of the sophists with one class and their unpopularity with another. But in their own minds they served more impersonal purposes, and it is clear that many of them were genuinely concerned with philosophy. Plato devoted himself to caricaturing and vilifying them, but they must not be judged by his polemics. In his lighter vein, take the following passage from the Euthydemus, in which two sophists, Dionysodorus and Euthydemus, set to work to puzzle a simple-minded person named Ctesippus. Dionysodorus begins. "You say that you have a dog?" "Yes, a villain of a one," said Ctesippus. "And he has puppies?" "Yes, and they are very like himself." "And the dog is the father of them?" "Yes," he said, "I certainly saw him and the mother of the puppies come together." "And is he not yours?" "To be sure he is." "Then he is a father, and he is yours, ergo, he is your father. And the puppies are your brothers." In a more serious vein, take the dialogue called the Sophist. This is a logical discussion of definition, which uses the sophist as an illustration. With its logic we are not at present concerned. The only thing I wish to mention at the moment as regards this dialogue is the final conclusion. The art of contradiction making, descended from an insincere kind of conceited mimicry, of the semblance-making breed, derived from image-making, distinguished as a portion, not divine but human, of production, that presents a shadow play of words such as the blood and lineage which can, with perfect truth, be assigned to the authentic sophist. Cornford's translation. There is a story about Protagoras, no doubt apocryphal, which illustrates the connection of the sophists with the law courts in the popular mind. It is said that he taught a young man on the terms that he should be paid his fee if the young man won his first lawsuit, but not otherwise, and that the young man's first lawsuit was one brought by Protagoras for recovery of his fee. However, it is time to leave these preliminaries and see what is really known about Protagoras. Protagoras was born about 500 BC, at Abdera, the city from which Democritus came. He twice visited Athens, his second visit being not later than 432 BC. He made a code of laws for the city of Thurii in 444-3 BC. There is a tradition that he was prosecuted for impiety, but this seems to be untrue, in spite of the fact that he wrote a book on the gods, which began, "With regard to the gods, I cannot feel sure either that they are or that they are not, nor what they are like in figure, for there are many things that hinder sure knowledge, the obscurity of the subject and the shortness of human life." His second visit to Athens is described somewhat satirically in Plato's Protagoras, and his doctrines are discussed seriously in the Theaetetus. He is chiefly noted for his doctrine that man is the measure of all things, of things that they are, and of things that are not that they are not. This is interpreted as meaning that each man is the measure of all things, and that, when men differ, there is no objective truth in virtue of which one is right and the other wrong. The doctrine is essentially sceptical, and is presumably based on the deceitfulness of the senses. One of the three founders of pragmatism, F.C.S. Schiller, was in the habit of calling himself a disciple of Protagoras. This was, I think, because Plato, in the Theaetetus, suggests, as an interpretation of Protagoras, that one opinion can be better than another, though it cannot be truer. For example, when a man has jaundice everything looks yellow. There is no sense in saying that things are really not yellow, but the color they look to a man in health. We can say, however, that, since health is better than sickness, the opinion of the man in health is better than that of the man who has jaundice. This point of view, obviously, is akin to pragmatism. The disbelief in objective truth makes the majority, for practical purposes, the arbiters as to what to believe. Hence Protagoras was led to a defense of law and convention and traditional morality. While, as we saw, he did not know whether the gods existed, he was sure they ought to be worshipped. This point of view is obviously the right one for a man whose theoretical scepticism is thoroughgoing and logical. Protagoras spent his adult life in a sort of perpetual lecture tour through the cities of Greece, teaching, for a fee, anyone who desired practical efficiency and higher mental culture. Zeller, p. 1299. Plato objects somewhat snobbishly, according to modern notions, to the sophists' practice of charging money for instruction. Plato himself had adequate private means, and was unable, apparently, to realize the necessities of those who had not his good fortune. It is odd that modern professors, who see no reason to refuse a salary, have so frequently repeated Plato's strictures. There was, however, another point in which the sophists differed from most contemporary philosophers. It was usual, except among the sophists, for a teacher to found a school, which had some of the properties of a brotherhood. There was a greater or smaller amount of common life, there was often something analogous to a monastic rule, and there was usually an esoteric doctrine not proclaimed to the public. All this was natural wherever philosophy had arisen out of Orphism. Among the sophists there was none of this. What they had to teach was not, in their minds, connected with religion or virtue. They taught the art of arguing, and as much knowledge as would help in this art. Broadly speaking, they were prepared, like modern lawyers, to show how to argue for or against any opinion, and were not concerned to advocate conclusions of their own. Those to whom philosophy was a way of life, closely bound up with religion, were naturally shocked. To them, the sophists appeared frivolous and immoral. To some extent, though, it is impossible to say how far the odium which the sophists incurred, not only with the general public, but with Plato and subsequent philosophers, was due to their intellectual merit. The pursuit of truth, when it is wholehearted, must ignore moral considerations. We cannot know in advance that the truth will turn out to be what is thought edifying in a given society. The sophists were prepared to follow an argument wherever it might lead them. Often it led them to scepticism. One of them, Gorgias, maintained that nothing exists, that if anything exists, it is unknowable, and granting it even to exist and to be knowable by any one man, he could never communicate it to others. We do not know what his arguments were, but I can well imagine that they had a logical force which compelled his opponents to take refuge in edification. Plato is always concerned to advocate views that will make people what he thinks virtuous. He is hardly ever intellectually honest, because he allows himself to judge doctrines by their social consequences. Even about this, he is not honest. He pretends to follow the argument and to be judging by purely theoretical standards, when in fact he is twisting the discussion so as to lead to a virtuous result. He introduced this vice into philosophy, where it has persisted ever since. It was probably largely hostility to the sophists that gave this character to his dialogues. One of the defects of all philosophers since Plato is that their inquiries into ethics proceed on the assumption that they already know the conclusions to be reached. It seems that there were men, in the Athens of the late 5th century, who taught political doctrines which seemed immoral to their contemporaries, and seem so to the democratic nations of the present day. Thrasymachus, in the first book of the Republic, argues that there is no justice except the interest of the stronger, that laws are made by governments for their own advantage, and that there is no impersonal standard to which to appeal in contests for power. Callicles, according to Plato, in the Gorgias, maintained a similar doctrine. The law of nature, he said, is the law of the stronger, but for convenience men have established institutions and moral precepts to restrain the strong. Such doctrines have won much wider assent in our day than they did in antiquity. And whatever may be thought of them, they are not characteristic of the sophists. During the 5th century, whatever part the sophists may have had in the change, there was in Athens a transformation from a certain stiff Puritan simplicity to a quick wit and rather cruel cynicism in conflict with a slow wit and equally cruel defense of crumbling orthodoxy. At the beginning of the century comes the Athenian championship of the cities of Ionia against the Persians, and the victory of Marathon in 490 BC. At the end comes the defeat of Athens by Sparta in 404 BC, and the execution of Socrates in 399 BC. After this time Athens ceased to be politically important, but acquired undoubted cultural supremacy, which it retained until the victory of Christianity. Something of the history of 5th century Athens is essential to the understanding of Plato and of all subsequent Greek thought. In the First Persian War, the chief glory went to the Athenians, owing to the decisive victory at Marathon. In the Second War, 10 years later, the Athenians still were the best of the Greeks at sea, but on land victory was mainly due to the Spartans, who were the acknowledged leaders of the Hellenic world. The Spartans, however, were narrowly provincial in their outlook, and ceased to oppose the Persians when they had been chased out of European Greece. The championship of the Asiatic Greeks, and the liberation of the islands that had been conquered by the Persians, was undertaken, with great success, by Athens. Athens became the leading sea power, and acquired a considerable imperialist control over the Ionian Islands. Under the leadership of Pericles, who was a moderate democrat and a moderate imperialist, Athens prospered. The great temples, whose ruins are still the glory of Athens, were built by his initiative, to replace those destroyed by Xerxes. The city increased very rapidly in wealth, and also in culture, and, as invariably happens at such times, particularly when wealth is due to foreign commerce, traditional morality and traditional beliefs decayed. There was at this time in Athens an extraordinarily large number of men of genius. The three great dramatists, Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, all belonged to the 5th century. Aeschylus fought at Marathon and saw the Battle of Salamis. Sophocles was still religiously orthodox. But Euripides was influenced by Protagoras and by the free-thinking spirit of the time, and his treatment of the myths is sceptical and subversive. Aristophanes, the comic poet, made fun of Socrates, sophists, and philosophers, but, nevertheless, belonged to their circle. In the Symposium Plato represents him as on very friendly terms with Socrates. Pheodias the sculptor, as we have seen, belonged to the circle of Pericles. The excellence of Athens, at this period, was artistic rather than intellectual. None of the great mathematicians or philosophers of the 5th century were Athenians, with the exception of Socrates, and Socrates was not a writer, but a man who confined himself to oral discussion. The outbreak of the Peloponnesian War in 431 BC and the death of Pericles in 429 BC introduced a darker period in Athenian history. The Athenians were superior at sea, but the Spartans had supremacy on land, and repeatedly occupied Attica, except Athens, during the summer. The result was that Athens was overcrowded, and suffered severely from the plague. In 414 BC the Athenians sent a large expedition to Sicily, in the hope of capturing Syracuse, which was allied with Sparta, but the attempt was a failure. War made the Athenians fierce and persecuting. In 416 BC they conquered the island of Melos, put to death all men of military age and enslaved the other inhabitants. The Trojan women of Euripides is a protest against such barbarism. The conflict had an ideological aspect, since Sparta was the champion of oligarchy and Athens of democracy. The Athenians had reason to suspect some of their own aristocrats of treachery, which was generally thought to have had a part in the final naval defeat at the Battle of Aegispotami in 405 BC. At the end of the war, the Spartans established in Athens an oligarchical government, known as the 30 Tyrants. Some of the 30, including Critias, their chief, had been pupils of Socrates. They were deservedly unpopular, and were overthrown within a year. With the compliance of Sparta, democracy was restored, but it was an embittered democracy, precluded by an amnesty from direct vengeance against its internal enemies, but glad of any pretext, not covered by the amnesty, for prosecuting them. It was in this atmosphere that the trial and death of Socrates took place, 399 BC. Part 2. Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. 11. Socrates. Socrates is a very difficult subject for the historian. There are many men concerning whom it is certain that very little is known, and other men concerning whom it is certain that a great deal is known, but in the case of Socrates the uncertainty is as to whether we know very little or a great deal. He was undoubtedly an Athenian citizen of moderate means, who spent his time in disputation, and taught philosophy to the young, but not for money, like the sophists. He was certainly tried, condemned to death, and executed in 399 BC, at about the age of 70. He was unquestionably a well-known figure in Athens, since Aristophanes caricatured him in the clouds. But beyond this point we become involved in controversy. Two of his pupils, Xenophon and Plato, wrote voluminously about him, but they said very different things. Even when they agree, it has been suggested by Bertrand that Xenophon is copying Plato. Where they disagree, some believe the one, some the other, some neither. In such a dangerous dispute, I shall not venture to take sides, but I will set out briefly the various points of view. Let us begin with Xenophon, a military man, not very liberally endowed with brains, and on the whole conventional in his outlook. Xenophon is pained that Socrates should have been accused of impiety and of corrupting the youth. He contends that, on the contrary, Socrates was eminently pious and had a thoroughly wholesome effect upon those who came under his influence. His ideas, it appears, so far from being subversive, were rather dull and commonplace. This defense goes too far, since it leaves the hostility to Socrates unexplained. As Bertrand says, Thales to Plato, p. 149. Xenophon's defense of Socrates is too successful. He would never have been put to death if he had been like that. There has been a tendency to think that everything Xenophon says must be true, because he had not the wits to think of anything untrue. This is a very invalid line of argument. A stupid man's report of what a clever man says is never accurate, because he unconsciously translates what he hears into something that he can understand. I would rather be reported by my bitterest enemy among philosophers than by a friend innocent of philosophy. We cannot therefore accept what Xenophon says if it either involves any difficult point in philosophy or is part of an argument to prove that Socrates was unjustly condemned. Nevertheless, some of Xenophon's reminiscences are very convincing. He tells, as Plato also does, how Socrates was continually occupied with the problem of getting competent men into positions of power. He would ask such questions as, if I wanted a shoe mended, whom should I employ? To which some ingenuous youth would answer, a shoemaker, O Socrates. He would go on to carpenters, coppersmiths, etc., and finally ask some such question as who should mend the ship of state. When he fell into conflict with the 30 tyrants, Critias, their chief, who knew his ways from having studied under him, forbade him to continue teaching the young, and added, you had better be done with your shoemakers, carpenters, and coppersmiths. These must be pretty well trodden out at heel by this time, considering the circulation you have given them. Xenophon, Memorabilia, B.K. I, Chapter 2. This happened during the brief oligarchic government established by the Spartans at the end of the Peloponnesian War. But at most times Athens was democratic, so much so that even generals were elected or chosen by lot. Socrates came across a young man who wished to become a general, and persuaded him that it would be well to know something of the art of war. The young man accordingly went away and took a brief course in tactics. When he returned, Socrates, after some satirical praise, sent him back for further instruction. Ibid, BK 3, Chapter I. Another young man he set to learning the principles of finance. He tried the same sort of plan on many people, including the war minister, but it was decided that it was easier to silence him by means of the hemlock than to cure the evils of which he complained. With Plato's account of Socrates, the difficulty is quite a different one from what it is in the case of Xenophon, namely, that it is very hard to judge how far Plato means to portray the historical Socrates, and how far he intends the person called Socrates in his dialogues to be merely the mouthpiece of his own opinions. Plato, in addition to being a philosopher, is an imaginative writer of great genius and charm. No one supposes, and he himself does not seriously pretend, that the conversations in his dialogues took place just as he records them. Nevertheless, at any rate in the earlier dialogues, the conversation is completely natural and the characters quite convincing. It is the excellence of Plato as a writer of fiction that throws doubt on him as a historian. His Socrates is a consistent and extraordinarily interesting character, far beyond the power of most men to invent, but I think Plato could have invented him. Whether he did so is of course another question. The dialogue which is most generally regarded as historical is the Apology. This professes to be the speech that Socrates made in his own defense at his trial, not, of course, a stenographic report, but what remained in Plato's memory some years after the event, put together and elaborated with literary art. Plato was present at the trial, and it certainly seems fairly clear that what is set down is the sort of thing that Plato remembered Socrates as saying, and that the intention is, broadly speaking, historical. This, with all its limitations, is enough to give a fairly definite picture of the character of Socrates. The main facts of the trial of Socrates are not open to doubt. The prosecution was based upon the charge that Socrates is an evildoer and a curious person, searching into things under the earth and above the heaven, and making the worse appear the better cause, and teaching all this to others. The real ground of hostility to him was, almost certainly, that he was supposed to be connected with the aristocratic party. Most of his pupils belonged to this faction, and some, in positions of power, had proved themselves very pernicious. But this ground could not be made evident, on account of the amnesty. He was found guilty by a majority, and it was then open to him, by Athenian law, to propose some lesser penalty than death. The judges had to choose, if they had found the accused guilty, between the penalty demanded by the prosecution and that suggested by the defense. It was therefore to the interest of Socrates to suggest a substantial penalty, which the court might have accepted as adequate. He, however, proposed a fine of 30 minae, for which some of his friends, including Plato, were willing to go surety. This was so small a punishment that the court was annoyed, and condemned him to death by a larger majority than that which had found him guilty. Undoubtedly he foresaw the result. It is clear that he had no wish to avoid the death penalty by concessions which might seem to acknowledge his guilt. The prosecutors were Anytus, a democratic politician, Meletus, a tragic poet, youthful and unknown, with lanky hair, and scanty beard and a hooked nose, and Lycon, an obscure rhetorician. See Burnet, Thales to Plato, p. 180. They maintained that Socrates was guilty of not worshipping the gods the state worshipped but introducing other new divinities, and further that he was guilty of corrupting the young by teaching them accordingly. Without further troubling ourselves with the insoluble question of the relation of the Platonic Socrates to the real man, let us see what Plato makes him say in answer to this charge. Socrates begins by accusing his prosecutors of eloquence, and rebutting the charge of eloquence as applied to himself. The only eloquence of which he is capable, he says, is that of truth. And they must not be angry with him if he speaks in his accustomed manner, not in a set oration, duly ornamented with words and phrases. 1 He is over 70, and has never appeared in a court of law until now, they must therefore pardon his unforensic way of speaking. He goes on to say that, in addition to his formal accusers, he has a large body of informal accusers, who, ever since the judges were children, have gone about telling of one Socrates, a wise man, who speculated about the heavens above, and searched into the earth beneath, and made the worse appear the better cause. Such men, he says, are supposed not to believe in the existence of the gods. This old accusation by public opinion is more dangerous than the formal indictment, the more so as he does not know who are the men from whom it comes, except in the case of Aristophanes. 2 He points out, in reply to these older grounds of hostility, that he is not a man of science. I have nothing to do with physical speculations, that he is not a teacher, and does not take money for teaching. He goes on to make fun of the sophists, and to disclaim the knowledge that they profess to have. What, then, is the reason why I am called wise and have such an evil fame? The oracle of Delphi, it appears, was once asked if there were any man wiser than Socrates, and replied that there was not. Socrates professes to have been completely puzzled, since he knew nothing, and yet a god cannot lie. He therefore went about among men reputed wise, to see whether he could convict the god of error. First he went to a politician, who was thought wise by many, and still wiser by himself. He soon found that the man was not wise, and explained this to him, kindly but firmly, and the consequence was that he hated me. He then went to the poets, and asked them to explain passages in their writings, but they were unable to do so. Then I knew that not by wisdom do poets write poetry, but by a sort of genius and inspiration. Then he went to the artisans, but found them equally disappointing. In the process, he says, he made many dangerous enemies. Finally he concluded that God only is wise, and by his answer he intends to show that the wisdom of men is worth little or nothing. He is not speaking of Socrates, he is only using my name by way of illustration, as if he said, he, O men, is the wisest, who, like Socrates, knows that his wisdom is in truth worth nothing. This business of showing up pretenders to wisdom takes up all his time, and has left him in utter poverty, but he feels it a duty to vindicate the oracle. Young men of the richer classes, he says, having not much to do, enjoy listening to him exposing people, and proceed to do likewise, thus increasing the number of his enemies. For they do not like to confess that their pretense of knowledge has been detected. So much for the first class of accusers. Socrates now proceeds to examine his prosecutor Meletus, that good man and true lover of his country, as he calls himself. He asks who are the people who improve the young. Meletus first mentions the judges, then, under pressure, is driven, step by step, to say that every Athenian except Socrates improves the young, whereupon Socrates congratulates the city on its good fortune. Next, he points out that good men are better to live among than bad men, and therefore he cannot be so foolish as to corrupt his fellow citizens intentionally, but if unintentionally, then Meletus should instruct him, not prosecute him. The indictment had said that Socrates not only denied the gods of the state, but introduced other gods of his own. Meletus, however, says that Socrates is a complete atheist, and adds, he says that the sun is stone and the moon earth. Socrates replies that Meletus seems to think he is prosecuting Anaxagoras, whose views may be heard in the theatre for 1 drachma, presumably in the plays of Euripides. Socrates of course points out that this new accusation of complete atheism contradicts the indictment, and then passes on to more general considerations. The rest of the apology is essentially religious in tone. He has been a soldier, and has remained at his post, as he was ordered to do. Now God orders me to fulfill the philosopher's mission of searching into myself and other men, and it would be as shameful to desert his post now as in time of battle. Fear of death is not wisdom, since no one knows whether death may not be the greater good. If he were offered his life on condition of ceasing to speculate as he has done hitherto, he would reply, Men of Athens, I honor and love you, but I shall obey God rather than you three, and while I have life and strength I shall never cease from the practice and teaching of philosophy, exhorting anyone whom I meet. For know that this is the command of God, and I believe that no greater good has ever happened in the state than my service to the God. He goes on. I have something more to say, at which you may be inclined to cry out, but I believe that to hear me will be good for you, and therefore I beg that you will not cry out. I would have you know, that if you kill such a one as I am, you will injure yourselves more than you will injure me. Nothing will injure me, not Meletus nor yet Anytus, they cannot, for a bad man is not permitted to injure a better than himself. I do not deny that Anytus may perhaps kill him, or drive him into exile, or deprive him of civil rights, and he may imagine, and others may imagine, that he is inflicting a great injury upon him, but there I do not agree. For the evil of doing as he is doing, the evil of unjustly taking away the life of another, is greater far. It is for the sake of his judges, he says, not for his own sake, that he is pleading. He is a gadfly, given to the state by God, and it will not be easy to find another like him. I dare say you may feel out of temper, like a person who is suddenly awakened from sleep, and you think that you might easily strike me dead as Anytus advises, and then you would sleep on for the remainder of your lives, unless God in his care of you sent you another gadfly. Why has he only gone about in private, and not given advice on public affairs? You have heard me speak at sundry times and in diverse places of an oracle or sign which comes to me, and is the divinity which Meletus ridicules in the indictment. This sign, which is a kind of voice, first began to come to me when I was a child. It always forbids but never commands me to do anything which I am going to do. This is what deters me from being a politician. He goes on to say that in politics no honest man can live long. He gives 2 instances in which he was unavoidably mixed up in public affairs. In the first, he resisted the democracy; in the second, the 30 tyrants, in each case when the authorities were acting illegally. He points out that among those present are many former pupils of his, and fathers and brothers of pupils. Not one of these has been produced by the prosecution to testify that he corrupts the young. This is almost the only argument in the apology that a lawyer for the defense would sanction. He refuses to follow the custom of producing his weeping children in court, to soften the hearts of the judges. Such scenes, he says, make the accused and the city alike ridiculous. It is his business to convince the judges, not to ask a favor of them. After the verdict, and the rejection of the alternative penalty of 30 minae, in connection with which Socrates names Plato as one among his sureties, and present in court, he makes one final speech. And now, O men who have condemned me, I would fain prophesy to you, for I am about to die, and in the hour of death men are gifted with prophetic power. And I prophesy to you, who are my murderers, that immediately after my departure punishment far heavier than you have inflicted on me will surely await you. If you think that by killing men you can prevent someone from censuring your evil lives, you are mistaken. That is not a way of escape which is either possible or honorable. The easiest and the noblest way is not to be disabling others, but to be improving yourselves. He then turns to those of his judges who have voted for acquittal, and tells them that, in all that he has done that day, his oracle has never opposed him, though on other occasions it has often stopped him in the middle of a speech. This, he says, is an intimation that what has happened to me is a good, and that those of us who think death is an evil are in error. For either death is a dreamless sleep which is plainly good, or the soul migrates to another world. And what would not a man give if he might converse with Orpheus and Musaeus and Hesiod and Homer? Nay, if this be true, let me die and die again. In the next world, he will converse with others who have suffered death unjustly, and, above all, he will continue his search after knowledge. In another world they do not put a man to death for asking questions, assuredly not. For besides being happier than we are, they will be immortal, if what is said is true. The hour of departure has arrived, and we go our ways, I to die, and you to live. Which is better God only knows. The apology gives a clear picture of a man of a certain type, a man very sure of himself, high-minded, indifferent to worldly success, believing that he is guided by a divine voice, and persuaded that clear thinking is the most important requisite for right living. Except in this last point, he resembles a Christian martyr or a Puritan. In the final passage, where he considers what happens after death, it is impossible not to feel that he firmly believes in immortality, and that his professed uncertainty is only assumed. He is not troubled, like the Christians, by fears of eternal torment. He has no doubt that his life in the next world will be a happy one. In the Phaedo, the Platonic Socrates gives reasons for the belief in immortality. Whether these were the reasons that influenced the historical Socrates, it is impossible to say. There seems hardly any doubt that the historical Socrates claimed to be guided by an oracle or daimon. Whether this was analogous to what a Christian would call the voice of conscience, or whether it appeared to him as an actual voice, it is impossible to know. Joan of Arc was inspired by voices, which are a common symptom of insanity. Socrates was liable to cataleptic trances, at least, that seems the natural explanation of such an incident as occurred once when he was on military service. One morning he was thinking about something which he could not resolve. He would not give it up, but continued thinking from early dawn until noon. There he stood fixed in thought, and at noon attention was drawn to him, and the rumor ran through the wondering crowd that Socrates had been standing and thinking about something ever since the break of day. At last, in the evening after supper, some Ionians, out of curiosity, I should explain that this occurred not in winter but in summer, brought out their mats and slept in the open air that they might watch him and see whether he would stand all night. There he stood until the following morning, and with the return of light he offered up a prayer to the sun, and went his way. Symposium, 220. This sort of thing, in a lesser degree, was a common occurrence with Socrates. At the beginning of the symposium, Socrates and Aristodemus go together to the banquet, but Socrates drops behind in a fit of abstraction. When Aristodemus arrives, Agathon, the host, says, "What have you done with Socrates?" Aristodemus is astonished to find Socrates not with him. A slave is sent to look for him, and finds him in the portico of a neighboring house. "There he is fixed," says the slave on his return, "and when I call to him he will not stir." Those who know him well explain that he has a way of stopping anywhere and losing himself without any reason. They leave him alone, and he enters when the feast is half over. Everyone is agreed that Socrates was very ugly. He had a snub nose and a considerable paunch. He was uglier than all the Silenuses in the satiric drama, Xenophon, Symposium. He was always dressed in shabby old clothes, and went barefoot everywhere. His indifference to heat and cold, hunger and thirst, amazed everyone. Alcibiades in the Symposium, describing Socrates on military service, says, "His endurance was simply marvelous when, being cut off from our supplies, we were compelled to go without food on such occasions, which often happen in time of war. He was superior not only to me but to everybody. There was no one to be compared to him. His fortitude in enduring cold was also surprising. There was a severe frost, for the winter in that region is really tremendous, and everybody else either remained indoors or if they went out had on an amazing quantity of clothes, and were all well shod, and had their feet swathed in felt and fleeces. In the midst of this, Socrates with his bare feet on the ice and in his ordinary dress marched better than the other soldiers who had shoes, and they looked daggers at him because he seemed to despise them. His mastery over all bodily passions is constantly stressed. He seldom drank wine, but when he did, he could outdrink anybody. No one had ever seen him drunk. In love, even under the strongest temptations, he remained Platonic, if Plato is speaking the truth. He was the perfect Orphic saint. In the dualism of heavenly soul and earthly body, he had achieved the complete mastery of the soul over the body. His indifference to death at the last is the final proof of this mastery. At the same time, he is not an orthodox Orphic. It is only the fundamental doctrines that he accepts, not the superstitions and ceremonies of purification. The Platonic Socrates anticipates both the Stoics and the Cynics. The Stoics held that the supreme good is virtue, and that a man cannot be deprived of virtue by outside causes. This doctrine is implicit in the contention of Socrates that his judges cannot harm him. The Cynics despised worldly goods, and showed their contempt by eschewing the comforts of civilization. This is the same point of view that led Socrates to go barefoot and ill-clad. It seems fairly certain that the preoccupations of Socrates were ethical rather than scientific. In the Apology, as we saw, he says, "I have nothing to do with physical speculations." The earliest of the Platonic dialogues, which are generally supposed to be the most Socratic, are mainly occupied with the search for definitions of ethical terms. The Charmides is concerned with the definition of temperance or moderation, the Lysis with friendship, the Laches with courage. In all of these, no conclusion is arrived at, but Socrates makes it clear that he thinks it important to examine such questions. The Platonic Socrates consistently maintains that he knows nothing, and is only wiser than others in knowing that he knows nothing, but he does not think knowledge unobtainable. On the contrary, he thinks the search for knowledge of the utmost importance. He maintains that no man sins wittingly, and therefore only knowledge is needed to make all men perfectly virtuous. The close connection between virtue and knowledge is characteristic of Socrates and Plato. To some degree, it exists in all Greek thought, as opposed to that of Christianity. In Christian ethics, a pure heart is the essential, and is at least as likely to be found among the ignorant as among the learned. This difference between Greek and Christian ethics has persisted down to the present day. Dialectic, that is to say, the method of seeking knowledge by question and answer, was not invented by Socrates. It seems to have been first practiced systematically by Zeno, the disciple of Parmenides. In Plato's dialogue Parmenides, Zeno subjects Socrates to the same kind of treatment to which, elsewhere in Plato, Socrates subjects others. But there is every reason to suppose that Socrates practiced and developed the method. As we saw, when Socrates is condemned to death, he reflects happily that in the next world he can go on asking questions forever, and cannot be put to death, as he will be immortal. Certainly, if he practiced dialectic in the way described in the Apology, the hostility to him is easily explained. All the humbugs in Athens would combine against him. The dialectic method is suitable for some questions, and unsuitable for others. Perhaps this helped to determine the character of Plato's inquiries, which were, for the most part, such as could be dealt with in this way. And through Plato's influence, most subsequent philosophy has been bounded by the limitations resulting from his method. Some matters are obviously unsuitable for treatment in this way. Empirical science, for example. It is true that Galileo used dialogues to advocate his theories, but that was only in order to overcome prejudice. The positive grounds for his discoveries could not be inserted in a dialogue without great artificiality. Socrates, in Plato's works, always pretends that he is only eliciting knowledge already possessed by the man he is questioning. On this ground, he compares himself to a midwife. When, in the Phaedo and the Meno, he applies his method to geometrical problems, he has to ask leading questions which any judge would disallow. The method is in harmony with the doctrine of reminiscence, according to which we learn by remembering that we knew in a former existence. As against this view, consider any discovery that has been made by means of the microscope, say the spread of diseases by bacteria. It can hardly be maintained that such knowledge can be elicited from a previously ignorant person by the method of question and answer. The matters that are suitable for treatment by the Socratic method are those as to which we have already enough knowledge to come to a right conclusion, but have failed, through confusion of thought or lack of analysis, to make the best logical use of what we know. A question such as what is justice, is eminently suited for discussion in a Platonic dialogue. We all freely use the words just and unjust, and, by examining the ways in which we use them, we can arrive inductively at the definition that will best suit with usage. All that is needed is knowledge of how the words in question are used. But when our inquiry is concluded, we have made only a linguistic discovery, not a discovery in ethics. We can, however, apply the method profitably to a somewhat larger class of cases. Wherever what is being debated is logical rather than factual, discussion is a good method of eliciting truth. Suppose someone maintains, for example, that democracy is good, but persons holding certain opinions should not be allowed to vote. We may convict him of inconsistency, and prove to him that at least one of his two assertions must be more or less erroneous. Logical errors are, I think, of greater practical importance than many people believe. They enable their perpetrators to hold the comfortable opinion on every subject in turn. Any logically coherent body of doctrine is sure to be in part painful and contrary to current prejudices. The dialectic method, or, more generally, the habit of unfettered discussion, tends to promote logical consistency, and is in this way useful. But it is quite unavailing when the object is to discover new facts. Perhaps philosophy might be defined as the sum total of those inquiries that can be pursued by Plato's methods. But if this definition is appropriate, that is because of Plato's influence upon subsequent philosophers. 12. The influence of Sparta. To understand Plato, and indeed many later philosophers, it is necessary to know something of Sparta. Sparta had a double effect on Greek thought, through the reality, and through the myth. Each is important. The reality enabled the Spartans to defeat Athens in war. The myth influenced Plato's political theory, and that of countless subsequent writers. The myth, fully developed, is to be found in Plutarch's Life of Lycurgus. The ideals that it favors have had a great part in framing the doctrines of Rousseau, Nietzsche, and National Socialism. Point 1. The myth is of even more importance, historically, than the reality. Nevertheless, we will begin with the latter. For the reality was the source of the myth. Laconia, of which Sparta, or Lacedaemon was the capital, occupied the southeast of the Peloponnesus. The Spartans, who were the ruling race, had conquered the country at the time of the Dorian invasion from the north, and had reduced the population that they found there to the condition of serfs. These serfs were called helots. In historical times, all the land belonged to the Spartans, who, however, were forbidden by law and custom to cultivate it themselves, both on the ground that such labor was degrading, and in order that they might always be free for military service. The serfs were not bought and sold, but remained attached to the land, which was divided into lots, one or more for each adult male Spartan. These lots, like the helots, could not be bought or sold, and passed, by law, from father to son. They could, however, be bequeathed. The landowner received from the helot who cultivated the lot 70 medimni, about 105 bushels, of grain for himself, 12 for his wife, and a stated portion of wine and fruit annually. Point 2. Anything beyond this amount was the property of the helot. The helots were Greeks, like the Spartans, and bitterly resented their servile condition. When they could, they rebelled. The Spartans had a body of secret police to deal with this danger, but to supplement this precaution they had another. Once a year, they declared war on the helots, so that their young men could kill any who seemed insubordinate without incurring the legal guilt of homicide. Helots could be emancipated by the state, but not by their masters. They were emancipated, rather rarely, for exceptional bravery in battle. At some time during the 8th century BC the Spartans conquered the neighboring country of Messenia, and reduced most of its inhabitants to the condition of helots. There had been a lack of Lebensraum in Sparta, but the new territory, for a time, removed this source of discontent. Lots were for the common run of Spartans. The aristocracy had estates of their own, whereas the lots were portions of common land assigned by the state. The free inhabitants of other parts of Laconia, called Perioeci, had no share of political power. The sole business of a Spartan citizen was war, to which he was trained from birth. Sickly children were exposed after inspection by the heads of the tribe. Only those judged vigorous were allowed to be reared. Up to the age of 20, all the boys were trained in one big school. The purpose of the training was to make them hardy, indifferent to pain, and submissive to discipline. There was no nonsense about cultural or scientific education. The sole aim was to produce good soldiers, wholly devoted to the state. At the age of 20, actual military service began. Marriage was permitted to anyone over the age of 20, but until the age of 30 a man had to live in the men's house, and had to manage his marriage as if it were an illicit and secret affair. After 30, he was a full-fledged citizen. Every citizen belonged to a mess, and dined with the other members. He had to make a contribution in kind from the produce of his lot. It was the theory of the state that no Spartan citizen should be destitute, and none should be rich. Each was expected to live on the produce of his lot, which he could not alienate except by free gift. None was allowed to own gold or silver, and the money was made of iron. Spartan simplicity became proverbial. The position of women in Sparta was peculiar. They were not secluded, like respectable women elsewhere in Greece. Girls went through the same physical training as was given to boys. What is more remarkable, boys and girls did their gymnastics together, all being naked. It was desired, I quote Plutarch's Lycurgus in North's translation, that the maidens should harden their bodies with exercise of running, wrestling, throwing the bar, and casting the dart, to the end that the fruit wherewith they might be afterwards conceived, taking nourishment of a strong and lusty body, should shoot out and spread the better, and that they by gathering strength thus by exercises, should more easily away with the pains of childbearing. And though the maidens did show themselves thus naked openly, yet was there no dishonesty seen nor offered, but all this sport was full of play and toys, without any youthful part or wantonness. Men who would not marry were made infamous by law, and compelled, even in the coldest weather, to walk up and down naked outside the place where the young people were doing their exercises and dances. Women were not allowed to exhibit any emotion not profitable to the state. They might display contempt for a coward, and would be praised if he were their son, but they might not show grief if their newborn child was condemned to death as a weakling, or if their sons were killed in battle. They were considered, by other Greeks, exceptionally chaste. At the same time, a childless married woman would raise no objection if the state ordered her to find out whether some other man would be more successful than her husband in begetting citizens. Children were encouraged by legislation. According to Aristotle, the father of 3 sons was exempt from military service, and the father of 4 from all the burdens of the state. The constitution of Sparta was complicated. There were 2 kings, belonging to 2 different families, and succeeding by heredity. One or other of the kings commanded the army in time of war, but in time of peace their powers were limited. At communal feasts they got twice as much to eat as anyone else, and there was general mourning when one of them died. They were members of the Council of Elders, a body consisting of 30 men, including the kings. The other 28 must be over 60, and were chosen for life by the whole body of the citizens, but only from aristocratic families. The council tried criminal cases, and prepared matters which were to come before the assembly. This body, the assembly, consisted of all the citizens. It could not initiate anything, but could vote yes or no to any proposal brought before it. No law could be enacted without its consent. But its consent, though necessary, was not sufficient. The elders and magistrates must proclaim the decision before it became valid. In addition to the kings, the Council of Elders, and the Assembly, there was a 4th branch of the government, peculiar to Sparta. This was the 5 ephors. These were chosen out of the whole body of the citizens, by a method which Aristotle says was too childish, and which Berry says was virtually by lot. They were a democratic element in the constitution, 3 apparently intended to balance the kings. Every month the kings swore to uphold the constitution, and the ephors then swore to uphold the kings so long as they remained true to their oath. When either king went on a warlike expedition, 2 ephors accompanied him to watch his behavior. The ephors were the supreme civil court, but over the kings they had criminal jurisdiction. The Spartan constitution was supposed, in later antiquity, to have been due to a legislator named Lycurgus, who was said to have promulgated his laws in 885 BC. In fact, the Spartan system grew up gradually, and Lycurgus was a mythical person, originally a god. His name meant wolf repeller, and his origin was Arcadian. Sparta aroused among the other Greeks an admiration which is to us somewhat surprising. Originally, it had been much less different from other Greek cities than it became later. In early days it produced poets and artists as good as those elsewhere. But about the 7th century BC, or perhaps even later, its constitution, falsely attributed to Lycurgus, crystallized into the form we have been considering. Everything else was sacrificed to success in war, and Sparta ceased to have any part whatever in what Greece contributed to the civilization of the world. To us, the Spartan state appears as a model, in miniature, of the state that the Nazis would establish if victorious. To the Greeks it seemed otherwise. As Berry says, a stranger from Athens or Miletus in the 5th century visiting the straggling villages which formed her unwalled unpretentious city must have had a feeling of being transported into an age long past, when men were braver, better, and simpler, unspoiled by wealth, undisturbed by ideas. To a philosopher, like Plato, speculating in political science, the Spartan state seemed the nearest approach to the ideal. The ordinary Greek looked upon it as a structure of severe and simple beauty, a Dorian city stately as a Dorian temple, far nobler than his own abode but not so comfortable to dwell in. Point 4. One reason for the admiration felt for Sparta by other Greeks was its stability. All other Greek cities had revolutions, but the Spartan constitution remained unchanged for centuries, except for a gradual increase in the powers of the ephors, which occurred by legal means, without violence. It cannot be denied that, for a long period, the Spartans were successful in their main purpose, the creation of a race of invincible warriors. The Battle of Thermopylae, 480 BC, though technically a defeat, is perhaps the best example of their valor. Thermopylae was a narrow pass through the mountains, where it was hoped that the Persian army could be held. 300 Spartans, with auxiliaries, repulsed all frontal attacks. But at last the Persians discovered a detour through the hills, and succeeded in attacking the Greeks on both sides at once. Every single Spartan was killed at his post. 2 men had been absent on sick leave, suffering from a disease of the eyes amounting almost to temporary blindness. One of them insisted on being led by his helot to the battle, where he perished. The other, Aristodemus, decided that he was too ill to fight, and remained absent. When he returned to Sparta, no one would speak to him. He was called the coward Aristodemus. A year later, he wiped out his disgrace by dying bravely at the Battle of Plataea, where the Spartans were victorious. After the war, the Spartans erected a memorial on the battlefield of Thermopylae, saying only, "Stranger, tell the Lacedaemonians that we lie here, in obedience to their orders." For a long time, the Spartans proved themselves invincible on land. They retained their supremacy until the year 371 BC, when they were defeated by the Thebans at the Battle of Leuctra. This was the end of their military greatness. Apart from war, the reality of Sparta was never quite the same as the theory. Herodotus, who lived at its great period, remarks, surprisingly, that no Spartan could resist a bribe. This was in spite of the fact that contempt for riches and love of the simple life was one of the main things inculcated in Spartan education. We are told that the Spartan women were chaste, yet it happened several times that a reputed heir to the kingship was set aside on the ground of not being the son of his mother's husband. We are told that the Spartans were inflexibly patriotic, yet the king Pausanias, the victor of Plataea, ended as a traitor in the pay of Xerxes. Apart from such flagrant matters, the policy of Sparta was always petty and provincial. When Athens liberated the Greeks of Asia Minor and the adjacent islands from the Persians, Sparta held aloof. So long as the Peloponnesus was deemed safe, the fate of other Greeks was a matter of indifference. Every attempt at a confederation of the Hellenic world was defeated by Spartan particularism. Aristotle, who lived after the downfall of Sparta, gives a very hostile account of its constitution. 5 What he says is so different from what other people say that it is difficult to believe he is speaking of the same place, e.g. the legislator wanted to make the whole state hardy and temperate, and he has carried out his intention in the case of men, but he has neglected the women, who live in every sort of intemperance and luxury. The consequence is that in such a state wealth is too highly valued, especially if the citizens fall under the dominion of their wives, after the manner of most warlike races. Even in regard to courage, which is of no use in daily life, and is needed only in war, the influence of the Lacedaemonian women has been most mischievous. This license of the Lacedaemonian women existed from the earliest times, and was only what might be expected. For, when Lycurgus, as tradition says, wanted to bring the women under his laws, they resisted, and he gave up the attempt. He goes on to accuse Spartans of avarice, which he attributes to the unequal distribution of property. Although lots cannot be sold, he says, they can be given or bequeathed. 2/5 of all the land, he adds, belongs to women. The consequence is a great diminution in the number of citizens. It is said that once there were 10,000, but at the time of the defeat by Thebes there were less than 1,000. Aristotle criticizes every point of the Spartan constitution. He says that the ephors are often very poor, and therefore easy to bribe, and their power is so great that even kings are compelled to court them, so that the constitution has been turned into a democracy. The Ephors, we are told, have too much license, and live in a manner contrary to the spirit of the constitution, while the strictness in relation to ordinary citizens is so intolerable that they take refuge in the secret illegal indulgence of sensual pleasures. Aristotle wrote when Sparta was decadent, but on some points he expressly says that the evil he is mentioning has existed from early times. His tone is so dry and realistic that it is difficult to disbelieve him, and it is in line with all modern experience of the results of excessive severity in the laws. But it was not Aristotle's Sparta that persisted in men's imagination, it was the mythical Sparta of Plutarch and the philosophic idealization of Sparta in Plato's Republic. Century after century, young men read these works, and were fired with the ambition to become Lycurguses or philosopher kings. The resulting union of idealism and love of power has led men astray over and over again, and is still doing so in the present day. The myth of Sparta, for medieval and modern readers, was mainly fixed by Plutarch. When he wrote, Sparta belonged to the Romantic past, its great period was as far removed from his time as Columbus is from ours. What he says must be treated with great caution by the historian of institutions, but to the historian of myth it is of the utmost importance. Greece has influenced the world, always, through its effect on men's imaginations, ideals, and hopes, not directly through political power. Rome made roads which largely still survive, and laws which are the source of many modern legal codes, but it was the armies of Rome that made these things important. The Greeks, though admirable fighters, made few conquests, because they expended their military fury mainly on each other. It was left to the semi-barbarian Alexander to spread Hellenism throughout the Near East, and to make Greek the literary language in Egypt and Syria and the inland parts of Asia Minor. The Greeks could never have accomplished this task, not for lack of military force, but owing to their incapacity for political cohesion. The political vehicles of Hellenism have always been non-Hellenic, but it was the Greek genius that so inspired alien nations as to cause them to spread the culture of those whom they had conquered. What is important to the historian of the world is not the petty wars between Greek cities, or the sordid squabbles for party ascendancy, but the memories retained by mankind when the brief episode was ended, like the recollection of a brilliant sunrise in the Alps, while the mountaineer struggles through an arduous day of wind and snow. These memories, as they gradually faded, left in men's minds the images of certain peaks that had shone with peculiar brightness in the early light, keeping alive the knowledge that behind the clouds a splendor still survived, and might at any moment become manifest. Of these, Plato was the most important in early Christianity, Aristotle in the medieval church, but when, after the Renaissance, men began to value political freedom, it was above all to Plutarch that they turned. He influenced profoundly the English and French liberals of the 18th century, and the founders of the United States. He influenced the Romantic movement in Germany, and has continued, mainly by indirect channels, to influence German thought down to the present day. In some ways his influence was good, in some bad. As regards Lycurgus and Sparta, it was bad. What he has to say about Lycurgus is important, and I shall give a brief account of it, even at the cost of some repetition. Lycurgus, so Plutarch says, having resolved to give laws to Sparta, traveled widely in order to study different institutions. He liked the laws of Crete, which were very straight and severe, but disliked those of Ionia, where there were superfluities and vanities. In Egypt he learned the advantage of separating the soldiers from the rest of the people, and afterwards, having returned from his travels, brought the practice of it into Sparta, where, setting the merchants, artificers, and laborers every one apart by themselves, he did establish a noble commonwealth. He made an equal division of lands among all the citizens of Sparta in order to banish out of the city all insolvency, envy, covetousness, and deliciousness, and also all riches and poverty. He forbade gold and silver money, allowing only iron coinage, of so little value that to lay up thereof the value of 10 minas, it would have occupied a whole cellar in a house. By this means he banished all superfluous and unprofitable sciences, since there was not enough money to pay their practitioners, and by the same law he made all external commerce impossible. Rhetoricians, panders, and jewelers, not liking the iron money, avoided Sparta. He next ordained that all the citizens should eat together, and all should have the same food. Lycurgus, like other reformers, thought the education of children the chiefest and greatest matter, that a reformer of laws should establish, and like all who aimed chiefly at military power, he was anxious to keep up the birth rate. The plays, sports, and dances the maids did naked before young men, were provocation to draw and allure the young men to marry, not as persuaded by geometrical reasons, as saith Plato, but brought to it by liking, and of very love. The habit of treating a marriage, for the first few years, as if it were a clandestine affair, continued in both parties a still burning love, and a new desire of the one to the other. Such, at least, is the opinion of Plutarch. He goes on to explain that a man was not thought ill of if, being old and having a young wife, he allowed a younger man to have children by her. It was lawful also for an honest man that loved another man's wife, to entreat her husband to suffer him to lie with her, and that he might also plough in that lusty ground, and cast abroad the seed of well-favored children. There was to be no foolish jealousy, for Lycurgus did not like that children should be private to any man, but that they should be common to the common will, by which reason he would also, that such as should become citizens should not be begotten of every man, but of the most honest men only. He goes on to explain that this is the principle that farmers apply to their livestock. When a child was born, the father brought him before the elders of his family to be examined. If he was healthy, he was given back to the father to be reared; if not, he was thrown into a deep pit of water. Children, from the first, were subjected to a severe hardening process, in some respects good. For example, they were not put in swaddling clothes. At the age of 7, boys were taken away from home and put in a boarding school, where they were divided into companies, each under the orders of one of their number, chosen for sense and courage. Touching learning they had as much as served their turn, for the rest of their time they spent in learning how to obey, to away with pain, to endure labor, to overcome still in fight. They played naked together most of the time. After 12 years old, they wore no coats, they were always nasty and sluttish, and they never bathed except on certain days in the year. They slept on beds of straw, which in winter they mixed with thistle. They were taught to steal, and were punished if caught not for stealing, but for stupidity. Homosexual love, male if not female, was a recognized custom in Sparta, and had an acknowledged part in the education of adolescent boys. A boy's lover suffered credit or discredit by the boy's actions. Plutarch states that once, when a boy cried out because he was hurt in fighting, his lover was fined for the boy's cowardice. There was little liberty at any stage in the life of a Spartan. Their discipline and order of life continued still, after they were full-grown men. For it was not lawful for any man to live as he listed, but they were within their city, as if they had been in a camp, where every man knoweth what allowance he hath to live withal, and what business he hath else to do in his calling. To be short, they were all of this mind, that they were not born to serve themselves, but to serve their country. One of the best and happiest things which Lycurgus ever brought into his city, was the great rest and leisure which he made his citizens to have, only forbidding them that they should not profess any vile or base occupation, and they needed not also to be careful to get great riches, in a place where goods were nothing profitable nor esteemed. For the Helots, which were bondmen made by the wars, did till their grounds, and yielded them a certain revenue every year. Plutarch goes on to tell a story of an Athenian condemned for idleness, upon hearing of which a Spartan exclaimed, "Show me the man condemned for living nobly and like a gentleman." Lycurgus, Plutarch continues, did accustom his citizens so, that they neither would nor could live alone, but were in manner as men incorporated one with another, and were always in company together, as the bees be about their master bee. Spartans were not allowed to travel, nor were foreigners admitted to Sparta, except on business, for it was feared that alien customs would corrupt Lacedaemonian virtue. Plutarch relates the law that allowed Spartans to kill helots whenever they felt so disposed, but refuses to believe that anything so abominable can have been due to Lycurgus. For I cannot be persuaded, that ever Lycurgus invented, or instituted so wicked and mischievous an act, as that kind of ordinance was, because I imagine his nature was gentle and merciful, by the clemency and justice we see he used in all his other doings. Except in this matter Plutarch has nothing but praise for the constitution of Sparta. The effect of Sparta on Plato, with whom, at the moment, we shall be specially concerned, will be evident from the account of his Utopia, which will occupy the next chapter. 13. The sources of Plato's opinions. Plato and Aristotle were the most influential of all philosophers, ancient, medieval, or modern, and of the two, it was Plato who had the greater effect upon subsequent ages. I say this for two reasons: first, that Aristotle himself is an outcome of Plato; second, that Christian theology and philosophy, at any rate until the 13th century, was much more Platonic than Aristotelian. It is necessary therefore, in a history of philosophic thought, to treat Plato, and to a lesser degree Aristotle, more fully than any of their predecessors or successors. The most important matters in Plato's philosophy are, first, his Utopia, which was the earliest of a long series; second, his theory of ideas, which was a pioneer attempt to deal with the still unsolved problem of universals; third, his arguments in favor of immortality; fourth, his cosmogony; fifth, his conception of knowledge as reminiscence rather than perception. But before dealing with any of these topics, I shall say a few words about the circumstances of his life and the influences which determined his political and philosophical opinions. Plato was born in 428–7 BC, in the early years of the Peloponnesian War. He was a well-to-do aristocrat, related to various people who were concerned in the rule of the 30 tyrants. He was a young man when Athens was defeated, and he could attribute the defeat to democracy, which his social position and his family connections were likely to make him despise. He was a pupil of Socrates, for whom he had a profound affection and respect, and Socrates was put to death by the democracy. It is not, therefore, surprising that he should turn to Sparta for an adumbration of his ideal commonwealth. Plato possessed the art to dress up illiberal suggestions in such a way that they deceived future ages, which admired the Republic without ever becoming aware of what was involved in its proposals. It has always been correct to praise Plato, but not to understand him. This is the common fate of great men. My object is the opposite. I wish to understand him, but to treat him with as little reverence as if he were a contemporary English or American advocate of totalitarianism. The purely philosophical influences on Plato were also such as to predispose him in favor of Sparta. These influences, speaking broadly, were Pythagoras, Parmenides, Heraclitus, and Socrates. From Pythagoras, whether by way of Socrates or not, Plato derived the Orphic elements in his philosophy: the religious trend, the belief in immortality, the otherworldliness, the priestly tone, and all that is involved in the simile of the cave, also his respect for mathematics, and his intimate intermingling of intellect and mysticism. From Parmenides he derived the belief that reality is eternal and timeless, and that, on logical grounds, all change must be illusory. From Heraclitus he derived the negative doctrine that there is nothing permanent in the sensible world. This, combined with the doctrine of Parmenides, led to the conclusion that knowledge is not to be derived from the senses, but is only to be achieved by the intellect. This, in turn, fitted in well with Pythagoreanism. From Socrates he probably learned his preoccupation with ethical problems, and his tendency to seek teleological rather than mechanical explanations of the world. The good dominated his thought more than that of the pre-Socratics, and it is difficult not to attribute this fact to the influence of Socrates. How is all this connected with authoritarianism in politics? In the first place, goodness and reality being timeless, the best state will be the one which most nearly copies the heavenly model, by having a minimum of change and a maximum of static perfection, and its rulers should be those who best understand the eternal good. In the second place, Plato, like all mystics, has, in his beliefs, a core of certainty which is essentially incommunicable except by a way of life. The Pythagoreans had endeavored to set up a rule of the initiate, and this is, at bottom, what Plato desires. If a man is to be a good statesman, he must know the good. This he can only do by a combination of intellectual and moral discipline. If those who have not gone through this discipline are allowed a share in the government, they will inevitably corrupt it. In the third place, much education is needed to make a good ruler on Plato's principles. It seems to us unwise to have insisted on teaching geometry to the younger Dionysius, tyrant of Syracuse, in order to make him a good king, but from Plato's point of view it was essential. He was sufficiently Pythagorean to think that without mathematics no true wisdom is possible. This view implies an oligarchy. In the fourth place, Plato, in common with most Greek philosophers, took the view that leisure is essential to wisdom, which will therefore not be found among those who have to work for their living, but only among those who have independent means or who are relieved by the state from anxieties as to their subsistence. This point of view is essentially aristocratic. Two general questions arise in confronting Plato with modern ideas. The first is there such a thing as wisdom? The second is, granted that there is such a thing, can any constitution be devised that will give it political power? Wisdom, in the sense supposed, would not be any kind of specialized skill, such as is possessed by the shoemaker or the physician or the military tactician. It must be something more generalized than this, since its possession is supposed to make a man capable of governing wisely. I think Plato would have said that it consists in knowledge of the good, and would have supplemented this definition with the Socratic doctrine that no man sins wittingly, from which it follows that whoever knows what is good does what is right. To us, such a view seems remote from reality. We should more naturally say that there are divergent interests, and that the statesman should arrive at the best available compromise. The members of a class or a nation may have a common interest, but it will usually conflict with the interests of other classes or other nations. There are, no doubt, some interests of mankind as a whole, but they do not suffice to determine political action. Perhaps they will do so at some future date, but certainly not so long as there are many sovereign states. And even then the most difficult part of the pursuit of the general interest would consist in arriving at compromises among mutually hostile special interests. But even if we suppose that there is such a thing as wisdom, is there any form of constitution which will give the government to the wise? It is clear that majorities, like general councils, may err, and in fact have erred. Aristocracies are not always wise, kings are often foolish, popes, in spite of infallibility, have committed grievous errors. Would anybody advocate entrusting the government to university graduates, or even to doctors of divinity? Or to men who, having been born poor, have made great fortunes? It is clear that no legally definable selection of citizens is likely to be wiser, in practice, than the whole body. It might be suggested that men could be given political wisdom by a suitable training. But the question would arise, what is a suitable training? And this would turn out to be a party question. The problem of finding a collection of wise men and leaving the government to them is thus an insoluble one. That is the ultimate reason for democracy. 14. Plato's Utopia. Plato's most important dialogue, the Republic, consists, broadly, of three parts. The first, to near the end of Book V, consists in the construction of an ideal commonwealth. It is the earliest of utopias. One of the conclusions arrived at is that rulers must be philosophers. Books 6 and 7 are concerned to define the word philosopher. This discussion constitutes the second section. The third section consists mainly of a discussion of various kinds of actual constitutions and of their merits and defects. The nominal purpose of the Republic is to define justice. But at an early stage it is decided that, since everything is easier to see in the large than in the small, it will be better to inquire what makes a just state than what makes a just individual. and since justice must be among the attributes of the best imaginable state, such a state is first delineated, and then it is decided which of its perfections is to be called justice. Let us first describe Plato's Utopia in its broad outlines, and then consider points that arise by the way. Plato begins by deciding that the citizens are to be divided into three classes: the common people, the soldiers, and the guardians. The last, alone, are to have political power. There are to be much fewer of them than of the other two classes. In the first instance, it seems, they are to be chosen by the legislator. After that, they will usually succeed by heredity, but in exceptional cases a promising child may be promoted from one of the inferior classes, while among the children of guardians a child or young man who is unsatisfactory may be degraded. The main problem, as Plato perceives, is to ensure that the guardians shall carry out the intentions of the legislator. For this purpose he has various proposals: educational, economic, biological, and religious. It is not always clear how far these proposals apply to other classes than the guardians. It is clear that some of them apply to the soldiers, but in the main Plato is concerned only with the guardians, who are to be a class apart, like the Jesuits in Old Paraguay, the ecclesiastics in the states of the Church until 1870, and the Communist Party in the USSR at the present day. The first thing to consider is education. This is divided into two parts: music and gymnastics. Each has a wider meaning than at present. Music means everything that is in the province of the Muses, and gymnastics means everything concerned with physical training and fitness. Music is almost as wide as what we should call culture, and gymnastics is somewhat wider than what we call athletics. Culture is to be devoted to making men gentlemen, in the sense which, largely owing to Plato, is familiar in England. The Athens of his day was, in one respect, analogous to England in the 19th century. There was in each an aristocracy enjoying wealth and social prestige, but having no monopoly of political power, and in each the aristocracy had to secure as much power as it could by means of impressive behavior. In Plato's Utopia, however, the aristocracy rules unchecked. Gravity, decorum, and courage seem to be the qualities mainly to be cultivated in education. There is to be a rigid censorship from very early years over the literature to which the young have access and the music they are allowed to hear. Mothers and nurses are to tell their children only authorized stories. Homer and Hesiod are not to be allowed, for a number of reasons. First, they represent the gods as behaving badly on occasion, which is undefying. The young must be taught that evils never come from the gods, for God is not the author of all things, but only of good things. Second, there are things in Homer and Hesiod which are calculated to make their readers fear death, whereas everything ought to be done in education to make young people willing to die in battle. Our boys must be taught to consider slavery worse than death, and therefore they must have no stories of good men weeping and wailing, even for the death of friends. Third, decorum demands that there should never be loud laughter, and yet Homer speaks of inextinguishable laughter among the blessed gods. How is a schoolmaster to reprove mirth effectively, if boys can quote this passage? Fourth, there are passages in Homer praising rich feasts, and others describing the lusts of the gods. Such passages discourage temperance. Dean Inge, a true Platonist, objected to a line in a well-known hymn, "The shout of them that triumph, the song of them that feast," which occurs in a description of the joys of heaven. Then there must be no stories in which the wicked are happy or the good unhappy. The moral effect on tender minds might be most unfortunate. On all these counts, the poets are to be condemned. Plato passes on to a curious argument about the drama. The good man, he says, ought to be unwilling to imitate a bad man. Now most plays contain villains, therefore the dramatist, and the actor who plays the villain's part, have to imitate people guilty of various crimes. Not only criminals, but women, slaves, and inferiors generally, ought not to be imitated by superior men. In Greece, as in Elizabethan England, women's parts were acted by men. Plays, therefore, if permissible at all, must contain no characters except faultless male heroes of good birth. The impossibility of this is so evident that Plato decides to banish all dramatists from his city. When any of these pantomimic gentlemen, who are so clever that they can imitate anything, comes to us, and makes a proposal to exhibit himself and his poetry, we will fall down and worship him as a sweet and holy and wonderful being, but we must also inform him that in our state such as he are not permitted to exist, the law will not allow them. And so when we have anointed him with myrrh, and set a garland of wool upon his head, we shall send him away to another city. Next we come to the censorship of music, in the modern sense. The Lydian and Ionian harmonies are to be forbidden, the first because it expresses sorrow, the second because it is relaxed. Only the Dorian, for courage, and the Phrygian, for temperance, are to be allowed. Permissible rhythms must be simple, and such as are expressive of a courageous and harmonious life. The training of the body is to be very austere. No one is to eat fish, or meat cooked otherwise than roasted, and there must be no sauces or confectionery. People brought up on his regimen, he says, will have no need of doctors. Up to a certain age, the young are to see no ugliness or vice. But at a suitable moment, they must be exposed to enchantments, both in the shape of terrors that must not terrify, and of bad pleasures that must not seduce the will. Only after they have withstood these tests will they be judged fit to be guardians. Young boys, before they are grown up, should see war, though they should not themselves fight. As for economics, Plato proposes a thoroughgoing communism for the guardians, and, I think, also for the soldiers, though this is not very clear. The guardians are to have small houses and simple food, they are to live as in a camp, dining together in companies, they are to have no private property beyond what is absolutely necessary. Gold and silver are to be forbidden. Though not rich, there is no reason why they should not be happy, but the purpose of the city is the good of the whole, not the happiness of one class. Both wealth and poverty are harmful, and in Plato's city neither will exist. There is a curious argument about war, that it will be easy to purchase allies, since our city will not want any share in the spoils of victory. With feigned unwillingness, the Platonic Socrates proceeds to apply his communism to the family. Friends, he says, should have all things in common, including women and children. He admits that this presents difficulties, but thinks them not insuperable. First of all, girls are to have exactly the same education as boys, learning music, gymnastics, and the art of war along with the boys. Women are to have complete equality with men in all respects. The same education which makes a man a good guardian will make a woman a good guardian, for their original nature is the same. No doubt there are differences between men and women, but they have nothing to do with politics. Some women are philosophic, and suitable as guardians, some are warlike, and could make good soldiers. The legislator, having selected the guardians, some men and some women, will ordain that they shall all share common houses and common meals. Marriage, as we know it, will be radically transformed. 1 At certain festivals, brides and bridegrooms, in such numbers as are required to keep the population constant, will be brought together, by lot, as they will be taught to believe, but in fact the rulers of the city will manipulate the lots on eugenic principles. They will arrange that the best sires shall have the most children. All children will be taken away from their parents at birth, and great care will be taken that no parents shall know who are their children, and no children shall know who are their parents. Deformed children, and children of inferior parents, will be put away in some mysterious unknown place, as they ought to be. Children arising from unions not sanctioned by the state are to be considered illegitimate. Mothers are to be between 20 and 40, fathers between 25 and 55. Outside these ages, intercourse is to be free, but abortion or infanticide is to be compulsory. In the marriages arranged by the state, the people concerned have no voice, they are to be actuated by the thought of their duty to the state, not by any of those common emotions that the banished poets used to celebrate. Since no one knows who his parents are, he is to call every one father whose age is such that he might be his father, and similarly as regards mother and brother and sister. This sort of thing happens among some savages, and used to puzzle missionaries. There is to be no marriage between a father and daughter or mother and son. In general, but not absolutely, marriages of brother and sister are to be prevented. I think if Plato had thought this out more carefully he would have found that he had prohibited all marriages, except the brother-sister marriages which he regards as rare exceptions. It is supposed that the sentiments at present attached to the words father, mother, son, and daughter will still attach to them under Plato's new arrangements. A young man, for instance, will not strike an old man, because he might be striking his father. The advantage sought is, of course, to minimize private possessive emotions, and so remove obstacles to the domination of public spirit, as well as to acquiescence in the absence of private property. It was largely motives of a similar kind that led to the celibacy of the clergy. Point 2. I come last to the theological aspect of the system. I am not thinking of the accepted Greek gods, but of certain myths which the government is to inculcate. Lying, Plato says explicitly, is to be a prerogative of the government, just as giving medicine is of physicians. The government, as we have already seen, is to deceive people in pretending to arrange marriages by lot, but this is not a religious matter. There is to be one royal lie, which, Plato hopes, may deceive the rulers, but will at any rate deceive the rest of the city. This lie is set forth in considerable detail. The most important part of it is the dogma that God has created men of three kinds, the best made of gold, the second best of silver, and the common herd of brass and iron. Those made of gold are fit to be guardians, those made of silver should be soldiers, the others should do the manual work. Usually, but by no means always, children will belong to the same grade as their parents. When they do not, they must be promoted or degraded accordingly. It is thought hardly possible to make the present generation believe this myth, but the next, and all subsequent generations, can be so educated as not to doubt it. Plato is right in thinking that belief in this myth could be generated in 2 generations. The Japanese have been taught since 1868 that the Mikado is descended from the sun goddess, and that Japan was created earlier than the rest of the world. Any university professor, who, even in a learned work, throws doubt on these dogmas, is dismissed for un-Japanese activities. What Plato does not seem to realize is that the compulsory acceptance of such myths is incompatible with philosophy, and involves a kind of education which stunts intelligence. The definition of justice, which is the nominal goal of the whole discussion, is reached in Book 4. It consists, we are told, in everybody doing his own work and not being a busybody. The city is just when trader, auxiliary, and guardian, each does his own job without interfering with that of other classes. That everybody should mind his own business is no doubt an admirable precept, but it hardly corresponds to what a modern would naturally call justice. The Greek word so translated corresponded to a concept which was very important in Greek thought, but for which we have no exact equivalent. It is worthwhile to recall that Anaximander said, "Into that from which things take their rise they pass away once more, as is ordained, for they make reparation and satisfaction to one another for their injustice according to the appointed time." Before philosophy began, the Greeks had a theory or feeling about the universe, which may be called religious or ethical. According to this theory, every person and everything has his or its appointed place and appointed function. This does not depend upon the fiat of Zeus, for Zeus himself is subject to the same kind of law as governs others. The theory is connected with the idea of fate or necessity. It applies emphatically to the heavenly bodies. But where there is vigor, there is a tendency to overstep just bounds, hence arises strife. Some kind of impersonal super-Olympian law punishes hubris, and restores the eternal order which the aggressor sought to violate. This whole outlook, originally, perhaps, scarcely conscious, passed over into philosophy. It is to be found alike in cosmologies of strife, such as those of Heraclitus and Empedocles, and in monistic doctrines such as that of Parmenides. It is the source of the belief both in natural and in human law, and it clearly underlies Plato's conception of justice. The word justice, as still used in the law, is more similar to Plato's conception than it is as used in political speculation. Under the influence of democratic theory, we have come to associate justice with equality, while for Plato it has no such implication. Justice, in the sense in which it is almost synonymous with law as when we speak of courts of justice, is concerned mainly with property rights, which have nothing to do with equality. The first suggested definition of justice, at the beginning of the Republic, is that it consists in paying debts. This definition is soon abandoned as inadequate, but something of it remains at the end. There are several points to be noted about Plato's definition. First, it makes it possible to have inequalities of power and privilege without justice. The guardians are to have all the power, because they are the wisest members of the community. Injustice would only occur, on Plato's definition, if there were men in the other classes who were wiser than some of the guardians. That is why Plato provides for promotion and degradation of citizens, although he thinks that the double advantage of birth and education will, in most cases, make the children of guardians superior to the children of others. If there were a more exact science of government, and more certainty of men following its precepts, there would be much to be said for Plato's system. No one thinks it unjust to put the best men into a football team, although they acquire thereby a great superiority. If football were managed as democratically as the Athenian government, the students to play for their university would be chosen by lot. But in matters of government it is difficult to know who has the most skill, and very far from certain that a politician will use his skill in the public interest rather than in his own or in that of his class or party or creed. The next point is that Plato's definition of justice presupposes a state organized either on traditional lines, or, like his own, so as to realize, in its totality, some ethical ideal. Justice, we are told, consists in every man doing his own job. But what is a man's job? In a state which, like ancient Egypt or the kingdom of the Incas, remains unchanged generation after generation, a man's job is his father's job, and no question arises. But in Plato's state no man has any legal father. His job, therefore, must be decided either by his own tastes or by the state's judgment as to his aptitudes. The latter is obviously what Plato would desire. But some kinds of work, though highly skilled, may be deemed pernicious. Plato takes this view of poetry, and I should take it of the work of Napoleon. The purposes of the government, therefore, are essential in determining what is a man's job. Although all the rulers are to be philosophers, there are to be no innovations. A philosopher is to be, for all time, a man who understands and agrees with Plato. When we ask, what will Plato's Republic achieve? The answer is rather humdrum. It will achieve success in wars against roughly equal populations, and it will secure a livelihood for a certain small number of people. It will almost certainly produce no art or science, because of its rigidity. In this respect, as in others, it will be like Sparta. In spite of all the fine talk, skill in war and enough to eat is all that will be achieved. Plato had lived through famine and defeat in Athens. Perhaps, subconsciously, he thought the avoidance of these evils the best that statesmanship could accomplish. A utopia, if seriously intended, obviously must embody the ideals of its creator. Let us consider, for a moment, what we can mean by ideals. In the first place, they are desired by those who believe in them, but they are not desired quite in the same way as a man desires personal comforts, such as food and shelter. What makes the difference between an ideal and an ordinary object of desire is that the former is impersonal. It is something having, at least ostensibly, no special reference to the ego of the man who feels the desire, and therefore capable, theoretically, of being desired by everybody. Thus we might define an ideal as something desired, not egocentric, and such that the person desiring it wishes that everyone else also desired it. I may wish that everybody had enough to eat, that everybody felt kindly towards everybody, and so on, and if I wish anything of this kind I shall also wish others to wish it. In this way, I can build up what looks like an impersonal ethic, although in fact it rests upon the personal basis of my own desires, for the desire remains mine, even when what is desired has no reference to myself. For example, one man may wish that everybody understood science, and another that everybody appreciated art. It is a personal difference between the two men that produces this difference in their desires. The personal element becomes apparent as soon as controversy is involved. Suppose some man says, "You are wrong to wish everybody to be happy, you ought to desire the happiness of Germans and the unhappiness of everyone else." Here ought may be taken to mean that that is what the speaker wishes me to desire. I might retort that, not being German, it is psychologically impossible for me to desire the unhappiness of all non-Germans, but this answer seems inadequate. Again, there may be a conflict of purely impersonal ideals. Nietzsche's hero differs from a Christian saint, yet both are impersonally admired, the one by Nietzscheans, the other by Christians. How are we to decide between the two except by means of our own desires? Yet, if there is nothing further, an ethical disagreement can only be decided by emotional appeals, or by force in the ultimate resort, by war. On questions of fact, we can appeal to science and scientific methods of observation, but on ultimate questions of ethics there seems to be nothing analogous. Yet, if this is really the case, ethical disputes resolve themselves into contests for power, including propaganda power. This point of view, in a crude form, is put forth in the first book of the Republic by Thrasymachus, who, like almost all the characters in Plato's dialogues, was a real person. He was a sophist from Chalcedon, and a famous teacher of rhetoric. He appeared in the first comedy of Aristophanes, 427 BC. After Socrates has, for some time, been amiably discussing justice with an old man named Cephalus, and with Plato's elder brothers Glaucon and Adeimantus, Thrasymachus, who has been listening with growing impatience, breaks in with a vehement protest against such childish nonsense. He proclaims emphatically that justice is nothing else than the interest of the stronger. This point of view is refuted by Socrates with quibbles. It is never fairly faced. It raises the fundamental question in ethics and politics, namely, is there any standard of good and bad, except what the man using these words desires? If there is not, many of the consequences drawn by Thrasymachus seem unscapable. Yet how are we to say that there is? At this point, religion has, at first sight, a simple answer. God determines what is good and what bad. The man whose will is in harmony with the will of God is a good man. Yet this answer is not quite orthodox. Theologians say that God is good, and this implies that there is a standard of goodness which is independent of God's will. We are thus forced to face the question, is there objective truth or falsehood in such a statement as pleasure is good, in the same sense as in such a statement as snow is white? To answer this question, a very long discussion would be necessary. Some may think that we can, for practical purposes, evade the fundamental issue, and say, I do not know what is meant by objective truth, but I shall consider a statement true if all, or virtually all, of those who have investigated it are agreed in upholding it. In this sense, it is true that snow is white, that Caesar was assassinated, that water is composed of hydrogen and oxygen, and so on. We are then faced with a question of fact: are there any similarly agreed statements in ethics? If there are, they can be made the basis both for rules of private conduct, and for a theory of politics. If there are not, we are driven in practice, whatever may be the philosophic truth, to a contest by force or propaganda or both, whenever an irreconcilable ethical difference exists between powerful groups. For Plato, this question does not really exist. Although his dramatic sense leads him to state the position of Thrasymachus forcibly, he is quite unaware of its strength, and allows himself to be grossly unfair in arguing against it. Plato is convinced that there is the good, and that its nature can be ascertained. When people disagree about it, one, at least, is making an intellectual error, just as much as if the disagreement were a scientific one on some matter of fact. The difference between Plato and Thrasymachus is very important, but for the historian of philosophy it is one to be only noted, not decided. Plato thinks he can prove that his ideal republic is good. A democrat who accepts the objectivity of ethics may think that he can prove the republic bad, but anyone who agrees with Thrasymachus will say, there is no question of proving or disproving, the only question is whether you like the kind of state that Plato desires. If you do, it is good for you; if you do not, it is bad for you. If many do and many do not, the decision cannot be made by reason, but only by force, actual or concealed. This is one of the issues in philosophy that are still open. On each side there are men who command respect. But for a very long time the opinion that Plato advocated remained almost undisputed. It should be observed, further, that the view which substitutes the consensus of opinion for an objective standard has certain consequences that few would accept. What are we to say of scientific innovators like Galileo, who advocate an opinion with which few agree, but finally win the support of almost everybody? They do so by means of arguments, not by emotional appeals or state propaganda or the use of force. This implies a criterion other than the general opinion. In ethical matters, there is something analogous in the case of the great religious teachers. Christ taught that it is not wrong to pluck ears of corn on the Sabbath, but that it is wrong to hate your enemies. Such ethical innovations obviously imply some standard other than majority opinion, but the standard, whatever it is not objective fact, as in a scientific question. This problem is a difficult one, and I do not profess to be able to solve it. For the present, let us be content to note it. Plato's Republic, unlike modern utopias, was perhaps intended to be actually founded. This was not so fantastic or impossible as it might naturally seem to us. Many of its provisions, including some that we should have thought quite impracticable, were actually realized at Sparta. The rule of philosophers had been attempted by Pythagoras, and in Plato's time Archytas the Pythagorean was politically influential in Taras, the modern Taranto, when Plato visited Sicily and southern Italy. It was a common practice for cities to employ a sage to draw up their laws. Solon had done this for Athens, and Protagoras for Thurii. Colonies, in those days, were completely free from control by their parent cities, and it would have been quite feasible for a band of Platonists to establish the Republic on the shores of Spain or Gaul. Unfortunately, chance led Plato to Syracuse, a great commercial city engaged in desperate wars with Carthage. In such an atmosphere, no philosopher could have achieved much. In the next generation, the rise of Macedonia had made all small states antiquated, and had brought about the futility of all political experiments in miniature. 15. The theory of ideas. The middle of the Republic, from the later part of Book V to the end of Book 7, is occupied mainly with questions of pure philosophy, as opposed to politics. These questions are introduced by a somewhat abrupt statement. Until philosophers are kings, or the kings and princes of this world have the spirit and power of philosophy, and political greatness and wisdom meet in one, and those commoner natures who pursue either to the exclusion of the other are compelled to stand aside, cities will never have rest from these evils, no, nor the human race, as I believe, and then only will this our state have a possibility of life and behold the light of day. If this is true, we must decide what constitutes a philosopher, and what we mean by philosophy. The consequent discussion is the most famous part of the Republic, and has perhaps been the most influential. It has, in parts, extraordinary literary beauty. The reader may disagree, as I do, with what is said, but cannot help being moved by it. Plato's philosophy rests on the distinction between reality and appearance, which was first set forth by Parmenides. Throughout the discussion with which we are now concerned, Parmenidean phrases and arguments are constantly recurring. There is, however, a religious tone about reality, which is rather Pythagorean than Parmenidean, and there is much about mathematics and music which is directly traceable to the disciples of Pythagoras. This combination of the logic of Parmenides with the otherworldliness of Pythagoras and the Orphics produced a doctrine which was felt to be satisfying to both the intellect and the religious emotions. The result was a very powerful synthesis, which, with various modifications, influenced most of the great philosophers, down to and including Hegel. But not only philosophers were influenced by Plato. Why did the Puritans object to the music and painting and gorgeous ritual of the Catholic Church? You will find the answer in the 10th book of the Republic. Why are children in school compelled to learn arithmetic? The reasons are given in the 7th book. The following paragraphs summarize Plato's theory of ideas. Our question is, what is a philosopher? The first answer is in accordance with the etymology, a philosopher is a lover of wisdom. But this is not the same thing as a lover of knowledge, in the sense in which an inquisitive man may be said to love knowledge. Vulgar curiosity does not make a philosopher. The definition is therefore amended, the philosopher is a man who loves the vision of truth. But what is this vision? Consider a man who loves beautiful things, who makes a point of being present at new tragedies, seeing new pictures, and hearing new music. Such a man is not a philosopher, because he loves only beautiful things, whereas the philosopher loves beauty in itself. The man who only loves beautiful things is dreaming, whereas the man who knows absolute beauty is wide awake. The former has only opinion, the latter has knowledge. What is the difference between knowledge and opinion? The man who has knowledge of something, that is to say, of something that exists, for what does not exist is nothing. This is reminiscent of Parmenides. Thus knowledge is infallible, since it is logically impossible for it to be mistaken. But opinion can be mistaken. How can this be? Opinion cannot be of what is not, for that is impossible, nor of what is, for then it would be knowledge. Therefore opinion must be of what both is and is not. But how is this possible? The answer is that particular things always partake of opposite characters. What is beautiful is also, in some respects, ugly, what is just is, in some respects, unjust, and so on. All particular sensible objects, so Plato contends, have this contradictory character, they are thus intermediate between being and not being, and are suitable as objects of opinion, but not of knowledge. But those who see the absolute and eternal and immutable may be said to know, and not to have opinion only. Thus we arrive at the conclusion that opinion is of the world presented to the senses, whereas knowledge is of a supersensible eternal world. For instance, opinion is concerned with particular beautiful things, but knowledge is concerned with beauty in itself. The only argument advanced is that it is self-contradictory to suppose that a thing can be both beautiful and not beautiful, or both just and not just, and that nevertheless particular things seem to combine such contradictory characters. Therefore particular things are not real. Heraclitus had said we step and do not step into the same rivers, we are and are not. But combining this with Parmenides we arrive at Plato's result. There is, however, something of great importance in Plato's doctrine which is not traceable to his predecessors, and that is the theory of ideas or forms. This theory is partly logical, partly metaphysical. The logical part has to do with the meaning of general words. There are many individual animals of whom we can truly say this is a cat. What do we mean by the word cat? Obviously something different from each particular cat. An animal is a cat, it would seem, because it participates in a general nature common to all cats. Language cannot get on without general words such as cat, and such words are evidently not meaningless. But if the word cat means anything, it means something which is not this or that cat, but some kind of universal cattiness. This is not born when a particular cat is born, and does not die when it dies. In fact, it has no position in space or time, it is eternal. This is the logical part of the doctrine. The arguments in its favor, whether ultimately valid or not, are strong, and quite independent of the metaphysical part of the doctrine. According to the metaphysical part of the doctrine, the word cat means a certain ideal cat, the cat, created by God, and unique. Particular cats partake of the nature of the cat, but more or less imperfectly. It is only owing to this imperfection that there can be many of them. The cat is real, particular cats are only apparent. In the last book of the Republic, as a preliminary to a condemnation of painters, there is a very clear exposition of the doctrine of ideas or forms. Here Plato explains that, whenever a number of individuals have a common name, they have also a common idea or form. For instance, though there are many beds, there is only one idea or form of a bed. Just as a reflection of a bed in a mirror is only apparent and not real, so the various particular beds are unreal, being only copies of the idea, which is the one real bed, and is made by God. Of this one bed, made by God, there can be knowledge, but in respect of the many beds made by carpenters there can be only opinion. The philosopher, as such, will be interested only in the one ideal bed, not in the many beds found in the sensible world. He will have a certain indifference to ordinary mundane affairs. How can he who has magnificence of mind and is the spectator of all time and all existence, think much of human life? The youth who is capable of becoming a philosopher will be distinguished among his fellows as just and gentle, fond of learning, possessed of a good memory and a naturally harmonious mind. Such a one shall be educated into a philosopher and a guardian. At this point Adeimantus breaks in with a protest. When he tries to argue with Socrates, he says, he feels himself led a little astray at each step, until, in the end, all his former notions are turned upside down. But whatever Socrates may say, it remains the case, as anyone can see, that people who stick to philosophy become strange monsters, not to say utter rogues. Even the best of them are made useless by philosophy. Socrates admits that this is true in the world as it is, but maintains that it is the other people who are to blame, not the philosophers. In a wise community the philosophers would not seem foolish. It is only among fools that the wise are judged to be destitute of wisdom. What are we to do in this dilemma? There were to have been two ways of inaugurating our republic, by philosophers becoming rulers, or by rulers becoming philosophers. The first way seems impossible as a beginning, because in a city not already philosophic the philosophers are unpopular. But a born prince might be a philosopher, and one is enough. Let there be one man who has a city obedient to his will, and he might bring into existence the ideal polity about which the world is so incredulous. Plato hoped that he had found such a prince in the younger Dionysius, tyrant of Syracuse, but the young man turned out disappointingly. In the 6th and 7th books of the Republic, Plato is concerned with two questions. First, what is philosophy? Second, how can a young man or woman, of suitable temperament, be so educated as to become a philosopher? Philosophy, for Plato, is a kind of vision, the vision of truth. It is not purely intellectual, it is not merely wisdom, but love of wisdom. Spinoza's intellectual love of God is much the same intimate union of thought and feeling. Everyone who has done any kind of creative work has experienced, in a greater or less degree, the state of mind in which, after long labor, truth or beauty appears, or seems to appear, in a sudden glory. It may be only about some small matter, or it may be about the universe. The experience is, at the moment, very convincing. Doubt may come later, but at the time there is utter certainty. I think most of the best creative work, in art, in science, in literature, and in philosophy, has been the result of such a moment. Whether it comes to others as to me, I cannot say. For my part, I have found that, when I wish to write a book on some subject, I must first soak myself in detail, until all the separate parts of the subject matter are familiar. Then, some day, if I am fortunate, I perceive the whole, with all its parts duly interrelated. After that, I only have to write down what I have seen. The nearest analogy is first walking all over a mountain in a mist, until every path and ridge and valley is separately familiar, and then, from a distance, seeing the mountain whole and clear in bright sunshine. This experience, I believe, is necessary to good creative work, but it is not sufficient. Indeed, the subjective certainty that it brings with it may be fatally misleading. William James describes a man who got the experience from laughing gas. Whenever he was under its influence, he knew the secret of the universe, but when he came to, he had forgotten it. At last, with immense effort, he wrote down the secret before the vision had faded. When completely recovered, he rushed to see what he had written. It was, a smell of petroleum prevails throughout. What seems like sudden insight may be misleading, and must be tested soberly, when the divine intoxication has passed. Plato's vision, which he completely trusted at the time when he wrote the Republic, needs ultimately the help of a parable, the parable of the cave, in order to convey its nature to the reader. But it is led up to by various preliminary discussions, designed to make the reader see the necessity of the world of ideas. First, the world of the intellect is distinguished from the world of the senses, then intellect and sense perception are in turn each divided into two kinds. The two kinds of sense perception need not concern us, the two kinds of intellect are called, respectively, reason and understanding. Of these, reason is the higher kind, it is concerned with pure ideas, and its method is dialectic. Understanding is the kind of intellect that is used in mathematics, it is inferior to reason in that it uses hypotheses which it cannot test. In geometry, for example, we say, let ABC be a rectilinear triangle. It is against the rules to ask whether ABC really is a rectilinear triangle, although, if it is a figure that we have drawn, we may be sure that it is not, because we can't draw absolutely straight lines. Accordingly, mathematics can never tell us what is, but only what would be if. There are no straight lines in the sensible world, therefore, if mathematics is to have more than hypothetical truth, we must find evidence for the existence of supersensible straight lines in a supersensible world. This cannot be done by the understanding, but according to Plato it can be done by reason, which shows that there is a rectilinear triangle in heaven, of which geometrical propositions can be affirmed categorically, not hypothetically. There is, at this point, a difficulty which did not escape Plato's notice, and was evident to modern idealistic philosophers. We saw that God made only one bed, and it would be natural to suppose that he made only one straight line. But if there is a heavenly triangle, he must have made at least three straight lines. The objects of geometry, though ideal, must exist in many examples, we need the possibility of two intersecting circles, and so on. This suggests that geometry, on Plato's theory, should not be capable of ultimate truth, but should be condemned as part of the study of appearance. We will, however, ignore this point, as to which Plato's answer is somewhat obscure. Plato seeks to explain the difference between clear intellectual vision and the confused vision of sense perception by an analogy from the sense of sight. Sight, he says, differs from the other senses, since it requires not only the eye and the object, but also light. We see clearly objects on which the sun shines, in twilight we see confusedly, and in pitch darkness not at all. Now the world of ideas is what we see when the object is illumined by the sun, while the world of passing things is a confused twilight world. The eye is compared to the soul, and the sun, as the source of light, to truth, or goodness. The soul is like an eye, when resting upon that on which truth and being shine, the soul perceives and understands, and is radiant with intelligence, but when turned towards the twilight of becoming and perishing, then she has opinion only, and goes blinking about, and is first of one opinion and then of another, and seems to have no intelligence. Now what imparts truth to the known and the power of knowing to the knower is what I would have you term the idea of good, and this you will deem to be the cause of science. This leads up to the famous simile of the cave or den, according to which those who are destitute of philosophy may be compared to prisoners in a cave, who are only able to look in one direction because they are bound, and who have a fire behind them and a wall in front. Between them and the wall there is nothing, all that they see are shadows of themselves, and of objects behind them, cast on the wall by the light of the fire. Inevitably they regard these shadows as real, and have no notion of the objects to which they are due. At last some man succeeds in escaping from the cave to the light of the sun, for the first time he sees real things, and becomes aware that he had hitherto been deceived by shadows. If he is the sort of philosopher who is fit to become a guardian, he will feel it is his duty to those who were formerly his fellow prisoners to go down again into the cave, instruct them as to the truth, and show them the way up. But he will have difficulty in persuading them, because, coming out of the sunlight, he will see shadows less clearly than they do, and will seem to them stupider than before his escape. And now, I said, let me show in a figure how far our nature is enlightened or unenlightened. Behold, human beings living in an underground den, which has a mouth open toward the light and reaching all along the den. Here they have been from their childhood, and have their legs and necks chained so that they cannot move, and can only see before them, being prevented by the chains from turning round their heads. Above and behind them a fire is blazing at a distance, and between the fire and the prisoners there is a raised way, and you will see, if you look, a low wall built along the way, like the screen which marionette players have in front of them, over which they show the puppets. I see. And do you see, I said, men passing along the wall carrying all sorts of vessels and statues and figures of animals made of wood and stone and various materials, which appear over the wall. Some of them are talking, others silent. You have shown me a strange image, and they are strange prisoners. Like ourselves, I replied, and they see only their own shadows, or the shadows of one another, which the fire throws on the opposite wall of the cave. The position of the good in Plato's philosophy is peculiar. Science and truth, he says, are like the good, but the good has a higher place. The good is not essence, but far exceeds essence in dignity and power. Dialectic leads to the end of the intellectual world in the perception of the absolute good. It is by means of the good that dialectic is able to dispense with the hypotheses of the mathematician. The underlying assumption is that reality, as opposed to appearance, is completely and perfectly good. To perceive the good, therefore, is to perceive reality. Throughout Plato's philosophy there is the same fusion of intellect and mysticism as in Pythagoreanism, but at this final culmination mysticism clearly has the upper hand. Plato's doctrine of ideas contains a number of obvious errors. But in spite of these it marks a very important advance in philosophy, since it is the first theory to emphasize the problem of universals, which, in varying forms, has persisted to the present day. Beginnings are apt to be crude, but their originality should not be overlooked. On this account something remains of what Plato had to say, even after all necessary corrections have been made. The absolute minimum of what remains, even in the view of those most hostile to Plato, is this, that we cannot express ourselves in a language composed wholly of proper names, but must have also general words such as man, dog, cat, or, if not these, then relational words such as similar, before, and so on. Such words are not meaningless noises, and it is difficult to see how they can have meaning if the world consists entirely of particular things, such as are designated by proper names. There may be ways of getting round this argument, but at any rate it affords a prima facie case in favor of universals. I shall provisionally accept it as in some degree valid. But when so much is granted, the rest of what Plato says by no means follows. In the first place, Plato has no understanding of philosophical syntax. I can say Socrates is human, Plato is human, and so on. In all these statements, it may be assumed that the word human has exactly the same meaning. But whatever it means something which is not of the same kind as Socrates, Plato, and the rest of the individuals who compose the human race. Human is an adjective, it would be nonsense to say human is human. Plato makes a mistake analogous to saying human is human. He thinks that beauty is beautiful, he thinks that the universal man is the name of a pattern man created by God, of whom actual men are imperfect and somewhat unreal copies. He fails altogether to realize how great is the gap between universals and particulars. His ideas are really just other particulars, ethically and aesthetically superior to the ordinary kind. He himself, at a later date, began to see this difficulty, as appears in the Parmenides, which contains one of the most remarkable cases in history of self-criticism by a philosopher. The Parmenids is supposed to be related by Antiphon, Plato's half-brother, who alone remembers the conversation, but is now only interested in horses. They find him carrying a bridle, and with difficulty persuade him to relate the famous discussion between Parmenids, Zeno, and Socrates. This, we are told, took place when Parmenids was old, about 65, Zeno in middle life, about 40, and Socrates quite a young man. Socrates expounds the theory of ideas. He is sure that there are ideas of likeness, justice, beauty, and goodness. He is not sure that there is an idea of man, and he rejects with indignation the suggestion that there could be ideas of such things as hair and mud and dirt, though, he adds, there are times when he thinks that there is nothing without an idea. He runs away from this view because he is afraid of falling into a bottomless pit of nonsense. Yes, Socrates, said Parmenids, that is because you are still young. The time will come, if I am not mistaken, when philosophy will have a firmer grasp of you, and then you will not despise even the meanest things. Socrates agrees that, in his view, there are certain ideas of which all other things partake, and from which they derive their names, that similars, for example, become similar, because they partake of similarity, and great things become great, because they partake of greatness, and that just and beautiful things become just and beautiful, because they partake of justice and beauty. Parmenids proceeds to raise difficulties. A. Does the individual partake of the whole idea, or only of a part? To either view there are objections. If the former, one thing is in many places at once; if the latter, the idea is divisible, and a thing which has a part of smallness will be smaller than absolute smallness, which is absurd. B. When an individual partakes of an idea, the individual and the idea are similar, therefore there will have to be another idea, embracing both the particulars and the original idea. And there will have to be yet another, embracing the particulars and the two ideas, and so on ad infinitum. Thus every idea, instead of being one, becomes an infinite series of ideas. This is the same as Aristotle's argument of the third man. C. Socrates suggests that perhaps ideas are only thoughts, but Parmenids points out that thoughts must be of something. D. Ideas cannot resemble the particulars that partake of them, for the reason given in b. above. E. Ideas, if there are any, must be unknown to us, because our knowledge is not absolute. F. If God's knowledge is absolute, he will not know us, and therefore cannot rule us. Nevertheless, the theory of ideas is not wholly abandoned. Without ideas, Socrates says, there will be nothing on which the mind can rest, and therefore reasoning will be destroyed. Parmenids tells him that his troubles come of lack of previous training, but no definite conclusion is reached. I do not think that Plato's logical objections to the reality of sensible particulars will bear examination. He says, for example, that whatever is beautiful is also in some respects ugly, what is double is also half, and so on. But when we say of some work of art that it is beautiful in some respects and ugly in others, analysis will always, at least theoretically, enable us to say this part or aspect is beautiful, while that part or aspect is ugly. And as regards double and half, these are relative terms. There is no contradiction in the fact that 2 is double of 1 and half of 4. Plato is perpetually getting into trouble through not understanding relative terms. He thinks that if A is greater than B and less than C, then A is at once great and small, which seems to him a contradiction. Such troubles are among the infantile diseases of philosophy. The distinction between reality and appearance cannot have the consequences attributed to it by Parmenids and Plato and Hegel. If appearance really appears, it is not nothing, and is therefore part of reality. This is an argument of the correct Parmenidean sort. If appearance does not really appear, why trouble our heads about it? But perhaps someone will say, appearance does not really appear, but it appears to appear. This will not help, for we shall ask again, does it really appear to appear, or only apparently appear to appear? Sooner or later, if appearance is even to appear, we must reach something that really appears, and is therefore part of reality. Plato would not dream of denying that there appear to be many beds, although there is only one real bed, namely the one made by God. But he does not seem to have faced the implications of the fact that there are many appearances, and that this manyness is part of reality. Any attempt to divide the world into portions, of which one is more real than the other, is doomed to failure. Connected with this is another curious view of Plato's, that knowledge and opinion must be concerned with different subject matters. We should say, if I think it is going to snow, that is opinion; if later I see it snowing, that is knowledge, but the subject matter is the same on both occasions. Plato, however, thinks that what can at any time be a matter of opinion can never be a matter of knowledge. Knowledge is certain and infallible; opinion is not merely fallible, but is necessarily mistaken, since it assumes the reality of what is only appearance. All this repeats what had been said by Parmenides. There is one respect in which Plato's metaphysic is apparently different from that of Parmenides. For Parmenides there is only the one; for Plato, there are many ideas. There are not only beauty, truth, and goodness, but, as we saw, there is the heavenly bed, created by God; there is a heavenly man, a heavenly dog, a heavenly cat, and so on through a whole Noah's Ark. All this, however, seems, in the Republic, to have been not adequately thought out. A Platonic idea or form is not a thought, though it may be the object of a thought. It is difficult to see how God can have created it, since its being is timeless, and he could not have decided to create a bed unless his thought, when he decided, had had for its object that very Platonic bed which we are told he brought into existence. What is timeless must be uncreated. We come here to a difficulty which has troubled many philosophic theologians. Only the contingent world, the world in space and time, can have been created, but this is the everyday world which has been condemned as illusory and also bad. Therefore the Creator, it would seem, created only illusion and evil. Some Gnostics were so consistent as to adopt this view, but in Plato the difficulty is still below the surface, and he seems, in the Republic, to have never become aware of it. The philosopher who is to be a guardian must, according to Plato, return into the cave, and live among those who have never seen the Sun of Truth. It would seem that God himself, if he wishes to amend his creation, must do likewise. A Christian Platonist might so interpret the Incarnation. But it remains completely impossible to explain why God was not content with the world of ideas. The philosopher finds the cave in existence, and is actuated by benevolence in returning to it, but the Creator, if he created everything, might, one would think, have avoided the cave altogether. Perhaps this difficulty arises only from the Christian notion of a Creator, and is not chargeable to Plato, who says that God did not create everything, but only what is good. The multiplicity of the sensible world, on this view, would have some other source than God. And the ideas would, perhaps, be not so much created by God as constituents of his essence. The apparent pluralism involved in the multiplicity of ideas would thus not be ultimate. Ultimately there is only God, or the good, to whom the ideas are adjectival. This, at any rate, is a possible interpretation of Plato. Plato proceeds to an interesting sketch of the education proper to a young man who is to be a guardian. We saw that the young man is selected for this honor on the ground of a combination of intellectual and moral qualities. He must be just and gentle, fond of learning, with a good memory and a harmonious mind. The young man who has been chosen for these merits will spend the years from 20 to 30 on the 4 Pythagorean studies: arithmetic, geometry, plane and solid, astronomy, and harmony. These studies are not to be pursued in any utilitarian spirit, but in order to prepare his mind for the vision of eternal things. In astronomy, for example, he is not to trouble himself too much about the actual heavenly bodies, but rather with the mathematics of the motion of ideal heavenly bodies. This may sound absurd to modern ears, but strange to say, it proved to be a fruitful point of view in connection with empirical astronomy. The way this came about is curious, and worth considering. The apparent motions of the planets, until they have been very profoundly analyzed, appear to be irregular and complicated, and not at all such as a Pythagorean creator would have chosen. It was obvious to every Greek that the heavens ought to exemplify mathematical beauty, which would only be the case if the planets moved in circles. This would be especially evident to Plato, owing to his emphasis on the good. The problem thus arose: is there any hypothesis which will reduce the apparent disorderliness of planetary motions to order and beauty and simplicity? If there is, the idea of the good will justify us in asserting this hypothesis. Aristarchus of Samos found such a hypothesis, that all the planets, including the Earth, go round the Sun in circles. This view was rejected for 2000 years, partly on the authority of Aristotle, who attributes a rather similar hypothesis to the Pythagoreans, De Silla, 293a. It was revived by Copernicus, and its success might seem to justify Plato's aesthetic bias in astronomy. Unfortunately, however, Kepler discovered that the planets move in ellipses, not in circles, with the Sun at a focus, not at the center. Then Newton discovered that they do not move even in exact ellipses. And so the geometrical simplicity sought by Plato, and apparently found by Aristarchus of Samos, proved in the end illusory. This piece of scientific history illustrates a general maxim, that any hypothesis, however absurd, may be useful in science, if it enables a discoverer to conceive things in a new way, but that, when it has served this purpose by luck, it is likely to become an obstacle to further advance. The belief in the good as the key to the scientific understanding of the world was useful, at a certain stage, in astronomy, but at every later stage it was harmful. The ethical and aesthetic bias of Plato, and still more of Aristotle, did much to kill Greek science. It is noteworthy that modern Platonists, with few exceptions, are ignorant of mathematics, in spite of the immense importance that Plato attached to arithmetic and geometry, and the immense influence that they had on his philosophy. This is an example of the evils of specialization. A man must not write on Plato unless he has spent so much of his youth on Greek as to have had no time for the things that Plato thought important. 16. Plato's theory of immortality. The dialogue called After Phaedo is interesting in several respects. It purports to describe the last moments in the life of Socrates, his conversation immediately before drinking the hemlock, and after, until he loses consciousness. This presents Plato's ideal of a man who is both wise and good in the highest degree, and who is totally without fear of death. Socrates in face of death, as represented by Plato, was important ethically, both in ancient and in modern times. What the Gospel account of the Passion and the Crucifixion was for Christians, the Phaedo was for pagan or free-thinking philosophers. 1 But the imperturbability of Socrates in his last hour is bound up with his belief in immortality, and the Phaedo is important as setting forth, not only the death of a martyr, but also many doctrines which were afterwards Christian. The theology of St. Paul and of the Fathers was largely derived from it, directly or indirectly, and can hardly be understood if Plato is ignored. An earlier dialogue, the Crito, tells how certain friends and disciples of Socrates arranged a plan by which he could escape to Thessaly. Probably the Athenian authorities would have been quite glad if he had escaped, and the scheme suggested may be assumed to have been very likely to succeed. Socrates, however, would have none of it. He contended that he had been condemned by due process of law, and that it would be wrong to do anything illegal to avoid punishment. He first proclaimed the principle which we associate with the Sermon on the Mount, that we ought not to retaliate evil for evil to anyone, whatever evil we may have suffered from him. He then imagines himself engaged in a dialogue with the laws of Athens, in which they point out that he owes them the kind of respect that a son owes to a father or a slave to his master, but in an even higher degree, and that, moreover, every Athenian citizen is free to emigrate if he dislikes the Athenian state. The laws end a long speech with the words, "Listen, then, Socrates, to us who have brought you up. Think not of life and children first, and of justice afterwards, but of justice first, that you may be justified before the princes of the world below. For neither will you nor any that belong to you be happier or holier or juster in this life, or happier in another, if you do as Crito bids. Now you depart in innocence, a sufferer and not a doer of evil, a victim, not of the laws, but of men. But if you go forth, returning evil for evil, and injury for injury, breaking the covenants and agreements which you have made with us, and wronging those whom you ought least of all to wrong, that is to say, yourself, your friends, your country, and us, we shall be angry with you while you live, and our brethren, the laws in the world below, will receive you as an enemy, for they will know that you have done your best to destroy us. This voice, Socrates says, I seem to hear humming in my ears like the sound of the flute in the ears of the mystic. He decides accordingly, that it is his duty to stay and abide the death sentence. In the Phaedo, the last hour has come, his chains are taken off, and he is allowed to converse freely with his friends. He sends away his weeping wife, in order that her grief may not interfere with the discussion. Socrates begins by maintaining that, though anyone who has the spirit of philosophy will not fear death, but, on the contrary, will welcome it, yet he will not take his own life, for that is held to be unlawful. His friends inquire why suicide is held to be unlawful, and his answer, which is in accordance with Orphic doctrine, is almost exactly what a Christian might say. There is a doctrine whispered in secret that man is a prisoner who has no right to open the door and run away. This is a great mystery which I do not quite understand. He compares the relation of man to God with that of cattle to their owner. You would be angry, he says, if your ox took the liberty of putting himself out of the way, and so there may be reason in saying that a man should wait, and not take his own life until God summons him, as he is now summoning me. He is not grieved at death, because he is convinced in the first place that I am going to other gods who are wise and good, of which I am as certain as I can be of any such matters, and secondly, though I am not so sure of this last, to men departed, better than those whom I leave behind. I have good hope that there is yet something remaining for the dead, some far better thing for the good than for the evil. Death, says Socrates, is the separation of soul and body. Here we come under Plato's dualism, between reality and appearance, ideas and sensible objects, reason and sense perception, soul and body. These pairs are connected, the first in each pair is superior to the second both in reality and in goodness. An ascetic morality was the natural consequence of this dualism. Christianity adopted this doctrine in part, but never wholly. There were two obstacles. The first was that the creation of the visible world, if Plato was right, might seem to have been an evil deed, and therefore the Creator could not be good. The second was that Orthodox Christianity could never bring itself to condemn marriage, though it held celibacy to be nobler. The Manichaeans were more consistent in both respects. The distinction between mind and matter, which has become a commonplace in philosophy and science and popular thought, has a religious origin, and began as the distinction of soul and body. The Orphic, as we saw, proclaims himself the child of earth and of the starry heaven. From earth comes the body, from heaven the soul. It is this theory that Plato seeks to express in the language of philosophy. Socrates, in the Phaedo, proceeds at once to develop the ascetic implications of his doctrine, but his asceticism is of a moderate and gentlemanly sort. He does not say that the philosopher should wholly abstain from ordinary pleasures, but only that he should not be a slave to them. The philosopher should not care about eating and drinking, but of course he should eat as much as is necessary. There is no suggestion of fasting. And we are told that Socrates, though indifferent to wine, could, on occasion, drink more than anybody else, without ever becoming intoxicated. It was not drinking that he condemned, but pleasure in drinking. In like manner, the philosopher must not care for the pleasures of love, or for costly raiment, or sandals, or other adornments of the person. He must be entirely concerned with the soul, and not with the body. He would like, as far as he can, to get away from the body and to turn to the soul. It is obvious that this doctrine, popularized, would become ascetic, but in intention it is not, properly speaking, ascetic. The philosopher will not abstain with an effort from the pleasures of sense, but will be thinking of other things. I have known many philosophers who forgot their meals, and read a book when at last they did eat. These men were acting as Plato says they should, they were not abstaining from gluttony by means of a moral effort, but were more interested in other matters. Apparently the philosopher should marry, and beget, and rear children, in the same absent-minded way, but since the emancipation of women this has become more difficult. No wonder Xanthippe was a shrew. Philosophers, Socrates continues, try to dissever the soul from communion with the body, whereas other people think that life is not worth living for a man who has no sense of pleasure and no part in bodily pleasure. In this phrase, Plato seems perhaps inadvertently to countenance the view of a certain class of moralists, that bodily pleasures are the only ones that count. These moralists hold that the man who does not seek the pleasures of sense must be eschewing pleasure altogether, and living virtuously. This is an error which has done untold harm. In so far as the division of mind and body can be accepted, the worst pleasures, as well as the best, are mental, for example, envy, and many forms of cruelty and love of power. Milton's Satan rises superior to physical torment, and devotes himself to a work of destruction from which he derives a pleasure that is wholly of the mind. Many eminent ecclesiastics, having renounced the pleasures of sense, and not being on their guard against others, became dominated by love of power, which led them to appalling cruelties and persecutions, nominally for the sake of religion. In our own day, Hitler belonged to this type. By all accounts, the pleasures of sense were of very little importance to him. Liberation from the tyranny of the body contributes to greatness, but just as much to greatness in sin as to greatness in virtue. This, however, is a digression, from which we must return to Socrates. We come now to the intellectual aspect of the religion which Plato, rightly or wrongly, attributes to Socrates. We are told that the body is a hindrance in the acquisition of knowledge, and that sight and hearing are inaccurate witnesses. True existence, if revealed to the soul at all, is revealed in thought, not in sense. Let us consider, for a moment, the implications of this doctrine. It involves a complete rejection of empirical knowledge, including all history and geography. We cannot know that there was such a place as Athens, or such a man as Socrates. His death, and his courage in dying, belong to the world of appearance. It is only through sight and hearing that we know anything about all this, and the true philosopher ignores sight and hearing. What, then, is left to him? First, logic and mathematics, but these are hypothetical and do not justify any categorical assertion about the real world. The next step, and this is the crucial one, depends upon the idea of the good. Having arrived at this idea, the philosopher is supposed to know that the good is the real, and thus to be able to infer that the world of ideas is the real world. Later philosophers had arguments to prove the identity of the real and the good, but Plato seems to have assumed it as self-evident. If we wish to understand him, we must, hypothetically, suppose this assumption justified. Thought is best, Socrates says, when the mind is gathered into itself, and is not troubled by sounds or sights or pain or pleasure, but takes leave of the body and aspires after true being, and in this the philosopher disannurs the body. From this point, Socrates goes on to the ideas or forms or essences. There is absolute justice, absolute beauty, and absolute good, but they are not visible to the eye. And I speak not of these alone, but of absolute greatness, and health, and strength, and of the essence or true nature of everything. All these are only to be seen by intellectual vision. Therefore, while we are in the body, and while the soul is infected with the evils of the body, our desire for truth will not be satisfied. This point of view excludes scientific observation and experiment as methods for the attainment of knowledge. The experimenter's mind is not gathered into itself, and does not aim at avoiding sounds or sights. The two kinds of mental activity that can be pursued by the method that Plato recommends are mathematics and mystic insight. This explains how these two come to be so intimately combined in Plato and the Pythagoreans. To the empiricist, the body is what brings us into touch with the world of external reality, but to Plato it is doubly evil, as a distorting medium, causing us to see as through a glass darkly, and as a source of lusts which distract us from the pursuit of knowledge and the vision of truth. Some quotations will make this clear. The body is the source of endless trouble to us by reason of the mere requirement of food, and is liable also to diseases which overtake and impede us in the search after true being. It fills us full of loves, and lusts, and fears, and fancies of all kinds, and endless foolery, and in fact, as men say, takes away from us all power of thinking at all. Whence come wars, and fightings and factions? Whence but from the body and the lusts of the body? Wars are occasioned by the love of money, and money has to be acquired for the sake and in the service of the body, and by reason of all these impediments we have no time to give to philosophy, and, last and worst of all, even if we are at leisure to betake ourselves to some speculation, the body is always breaking in upon us, causing turmoil and confusion in our inquiries, and so amazing us that we are prevented from seeing the truth. It has been proved to us by experience that if we would have true knowledge of anything we must be quit of the body. The soul in herself must behold things in themselves, and then we shall attain the wisdom which we desire, and of which we say we are lovers, not while we live, but after death, for if while in company with the body the soul cannot have pure knowledge, knowledge must be attained after death, if at all. And thus having got rid of the foolishness of the body we shall be pure and have converse with the pure, and know of ourselves the clear light everywhere, which is no other than the light of truth. For the impure are not permitted to approach the pure. And what is purification but the separation of the soul from the body? And this separation and release of the soul from the body is termed death. And the true philosophers, and they only, are ever seeking to release the soul. There is one true coin for which all things ought to be exchanged, and that is wisdom. The founders of the mysteries would appear to have had a real meaning, and were not talking nonsense when they intimated in a figure long ago that he who passes unsanctified and uninitiated into the world below will lie on a slough, but that he who arrives there after initiation and purification will dwell with the gods. For many, as they say in the mysteries, are the thyrsus bearers, but few are the mystics, meaning, as I interpret the words, the true philosophers. All this language is mystical, and is derived from the mysteries. Purity is an Orphic conception, having primarily a ritual meaning, but for Plato it means freedom from slavery to the body and its needs. It is interesting to find him saying that wars are caused by love of money, and that money is only needed for the service of the body. The first half of this opinion is the same as that held by Marx, but the second belongs to a very different outlook. Plato thinks that a man could live on very little money if his wants were reduced to a minimum, and this no doubt is true. But he also thinks that a philosopher should be exempt from manual labor, he must therefore live on wealth created by others. In a very poor state there are likely to be no philosophers. It was the imperialism of Athens in the age of Pericles that made it possible for Athenians to study philosophy. Speaking broadly, intellectual goods are just as expensive as more material commodities, and just as little independent of economic conditions. Science requires libraries, laboratories, telescopes, microscopes, and so on, and men of science have to be supported by the labor of others. But to the mystic all this is foolishness. A holy man in India or Tibet needs no apparatus, wears only a loincloth, eats only rice, and is supported by very meager charity because he is thought wise. This is the logical development of Plato's point of view. To return to the Phaedo, Cebes expresses doubt as to the survival of the soul after death, and urges Socrates to offer arguments. This he proceeds to do, but it must be said that the arguments are very poor. The first argument is that all things which have opposites are generated from their opposites, a statement which reminds us of Anaximander's views on cosmic justice. Now life and death are opposites, and therefore each must generate the other. It follows that the souls of the dead exist somewhere, and come back to earth in due course. St. Paul's statement, "The seed is not quickened except it die," seems to belong to some such theory as this. The second argument is that knowledge is recollection, and therefore the soul must have existed before birth. The theory that knowledge is recollection is supported chiefly by the fact that we have ideas, such as exact equality, which cannot be derived from experience. We have experience of approximate equality, but absolute equality is never found among sensible objects, and yet we know what we mean by absolute equality. Since we have not learnt this from experience, we must have brought the knowledge with us from a previous existence. A similar argument, he says, applies to all other ideas. Thus the existence of essences, and our capacity to apprehend them, proves the pre-existence of the soul with knowledge. The contention that all knowledge is reminiscence is developed at greater length in the Meno, 82 ff. Here Socrates says, there is no teaching, but only recollection. He professes to prove his point by having Meno call in a Slaviboi whom Socrates proceeds to question on geometrical problems. The boy's answers are supposed to show that he really knows geometry, although he has hitherto been unaware of possessing this knowledge. The same conclusion is drawn in the Meno as in the Phaedo, that knowledge is brought by the soul from a previous existence. As to this, one may observe, in the first place, that the argument is wholly inapplicable to empirical knowledge. The slave boy could not have been led to remember when the pyramids were built, or whether the siege of Troy really occurred, unless he had happened to be present at these events. Only the sort of knowledge that is called a priori, especially logic and mathematics, can be possibly supposed to exist in every one independently of experience. In fact, this is the only sort of knowledge, apart from mystic insight, that Plato admits to be really knowledge. Let us see how the argument can be met in regard to mathematics. Take the concept of equality. We must admit that we have no experience, among sensible objects, of exact equality, we see only approximate equality. How, then, do we arrive at the idea of absolute equality? Or do we, perhaps, have no such idea? Let us take a concrete case. The meter is defined as the length of a certain rod in Paris at a certain temperature. What should we mean if we said, of some other rod, that its length was exactly 1 meter? I don't think we should mean anything. We could say, that most accurate processes of measurement known to science at the present day fail to show that our rod is either longer or shorter than the standard meter in Paris. We might, if we were sufficiently rash, add a prophecy that no subsequent refinements in the technique of measurement will alter this result. But this is still an empirical statement, in the sense that empirical evidence may at any moment disprove it. I do not think we really possess the idea of absolute equality that Plato supposes us to possess. But even if we do, it is clear that no child possesses it until it reaches a certain age, and that the idea is elicited by experience, although not directly derived from experience. Moreover, unless our existence before birth was not one of sense perception, it would have been as incapable of generating the idea as this life is, and if our previous existence is supposed to have been partly supersensible, why not make the same supposition concerning our present existence? On all these grounds, the argument fails. The doctrine of reminiscence being considered established, Cebes says, about half of what was required has been proven, to wit, that our souls existed before we were born, that the soul will exist after death as well as before birth is the other half of which the proof is still wanting. Socrates accordingly applies himself to this. He says that it follows from what was said about everything being generated from its opposite, according to which death must generate life just as much as life generates death. But he adds another argument, which had a longer history in philosophy, that only what is complex can be dissolved, and that the soul, like the ideas, is simple and not compounded of parts. What is simple, it is thought, cannot begin, or end or change. Now essences are unchanging. Absolute beauty, for example, is always the same, whereas beautiful things continually change. Thus things seen are temporal, but things unseen are eternal. The body is seen, but the soul is unseen, Therefore the soul is to be classified in the group of things that are eternal. The soul, being eternal, is at home in the contemplation of eternal things, that is, essences, but is lost and confused when, as in sense perception, it contemplates the world of changing things. The soul, when using the body as an instrument of perception, that is to say, when using the sense of sight or hearing or some other sense, for the meaning of perceiving through the body is perceiving through the senses, is then dragged by the body into the region of the changeable, and wanders and is confused, the world spins round her, and she is like a drunkard, when she touches change. But when returning into herself she reflects, then she passes into the other world, the region of purity and eternity and immortality, and unchangeableness, which are her kindred, and with them she ever lives, when she is by herself, and is not let or hindered, then she ceases from her erring ways, and being in communion with the unchanging is unchanging. And this state of the soul is called wisdom. The soul of the true philosopher, which has, in life, been liberated from thraldom to the flesh, will, after death, depart to the invisible world, to live in bliss in the company of the gods. But the impure soul, which has loved the body, will become a ghost haunting the sepulchre, or will enter into the body of an animal, such as an ass or wolf or hawk, according to its character. A man who has been virtuous without being a philosopher will become a bee or wasp or ant, or some other animal of a gregarious and social sort. Only the true philosopher goes to heaven when he dies. No one who has not studied philosophy and who is not entirely pure at the time of his departure is allowed to enter the company of the gods, but the lover of knowledge only. That is why the true votaries of philosophy abstain from fleshly lusts, not that they fear poverty or disgrace, but because they are conscious that the soul was simply fastened or glued to the body until philosophy received her. She could only view real existence through the bars of a prison, not in and through herself, and by reason of lust had become the principal accomplice in her own captivity. The philosopher will be temperate because each pleasure and pain is a sort of nail which nails and rivets the soul to the body, until she becomes like the body, and believes that to be true which the body affirms to be true. At this point, Simmias brings up the Pythagorean opinion that the soul is a harmony, and urges, if the lyre is broken, can the harmony survive? Socrates replies that the soul is not a harmony, for a harmony is complex, but the soul is simple. Moreover, he says, the view that the soul is a harmony is incompatible with its pre-existence, which was proved by the doctrine of reminiscence, for the harmony does not exist before the lyre. Socrates proceeds to give an account of his own philosophical development, which is very interesting, but not germane to the main argument. He goes on to expound the doctrine of ideas, leading to the conclusion that ideas exist, and that other things participate in them and derive their names from them. At last he describes the fate of souls after death: the good go to heaven, the bad to hell, the intermediate to purgatory. His end, and his farewells, are described. His last words are, Crito, I owe a cock to Asclepius, will you remember to pay the debt? Men paid a cock to Asclepius when they recovered from an illness, and Socrates has recovered from life's fitful fever. Of all the men of his time, Phaedo concludes, he was the wisest and justest and best. The Platonic Socrates was a pattern to subsequent philosophers for many ages. What are we to think of him ethically? I am concerned only with the man as Plato portrays him. His merits are obvious. He is indifferent to worldly success, so devoid of fear that he remains calm and urbane and humorous to the last moment, caring more for what he believes to be truth than for anything else whatever. He has, however, some very grave defects. He is dishonest and sophistical in argument, and in his private thinking he uses intellect to prove conclusions that are to him agreeable, rather than in a disinterested search for knowledge. There is something smug and unctuous about him, which reminds one of a bad type of cleric. His courage in the face of death would have been more remarkable if he had not believed that he was going to enjoy eternal bliss in the company of the gods. Unlike some of his predecessors, he was not scientific in his thinking, but was determined to prove the universe agreeable to his ethical standards. This is treachery to truth, and the worst of philosophic sins. As a man, we may believe him admitted to the communion of saints, but as a philosopher he needs a long residence in a scientific purgatory. 17. Plato's cosmogony. Plato's cosmogony is set forth in the Timaeus I, which was translated into Latin by Cicero, and was, moreover, the only one of the dialogues that was known in the West in the Middle Ages. Both then, and earlier in Neoplatonism, it had more influence than anything else in Plato, which is curious, as it certainly contains more that is simply silly than is to be found in his other writings. As philosophy, it is unimportant, but historically it was so influential that it must be considered in some detail. The place occupied by Socrates in the earlier dialogues is taken, in the Timaeus, by a Pythagorean, and the doctrines of that school are in the main adopted, including, up to a point, the view that number is the explanation of the world. There is first a summary of the first 5 books of the Republic, then the myth of Atlantis, which is said to have been an island off the Pillars of Hercules, larger than Libya and Asia put together. Then Timaeus, who is a Pythagorean astronomer, proceeds to tell the history of the world down to the creation of man. What he says is, in outline, as follows. What is unchanging is apprehended by intelligence and reason, what is changing is apprehended by opinion. The world being sensible, cannot be eternal, and must have been created by God. Since God is good, he made the world after the pattern of the eternal, being without jealousy, he wanted everything as like himself as possible. God desired that all things should be good, and nothing bad, as far as possible. Finding the whole visible sphere not at rest, but moving in an irregular and disorderly fashion, out of disorder, he brought order. Thus it appears that Plato's God, unlike the Jewish and Christian God, did not create the world out of nothing, but rearranged pre-existing material. He put intelligence in the soul, and the soul in the body. He made the world as a whole a living creature having soul and intelligence. There is only one world, not many, as various pre-Socratics had taught, there cannot be more than one, since it is a created copy designed to accord as closely as possible with the eternal original apprehended by God. The world in its entirety is one visible animal, comprehending within itself all other animals. It is a globe, because like is fairer than unlike, and only a globe is alike everywhere. It rotates, because circular motion is the most perfect, and since this is its only motion it needs no feet or hands. The 4 elements, fire, air, water, and earth, each of which apparently is represented by a number, are in continued proportion, i.e. fire is to air as air is to water and as water is to earth. God used all the elements in making the world, and therefore it is perfect, and not liable to old age or disease. It is harmonized by proportion, which causes it to have the spirit of friendship, and therefore to be indissoluble except by God. God made first the soul, then the body. The soul is compounded of the indivisible unchangeable and the divisible changeable, it is a third and intermediate kind of essence. Here follows a Pythagorean account of the planets, leading to an explanation of the origin of time. When the Father and Creator saw the creature which he had made moving and living, the created image of the eternal gods, he rejoiced, and in his joy determined to make the copy still more like the original, and as this was eternal, he sought to make the universe eternal, so far as might be. Now the nature of the ideal being was everlasting, but to bestow this attribute in its fullness upon a creature was impossible. Wherefore he resolved to have a moving image of eternity, and when he set in order the heaven, he made this image eternal but moving, according to number, while eternity itself rests in unity, and this image we call time. 2. Before this, there were no days or nights. Of the eternal essence we must not say that it was or will be, only is correct. It is implied that of the moving image of eternity it is correct to say that it was and will be. Time and the heavens came into existence at the same instant. God made the sun so that animals could learn arithmetic without the succession of days and nights, one supposes, we should not have thought of numbers. The sight of day and night, months and years, has created knowledge of number and given us the conception of time, and hence came philosophy. This is the greatest boon we owe to sight. There are, apart from the world as a whole, 4 kinds of animals: gods, birds, fishes, and land animals. The gods are mainly fire, the fixed stars are divine and eternal animals. The Creator told the gods that he could destroy them, but would not do so. He left it to them to make the mortal part of all other animals, after he had made the immortal and divine part. This, like other passages about the gods in Plato, is perhaps not to be taken very seriously. At the beginning, Timaeus says he seeks only probability, and cannot be sure. Many details are obviously imaginative, and not meant literally. The Creator, Timaeus says, made one soul for each star. Souls have sensation, love, fear, and anger. If they overcome these, they live righteously, but if not, not. If a man lives well, he goes, after death, to live happily forever in his star. But if he lives badly, he will, in the next life, be a woman. If he, or she, persists in evil doing, he, or she, will become a brute, and go on through transmigrations until at last reason conquers. God put some souls on earth, some on the moon, some on other planets and stars, and left it to the gods to fashion their bodies. There are 2 kinds of causes, those that are intelligent, and those that, being moved by others, are, in turn, compelled to move others. The former are endowed with mind, and are the workers of things fair and good, while the latter produce chance effects without order or design. Both sorts ought to be studied, for the creation is mixed, being made up of necessity and mind. It will be observed that necessity is not subject to God's power. Timaeus now proceeds to deal with the part contributed by necessity. Point 3. Earth, air, fire, and water are not the first principles or letters or elements, they are not even syllables or first compounds. Fire, for instance, should not be called this, but such, that is to say, it is not a substance, but rather a state of substance. At this point, the question is raised, are intelligible essences only names? The answer turns, we are told, on whether mind is or is not the same thing as true opinion. If it is not, knowledge must be knowledge of essences, and therefore essences cannot be mere names. Now mind and true opinion certainly differ, for the one is implanted by instruction, the other by persuasion. One is accompanied by true reason, the other is not. All men share in true opinion, but mind is the attribute of the gods and of a very few among men. This leads to a somewhat curious theory of space, as something intermediate between the world of essence and the world of transient sensible things. There is one kind of being which is always the same, uncreated and indestructible, never receiving anything into itself from without, nor itself going out to any other, but invisible and imperceptible by any sense, and of which the contemplation is granted to intelligence only. And there is another nature of the same name with it, and like to it, perceived by sense, created, always in motion, becoming in place and again vanishing out of place, which is apprehended by opinion and sense. And there is a third nature, which is space, and is eternal, and admits not of destruction and provides a home for all created things, and is apprehended without the help of sense, by a kind of spurious reason, and is hardly real, which we beholding as in a dream, say of all existence that it must of necessity be in some place and occupy a space, but that what is neither in heaven nor on earth has no existence. This is a very difficult passage, which I do not pretend to understand at all fully. The theory expressed must, I think, have arisen from reflection on geometry, which appeared to be a matter of pure reason, like arithmetic, and yet had to do with space, which was an aspect of the sensible world. In general it is fanciful to find analogies with later philosophers, but I cannot help thinking that Kant must have liked this view of space, as one having an affinity with his own. The true elements of the material world, Timaeus says, are not earth, air, fire, and water, but 2 sorts of right-angled triangles, the one which is half a square and the one which is half an equilateral triangle. Originally everything was in confusion, and the various elements had different places before they were arranged so as to form the universe. But then God fashioned them by form and number, and made them as far as possible the fairest and best, out of things which were not fair and good. The above two sorts of triangles, we are told, are the most beautiful forms, and therefore God used them in constructing matter. By means of these two triangles, it is possible to construct 4 of the 5 regular solids, and each atom of one of the 4 elements is a regular solid. Atoms of earth are cubes, of fire, tetrahedra, of air, octahedra, and of water, icosahedra. I shall come to the dodecahedron presently. The theory of the regular solids, which is set forth in the 13th book of Euclid, was, in Plato's day, a recent discovery. It was completed by Theaetetus, who appears as a very young man in the dialogue that bears his name. It was, according to tradition, he who first proved that there are only 5 kinds of regular solids, and discovered the octahedron and the icosahedron. Point 4 The regular tetrahedron, octahedron, and icosahedron have equilateral triangles for their faces. The dodecahedron has regular pentagons, and cannot therefore be constructed out of Plato's 2 triangles. For this reason he does not use it in connection with the 4 elements. As for the dodecahedron, Plato says only there was yet a 5th combination which God used in the delineation of the universe. This is obscure, and suggests that the universe is a dodecahedron, but elsewhere it is said to be a sphere. 5 The pentagram has always been prominent in magic, and apparently owes this position to the Pythagoreans, who called it health and used it as a symbol of recognition of members of the brotherhood. 6 It seems that it owed its properties to the fact that the dodecahedron has pentagons for its faces, and is, in some sense, a symbol of the universe. This topic is attractive, but it is difficult to ascertain much that is definite about it. After a discussion of sensation, Timaeus proceeds to explain the 2 souls in man, one immortal, the other mortal, one created by God, the other by the gods. The mortal soul is subject to terrible and irresistible affections. First of all, pleasure, the greatest incitement to evil, then pain, which deters from good, also rashness and fear, 2 foolish counselors, anger hard to be appeased, and hope easily led astray. These they, the gods, mingled with irrational sense and with all daring love according to necessary laws, and so framed men. The immortal soul is in the head, the mortal in the breast. There is some curious physiology, as, that the purpose of the intestines is to prevent gluttony by keeping the food in, and then there is another account of transmigration. Cowardly or unrighteous men will, in the next life, be women. Innocent light-minded men, who think that astronomy can be learned by looking at the stars without knowledge of mathematics, will become birds. Those who have no philosophy will become wild land animals, the very stupidest will become fishes. The last paragraph of the dialogue sums it up. We may now say that our discourse about the nature of the universe has an end. The world has received animals, mortal and immortal, and is fulfilled with them, and has become a visible animal containing the visible, the sensible God, who is the image of the intellectual, the greatest, best, fairest, most perfect, the one only begotten heaven. It is difficult to know what to take seriously in the Timaeus, and what to regard as play of fancy. I think the account of the creation as bringing order out of chaos is to be taken quite seriously, so also is the proportion between the 4 elements, and their relation to the regular solids and their constituent triangles. The accounts of time and space are obviously what Plato believes, and so is the view of the created world as a copy of an eternal archetype. The mixture of necessity and purpose in the world is a belief common to practically all Greeks, long antedating the rise of philosophy. Plato accepted it, and thus avoided the problem of evil, which troubles Christian theology. I think his world animal is seriously meant. But the details about transmigration, and the part attributed to the gods, and other inessentials, are, I think, only put in to give a possible concreteness. The whole dialogue, as I said before, deserves to be studied because of its great influence on ancient and medieval thought, and this influence is not confined to what is least fantastic. 18. Knowledge and perception in Plato. Most modern men take it for granted that empirical knowledge is dependent upon, or derived from, perception. There is, however, in Plato and among philosophers of certain other schools a very different doctrine, to the effect that there is nothing worthy to be called knowledge to be derived from the senses, and that the only real knowledge has to do with concepts. In this view, 2 + 2 = 4 is genuine knowledge, but such a statement as snow is white is so full of ambiguity and uncertainty that it cannot find a place in the philosopher's corpus of truths. This view is perhaps traceable to Parmenides, but in its explicit form the philosophic world owes it to Plato. I propose, in this chapter, to deal with Plato's criticism of the view that knowledge is the same thing as perception, which occupies the first half of the Theaetetus. This dialogue is concerned to find a definition of knowledge, but ends without arriving at any but a negative conclusion. Several definitions are proposed and rejected, but no definition that is considered satisfactory is suggested. The first of the suggested definitions, and the only one that I shall consider, is set forth by Theaetetus in the words: "It seems to me that one who knows something is perceiving the thing that he knows, and, so far as I can see at present, knowledge is nothing but perception." Socrates identifies this doctrine with that of Protagoras, that man is the measure of all things, i.e. that any given thing is to me such as it appears to me, and is to you such as it appears to you. Socrates adds, perception, then, is always something that is, and, as being knowledge, it is infallible. A large part of the argument that follows is concerned with the characterization of perception. When once this is completed, it does not take long to prove that such a thing as perception has turned out to be cannot be knowledge. Socrates adds to the doctrine of Protagoras the doctrine of Heraclitus, that everything is always changing, i.e. that all the things we are pleased to say are in process of becoming. Plato believes this to be true of objects of sense, but not of the objects of real knowledge. Throughout the dialogue, however, his positive doctrines remain in the background. From the doctrine of Heraclitus, even if it be only applicable to objects of sense, together with the definition of knowledge as perception, it follows that knowledge is of what becomes, not of what is. There are, at this point, some puzzles of a very elementary character. We are told that, since 6 is greater than 4 but less than 12, 6 is both great and small, which is a contradiction. Again, Socrates is now taller than Theaetetus, who is a youth not yet full grown, but in a few years Socrates will be shorter than Theaetetus. Therefore Socrates is both tall and short. The idea of a relational proposition seems to have puzzled Plato, as it did most of the great philosophers down to Hegel, inclusive. These puzzles, however, are not very germane to the argument, and may be ignored. Returning to perception, it is regarded as due to an interaction between the object and the sense organ, both of which, according to the doctrine of Heraclitus, are always changing, and both of which, in changing, change the percept. Socrates remarks that when he is well he finds wine sweet, but when ill, sour. Here it is a change in the percipient that causes the change in the percept. Certain objections to the doctrine of Protagoras are advanced, and some of these are subsequently withdrawn. It is urged that Protagoras ought equally to have admitted pigs and baboons as measures of all things, since they also are percipients. Questions are raised as to the validity of perception in dreams and in madness. It is suggested that, if Protagoras is right, one man knows no more than another. Not only is Protagoras as wise as the gods, but, what is more serious, he is no wiser than a fool. Further, if one man's judgments are as correct as another's, the people who judge that Protagoras is mistaken have the same reason to be thought right as he has. Socrates undertakes to find an answer to many of these objections, putting himself, for the moment, in the place of Protagoras. As for dreams, the percepts are true as percepts. As for the argument about pigs and baboons, this is dismissed as vulgar abuse. As for the argument that, if each man is the measure of all things, one man is as wise as another, Socrates suggests, on behalf of Protagoras, a very interesting answer, namely that, while one judgment cannot be truer than another, it can be better, in the sense of having better consequences. This suggests pragmatism. Point 1. This answer, however, though Socrates has invented it, does not satisfy him. He urges, for example, that when a doctor foretells the course of my illness, he actually knows more of my future than I do. And when men differ as to what it is wise for the state to decree, the issue shows that some men had a greater knowledge as to the future than others had. Thus we cannot escape the conclusion that a wise man is a better measure of things than a fool. All these are objections to the doctrine that each man is the measure of all things, and only indirectly to the doctrine that knowledge means perception, in so far as this doctrine leads to the other. There is, however, a direct argument, namely that memory must be allowed as well as perception. This is admitted, and to this extent the proposed definition is amended. We come next to criticisms of the doctrine of Heraclitus. This is first pushed to extremes, in accordance, we are told, with the practice of his disciples among the bright youths of Ephesus. A thing may change in two ways, by locomotion and by a change of quality, and the doctrine of flux is held to state that everything is always changing in both respects. Point 2. And not only is everything always undergoing some qualitative change, but everything is always changing all its qualities. So, we are told, clever people think at Ephesus. This has awkward consequences. We cannot say this is white, for if it was white when we began speaking it will have ceased to be white before we end our sentence. We cannot be right in saying we are seeing a thing, for seeing is perpetually changing into not seeing. Point 3. If everything is changing in every kind of way, seeing has no right to be called seeing rather than not seeing, or perception to be called perception rather than not perception. And when we say perception is knowledge, we might just as well say perception is not knowledge. What the above argument amounts to is that, whatever else may be in perpetual flux, the meanings of words must be fixed, at least for a time, since otherwise no assertion is definite, and no assertion is true rather than false. There must be something more or less constant, if discourse and knowledge are to be possible. This, I think, should be admitted. But a great deal of flux is compatible with this admission. There is, at this point, a refusal to discuss Parmenides, on the ground that he is too great and grand. He is a reverend and awful figure. There was a sort of depth in him that was altogether noble. He is one being whom I respect above all. In these remarks Plato shows his love for a static universe, and his dislike of the Heraclitan flux which he has been admitting for the sake of argument. But after this expression of reverence he abstains from developing the Parmenidean alternative to Heraclitus. We now reach Plato's final argument against the identification of knowledge with perception. He begins by pointing out that we perceive through eyes and ears, rather than with them, and he goes on to point out that some of our knowledge is not connected with any sense organ. We can know, for instance, that sounds and colors are unlike, though no organ of sense can perceive both. There is no special organ for existence and non-existence, likeness and unlikeness, sameness and differences, and also unity and numbers in general. The same applies to honorable and dishonorable, and good and bad. The mind contemplates some things through its own instrumentality, others through the bodily faculties. We perceive hard and soft through touch, but it is the mind that judges that they exist and that they are contraries. Only the mind can reach existence, and we cannot reach truth if we do not reach existence. It follows that we cannot know things through the senses alone, since through the senses alone we cannot know that things exist. Therefore knowledge consists in reflection, not in impressions, and perception is not knowledge, because it has no part in apprehending truth, since it has none in apprehending existence. To disentangle what can be accepted from what must be rejected in this argument against the identification of knowledge with perception is by no means easy. There are three interconnected theses that Plato discusses, namely: 1. Knowledge is perception. 2. Man is the measure of all things. 3. Everything is in a state of flux. 1. The first of these, with which alone the argument is primarily concerned, is hardly discussed on its own account except in the final passage with which we have just been concerned. Here it is argued that comparison, knowledge of existence, and understanding of number, are essential to knowledge, but cannot be included in perception since they are not affected through any sense organ. The things to be said about these are different. Let us begin with likeness and unlikeness. That two shades of color, both of which I am seeing, are similar or dissimilar as the case may be, is something which I, for my part, should accept, not indeed as a percept, but as a judgment of perception. A percept, I should say, is not knowledge, but merely something that happens, and that belongs equally to the world of physics and to the world of psychology. We naturally think of perception, as Plato does, as a relation between a percipient and an object. We say I see a table. But here I and table are logical constructions. The core of crude occurrence is merely certain patches of color. These are associated with images of touch, they may cause words, and they may become a source of memories. The percept as filled out with images of touch becomes an object, which is supposed physical. The percept as filled out with words and memories becomes a perception, which is part of a subject and is considered mental. The percept is just an occurrence, and neither true nor false. The percept as filled out with words is a judgment, and capable of truth or falsehood. This judgment I call a judgment of perception. The proposition knowledge is perception must be interpreted as meaning knowledge is judgments of perception. It is only in this form that it is grammatically capable of being correct. To return to likeness and unlikeness, it is quite possible, when I perceive two colors simultaneously, for their likeness or unlikeness to be part of the datum, and to be asserted in a judgment of perception. Plato's argument that we have no sense organ for perceiving likeness and unlikeness ignores the cortex and assumes that all sense organs must be at the surface of the body. The argument for including likeness and unlikeness as possible perceptive data is as follows. Let us assume that we see two shades of color A and B, and that we judge A is like B. Let us assume further, as Plato does, that such a judgment is in general correct, and, in particular, is correct in the case we are considering. There is, then, a relation of likeness between A and B, and not merely a judgment on our part asserting likeness. If there were only our judgment, it would be an arbitrary judgment, incapable of truth or falsehood. Since it obviously is capable of truth or falsehood, the likeness can subsist between A and B, and cannot be merely something mental. The judgment A is like B is true, if it is true, in virtue of a fact, just as much as the judgment A is red or A is round. The mind is no more involved in the perception of likeness than in the perception of color. I come now to existence, on which Plato lays great stress. We have, he says, as regards sound and color, a thought which includes both at once, namely that they exist. Existence belongs to everything, and is among the things that the mind apprehends by itself. Without reaching existence, it is impossible to reach truth. The argument against Plato here is quite different from that in the case of likeness and unlikeness. The argument here is that all that Plato says about existence is bad grammar, or rather bad syntax. This point is important, not only in connection with Plato, but also with other matters such as the ontological argument for the existence of the deity. Suppose you say to a child lions exist, but unicorns don't. You can prove your point so far as lions are concerned by taking him to the zoo and saying, "Look, that's a lion." You will not, unless you are a philosopher, add "and you can see that that exists." If, being a philosopher, you do add this, you are uttering nonsense. To say lions exist means there are lions, i.e. X is a lion is true for a suitable X, but we cannot say of the suitable X that it exists. We can only apply this verb to a description, complete or incomplete. Lion is an incomplete description, because it applies to many objects. the largest lion in the zoo is complete, because it applies to only one object. Now suppose that I am looking at a bright red patch. I may say this is my present percept, I may also say my present percept exists, but I must not say this exists, because the word exists is only significant when applied to a description as opposed to a name point, for this disposes of existence as one of the things that the mind is aware of in objects. I come now to understanding of numbers. Here there are two very different things to be considered, on the one hand, the propositions of arithmetic, and on the other hand, empirical propositions of enumeration. 2 plus 2 equals 4 is of the former kind, I have 10 fingers is of the latter. I should agree with Plato that arithmetic, and pure mathematics generally, is not derived from perception. Pure mathematics consists of tautologies, analogous to men are men, but usually more complicated. To know that a mathematical proposition is correct, we do not have to study the world, but only the meanings of the symbols, and the symbols, when we dispense with definitions, of which the purpose is merely abbreviation, are found to be such words as or and not, and all and some, which do not, like Socrates, denote anything in the actual world. A mathematical equation asserts that two groups of symbols have the same meaning, and so long as we confine ourselves to pure mathematics, this meaning must be one that can be understood without knowing anything about what can be perceived. Mathematical truth, therefore, is, as Plato contends, independent of perception, but it is truth of a very peculiar sort, and is concerned only with symbols. Propositions of enumeration, such as I have 10 fingers, are in quite a different category, and are obviously, at least in part, dependent on perception. Clearly the concept finger is abstracted from perception, but how about the concept 10? Here we may seem to have arrived at a true universal or Platonic idea. We cannot say that 10 is abstracted from perception, for any percept which can be viewed as 10 of some kind of thing can equally well be viewed otherwise. Suppose I give the name digitary to all the fingers of one hand taken together, then I can say I have 2 digitaries, and this describes the same fact of perception as I formerly described by the help of the number 10. Thus in the statement I have 10 fingers perception plays a smaller part, and conception a larger part, than in such a statement as this is read. The matter, however, is only one of degree. The complete answer, as regards propositions in which the word 10 occurs, is that, when these propositions are correctly analyzed, they are found to contain no constituent corresponding to the word 10. To explain this in the case of such a large number as 10 would be complicated. Let us, therefore, substitute I have 2 hands. This means there is an A such that there is a B such that A and B are not identical, and whatever X may be, X is a hand of mine is true when, and only when, X is A or X is B. Here the word 2 does not occur. It is true that 2 letters A and B occur, but we do not need to know that they are 2, any more than we need to know that they are black, or white, or whatever color they may happen to be. Thus numbers are, in a certain precise sense, formal. The facts which verify various propositions asserting that various collections each have 2 members, have in common, not a constituent, but a form. In this they differ from propositions about the Statue of Liberty, or the moon, or George Washington. Such propositions refer to a particular portion of space-time. It is this that is in common between all the statements that can be made about the Statue of Liberty. But there is nothing in common among propositions there are 2 so and so's except a common form. The relation of the symbol 2 to the meaning of a proposition in which it occurs is far more complicated than the relation of the symbol read to the meaning of a proposition in which it occurs. We may say, in a certain sense, that the symbol 2 means nothing, for, when it occurs in a true statement, there is no corresponding constituent in the meaning of the statement. We may continue, if we like, to say that numbers are eternal, immutable, and so on, but we must add that they are logical fictions. There is a further point. Concerning sound and color, Plato says both together are 2, and each of them is 1. We have considered the 2, Now we must consider the one. There is here a mistake very analogous to that concerning existence. The predicate one is not applicable to things, but only to unit classes. We can say the Earth has one satellite, but it is a syntactical error to say the Moon is one. For what can such an assertion mean? You may just as well say the Moon is many, since it has many parts. To say the Earth has one satellite is to give a property of the concept Earth satellite, namely the following property. There is a C such that X is a satellite of the Earth is true when, and only when, X is C. This is an astronomical truth, but if, for a satellite of the Earth, you substitute the Moon or any other proper name, the result is either meaningless or a mere tautology. 1, therefore is a property of certain concepts, just as 10 is a property of the concept my finger. But to argue, the Earth has one satellite, namely the Moon, therefore the Moon is one is as bad as to argue the apostles were 12, Peter was an apostle, therefore Peter was 12, which would be valid if for 12 we substituted white. The above considerations have shown that, while there is a formal kind of knowledge, namely logic and mathematics, which is not derived from perception, Plato's arguments as regards all other knowledge are fallacious. This does not, of course, prove that his conclusion is false, it proves only that he has given no valid reason for supposing it true. 2. I come now to the position of Protagoras, that man is the measure of all things, or, as it is interpreted, that each man is the measure of all things. Here it is essential to decide the level upon which the discussion is to proceed. It is obvious that, to begin with, we must distinguish between percepts and inferences. Among percepts, each man is inevitably confined to his own, what he knows of the percepts of others he knows by inference from his own percepts in hearing and reading. The percepts of dreamers and madmen, as percepts, are just as good as those of others, the only objection to them is that, as their context is unusual, they are apt to give rise to fallacious inferences. But how about inferences? Are they equally personal and private? In a sense, we must admit that they are. What I am to believe, I must believe because of some reason that appeals to me. It is true that my reason may be someone else's assertion, but that may be a perfectly adequate reason. For instance, if I am a judge listening to evidence. And however Protagorean I may be, it is reasonable to accept the opinion of an accountant about a set of figures in preference to my own, for I may have repeatedly found that if, at first, I disagree with him, a little more care shows me that he was right. In this sense I may admit that another man is wiser than I am. The Protagorean position, rightly interpreted, does not involve the view that I never make mistakes, but only that the evidence of my mistakes must appear to me. My past self can be judged just as another person can be judged. But all this presupposes that, as regards inferences as opposed to percepts, there is some impersonal standard of correctness. If any inference that I happen to draw is just as good as any other, then the intellectual anarchy that Plato deduces from Protagoras does in fact follow. On this point, therefore, which is an important one, Plato seems to be in the right. But the empiricist would say that perceptions are the test of correctness in inference in empirical material. 3. The doctrine of universal flux is caricatured by Plato, and it is difficult to suppose that anyone ever held it in the extreme form that he gives to it. Let us suppose, for example, that the colors we see are continually changing. Such a word as red applies to many shades of color, and if we say I see red, there is no reason why this should not remain true throughout the time that it takes to say it. Plato gets his results by applying to processes of continuous change such logical oppositions as perceiving and not perceiving, knowing and not knowing. Such oppositions, however, are not suitable for describing such processes. Suppose, on a foggy day, you watch a man walking away from you along a road, he grows dimmer and dimmer, and there comes a moment when you are sure that you no longer see him, but there is an intermediate period of doubt. Logical oppositions have been invented for our convenience, but continuous change requires a quantitative apparatus, the possibility of which Plato ignores. What he says on this subject, therefore, is largely beside the mark. At the same time, it must be admitted that, unless words, to some extent, had fixed meanings, discourse would be impossible. Here again, however, it is easy to be too absolute. Words do change their meanings. Take, for example, the word idea. It is only by a considerable process of education that we learn to give to this word something like the meaning which Plato gave to it. It is necessary that the changes in the meanings of words should be slower than the changes that the words describe, but it is not necessary that there should be no changes in the meanings of words. Perhaps this does not apply to the abstract words of logic and mathematics, but these words, as we have seen, apply only to the form, not to the matter, of propositions. Here, again, we find that logic and mathematics are peculiar. Plato, under the influence of the Pythagoreans, assimilated other knowledge too much to mathematics. He shared this mistake with many of the greatest philosophers, but it was a mistake nonetheless. 19. Aristotle's Metaphysics. In reading any important philosopher, but most of all in reading Aristotle, it is necessary to study him in two ways, with reference to his predecessors, and with reference to his successors. In the former aspect, Aristotle's merits are enormous, in the latter, his demerits are equally enormous. For his demerits, however, his successors are more responsible than he is. He came at the end of the creative period in Greek thought, and after his death it was 2,000 years before the world produced any philosopher who could be regarded as approximately his equal. Towards the end of this long period his authority had become almost as unquestioned as that of the Church, and in science, as well as in philosophy, had become a serious obstacle to progress. Ever since the beginning of the 17th century, almost every serious intellectual advance has had to begin with an attack on some Aristotelian doctrine. In logic, this is still true at the present day. But it would have been at least as disastrous if any of his predecessors, except perhaps Democritus, had acquired equal authority. To do him justice, we must, to begin with, forget his excessive posthumous fame, and the equally excessive posthumous condemnation to which it led. Aristotle was born, probably in 384 BC, at Stagira in Thrace. His father had inherited the position of family physician to the king of Macedonia. At about the age of 18 Aristotle came to Athens and became a pupil of Plato. He remained in the academy for nearly 20 years, until the death of Plato in 348–7 BC. He then traveled for a time, and married either the sister or the niece of a tyrant named Hermias. Scandal said she was the daughter or concubine of Hermias, but both stories are disproved by the fact that he was a eunuch. In 343 BC he became tutor to Alexander, then 13 years old, and continued in that position until, at the age of 16, Alexander was pronounced by his father to be of age, and was appointed regent during Philip's absence. Everything one would wish to know of the relations of Aristotle and Alexander is unascertainable, the more so as legends were soon invented on the subject. There are letters between them which are generally regarded as forgeries. People who admire both men suppose that the tutor influenced the pupil. Hegel thinks that Alexander's career shows the practical usefulness of philosophy. As to this, A.W. Ben says, it would be unfortunate if philosophy had no better testimonial to show for herself than the character of Alexander. Arrogant, drunken, cruel, vindictive, and grossly superstitious, he united the vices of a Highland chieftain to the frenzy of an Oriental despot. 1. For my part, while I agree with Ben about the character of Alexander, I nevertheless think that his work was enormously important and enormously beneficial, since, but for him, the whole tradition of Hellenic civilization might well have perished. As to Aristotle's influence on him, we are left free to conjecture whatever seems to us most plausible. For my part, I should suppose it nil. Alexander was an ambitious and passionate boy, on bad terms with his father, and presumably impatient of schooling. Aristotle thought no state should have as many as 100,000 citizens too, and preached the doctrine of the golden mean. I cannot imagine his pupil regarding him as anything but a prosy old pedant, set over him by his father to keep him out of mischief. Alexander, it is true, had a certain snobbish respect for Athenian civilization, but this was common to his whole dynasty, who wished to prove that they were not barbarians. It was analogous to the feeling of 19th-century Russian aristocrats for Paris. This, therefore, was not attributable to Aristotle's influence. And I do not see anything else in Alexander that could possibly have come from this source. It is more surprising that Alexander had so little influence on Aristotle, whose speculations on politics were blandly oblivious of the fact that the era of city-states had given way to the era of empires. I suspect that Aristotle, to the end, thought of him as that idle and headstrong boy, who never could understand anything of philosophy. On the whole, the contacts of these two great men seem to have been as unfruitful as if they had lived in different worlds. From 335 BC to 323 BC, in which latter year Alexander died, Aristotle lived at Athens. It was during these 12 years that he founded his school and wrote most of his books. At the death of Alexander, the Athenians rebelled, and turned on his friends, including Aristotle, who was indicted for impiety, but, unlike Socrates, fled to avoid punishment. In the next year, 322, he died. Aristotle, as a philosopher, is in many ways very different from all his predecessors. He is the first to write like a professor, his treatises are systematic, his discussions are divided into heads, he is a professional teacher, not an inspired prophet. His work is critical, careful, pedestrian, without any trace of Bacchic enthusiasm. The Orphic elements in Plato are watered down in Aristotle, and mixed with a strong dose of common sense. Where he is Platonic, one feels that his natural temperament has been overpowered by the teaching to which he has been subjected. He is not passionate, or in any profound sense religious. The errors of his predecessors were the glorious errors of youth attempting the impossible, his errors are those of age which cannot free itself of habitual prejudices. He is best in detail and in criticism, he fails in large construction, for lack of fundamental clarity and titanic fire. It is difficult to decide at what point to begin an account of Aristotle's metaphysics, but perhaps the best place is his criticism of the theory of ideas, and his own alternative doctrine of universals. He advances against the theory of ideas a number of very good arguments, most of which are already to be found in Plato's Parmenides. The strongest argument is that of the third man. If a man is a man because he resembles the ideal man, there must be a still more ideal man to whom both ordinary men and the ideal man are similar. Again, Socrates is both a man and an animal, and the question arises whether the ideal man is an ideal animal. If he is, there must be as many ideal animals as there are species of animals. It is needless to pursue the matter. Aristotle makes it obvious that, when a number of individuals share a predicate, this cannot be because of relation to something of the same kind as themselves, but more ideal. This much may be taken as proved, but Aristotle's own doctrine is far from clear. It was this lack of clarity that made possible the medieval controversy between nominalists and realists. Aristotle's metaphysics, roughly speaking, may be described as Plato diluted by common sense. He is difficult because Plato and common sense do not mix easily. When one tries to understand him, one thinks part of the time that he is expressing the ordinary views of a person innocent of philosophy, and the rest of the time that he is setting forth Platonism with a new vocabulary. It does not do to lay too much stress on any single passage, because there is liable to be a correction or modification of it in some later passage. On the whole, the easiest way to understand both his theory of universals and his theory of matter and form is to set forth first the common sense doctrine, which is half of his view, and then to consider the Platonic modifications to which he subjects it. Up to a certain point, the theory of universals is quite simple. In language, there are proper names, and there are adjectives. The proper names apply to things or persons, each of which is the only thing or person to which the name in question applies. The sun, the moon, France, Napoleon, are unique. There are not a number of instances of things to which these names apply. On the other hand, words like cat, dog, man apply to many different things. The problem of universals is concerned with the meanings of such words, and also of adjectives, such as white, hard, round, and so on. He says 3. By the term universal I mean that which is of such a nature as to be predicated of many subjects, by individual that which is not thus predicated. What is signified by a proper name is a substance, while what is signified by an adjective or class name, such as human or man, is called a universal. A substance is a this, but a universal is a such. It indicates the sort of thing, not the actual particular thing. A universal is not a substance, because it is not a this. Plato's heavenly bed would be a this to those who could perceive it. This is a matter as to which Aristotle disagrees with Plato. It seems impossible, Aristotle says, that any universal term should be the name of a substance. For, the substance of each thing is that which is peculiar to it, which does not belong to anything else, but the universal is common, since that is called universal which is such as to belong to more than one thing. The gist of the matter, so far, is that a universal cannot exist by itself, but only in particular things. Superficially, Aristotle's doctrine is plain enough. Suppose I say there is such a thing as the game of football, most people would regard the remark as a truism. But if I were to infer that football could exist without football players, I should be rightly held to be talking nonsense. Similarly, it would be held, there is such a thing as parenthood, but only because there are parents; there is such a thing as sweetness, but only because there are sweet things; and there is redness, but only because there are red things. And this dependence is thought to be not reciprocal. The men who play football would still exist even if they never played football. Things which are usually sweet may turn sour, and my face, which is usually red, may turn pale without ceasing to be my face. In this way we are led to conclude that what is meant by an adjective is dependent for its being on what is meant by a proper name, but not vice versa. This is, I think, what Aristotle means. His doctrine on this point, as on many others, is a common-sense prejudice pedantically expressed. But it is not easy to give precision to the theory. Granted that football could not exist without football players, it could perfectly well exist without this or that football player. And granted that a person can exist without playing football, he nevertheless cannot exist without doing something. The quality redness cannot exist without some subject, but it can exist without this or that subject. Similarly, a subject cannot exist without some quality, but can exist without this or that quality. The supposed ground for the distinction between things and qualities thus seems to be illusory. The true ground of the distinction is, in fact, linguistic. It is derived from syntax. There are proper names, adjectives, and relation words. We may say John is wise, James is foolish, John is taller than James. Here John and James are proper names, wise and foolish are adjectives, and taller is a relation word. Metaphysicians, ever since Aristotle, have interpreted these syntactical differences metaphysically. John and James are substances, wisdom and folly are universals. Relation words were ignored or misinterpreted. It may be that, given sufficient care, metaphysical differences can be found that have some relation to these syntactical differences, but, if so, it will be only by means of a long process, involving, incidentally, the creation of an artificial philosophical language. And this language will contain no such names as John and James, and no such adjectives as wise and foolish. All the words of ordinary languages will have yielded to analysis, and been replaced by words having a less complex significance. Until this labor has been performed, the question of particulars and universals cannot be adequately discussed. And when we reach the point at which we can at last discuss it, we shall find that the question we are discussing is quite different from what we supposed it to be at the outset. If, therefore, I have failed to make Aristotle's theory of universals clear, that is, I maintain, because it is not clear. But it is certainly an advance on the theory of ideas, and is certainly concerned with a genuine and very important problem. There is another term which is important in Aristotle and in his scholastic followers, and that is the term essence. This is by no means synonymous with universal. Your essence is what you are by your very nature. It is, one may say, those of your properties which you cannot lose without ceasing to be yourself. Not only an individual thing, but a species, has an essence. The definition of a species should consist in mentioning its essence. I shall return to the conception of essence in connection with Aristotle's logic. For the present I will merely observe that it seems to me a muddle-headed notion, incapable of precision. The next point in Aristotle's metaphysics is the distinction of form and matter. It must be understood that matter, in the sense in which it is opposed to form, is different from matter as opposed to mind. Here, again, there is a common sense basis for Aristotle's theory, but here, more than in the case of universals, the Platonic modifications are very important. We may start with the marble statue. Here marble is the matter, while the shape conferred by the sculptor is the form. Or, to take Aristotle's examples, if a man makes a bronze sphere, bronze is the matter, and sphericity is the form, while in the case of a calm sea, water is the matter and smoothness is the form. So far, all is simple. He goes on to say that it is in virtue of the form that the matter is some one definite thing, and this is the substance of the thing. What Aristotle means seems to be plain common sense. A thing must be bounded, and the boundary constitutes its form. Take, say, a volume of water. Any part of it can be marked off from the rest by being enclosed in a vessel, and then this part becomes a thing, but so long as the part is in no way marked out from the rest of the homogeneous mass it is not a thing. A statue is a thing, and the marble of which it is composed is, in a sense, unchanged from what it was as part of a lump or as part of the contents of a quarry. We should not naturally say that it is the form that confers substantiality, but that is because the atomic hypothesis is ingrained in our imagination. Each atom, however, if it is a thing, is so in virtue of its being delimited from other atoms, and so having, in some sense, a form. We now come to a new statement, which at first sight seems difficult. The soul, we are told, is the form of the body. Here it is clear that form does not mean shape. I shall return later to the sense in which the soul is the form of the body. For the present, I will only observe that, in Aristotle's system, the soul is what makes the body one thing, having unity of purpose, and the characteristics that we associate with the word organism. The purpose of an eye is to see, but it cannot see when parted from its body. In fact, it is the soul that sees. It would seem, then, that form is what gives unity to a portion of matter, and that this unity is usually, if not always, teleological. But form turns out to be much more than this, and the more is very difficult. The form of a thing, we are told, is its essence and primary substance. Forms are substantial, although universals are not. When a man makes a brazen sphere, both the matter and the form already existed, and all that he does is to bring them together. The man does not make the form, any more than he makes the brass. Not everything has matter. There are eternal things, and these have no matter, except those of them that are movable in space. Things increase in actuality by acquiring form. Matter without form is only a potentiality. The view that forms are substances, which exist independently of the matter in which they are exemplified, seems to expose Aristotle to his own arguments against Platonic ideas. A form is intended by him to be something quite different from a universal, but it has many of the same characteristics. Form is, we are told, more real than matter. This is reminiscent of the sole reality of the ideas. The change that Aristotle makes in Plato's metaphysic is, it would seem, less than he represents it as being. This view is taken by Zeller, who, on the question of matter and form says 4. The final explanation of Aristotle's want of clearness on this subject is, however, to be found in the fact that he had only half emancipated himself, as we shall see, from Plato's tendency to hypostatize ideas. The forms had for him, as the ideas had for Plato, a metaphysical existence of their own, as conditioning all individual things. And keenly as he followed the growth of ideas out of experience, it is none the less true that these ideas, especially at the point where they are farthest removed from experience and immediate perception, are metamorphosed in the end from a logical product of human thought into an immediate presentment of a supersensible world, and the object, in that sense, of an intellectual intuition. I do not see how Aristotle could have found a reply to this criticism. The only answer that I can imagine would be one that maintained that no two things could have the same form. If a man makes two brass spheres, we should have to say, each has its own special sphericity, which is substantial and particular, an instance of the universal sphericity, but not identical with it. I do not think the language of the passages I quoted would readily support this interpretation. And it would be open to the objection that the particular sphericity would, on Aristotle's view, be unknowable, whereas it is of the essence of his metaphysics that, as there comes to be more of form and less of matter, things become gradually more knowable. This is not consistent with the rest of his views unless the form can be embodied in many particular things. If he were to say that there are as many forms that are instances of sphericity as there are spherical things, he would have to make very radical alterations in his philosophy. For instance, his view that a form is identical with its essence is incompatible with the above suggested escape. The doctrine of matter and form in Aristotle is connected with the distinction of potentiality and actuality. Bare matter is conceived as a potentiality of form, all change is what we should call evolution, in the sense that after the change the thing in question has more form than before. That which has more form is considered to be more actual. God is pure form and pure actuality, in him, therefore, there can be no change. It will be seen that this doctrine is optimistic and teleological, the universe and everything in it is developing towards something continually better than what went before. The concept of potentiality is convenient in some connections, provided it is so used that we can translate our statements into a form in which the concept is absent. A block of marble is a potential statue means from a block of marble, by suitable acts, a statue is produced. But when potentiality is used as a fundamental and irreducible concept, it always conceals confusion of thought. Aristotle's use of it is one of the bad points in his system. Aristotle's theology is interesting, and closely connected with the rest of his metaphysics. Indeed, theology is one of his names for what we call metaphysics. The book which we know under that name was not so called by him. There are, he says, three kinds of substances, those that are sensible and perishable, those that are sensible but not perishable, and those that are neither sensible nor perishable. The first class includes plants and animals, the second includes the heavenly bodies, which Aristotle believed to undergo no change except motion, the third includes the rational soul in man, and also God. The main argument for God is the first cause, there must be something which originates motion, and this something must itself be unmoved, and must be eternal, substance, and actuality. The object of desire and the object of thought, Aristotle says, cause movement in this way, without themselves being in motion. So God produces motion by being loved, whereas every other cause of motion works by being itself in motion, like a billiard ball. God is pure thought, for thought is what is best. Life also belongs to God, for the actuality of thought is life, and God is that actuality, and God's self-dependent actuality is life most good and eternal. We say therefore that God is a living being, eternal, most good, so that life and duration continuous and eternal belong to God, for this is God. 1072b. It is clear then from what has been said that there is a substance which is eternal and unmovable and separate from sensible things. It has been shown that this substance cannot have any magnitude, but is without parts and indivisible. But it has also been shown that it is impassive and unalterable, for all the other changes are posterior to change of place. 1073a. God does not have the attributes of a Christian providence, for it would derogate from his perfection to think about anything except what is perfect, i.e. himself. It must be of itself that the divine thought thinks, since it is the most excellent of things, and its thinking is a thinking on thinking, 1074b. We must infer that God does not know of the existence of our sublunary world. Aristotle, like Spinoza, holds that, while men must love God, it is impossible that God should love men. God is not definable as the unmoved mover. On the contrary, astronomical considerations lead to the conclusion that there are either 47 or 55 unmoved movers, 1074a. The relation of these to God is not made clear, indeed the natural interpretation would be that there are 47 or 55 gods. For after one of the above passages on God Aristotle proceeds, we must not ignore the question whether we are to suppose one such substance or more than one, and at once embarks upon the argument that leads to the 47 or 55 unmoved movers. The conception of an unmoved mover is a difficult one. To a modern mind, it would seem that the cause of a change must be a previous change, and that, if the universe were ever wholly static, it would remain so eternally. To understand what Aristotle means, we must take account of what he says about causes. There are, according to him, 4 kinds of causes, which were called, respectively, material, formal, efficient, and final. Let us take again the man who is making a statue. The material cause of the statue is the marble, the formal cause is the essence of the statue to be produced, the efficient cause is the contact of the chisel with the marble, and the final cause is the end that the sculptor has in view. In modern terminology, the word cause would be confined to the efficient cause. The unmoved mover may be regarded as a final cause, it supplies a purpose for change, which is essentially an evolution towards likeness with God. I said that Aristotle was not by temperament deeply religious, but this is only partly true. One could, perhaps, interpret one aspect of his religion, somewhat freely, as follows. God exists eternally, as pure thought, happiness, complete self-fulfillment, without any unrealized purposes. The sensible world, on the contrary, is imperfect, but it has life, desire, thought of an imperfect kind, and aspiration. All living things are in a greater or less degree aware of God, and are moved to action by admiration and love of God. Thus God is the final cause of all activity. Change consists in giving form to matter, but, where sensible things are concerned, a substratum of matter always remains. Only God consists of form without matter. The world is continually evolving towards a greater degree of form, and thus becoming progressively more like God. But the process cannot be completed, because matter cannot be wholly eliminated. This is a religion of progress and evolution, for God's static perfection moves the world only through the love that finite beings feel for him. Plato was mathematical, Aristotle was biological, this accounts for the differences in their religions. This would, however, be a one-sided view of Aristotle's religion. He has also the Greek love of static perfection and preference for contemplation rather than action. His doctrine of the soul illustrates this aspect of his philosophy. Whether Aristotle taught immortality in any form, or not, was a vexed question among commentators. Averroes, who held that he did not, had followers in Christian countries, of whom the more extreme were called Epicureans, and whom Dante found in hell. In fact, Aristotle's doctrine is complex, and easily lends itself to misunderstandings. In his book on the soul, he regards the soul as bound up with the body, and ridicules the Pythagorean doctrine of transmigration, 407b. The soul, it seems, perishes with the body, it indubitably follows that the soul is inseparable from its body, 413a, but he immediately adds, or at any rate certain parts of it are. Body and soul are related as matter and form. The soul must be a substance in the sense of the form of a material body having life potentially within it. But substance is actuality, and thus soul is the actuality of a body as above characterized, 412a. Soul is substance in the sense which corresponds to the definitive formula of a thing's essence. That means that it is the essential whatness of a body of the character just assigned, i.e. having life, 412b. The soul is the first grade of actuality of a natural body having life potentially in it. The body so described is a body which is organized, 412a. To ask whether soul and body are one is as meaningless as to ask whether the wax and the shape given it by the stamp are one, 412b. Self-nutrition is the only psychic power possessed by plants, 413a. The soul is the final cause of the body, 414a. In this book, he distinguishes between soul and mind, making mind higher than soul, and less bound to the body. After speaking of the relation of soul and body, he says, the case of mind is different, it seems to be an independent substance implanted within the soul and to be incapable of being destroyed, 408b. Again, we have no evidence as yet about mind or the power to think, it seems to be a widely different kind of soul, differing as what is eternal from what is perishable, it alone is capable of existence in isolation from all other psychic powers. All the other parts of soul, it is evident from what we have said, are, in spite of certain statements to the contrary, incapable of separate existence, 413b. The mind is the part of us that understands mathematics and philosophy, its objects are timeless, and therefore it is regarded as itself timeless. The soul is what moves the body and perceives sensible objects, it is characterized by self-nutrition, sensation, feeling, and motivity, 413b, but the mind has the higher function of thinking, which has no relation to the body or to the senses. Hence the mind can be immortal, though the rest of the soul cannot. To understand Aristotle's doctrine of the soul, we must remember that the soul is the form of the body, and that spatial shape is one kind of form. What is there in common between soul and shape? I think what is in common is the conferring of unity upon a certain amount of matter. The part of a block of marble which afterwards becomes a statue is, as yet, not separated from the rest of the marble, it is not yet a thing, and has not yet any unity. After the sculptor has made the statue, it has unity, which it derives from its shape. Now the essential feature of the soul, in virtue of which it is the form of the body, is that it makes the body an organic whole, having purposes as a unit. A single organ has purposes lying outside itself, the eye, in isolation, cannot see. Thus many things can be said in which an animal or plant as a whole is the subject, which cannot be said about any part of it. It is in this sense that organization, or form, confers substantiality. That which confers substantiality upon a plant or animal is what Aristotle calls its soul. But mind is something different, less intimately bound up with the body, perhaps it is a part of the soul, but it is possessed by only a small minority of living beings, 415a. Mind as speculation cannot be the cause of movement, for it never thinks about what is practicable, and never says what is to be avoided or what pursued, 432b. A similar doctrine, though with a slight change of terminology, is set forth in the Nicomachean Ethics. There is in the soul one element that is rational, and one that is irrational. The irrational part is twofold, the vegetative, which is found in everything living, even in plants, and the appetitive, which exists in all animals, 1102b. The life of the rational soul consists in contemplation, which is the complete happiness of man though not fully attainable. Such a life would be too high for man, for it is not in so far as he is man that he will live so, but in so far as something divine is present in him, and by so much as this is superior to our composite nature is its activity superior to that which is the exercise of the other kind of virtue, the practical kind. If reason is divine, then, in comparison with man, the life in accordance with it is divine in comparison with human life. But we must not follow those who advise us, being men, to think of human things, and being mortal, of mortal things, but must, so far as we can, make ourselves immortal, and strain every nerve to live in accordance with the best thing in us, for even if it be small in bulk, much more does it in power and worth surpass everything, 1177b. It seems, from these passages, that individuality, what distinguishes one man from another, is connected with the body and the irrational soul, while the rational soul or mind is divine and impersonal. One man likes oysters, and another likes pineapples, this distinguishes between them. But when they think about the multiplication table, provided they think correctly, there is no difference between them. The irrational separates us, the rational unites us. Thus the immortality of mind or reason is not a personal immortality of separate men, but a share in God's immortality. It does not appear that Aristotle believed in personal immortality, in the sense in which it was taught by Plato and afterwards by Christianity. He believed only that, in so far as men are rational, they partake of the divine, which is immortal. It is open to man to increase the element of the divine in his nature, and to do so is the highest virtue. But if he succeeded completely, he would have ceased to exist as a separate person. This is perhaps not the only possible interpretation of Aristotle's words, but I think it is the most natural. 20. Aristotle's Ethics. In the corpus of Aristotle's works, 3 treatises on ethics have a place, but 2 of these are now generally held to be by disciples. The third, the Nicomachean Ethics, remains for the most part unquestioned as to authenticity, but even in this book there is a portion, books v. 6 and 7, which is held by many to have been incorporated from one of the works of disciples. I shall, however, ignore this controversial question, and treat the book as a whole and as Aristotle's. The views of Aristotle on ethics represent, in the main, the prevailing opinions of educated and experienced men of his day. They are not, like Plato's, impregnated with mystical religion, nor do they countenance such unorthodox theories as are to be found in the Republic concerning property and the family. Those who neither fall below nor rise above the level of decent, well-behaved citizens will find in the ethics a systematic account of the principles by which they hold that their conduct should be regulated. Those who demand anything more will be disappointed. The book appeals to the respectable middle-aged, and has been used by them, especially since the 17th century, to repress the ardors and enthusiasms of the young. But to a man with any depth of feeling it is likely to be repulsive. The good, we are told, is happiness, which is an activity of the soul. Aristotle says that Plato was right in dividing the soul into 2 parts, one rational, the other irrational. The irrational part itself he divides into the vegetative, which is found even in plants, and the appetitive, which is found in all animals. The appetitive part may be in some degree rational, when the goods that it seeks are such as reason approves of. This is essential to the account of virtue, for reason alone, in Aristotle, is purely contemplative, and does not, without the help of appetite, lead to any practical activity. There are 2 kinds of virtues, intellectual and moral, corresponding to the 2 parts of the soul. Intellectual virtues result from teaching, moral virtues from habit. It is the business of the legislator to make the citizens good by forming good habits. We become just by performing just acts, and similarly as regards other virtues. By being compelled to acquire good habits, we shall in time, Aristotle thinks, come to find pleasure in performing good actions. One is reminded of Hamlet's speech to his mother. Assume a virtue if you have it not. That monster, custom, who all sense doth eat. Of habits devil, is angel, yet in this. That to the use of actions fair and good. He likewise gives a frock or livery. That aptly is put on. We now come to the famous doctrine of the golden mean. Every virtue is a mean between 2 extremes, each of which is a vice. This is proved by an examination of the various virtues. Courage is a mean between cowardice and rashness, liberality, between prodigality and meanness, proper pride, between vanity and humility, ready wit, between buffoonery and boorishness, modesty, between bashfulness and shamelessness. Some virtues do not seem to fit into the scheme, for instance, truthfulness. Aristotle says that this is a mean between boastfulness and mock modesty, 1108a, but this only applies to truthfulness about oneself. I do not see how truthfulness in any wider sense can be fitted into the scheme. There was once a mayor who had adopted Aristotle's doctrine. At the end of his term of office he made a speech saying that he had endeavored to steer the narrow line between partiality on the one hand and impartiality on the other. The view of truthfulness as a means seems scarcely less absurd. Aristotle's opinions on moral questions are always such as were conventional in his day. On some points they differ from those of our time, chiefly where some form of aristocracy comes in. We think that human beings, at least in ethical theory, all have equal rights, and that justice involves equality. Aristotle thinks that justice involves, not equality, but right proportion, which is only sometimes equality. 1131b. The justice of a master or a father is a different thing from that of a citizen, for a son or slave is property, and there can be no injustice to one's own property. 1134b. As regards slaves, however, there is a slight modification of this doctrine in connection with the question whether it is possible for a man to be a friend of his slave. There is nothing in common between the two parties. The slave is a living tool. Qua slave, then, one cannot be friends with him. But qua man one can, for there seems to be some justice between any man and any other who can share in a system of law or be a party to an agreement, therefore there can also be friendship with him in so far as he is a man. 1161b. A father can repudiate his son if he is wicked, but a son cannot repudiate his father, because he owes him more than he can possibly repay, especially existence. 1163b. In unequal relations, it is right, since everybody should be loved in proportion to his worth, that the inferior should love the superior more than the superior loves the inferior. Wives, children, subjects, should have more love for husbands, parents, and monarchs than the latter have for them. In a good marriage, the man rules in accordance with his worth, and in those matters in which a man should rule, but the matters that befit a woman he hands over to her. 1160b. He should not rule in her province, still less should she rule in his, as sometimes happens when she is an heiress. The best individual, as conceived by Aristotle, is a very different person from the Christian saint. He should have proper pride, and not underestimate his own merits. He should despise whoever deserves to be despised. 1124b. The description of the proud or magnanimous man one is very interesting as showing the difference between pagan and Christian ethics, and the sense in which Nietzsche was justified in regarding Christianity as a slave morality. The magnanimous man, since he deserves most, must be good, in the highest degree, for the better man always deserves more, and the best man most. Therefore the truly magnanimous man must be good. And greatness in every virtue would seem to be characteristic of the magnanimous man. And it would be most unbecoming for the magnanimous man to fly from danger, swinging his arms by his sides, or to wrong another, for to what end should he do disgraceful acts, he to whom nothing is great? Magnanimity, then, seems to be a sort of crown of the virtues, for it makes them greater, and it is not found without them. Therefore it is hard to be truly magnanimous, for it is impossible without nobility and goodness of character. It is chiefly with honors and dishonours, then, that the magnanimous man is concerned, and at honors that are great and conferred by good men he will be moderately pleased, thinking that he is coming by his own or even less than his own, for there can be no honor that is worthy of perfect virtue, yet he will at any rate accept it since they have nothing greater to bestow on him, but honor from casual people and on trifling grounds he will utterly despise, since it is not this that he deserves, and dishonour too, since in his case it cannot be just. Power and wealth are desirable for the sake of honor, and to him for whom even honor is a little thing the others must be so too. Hence magnanimous men are thought to be disdainful. The magnanimous man does not run into trifling dangers, but he will face great dangers, and when he is in danger he is unsparing of his life, knowing that there are conditions on which life is not worth having. And he is the sort of man to confer benefits, but he is ashamed of receiving them, for the one is the mark of a superior, the other of an inferior. And he is apt to confer greater benefits in return, for thus the original benefactor besides being repaid will incur a debt to him. It is the mark of the magnanimous man to ask for nothing or scarcely anything, but to give help readily, and to be dignified towards people who enjoy a high position but unassuming towards those of the middle class, for it is a difficult and lofty thing to be superior to the former, but easy to be so to the latter, and a lofty bearing over the former is no mark of ill breeding, but among humble people it is as vulgar as a display of strength against the weak. He must also be open in his hate and in his love, for to conceal one's feelings, i.e. to care less for truth than for what people think, is a coward's part. He is free of speech because he is contemptuous, and he is given to telling the truth, except when he speaks in irony to the vulgar. Nor is he given to admiration, for to him nothing is great. Nor is he a gossip, for he will speak neither about himself nor about another, since he cares not to be praised nor for others to be blamed. He is one who will possess beautiful and profitless things rather than profitable and useful ones. Further, a slow step is thought proper to the magnanimous man, a deep voice, and a level utterance. Such, then, is the magnanimous man. The man who falls short of him is unduly humble, and the man who goes beyond him is vain. 1123b, 1125a. One shudders to think what a vain man would be like. Whatever may be thought of the magnanimous man, one thing is clear, there cannot be very many of him in a community. I do not mean merely in the general sense in which there are not likely to be many virtuous men, on the ground that virtue is difficult. What I mean is that the virtues of the magnanimous man largely depend upon his having an exceptional social position. Aristotle considers ethics a branch of politics, and it is not surprising, after his praise of pride, to find that he considers monarchy the best form of government, and aristocracy the next best. Monarchs and aristocrats can be magnanimous, but ordinary citizens would be laughable if they attempted to live up to such a pattern. This brings up a question which is half ethical, half political. Can we regard as morally satisfactory a community which, by its essential constitution, confines the best things to a few, and requires the majority to be content with the second best? Plato and Aristotle say yes, and Nietzsche agrees with them. Stoics, Christians, and Democrats say no. But there are great differences in their ways of saying no. Stoics and early Christians consider that the greatest good is virtue, and that external circumstances cannot prevent a man from being virtuous. There is therefore no need to seek a just social system, since social injustice affects only unimportant matters. The Democrat, on the contrary, usually holds that, at least so far as politics are concerned, the most important goods are power and property. He cannot, therefore, acquiesce in a social system which is unjust in these respects. The Stoic Christian view requires a conception of virtue very different from Aristotle's, since it must hold that virtue is as possible for the slave as for his master. Christian ethics disapproves of pride, which Aristotle thinks a virtue, and praises humility, which he thinks a vice. The intellectual virtues, which Plato and Aristotle value above all others, have to be thrust out of the list altogether, in order that the poor and humble may be able to be as virtuous as anyone else. Pope Gregory the Great solemnly reproved a bishop for teaching grammar. The Aristotelian view, that the highest virtue is for the few, is logically connected with the subordination of ethics to politics. If the aim is the good community rather than the good individual, it is possible that the good community may be one in which there is subordination. In an orchestra, the first violin is more important than the oboe, though both are necessary for the excellence of the whole. It is impossible to organize an orchestra on the principle of giving to each man what would be best for him as an isolated individual. The same sort of thing applies to the government of a large modern state, however democratic. A modern democracy, unlike those of antiquity, confers great power upon certain chosen individuals, presidents or prime ministers, and must expect of them kinds of merit which are not expected of the ordinary citizen. When people are not thinking in terms of religion or political controversy, they are likely to hold that a good president is more to be honored than a good bricklayer. In a democracy, a president is not expected to be quite like Aristotle's magnanimous man, but still he is expected to be rather different from the average citizen, and to have certain merits connected with his station. These peculiar merits would perhaps not be considered ethical, but that is because we use this adjective in a narrower sense than that in which it is used by Aristotle. As a result of Christian dogma, the distinction between moral and other merits has become much sharper than it was in Greek times. It is a merit in a man to be a great poet or composer or painter, but not a moral merit. We do not consider him the more virtuous for possessing such aptitudes, or the more likely to go to heaven. Moral merit is concerned solely with acts of will, i.e. with choosing rightly among possible courses of action. Point 2. I am not to blame for not composing an opera, because I don't know how to do it. The orthodox view is that, wherever two courses of action are possible, conscience tells me which is right, and to choose the other is sin. Virtue consists mainly in the avoidance of sin, rather than in anything positive. There is no reason to expect an educated man to be morally better than an uneducated man, or a clever man than a stupid man. In this way, a number of merits of great social importance are shut out from the realm of ethics. The adjective unethical, in modern usage, has a much narrower range than the adjective undesirable. It is undesirable to be feeble-minded, but not unethical. Many modern philosophers, however, have not accepted this view of ethics. They have thought that one should first define the good, and then say that our actions ought to be such as tend to realize the good. This point of view is more like that of Aristotle, who holds that happiness is the good. The highest happiness, it is true, is only open to the philosopher, but to Aristotle that is no objection to the theory. Ethical theories may be divided into two classes, according as they regard virtue as an end or a means. Aristotle, on the whole, takes the view that virtues are means to an end, namely happiness. The end, then, being what we wish for, the means what we deliberate about and choose. Actions concerning means must be according to choice and voluntary. Now the exercise of the virtues is concerned with means, 1113b. But there is another sense of virtue in which it is included in the ends of action. Human good is activity of soul in accordance with virtue in a complete life, 1098a. I think he would say that the intellectual virtues are ends, but the practical virtues are only means. Christian moralists hold that, while the consequences of virtuous actions are in general good, they are not as good as the virtuous actions themselves, which are to be valued on their own account, and not on account of their effects. On the other hand, those who consider pleasure the good regard virtues solely as means. Any other definition of the good, except the definition as virtue, will have the same consequence, that virtues are means to goods other than themselves. On this question, Aristotle, as already said, agrees mainly, though not wholly, with those who think the first business of ethics is to define the good, and that virtue is to be defined as action tending to produce the good. The relation of ethics to politics raises another ethical question of considerable importance. Granted that the good at which right action should aim is the good of the whole community, or, ultimately, of the whole human race, is this social good a sum of goods enjoyed by individuals, or is it something belonging essentially to the whole, not to the parts? We may illustrate the problem by the analogy of the human body. Pleasures are largely associated with different parts of the body, but we consider them as belonging to a person as a whole. We may enjoy a pleasant smell, but we know that the nose alone could not enjoy it. Some contend that, in a closely organized community, there are, analogously, excellences belonging to the whole, but not to any part. If they are metaphysicians, they may hold, like Hegel, that whatever quality is good is an attribute of the universe as a whole, but they will generally add that it is less mistaken to attribute good to a state than to an individual. Logically, the view may be put as follows. We can attribute to a state various predicates that cannot be attributed to its separate members, that it is populous, extensive, powerful, etc. The view we are considering puts ethical predicates in this class, and says that they only derivatively belong to individuals. A man may belong to a populous state, or to a good state, but he, they say, is no more good than he is populous. This view, which has been widely held by German philosophers, is not Aristotle's, except possibly, in some degree, in his conception of justice. A considerable part of the ethics is occupied with the discussion of friendship, including all relations that involve affection. Perfect friendship is only possible between the good, and it is impossible to be friends with many people. One should not be friends with a person of higher station than one's own, unless he is also of higher virtue, which will justify the respect shown to him. We have seen that, in unequal relations, such as those of man and wife or father and son, the superior should be the more loved. It is impossible to be friends with God, because he cannot love us. Aristotle discusses whether a man can be a friend to himself, and decides that this is only possible if he is a good man. Wicked men, he asserts, often hate themselves. The good man should love himself, but nobly. 1169a. Friends are a comfort in misfortune, but one should not make them unhappy by seeking their sympathy, as is done by women and womanish men. 1171b. It is not only in misfortune that friends are desirable, for the happy man needs friends with whom to share his happiness. No one would choose the whole world on condition of being alone, since man is a political creature and one whose nature is to live with others. 1169b. All that is said about friendship is sensible, but there is not a word that rises above common sense. Aristotle again shows his good sense in the discussion of pleasure, which Plato had regarded somewhat ascetically. Pleasure, as Aristotle uses the word, is distinct from happiness, though there can be no happiness without pleasure. There are, he says, three views of pleasure: 1, that it is never good; 2, that some pleasure is good, but most is bad; 3, that pleasure is good, but not the best. He rejects the first of these on the ground that pain is certainly bad, and therefore pleasure must be good. He says, very justly, that it is nonsense to say a man can be happy on the rack. Some degree of external good fortune is necessary for happiness. He also disposes of the view that all pleasures are bodily, all things have something divine, and therefore some capacity for higher pleasures. Good men have pleasure unless they are unfortunate, and God always enjoys a single and simple pleasure. 1152-1154. There is another discussion of pleasure, in a later part of the book, which is not wholly consistent with the above. Here it is argued that there are bad pleasures, which, however, are not pleasures to good people. 1173b, that perhaps pleasures differ in kind, ibid, and that pleasures are good or bad according as they are connected with good or bad activities. 1175b. There are things that are valued more than pleasure. No one would be content to go through life with a child's intellect, even if it were pleasant to do so. Each animal has its proper pleasure, and the proper pleasure of man is connected with reason. This leads on to the only doctrine in the book which is not mere common sense. Happiness lies in virtuous activity, and perfect happiness lies in the best activity, which is contemplative. Contemplation is preferable to war or politics or any other practical career, because it allows leisure, and leisure is essential to happiness. Practical virtue brings only a secondary kind of happiness. The supreme happiness is in the exercise of reason, for reason, more than anything else, is man. Man cannot be wholly contemplative, but in so far as he is so he shares in the divine life. The activity of God, which surpasses all others in blessedness, must be contemplative. Of all human beings, the philosopher is the most godlike in his activity, and therefore the happiest and best. He who exercises his reason and cultivates it seems to be both in the best state of mind and most dear to the gods. For if the gods have any care for human affairs, as they are thought to have, it would be reasonable both that they should delight in that which was best and most akin to them, i.e. reason, and that they should reward those who love and honor this most, as caring for the things that are dear to them and acting both rightly and nobly. And that all these attributes belong most of all to the philosopher is manifest. He, therefore, is the dearest to the gods. And he who is that will presumably be also the happiest, so that in this way too the philosopher will more than any other be happy. 1179a. This passage is virtually the peroration of the Ethics. The few paragraphs that follow are concerned with the transition to politics. Let us now try to decide what we are to think of the merits and demerits of the Ethics. Unlike many other subjects treated by Greek philosophers, ethics has not made any definite advances. In the sense of ascertained discoveries, nothing in ethics is known in a scientific sense. There is therefore no reason why an ancient treatise on it should be in any respect inferior to a modern one. When Aristotle talks about astronomy, we can say definitely that he is wrong, but when he talks about ethics we cannot say, in the same sense, either that he is wrong or that he is right. Broadly speaking, there are three questions that we can ask about the ethics of Aristotle, or of any other philosopher. 1. Is it internally self-consistent? 2. Is it consistent with the remainder of the author's views? 3. Does it give answers to ethical problems that are consonant to our own ethical feelings? If the answer to either the first or second question is in the negative, the philosopher in question has been guilty of some intellectual error. But if the answer to the third question is in the negative, we have no right to say that he is mistaken, we have only the right to say that we do not like him. Let us examine these three questions in turn, as regards the ethical theory set forth in the Nicomachean Ethics. 1. On the whole, the book is self-consistent, except in a few not very important respects. The doctrine that the good is happiness, and that happiness consists in successful activity, is well worked out. The doctrine that every virtue is a mean between two extremes, though very ingeniously developed, is less successful, since it does not apply to intellectual contemplation, which, we are told, is the best of all activities. It can, however, be maintained that the doctrine of the mean is only intended to apply to the practical virtues, not to those of the intellect. Perhaps, to take another point, the position of the legislator is somewhat ambiguous. He is to cause children and young people to acquire the habit of performing good actions, which will, in the end, lead them to find pleasure in virtue, and to act virtuously without the need of legal compulsion. It is obvious that the legislator might equally well cause the young to acquire bad habits. If this is to be avoided, he must have all the wisdom of a Platonic guardian, and if it is not avoided, the argument that a virtuous life is pleasant will fail. This problem, however, belongs perhaps more to politics than to ethics. 2. Aristotle's ethics is, at all points, consistent with his metaphysics. Indeed, his metaphysical theories are themselves the expression of an ethical optimism. He believes in the scientific importance of final causes, and this implies the belief that purpose governs the course of development in the universe. He thinks that changes are, in the main, such as embody an increase of organization or form, and at bottom virtuous actions are those that favor this tendency. It is true that a great deal of his practical ethics is not particularly philosophical, but merely the result of observation of human affairs, but this part of his doctrine, though it may be independent of his metaphysics, is not inconsistent with it. 3. When we come to compare Aristotle's ethical tastes with our own, we find, in the first place, as already noted, an acceptance of inequality which is repugnant to much modern sentiment. Not only is there no objection to slavery, or to the superiority of husbands and fathers over wives and children, but it is held that what is best is essentially only for the few magnanimous men and philosophers. Most men, it would seem to follow, are mainly means for the production of a few rulers and sages. Kant maintained that every human being is an end in himself, and this may be taken as an expression of the view introduced by Christianity. There is, however, a logical difficulty in Kant's view, since it gives no means of reaching a decision when two men's interests clash. If each is an end in himself, how are we to arrive at a principle for determining which shall give way? Such a principle must have to do with the community rather than with the individual. In the broadest sense of the word, it will have to be a principle of justice. Bentham and the utilitarians interpret justice as equality. When two men's interests clash, The right course is that which produces the greatest total of happiness, regardless of which of the two enjoys it, or how it is shared among them. If more is given to the better man than to the worse, that is because, in the long run, the general happiness is increased by rewarding virtue and punishing vice, not because of an ultimate ethical doctrine that the good deserve more than the bad. Justice, in this view, consists in considering only the amount of happiness involved, without favor to one individual or class as against another. Greek philosophers, including Plato and Aristotle, had a different conception of justice, and it is one which is still widely prevalent. They thought originally on grounds derived from religion that each thing or person had its or his proper sphere, to overstep which is unjust. Some men, in virtue of their character and aptitudes, have a wider sphere than others, and there is no injustice if they enjoy a greater share of happiness. This view is taken for granted in Aristotle, but its basis in primitive religion, which is evident in the earliest philosophers, is no longer apparent in his writings. There is in Aristotle an almost complete absence of what may be called benevolence or philanthropy. The sufferings of mankind, in so far as he is aware of them, do not move him emotionally. He holds them, intellectually, to be an evil, but there is no evidence that they cause him unhappiness except when the sufferers happen to be his friends. More generally, there is an emotional poverty in the ethics, which is not found in the earlier philosophers. There is something unduly smug and comfortable about Aristotle's speculations on human affairs. Everything that makes men feel a passionate interest in each other seems to be forgotten. Even his account of friendship is tepid. He shows no sign of having had any of those experiences which make it difficult to preserve sanity. All the more profound aspects of the moral life are apparently unknown to him. He leaves out, one may say, the whole sphere of human experience with which religion is concerned. What he has to say is what will be useful to comfortable men of weak passions, but he has nothing to say to those who are possessed by a god or a devil, or whom outward misfortune drives to despair. For these reasons, in my judgment, his ethics, in spite of its fame, is lacking in intrinsic importance. 21. Aristotle's Politics. Aristotle's Politics is both interesting and important. Interesting, as showing the common prejudices of educated Greeks in his time, and important as a source of many principles which remained influential until the end of the Middle Ages. I do not think there is much in it that could be of any practical use to a statesman of the present day, but there is a great deal that throws light on the conflicts of parties in different parts of the Hellenic world. There is not very much awareness of methods of government in non-Hellenic states. There are, it is true, allusions to Egypt, Babylon, Persia, and Carthage, but except in the case of Carthage they are somewhat perfunctory. There is no mention of Alexander, and not even the faintest awareness of the complete transformation that he was effecting in the world. The whole discussion is concerned with city-states, and there is no prevision of their obsolescence. Greece, owing to its division into independent cities, was a laboratory of political experiment, but nothing to which these experiments were relevant existed from Aristotle's time until the rise of the Italian cities in the Middle Ages. In many ways, the experience to which Aristotle appeals is more relevant to the comparatively modern world than to any that existed for 1500 years after the book was written. There are many pleasant incidental remarks, some of which may be noted before we embark upon political theory. We are told that Euripides, when he was staying at the court of Archelaus, king of Macedon, was accused of halitosis by a certain Decamnesius. To soothe his fury, the king gave him permission to scourge Decamnesius, which he did. Decamnesius, after waiting many years, joined in a successful plot to kill the king, but by this time Euripides was dead. We are told that children should be conceived in winter, when the wind is in the north, that there must be a careful avoidance of indecency, because shameful words lead to shameful acts, and that obscenity is never to be tolerated except in temples, where the law permits even ribaldry. People should not marry too young, because, if they do, the children will be weak and female, the wives will become wanton, and the husbands stunted in their growth. The right age for marriage is 37 in men, 18 In women. We learn how Thales, being taunted with his poverty, bought up all the olive presses on the installment plan, and was then able to charge monopoly rates for their use. This he did to show that philosophers can make money, and, if they remain poor, it is because they have something more important than wealth to think about. All this, however, is by the way. It is time to come to more serious matters. The book begins by pointing out the importance of the state. It is the highest kind of community, and aims at the highest good. In order of time, the family comes first. It is built on the two fundamental relations of man and woman, master and slave, both of which are natural. Several families combined make a village, several villages, a state, provided the combination is nearly large enough to be self-sufficing. The state, though later in time than the family, is prior to it, and even to the individual, by nature, for what each thing is when fully developed we call its nature, and human society, fully developed, is a state, and the whole is prior to the part. The conception involved here is that of organism. A hand, when the body is destroyed, is, we are told, no longer a hand. The implication is that a hand is to be defined by its purpose, that of grasping, which it can only perform when joined to a living body. In like manner, an individual cannot fulfill his purpose unless he is part of a state. He who founded the state, Aristotle says, was the greatest of benefactors, for without law man is the worst of animals, and law depends for its existence on the state. The state is not a mere society for exchange and the prevention of crime. The end of the state is the good life. And the state is the union of families and villages in a perfect and self-sufficing life, by which we mean a happy and honorable life. 1280b. A political society exists for the sake of noble actions, not of mere companionship. 1281a. A state being composed of households, each of which consists of one family, the discussion of politics should begin with the family. The bulk of this discussion is concerned with slavery, for in antiquity the slaves were always reckoned as part of the family. Slavery is expedient and right, but the slave should be naturally inferior to the master. From birth, some are marked out for subjection, others for rule. The man who is by nature not his own but another man's is by nature a slave. Slaves should not be Greeks, but of an inferior race with less spirit. 1255a and 1330a. Tame animals are better off when ruled by man, and so are those who are naturally inferior when ruled by their superiors. It may be questioned whether the practice of making slaves out of prisoners of war is justified. Power, such as leads to victory in war, seems to imply superior virtue, but this is not always the case. War, however, is just when waged against men who, though intended by nature to be governed, will not submit. 1256b, and in this case, it is implied, it would be right to make slaves of the conquered. This would seem enough to justify any conqueror who ever lived, for no nation will admit that it is intended by nature to be governed, and the only evidence as to nature's intentions must be derived from the outcome of war. In every war, therefore, the victors are in the right and the vanquished in the wrong. Very satisfactory. Next comes a discussion of trade, which profoundly influenced scholastic casuistry. There are two uses of a thing, one proper, the other improper. A shoe, for instance, may be worn, which is its proper use, or exchanged, which is its improper use. It follows that there is something degraded about a shoemaker, who must exchange his shoes in order to live. Retail trade, we are told, is not a natural part of the art of getting wealth. 1257a. The natural way to get wealth is by skillful management of house and land. To the wealth that can be made in this way there is a limit, but to what can be made by trade there is none. Trade has to do with money, but wealth is not the acquisition of coin. Wealth derived from trade is justly hated, because it is unnatural. The most hated sort, and with the greatest reason, is usury, which makes a gain out of money itself, and not from the natural object of it. For money was intended to be used in exchange, but not to increase at interest. Of all modes of getting wealth this is the most unnatural. 1258. What came of this dictum you may read in Tawny's Religion and the Rise of Capitalism. But while his history is reliable, his comment has a bias in favor of what is pre-capitalistic. Usury means all lending money at interest, not only, as now, lending at an exorbitant rate. From Greek times to the present day, mankind, or at least the economically more developed portion of them, have been divided into debtors and creditors. Debtors have disapproved of interest, and creditors have approved of it. At most times, landowners have been debtors, while men engaged in commerce have been creditors. The views of philosophers, with few exceptions, have coincided with the pecuniary interests of their class. Greek philosophers belonged to, or were employed by, the landowning class, they therefore disapproved of interest. Medieval philosophers were churchmen, and the property of the church was mainly in land, they therefore saw no reason to revise Aristotle's opinion. Their objection to usury was reinforced by anti-Semitism, for most fluid capital was Jewish. Ecclesiastics and barons had their quarrels, sometimes very bitter, but they could combine against the wicked Jew who had tied them over a bad harvest by means of a loan, and considered that he deserved some reward for his thrift. With the Reformation, the situation changed. Many of the most earnest Protestants were businessmen, to whom lending money at interest was essential. Consequently, first Calvin, and then other Protestant divines, sanctioned interest. At last the Catholic Church was compelled to follow suit, because the old prohibitions did not suit the modern world. Philosophers, whose incomes are derived from the investments of universities, have favored interest ever since they ceased to be ecclesiastics and therefore connected with landowning. At every stage, there has been a wealth of theoretical argument to support the economically convenient opinion. Plato's Utopia is criticized by Aristotle on various grounds. There is first the very interesting comment that it gives too much unity to the state, and would make it into an individual. Next comes the kind of argument against the proposed abolition of the family that naturally occurs to every reader. Plato thinks that, by merely giving the title of son to all who are of an age that makes their sonship possible, a man will acquire towards the whole multitude the sentiments that men have at present towards their actual sons, and correlatively as regards the title father. Aristotle, on the contrary, says that what is common to the greatest number receives the least care, and that if sons are common to many fathers they will be neglected in common. It is better to be a cousin in reality than a son in Plato's sense. Plato's plan would make love watery. Then there is a curious argument that, since abstinence from adultery is a virtue, it would be a pity to have a social system which abolishes this virtue and the correlative vice. 1263b. Then we are asked, if women are common, who will manage the house? I wrote an essay once, called Architecture and the Social System, in which I pointed out that all who combine communism with abolition of the family also advocate communal houses for large numbers, with communal kitchens, dining rooms, and nurseries. This system may be described as monasteries without celibacy. It is essential to the carrying out of Plato's plans, but it is certainly not more impossible than many other things that he recommends. Plato's communism annoys Aristotle. It would lead, he says, to anger against lazy people, and to the sort of quarrels that are common between fellow travelers. It is better if each minds his own business. Property should be private, but people should be so trained in benevolence as to allow the use of it to be largely common. Benevolence and generosity are virtues, and without private property they are impossible. Finally, we are told that, if Plato's plans were good, someone would have thought of them sooner. 1 I do not agree with Plato, but if anything could make me do so, it would be Aristotle's arguments against him. As we have seen in connection with slavery, Aristotle is no believer in equality. Granted, however, the subjection of slaves and women, it still remains a question whether all citizens should be politically equal. Some men, he says, think this desirable, on the ground that all revolutions turn on the regulation of property. He rejects this argument, maintaining that the greatest crimes are due to excess rather than want, No man becomes a tyrant in order to avoid feeling the cold. A government is good when it aims at the good of the whole community, bad when it cares only for itself. There are three kinds of government that are good: monarchy, aristocracy, and constitutional government, or polity. There are three that are bad: tyranny, oligarchy, and democracy. There are also many mixed intermediate forms. It will be observed that the good and bad governments are defined by the ethical qualities of the holders of power, not by the form of the constitution. This, however, is only partly true. An aristocracy is a rule of men of virtue, an oligarchy is a rule of the rich, and Aristotle does not consider virtue and wealth strictly synonymous. What he holds, in accordance with the doctrine of the golden mean, is that a moderate competence is most likely to be associated with virtue. Mankind do not acquire or preserve virtue by the help of external goods, but external goods by the help of virtue, and happiness, whether consisting in pleasure or virtue, or both, is more often found with those who are most highly cultivated in their mind and in their character, and have only a moderate share of external goods, than among those who possess external goods to a useless extent but are deficient in higher qualities. 1323a and b. There is therefore a difference between the rule of the best, aristocracy, and of the richest, oligarchy, since the best are likely to have only moderate fortunes. There is also a difference between democracy and polity, in addition to the ethical difference in the government, for what Aristotle calls polity retains some oligarchic elements. 1293b. But between monarchy and tyranny the only difference is ethical. He is emphatic in distinguishing oligarchy and democracy by the economic status of the governing party. There is oligarchy when the rich govern without consideration for the poor, democracy when power is in the hands of the needy and they disregard the interest of the rich. Monarchy is better than aristocracy, aristocracy is better than polity. But the corruption of the best is worst, therefore tyranny is worse than oligarchy, and oligarchy than democracy. In this way Aristotle arrives at a qualified defense of democracy, for most actual governments are bad, and therefore, among actual governments, democracies tend to be best. The Greek conception of democracy was in many ways more extreme than ours. For instance, Aristotle says that to elect magistrates is oligarchic, while it is democratic to appoint them by lot. In extreme democracies, the assembly of the citizens was above the law, and decided each question independently. The Athenian law courts were composed of a large number of citizens chosen by lot, unaided by any jurist. They were, of course, liable to be swayed by eloquence or party passion. When democracy is criticized, it must be understood that this sort of thing is meant. There is a long discussion of causes of revolution. In Greece, revolutions were as frequent as formerly in Latin America, and therefore Aristotle had a copious experience from which to draw inferences. The main cause was the conflict of oligarchs and democrats. Democracy, Aristotle says, arises from the belief that men who are equally free should be equal in all respects. Oligarchy, from the fact that men who are superior in some respect claim too much. Both have a kind of justice, but not the best kind. Therefore both parties, whenever their share in the government does not accord with their preconceived ideas, stir up revolution. 1301a. Democratic governments are less liable to revolutions than oligarchies, because oligarchs may fall out with each other. The oligarchs seem to have been vigorous fellows. In some cities, we are told, they swore an oath, I will be an enemy to the people, and will devise all the harm against them which I can. Nowadays reactionaries are not so frank. The three things needed to prevent revolution are government propaganda in education, respect for law, even in small things, and justice in law and administration, i.e. equality according to proportion, and for every man to enjoy his own. 1307a, 1307b, 1310a. Aristotle never seems to have realized the difficulty of equality according to proportion. If this is to be true justice, the proportion must be of virtue. Now virtue is difficult to measure, and is a matter of party controversy. In political practice, Therefore, virtue tends to be measured by income. The distinction between aristocracy and oligarchy, which Aristotle attempts to make, is only possible where there is a very well-established hereditary nobility. Even then, as soon as there exists a large class of rich men who are not noble, they have to be admitted to power for fear of their making a revolution. Hereditary aristocracies cannot long retain their power except where land is almost the only source of wealth. All social inequality, in the long run, is inequality of income. That is part of the argument for democracy, that the attempt to have a proportionate justice based on any merit other than wealth is sure to break down. Defenders of oligarchy pretend that income is proportional to virtue. The psalmist said he had never seen a righteous man begging his bread, and Aristotle thinks that good men acquire just about his own income, neither very large nor very small. But such views are absurd. Every kind of justice other than absolute equality will, in practice, reward some quality quite other than virtue, and is therefore to be condemned. There is an interesting section on tyranny. A tyrant desires riches, whereas a king desires honor. The tyrant has guards who are mercenaries, whereas the king has guards who are citizens. Tyrants are mostly demagogues, who acquire power by promising to protect the people against the notables. In an ironically Machiavellian tone, Aristotle explains what a tyrant must do to retain power. He must prevent the rise of any person of exceptional merit, by execution or assassination if necessary. He must prohibit common meals, clubs, and any education likely to produce hostile sentiment. There must be no literary assemblies or discussions. He must prevent people from knowing each other well, and compel them to live in public at his gates. He should employ spies, like the female detectives at Syracuse. He must sow quarrels, and impoverish his subjects. He should keep them occupied in great works, as the king of Egypt did in getting the pyramids built. He should give power to women and slaves, to make them informers. He should make war, in order that his subjects may have something to do and be always in want of a leader. 13:13a and b. It is a melancholy reflection that this passage is, of the whole book, the one most appropriate to the present day. Aristotle concludes that there is no wickedness too great for a tyrant. There is, however, he says, another method of preserving a tyranny, namely by moderation and by seeming religious. There is no decision as to which method is likely to prove the more successful. There is a long argument to prove that foreign conquest is not the end of the state, showing that many people took the imperialist view. There is, it is true, an exception: conquest of natural slaves is right and just. This would, in Aristotle's view, justify wars against barbarians, but not against Greeks, for no Greeks are natural slaves. In general, war is only a means, not an end. A city in an isolated situation, where conquest is not possible, may be happy. States that live in isolation need not be inactive. God and the universe are active, though foreign conquest is impossible for them. The happiness that a state should seek, therefore, though war may sometimes be a necessary means to it, should not be war, but the activities of peace. This leads to the question, how large should a state be? Large cities, we are told, are never well governed, because a great multitude cannot be orderly. A state ought to be large enough to be more or less self-sufficing, but not too large for constitutional government. It ought to be small enough for the citizens to know each other's characters, otherwise right will not be done in elections and lawsuits. The territory should be small enough to be surveyed in its entirety from a hilltop. We are told both that it should be self-sufficient, 1326b, and that it should have an export and import trade, 1327a, which seems an inconsistency. Men who work for their living should not be admitted to citizenship. Citizens should not lead the life of mechanics or tradesmen, for such a life is ignoble and inimical to virtue. Nor should they be husbandmen, because they need leisure. The citizens should own the property, but the husbandmen should be slaves of a different race, 1330a. Northern races, we are told, are spirited, southern races, intelligent, therefore slaves should be of southern races, since it is inconvenient if they are spirited. The Greeks alone are both spirited and intelligent, they are better governed than barbarians, and if united could rule the world. 1327b. One might have expected at this point some allusion to Alexander, but there is none. With regard to the size of states, Aristotle makes, on a different scale, the same mistake that is made by many modern liberals. A state must be able to defend itself in war, and even, if any liberal culture is to survive, to defend itself without very great difficulty. How large this requires a state to be, depends upon the technique of war and industry. In Aristotle's day, the city-state was obsolete because it could not defend itself against Macedonia. In our day, Greece as a whole, including Macedonia, is obsolete in this sense, as has been recently proved. Point 2. To advocate complete independence for Greece, or any other small country, is now as futile as to advocate complete independence for a single city, whose territory can be seen entire from an eminence. There can be no true independence except for a state or alliance strong enough, by its own efforts, to repel all attempts at foreign conquest. Nothing smaller than America and the British Empire combined will satisfy this requirement, and perhaps even this would be too small a unit. The book, which, in the form in which we have it, appears to be unfinished, ends with a discussion of education. Education, of course, is only for children who are going to be citizens. Slaves may be taught useful arts, such as cooking, but these are no part of education. The citizen should be molded to the form of government under which he lives, and there should therefore be differences according as the city in question is oligarchic or democratic. In the discussion, however, Aristotle assumes that the citizens will all have a share of political power. Children should learn what is useful to them, but not vulgarizing. For instance, they should not be taught any skill that deforms the body, or that would enable them to earn money. They should practice athletics in moderation, but not to the point of acquiring professional skill. The boys who train for the Olympic Games suffer in health, as is shown by the fact that those who have been victors as boys are hardly ever victors as men. Children should learn drawing, in order to appreciate the beauty of the human form, and they should be taught to appreciate such painting and sculpture as expresses moral ideas. They may learn to sing and to play musical instruments enough to be able to enjoy music critically, but not enough to be skilled performers, for no freeman would play or sing unless drunk. They must, of course, learn to read and write, in spite of the usefulness of these arts. But the purpose of education is virtue, not usefulness. What Aristotle means by virtue he has told us in the Ethics, to which this book frequently refers. Aristotle's fundamental assumptions, in his Politics, are very different from those of any modern writer. The aim of the state, in his view, is to produce cultured gentlemen, men who combine the aristocratic mentality with love of learning and the arts. This combination existed, in its highest perfection, in the Athens of Pericles, not in the population at large, but among the well-to-do. It began to break down in the last years of Pericles. The populace, who had no culture, turned against the friends of Pericles who were driven to defend the privileges of the rich, by treachery, assassination, illegal despotism, and other such not very gentlemanly methods. After the death of Socrates, the bigotry of the Athenian democracy diminished, and Athens remained the center of ancient culture, but political power went elsewhere. Throughout later antiquity, power and culture were usually separate. Power was in the hands of rough soldiers, culture belonged to powerless Greeks, often slaves. This is only partially true of Rome in its great days, but it is emphatically true before Cicero and after Marcus Aurelius. After the barbarian invasion, the gentlemen were northern barbarians, the men of culture subtle southern ecclesiastics. This state of affairs continued, more or less, until the Renaissance, when the laity began to acquire culture. From the Renaissance onwards, the Greek conception of government by cultured gentlemen gradually prevailed more and more, reaching its acme in the 18th century. Various forces have put an end to the state of affairs. First, democracy, as embodied in the French Revolution and its aftermath. The cultured gentlemen, as after the age of Pericles, had to defend their privileges against the populace, and in the process ceased to be either gentlemen or cultured. A second cause was the rise of industrialism, with a scientific technique very different from traditional culture. A third cause was popular education, which conferred the power to read and write, but did not confer culture. This enabled a new type of demagogue to practice a new type of propaganda, as seen in the dictatorships. Both for good and evil, therefore, the day of the cultured gentleman is past. 22. Aristotle's logic. Aristotle's influence, which was very great in many different fields, was greatest of all in logic. In late antiquity, when Plato was still supreme in metaphysics, Aristotle was the recognized authority in logic, and he retained this position throughout the Middle Ages. It was not till the 13th century that Christian philosophers accorded him supremacy in the field of metaphysics. This supremacy was largely lost after the Renaissance, but his supremacy in logic survived. Even at the present day, all Catholic teachers of philosophy and many others still obstinately reject the discoveries of modern logic, and adhere with a strange tenacity to a system which is as definitely antiquated as Ptolemaic astronomy. This makes it difficult to do historical justice to Aristotle. His present-day influence is so inimical to clear thinking that it is hard to remember how great an advance he made upon all his predecessors, including Plato, or how admirable his logical work would still seem if it had been a stage in a continual progress, instead of being, as in fact it was, a dead end, followed by over 2,000 years of stagnation. In dealing with the predecessors of Aristotle, it is not necessary to remind the reader that they are not verbally inspired. One can therefore praise them for their ability without being supposed to subscribe to all their doctrines. Aristotle, on the contrary, is still, especially in logic, a battleground, and cannot be treated in a purely historical spirit. Aristotle's most important work in logic is the doctrine of the syllogism. A syllogism is an argument consisting of three parts: a major premise, a minor premise, and a conclusion. Syllogisms are of a number of different kinds, each of which has a name, given by the scholastics. The most familiar is the kind called Barbara. All men are mortal, major premise. Socrates is a man, minor premise. Therefore, Socrates is mortal, conclusion. Or, all men are mortal. All Greeks are men. Therefore, all Greeks are mortal. Aristotle does not distinguish between these two forms. This, as we shall see later, is a mistake. Other forms are: no fishes are rational, all sharks are fishes, therefore no sharks are rational. This is called celerant. All men are rational, some animals are men, therefore some animals are rational. This is called derai. No Greeks are black, some men are Greeks, therefore some men are not black. This is called phario. These four make up the first figure. Aristotle adds a second and third figure, and the schoolmen added a fourth. It is shown that the three later figures can be reduced to the first by various devices. There are some inferences that can be made from a single premise. From some men are mortal we can infer that some mortals are men. According to Aristotle, this can be also inferred from all men are mortal. From no gods are mortal we can infer no mortals are gods, but from some men are not Greeks it does not follow that some Greeks are not men. Apart from such inferences as the above, Aristotle and his followers thought that all deductive inference, when strictly stated, is syllogistic. By setting forth all the valid kinds of syllogism, and setting out any suggested argument in syllogistic form, it should therefore be possible to avoid all fallacies. This system was the beginning of formal logic, and, as such, was both important and admirable. But considered as the end, not the beginning, of formal logic, it is open to three kinds of criticism. 1. Formal defects within the system itself. 2. Overestimation of the syllogism, as compared to other forms of deductive argument. 3. overestimation of deduction as a form of argument. On each of these three, something must be said. 1. Formal defects. Let us begin with the two statements Socrates is a man and all Greeks are men. It is necessary to make a sharp distinction between these two, which is not done in Aristotelian logic. The statement all Greeks are men is commonly interpreted as implying that there are Greeks. Without this implication, some of Aristotle's syllogisms are not valid. Take for instance, all Greeks are men, all Greeks are white, therefore some men are white. This is valid if there are Greeks, but not otherwise. If I were to say, all golden mountains are mountains, all golden mountains are golden, therefore some mountains are golden, my conclusion would be false, though in some sense my premises would be true. If we are to be explicit, we must therefore divide the one statement all Greeks are men into two, one saying there are Greeks, and the other saying if anything is a Greek it is a man. The latter statement is purely hypothetical, and does not imply that there are Greeks. The statement all Greeks are men is thus much more complex in form than the statement Socrates is a man. Socrates is a man has Socrates for its subject, but all Greeks are men does not have all Greeks for its subject, for there is nothing about all Greeks either in the statement there are Greeks, or in the statement if anything is a Greek it is a man. This purely formal error was a source of errors in metaphysics and theory of knowledge. Consider the state of our knowledge in regard to the two propositions Socrates is mortal and all men are mortal. In order to know the truth of Socrates is mortal, most of us are content to rely upon testimony, but if testimony is to be reliable, it must lead us back to someone who knew Socrates and saw him dead. The one perceived fact, the dead body of Socrates together with the knowledge that this was called Socrates, was enough to assure us of the mortality of Socrates. But when it comes to all men are mortal, the matter is different. The question of our knowledge of such general propositions is a very difficult one. Sometimes they are merely verbal, all Greeks are men is known because nothing is called a Greek unless it is a man. Such general statements can be ascertained from the dictionary, they tell us nothing about the world except how words are used. But all men are mortal is not of this sort, there is nothing logically self-contradictory about an immortal man. We believe the proposition on the basis of induction, because there is no well-authenticated case of a man living more than, say, 150 years, but this only makes the proposition probable, not certain. It cannot be certain so long as living men exist. Metaphysical errors arose through supposing that all men is the subject of all men are mortal in the same sense as that in which Socrates is the subject of Socrates is mortal. It made it possible to hold that, in some sense, all men denotes an entity of the same sort as that denoted by Socrates. This led Aristotle to say that in a sense a species is a substance. He is careful to qualify the statement, but his followers, especially Porphyry, showed less caution. Another error into which Aristotle falls through this mistake is to think that a predicate of a predicate can be a predicate of the original subject. If I say Socrates is Greek, all Greeks are human, Aristotle thinks that human is a predicate of Greek, while Greek is a predicate of Socrates, and obviously human is a predicate of Socrates. But in fact human is not a predicate of Greek. The distinction between names and predicates, or in metaphysical language, between particulars and universals, is thus blurred, with disastrous consequences to philosophy. One of the resulting confusions was to suppose that a class with only one member is identical with that one member. This made it impossible to have a correct theory of the number one, and led to endless bad metaphysics about unity. 2. Overestimation of the syllogism. The syllogism is only one kind of deductive argument. In mathematics, which is wholly deductive, syllogisms hardly ever occur. Of course, it would be possible to rewrite mathematical arguments in syllogistic form, but this would be very artificial and would not make them any more cogent. Take arithmetic, for example. If I buy goods worth 16s. 3d, and tender a £1 note in payment, how much change is due to me? To put this simple sum in the form of a syllogism would be absurd, and would tend to conceal the real nature of the argument. Again, within logic there are non-syllogistic inferences such as, a horse is an animal, therefore a horse's head is an animal's head. Valid syllogisms, in fact, are only some among valid deductions, and have no logical priority over others. The attempt to give preeminence to the syllogism in deduction misled philosophers as to the nature of mathematical reasoning. Kant, who perceived that mathematics is not syllogistic, inferred that it uses extra-logical principles, which, however, he supposed to be as certain as those of logic. He, like his predecessors, though in a different way, was misled by respect for Aristotle. 3. Overestimation of deduction. The Greeks in general attached more importance to deduction as a source of knowledge than modern philosophers do. In this respect, Aristotle was less at fault than Plato. He repeatedly admitted the importance of induction, and he devoted considerable attention to the question, how do we know the first premises from which deduction must start? Nevertheless, he, like other Greeks, gave undue prominence to deduction in his theory of knowledge. We shall agree that Mr. Smith, say, is mortal, and we may, loosely, say that we know this because we know that all men are mortal. But what we really know is not all men are mortal, we know rather something like all men born more than 150 years ago are mortal, and so are almost all men born more than 100 years ago. This is our reason for thinking that Mr. Smith will die. But this argument is an induction, not a deduction. It has less cogency than a deduction, and yields only a probability, not a certainty, but on the other hand it gives new knowledge, which deduction does not. All the important inferences outside logic and pure mathematics are inductive, not deductive. The only exceptions are law and theology, each of which derives its first principles from an unquestionable text, viz. the statute books or the scriptures. Apart from the prior analytics, which deals with the syllogism, there are other logical writings of Aristotle which have considerable importance in the history of philosophy. One of these is the short work on the categories. Porphyry the Neoplatonist wrote a commentary on this book, which had a very notable influence on medieval philosophy, but for the present let us ignore Porphyry and confine ourselves to Aristotle. What, exactly is meant by the word category, whether in Aristotle or in Kant and Hegel, I must confess that I have never been able to understand. I do not myself believe that the term category is in any way useful in philosophy, as representing any clear idea. There are, in Aristotle, 10 categories: substance, quantity, quality, relation, place, time, position, state, action, and affection. The only definition offered of the term category is, expressions which are in no way composite signify, and then follows the above list. This seems to mean that every word of which the meaning is not compounded of the meanings of other words signifies a substance or a quantity or etc. There is no suggestion of any principle on which the list of 10 categories has been compiled. Substance is primarily what is not predicible of a subject nor present in a subject. A thing is said to be present in a subject when, though not a part of the subject, it cannot exist without the subject. The instances given are a piece of grammatical knowledge which is present in a mind, and a certain whiteness which may be present in a body. A substance in the above primary sense is an individual thing or person or animal. But in a secondary sense a species or a genus, e.g. man or animal, may be called a substance. This secondary sense seems indefensible, and opened the door, in later writers, to much bad metaphysics. The posterior analytics is a work largely concerned with a question which must trouble any deductive theory, namely, how are first premises obtained? Since deduction must start from somewhere, we must begin with something unproved, which must be known otherwise than by demonstration. I shall not give Aristotle's theory in detail, since it depends upon the notion of essence. A definition, he says, is a statement of a thing's essential nature. The notion of essence is an intimate part of every philosophy subsequent to Aristotle, until we come to modern times. It is, in my opinion, a hopelessly muddle-headed notion, but its historical importance requires us to say something about it. The essence of a thing appears to have meant those of its properties which it cannot change without losing its identity. Socrates may be sometimes happy, sometimes sad, sometimes well, sometimes ill. Since he can change these properties without ceasing to be Socrates, they are no part of his essence. But it is supposed to be of the essence of Socrates that he is a man, though a Pythagorean, who believes in transmigration, will not admit this. In fact, the question of essence is one as to the use of words. We apply the same name, on different occasions, to somewhat different occurrences, which we regard as manifestations of a single thing or person. In fact, however, this is only a verbal convenience. The essence of Socrates thus consists of those properties in the absence of which we should not use the name Socrates. The question is purely linguistic. A word may have an essence, but a thing cannot. The conception of substance, like that of essence, is a transference to metaphysics of what is only a linguistic convenience. We find it convenient, in describing the world, to describe a certain number of occurrences as events in the life of Socrates, and a certain number of others as events in the life of Mr. Smith. This leads us to think of Socrates or Mr. Smith as denoting something that persists through a certain number of years, and as in some way more solid and real than the events that happen to him. If Socrates is ill, we think that Socrates, at other times, is well, and therefore the being of Socrates is independent of his illness. Illness, on the other hand, requires somebody to be ill. But although Socrates need not be ill, something must be occurring to him if he is to be considered to exist. He is not, therefore, really any more solid than the things that happen to him. Substance, when taken seriously, is a concept impossible to free from difficulties. A substance is supposed to be the subject of properties, and to be something distinct from all its properties. But when we take away the properties, and try to imagine the substance by itself, we find that there is nothing left. To put the matter in another way, what distinguishes one substance from another? Not difference of properties, for, according to the logic of substance, difference of properties presupposes numerical diversity between the substances concerned. Two substances, therefore, must be just two, without being, in themselves, in any way distinguishable. How, then, are we ever to find out that they are two? Substance, in fact, is merely a convenient way of collecting events into bundles. What can we know about Mr. Smith? When we look at him, we see a pattern of colors. When we listen to him talking, we hear a series of sounds. We believe that, like us, he has thoughts and feelings. But what is Mr. Smith apart from all these occurrences? A mere imaginary hook, from which the occurrences are supposed to hang. They have in fact no need of a hook, any more than the earth needs an elephant to rest upon. Anyone can see, in the analogous case of a geographical region, that such a word as France, say, is only a linguistic convenience, and that there is not a thing called France over and above its various parts. The same holds of Mr. Smith. It is a collective name for a number of occurrences. If we take it as anything more, it denotes something completely unknowable, and therefore not needed for the expression of what we know. Substance, in a word, is a metaphysical mistake, due to transference to the world structure of the structure of sentences composed of a subject and a predicate. I conclude that the Aristotelian doctrines with which we have been concerned in this chapter are wholly false, with the exception of the formal theory of the syllogism, which is unimportant. Any person in the present day who wishes to learn logic will be wasting his time if he reads Aristotle or any of his disciples. Nonetheless, Aristotle's logical writings show great ability, and would have been useful to mankind if they had appeared at a time when intellectual originality was still active. Unfortunately, they appeared at the very end of the creative period of Greek thought, and therefore came to be accepted as authoritative. By the time that logical originality revived, a reign of 2,000 years had made Aristotle very difficult to dethrone. Throughout modern times, Practically every advance in science, in logic, or in philosophy has had to be made in the teeth of opposition from Aristotle's disciples. 23. Aristotle's Physics. In this chapter I propose to consider two of Aristotle's books, the one called Physics and the one called On the Heavens. These two books are closely connected, the second takes up the argument at the point at which the first has left it. Both were extremely influential, and dominated science until the time of Galileo. Words such as quintessence and sublunary are derived from the theories expressed in these books. The historian of philosophy, accordingly, must study them, in spite of the fact that hardly a sentence in either can be accepted in the light of modern science. To understand the views of Aristotle, as of most Greeks, on physics, it is necessary to apprehend their imaginative background. Every philosopher, in addition to the formal system which he offers to the world, has another, much simpler, of which he may be quite unaware. If he is aware of it, he probably realizes that it won't quite do, he therefore conceals it, and sets forth something more sophisticated, which he believes because it is like his crude system, but which he asks others to accept because he thinks he has made it such as cannot be disproved. The sophistication comes in by way of refutation of refutations, but this alone will never give a positive result. It shows, at best, that a theory may be true, not that it must be. The positive result, however little the philosopher may realize it, is due to his imaginative preconceptions, or to what Santayana calls animal faith. In relation to physics, Aristotle's imaginative background was very different from that of a modern student. Nowadays, a boy begins with mechanics, which, by its very name, suggests machines. He is accustomed to motor cars and aeroplanes, he does not, even in the dimmest recesses of his subconscious imagination, think that a motor car contains some sort of horse in its inside, or that an aeroplane flies because its wings are those of a bird possessing magical powers. Animals have lost their importance in our imaginative pictures of the world, in which man stands comparatively alone as master of a mainly lifeless and largely subservient material environment. To the Greek, attempting to give a scientific account of motion, the purely mechanical view hardly suggested itself, except in the case of a few men of genius such as Democritus and Archimedes. Two sets of phenomena seemed important, the movements of animals, and the movements of the heavenly bodies. To the modern man of science, the body of an animal is a very elaborate machine, with an enormously complex physico-chemical structure. Every new discovery consists in diminishing the apparent gulf between animals and machines. To the Greek, it seemed more natural to assimilate apparently lifeless motions to those of animals. A child still distinguishes live animals from other things by the fact that they can move of themselves. To many Greeks, and especially to Aristotle, this peculiarity suggested itself as the basis of a general theory of physics. But how about the heavenly bodies? They differ from animals by the regularity of their movements, but this may be only due to their superior perfection. Every Greek philosopher, whatever he may have come to think in adult life, had been taught in childhood to regard the sun and moon as gods. Anaxagoras was prosecuted for impiety because he thought that they were not alive. It was natural that a philosopher who could no longer regard the heavenly bodies themselves as divine should think of them as moved by the will of a divine being who had a Hellenic love of order and geometrical simplicity. Thus the ultimate source of all movement is will, on earth the capricious will of human beings and animals, but in heaven the unchanging will of the Supreme Artificer. I do not suggest that this applies to every detail of what Aristotle has to say. What I do suggest is that it gives his imaginative background, and represents the sort of thing which, in embarking on his investigations, he would expect to find true. After these preliminaries, let us examine what it is that he actually says. Physics, in Aristotle, is the science of what the Greeks called physis, or physis, a word which is translated nature, but has not exactly the meaning which we attach to that word. We still speak of natural science and natural history, but nature by itself, though it is a very ambiguous word, seldom means just what physis meant. Physis had to do with growth, one might say it is the nature of an acorn to grow into an oak, and in that case one would be using the word in the Aristotelian sense. The nature of a thing, Aristotle says, is its end, that for the sake of which it exists. Thus the word has a teleological implication. Some things exist by nature, some from other causes. Animals, plants, and simple bodies, elements, exist by nature, they have an internal principle of motion. The word translated motion or movement has a wider meaning than locomotion. In addition to locomotion, it includes change of quality or of size. Nature is a source of being moved or at rest. Things have a nature if they have an internal principle of this kind. The phrase according to nature applies to these things and their essential attributes. It was through this point of view that unnatural came to express blame. Nature is in form rather than in matter. What is potentially flesh or bone has not yet acquired its own nature, and a thing is more what it is when it has attained to fulfillment. This whole point of view seems to be suggested by biology. The acorn is potentially an oak. Nature belongs to the class of causes which operate for the sake of something. This leads to a discussion of the view that nature works of necessity, without purpose, in connection with which Aristotle discusses the survival of the fittest, in the form taught by Empedocles. This cannot be right, he says, because things happen in fixed ways, and when a series has a completion, all preceding steps are for its sake. Those things are natural which by a continuous movement, originated from an internal principle, arrive at some completion. 199b. This whole conception of nature, though it might well seem admirably suited to explain the growth of animals and plants, became, in the event, a great obstacle to the progress of science, and a source of much that was bad in ethics. In the latter respect, it is still harmful. Motion, we are told, is the fulfilling of what exists potentially. This view, apart from other defects, is incompatible with the relativity of locomotion. When A moves relatively to B, B moves relatively to A, and there is no sense in saying that one of the two is in motion while the other is at rest. When a dog seizes a bone, it seems to common sense that the dog moves while the bone remains at rest, until seized, and that the motion has a purpose, namely to fulfill the dog's nature. But it has turned out that this point of view cannot be applied to dead matter, and that, for the purposes of scientific physics, no conception of an end is useful, nor can any motion, in scientific strictness, be treated as other than relative. Aristotle rejects the void, as maintained by Leucippus and Democritus. He then passes on to a rather curious discussion of time. It might, he says, be maintained that time does not exist, since it is composed of past and future, of which one no longer exists while the other does not yet exist. This view, however, he rejects. Time, he says, is motion that admits of numeration. It is not clear why he thinks numeration essential. We may fairly ask, he continues, whether time could exist without the soul, since there cannot be anything to count unless there is someone to count, and time involves numeration. It seems that he thinks of time as so many hours or days or years. Some things, he adds, are eternal, in the sense of not being in time. Presumably he is thinking of such things as numbers. There always has been motion, and there always will be, for there cannot be time without motion, and all are agreed that time is uncreated, except Plato. On this point, Christian followers of Aristotle were obliged to dissent from him, since the Bible tells us that the universe had a beginning. The physics ends with the argument for an unmoved mover, which we considered in connection with the metaphysics. There is one unmoved mover, which directly causes a circular motion. Circular motion is the primary kind, and the only kind which can be continuous and infinite. The first mover has no parts or magnitude and is at the circumference of the world. Having reached this conclusion, we pass on to the heavens. The treatise on the heavens sets forth a pleasant and simple theory. Things below the moon are subject to generation and decay. From the moon upwards, everything is ungenerated and indestructible. The earth, which is spherical, is at the center of the universe. In the sublunary sphere, everything is composed of the four elements, earth, water, air, and fire, but there is a fifth element, of which the heavenly bodies are composed. The natural movement of the terrestrial elements is rectilinear, but that of the fifth element is circular. The heavens are perfectly spherical, and the upper regions are more divine than the lower. The stars and planets are not composed of fire, but of the fifth element. Their motion is due to that of spheres to which they are attached. All this appears in poetical form in Dante's Paradiso. The four terrestrial elements are not eternal, but are generated out of each other. Fire is absolutely light, in the sense that its natural motion is upward. Earth is absolutely heavy. Air is relatively light, and water is relatively heavy. This theory provided many difficulties for later ages. Comets, which were recognized as destructible, had to be assigned to the sublunary sphere, but in the 17th century it was found that they describe orbits round the Sun, and are very seldom as near as the Moon. Since the natural motion of terrestrial bodies is rectilinear, it was held that a projectile fired horizontally will move horizontally for a time, and then suddenly begin to fall vertically. Galileo's discovery that a projectile moves in a parabola shocked his Aristotelian colleagues. Copernicus, Kepler, and Galileo had to combat Aristotle as well as the Bible in establishing the view that the Earth is not the center of the universe, but rotates once a day and goes round the Sun once a year. To come to a more general matter, Aristotelian physics is incompatible with Newton's first law of motion, originally enunciated by Galileo. This law states that every body, left to itself, will, if already in motion, continue to move in a straight line with uniform velocity. Thus outside causes are required, not to account for motion, but to account for change of motion, either in velocity or in direction. Circular motion, which Aristotle thought natural for the heavenly bodies, involves a continual change in the direction of motion, and therefore requires a force directed towards the center of the circle, as in Newton's law of gravitation. Finally, the view that the heavenly bodies are eternal and incorruptible has had to be abandoned. The sun and stars have long lives, but do not live forever. They are born from a nebula, and in the end they either explode or die of cold. Nothing in the visible world is exempt from change and decay. The Aristotelian belief to the contrary, though accepted by medieval Christians, is a product of the pagan worship of sun and moon and planets. 24. Early Greek mathematics and astronomy. I am concerned in this chapter with mathematics, not on its own account, but as it was related to Greek philosophy, a relation which, especially in Plato, was very close. The preeminence of the Greeks appears more clearly in mathematics and astronomy than in anything else. What they did in art, in literature, and in philosophy, may be judged better or worse according to taste, but what they accomplished in geometry is wholly beyond question. They derived something from Egypt, and rather less from Babylonia, but what they obtained from these sources was, in mathematics, mainly simple rules, and in astronomy records of observations extended over very long periods. The art of mathematical demonstration was, almost wholly, Greek in origin. There are many pleasant stories, probably unhistorical, showing what practical problems stimulated mathematical investigations. The earliest and simplest relates to Thales, who, when in Egypt, was asked by the king to find out the height of a pyramid. He waited for the time of day when his shadow was as long as he was tall. He then measured the shadow of the pyramid, which was of course equal to its height. It is said that the laws of perspective were first studied by the geometer Agatharchus, in order to paint scenery for the plays of Aeschylus. The problem of finding the distance of a ship at sea, which was said to have been studied by Thales, was correctly solved at an early stage. One of the great problems that occupied Greek geometers, that of the duplication of the cube, originated, we are told, with the priests of a certain temple, who were informed by the oracle that the god wanted a statue twice as large as the one they had. At first they thought simply of doubling all the dimensions of the statue, but then they realized that the result would be 8 times as large as the original, which would involve more expense than the god had demanded. So they sent a deputation to Plato to ask whether anybody in the academy could solve their problem. The geometers took it up, and worked at it for centuries, producing, incidentally, much admirable work. The problem is, of course, that of determining the cube root of 2. The square root of 2, which was the first irrational to be discovered, was known to the early Pythagoreans, and ingenious methods of approximating to its value were discovered. The best was as follows: form 2 columns of numbers, which we will call the A's and the B's, each starts with 1. The next A, at each stage, is formed by adding the last A and B already obtained. The next B is formed by adding twice the previous A to the previous B. The first 6 pairs so obtained are 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 12, 17, 29, 41, 70, 99. In each pair, 2A2, B2 is 1 or 1. Thus B/A is nearly the square root of 2, and at each fresh step it gets nearer. For instance, the reader may satisfy himself that the square of 99/70 is very nearly equal to 2. Pythagoras, always a rather misty figure, is described by Proclus as the first who made geometry a liberal education. Many authorities, including Sir Thomas Heath, believe that he probably discovered the theorem that bears his name, to the effect that, in a right-angled triangle, the square on the side opposite the right angle is equal to the sum of the squares on the other two sides. In any case, this theorem was known to the Pythagoreans at a very early date. They knew also that the sum of the angles of a triangle is 2 right angles. Irrationals other than the square root of 2 were studied, in particular cases by Theodorus, a contemporary of Socrates, and in a more general way by Theaetetus, who was roughly contemporary with Plato, but somewhat older. Democritus wrote a treatise on irrationals, but very little is known as to its contents. Plato was profoundly interested in the subject. He mentions the work of Theodorus and Theaetetus in the dialogue called after the latter. In the Laws, 819 to 820, he says that the general ignorance on this subject is disgraceful, and implies that he himself began to know about it rather late in life. It had of course an important bearing on the Pythagorean philosophy. One of the most important consequences of the discovery of irrationals was the invention of the geometrical theory of proportion by Eudoxus, ca. 408, ca. 355 BC. Before him, there was only the arithmetical theory of proportion. According to this theory, the ratio of A to B is equal to the ratio of C to D if A times D is equal to B times C. This definition, in the absence of an arithmetical theory of irrationals, is only applicable to rationals. Eudoxus, however, gave a new definition not subject to this restriction, framed in a manner which suggests the methods of modern analysis. The theory is developed in Euclid, and has great logical beauty. Eudoxus also either invented or perfected the method of exhaustion, which was subsequently used with great success by Archimedes. This method is an anticipation of the integral calculus. Take, for example, the question of the area of a circle. You can inscribe in a circle a regular hexagon, or a regular dodecagon, or a regular polygon of 1,000 or 1,000,000 sides. The area of such a polygon, however many sides it has, is proportional to the square on the diameter of the circle. The more sides the polygon has, the more nearly it becomes equal to the circle. You can prove that, if you give the polygon enough sides, its area can be got to differ from that of the circle by less than any previously assigned area, however small. For this purpose, the axiom of Archimedes is used. This states, when somewhat simplified, that if the greater of two quantities is halved, and then the half is halved, and so on, a quantity will be reached, at last, which is less than the smaller of the original two quantities. In other words, if A is greater than B, there is some whole number n such that 2n times B is greater than A. The method of exhaustion sometimes leads to an exact result, as in squaring the parabola, which was done by Archimedes, sometimes, as in the attempt to square the circle, it can only lead to successive approximations. The problem of squaring the circle is the problem of determining the ratio of the circumference of a circle to the diameter, which is called. Archimedes used the approximation in calculations, by inscribing and circumscribing a regular polygon of 96 sides, he proved that is less than and greater than. The method could be carried to any required degree of approximation, and that is all that any method can do in this problem. The use of inscribed and circumscribed polygons for approximations goes back to Antiphon, who was a contemporary of Socrates. Euclid, who was still, when I was young, the sole acknowledged textbook of geometry for boys, lived in Alexandria, about 300 BC, a few years after the death of Alexander and Aristotle. Most of his elements was not original, but the order of propositions, and the logical structure, were largely his. The more one studies geometry, the more admirable these are seen to be. The treatment of parallels by means of the famous postulate of parallels has the twofold merit of rigor in deduction and of not concealing the dubiousness of the initial assumption. The theory of proportion, which follows Eudoxus, avoids all the difficulties connected with irrationals, by methods essentially similar to those introduced by Weierstrass into 19th-century analysis. Euclid then passes on to a kind of geometrical algebra, and deals, in Book X, with the subject of irrationals. After this he proceeds to solid geometry, ending with the construction of the regular solids, which had been perfected by Theaetetus and assumed in Plato's Timaeus. Euclid's Elements is certainly one of the greatest books ever written, and one of the most perfect monuments of the Greek intellect. It has, of course, the typical Greek limitations. The method is purely deductive, and there is no way, within it, of testing the initial assumptions. These assumptions were supposed to be unquestionable, but in the 19th century non-Euclidean geometry showed that they might be in part mistaken, and that only observation could decide whether they were so. There is in Euclid the contempt for practical utility which had been inculcated by Plato. It is said that a pupil, after listening to a demonstration, asked what he would gain by learning geometry, whereupon Euclid called a slave and said, "Give the young man 3 pence, since he must needs make a gain out of what he learns." The contempt for practice was, however, pragmatically justified. No one, in Greek times, supposed that conic sections had any utility. At last, in the 17th century, Galileo discovered that projectiles move in parabolas, and Kepler discovered that planets move in ellipses. Suddenly the work that the Greeks had done from pure love of theory became the key to warfare and astronomy. The Romans were too practical-minded to appreciate Euclid. The first of them to mention him is Cicero, in whose time there was probably no Latin translation. Indeed, there is no record of any Latin translation before Boethius, ca. AD 480. The Arabs were more appreciative. A copy was given to the Caliph by the Byzantine Emperor about AD 760, and a translation into Arabic was made under Harun al-Rashid, about AD 800. The first still extant Latin translation was made from the Arabic by Adelard of Bath in AD 1120. From that time on, the study of geometry gradually revived in the West, but it was not until the late Renaissance that important advances were made. I come now to astronomy, where Greek achievements were as remarkable as in geometry. Before their time, among the Babylonians and Egyptians, many centuries of observation had laid a foundation. The apparent motions of the planets had been recorded, but it was not known that the morning and evening star were the same. A cycle of eclipses had been discovered, certainly in Babylonia and probably in Egypt, which made the prediction of lunar eclipses fairly reliable, but not of solar eclipses, since those were not always visible at a given spot. We owe to the Babylonians the division of the right angle into 90 degrees, and of the degree into 60 minutes. They had a liking for the number 60, and even a system of numeration based upon it. The Greeks were fond of attributing the wisdom of their pioneers to travels in Egypt, but what had really been achieved before the Greeks was very little. The prediction of an eclipse by Thales was, however, an example of foreign influence. there is no reason to suppose that he added anything to what he learned from Egyptian or Babylonian sources, and it was a stroke of luck that his prediction was verified. Let us begin with some of the earliest discoveries and correct hypotheses. Anaximander thought that the earth floats freely, and is not supported on anything. Aristotle too, who often rejected the best hypotheses of his time, objected to the theory of Anaximander, that the earth, being at the center, remained immovable because there was no reason for moving in one direction rather than another. If this were valid, he said, a man placed at the center of a circle with food at various points of the circumference would starve to death for lack of reason to choose one portion of food rather than another. This argument reappears in scholastic philosophy, not in connection with astronomy, but with free will. It reappears in the form of Buridan's ass, which was unable to choose between two bundles of hay placed at equal distances to right and left, and therefore died of hunger. Pythagoras, in all probability, was the first to think the earth spherical, but his reasons were, one must suppose, aesthetic rather than scientific. Scientific reasons, however, were soon found. Anaxagoras discovered that the moon shines by reflected light, and gave the right theory of eclipses. He himself still thought the earth flat, but the shape of the earth's shadow in lunar eclipses gave the Pythagoreans conclusive arguments in favor of its being spherical. They went further, and regarded the earth as one of the planets. They knew from Pythagoras himself, it is said that the morning star and the evening star are identical, and they thought that all the planets, including the earth, move in circles, not round the sun, but round the central fire. They had discovered that the moon always turns the same face to the earth, and they thought that the earth always turns the same face to the central fire. The Mediterranean regions were on the side turned away from the central fire, which was therefore always invisible. The central fire was called the house of Zeus, or the mother of the gods. The sun was supposed to shine by light reflected from the central fire. In addition to the earth, there was another body, the counter-earth, at the same distance from the central fire. For this, they had two reasons, one scientific, one derived from their arithmetical mysticism. The scientific reason was the correct observation that an eclipse of the moon sometimes occurs when both sun and moon are above the horizon. Refraction, which is the cause of this phenomenon, was unknown to them, and they thought that, in such cases, the eclipse must be due to the shadow of a body other than the earth. The other reason was that the sun and moon, the 5 planets, the earth and counter-earth, and the central fire, made 10 heavenly bodies, and 10 was the mystic number of the Pythagoreans. This Pythagorean theory is attributed to Philolaus, a Theban, who lived at the end of the 5th century BC. Although it is fanciful and in part quite unscientific, it is very important, since it involves the greater part of the imaginative effort required for conceiving the Copernican hypothesis. To conceive of the Earth, not as the center of the universe, but as one among the planets, not as eternally fixed, but as wandering through space, showed an extraordinary emancipation from anthropocentric thinking. When once this jolt had been given to men's natural picture of the universe, it was not so very difficult to be led by scientific arguments to a more accurate theory. To this various observations contributed. Enopides, who was slightly later than Anaxagoras, discovered the obliquity of the ecliptic. It soon became clear that the sun must be much larger than the earth, which fact supported those who denied that the earth is the center of the universe. The central fire and the counter-earth were dropped by the Pythagoreans soon after the time of Plato. Heraclides of Pontus, whose dates are about 388 to 315 BC, contemporary with Aristotle, discovered that Venus and Mercury revolve about the sun, and adopted the view that the earth rotates on its own axis once every 24 hours. This last was a very important step, which no predecessor had taken. Heraclides was of Plato's school, and must have been a great man, but was not as much respected as one would expect. He is described as a fat dandy. Aristarchus of Samos, who lived approximately from 310 to 230 BC, and was thus about 25 years older than Archimedes, is the most interesting of all ancient astronomers, because he advanced the complete Copernican hypothesis, that all the planets, including the Earth, revolve in circles round the Sun, and that the Earth rotates on its axis once in 24 hours. It is a little disappointing to find that the only extant work of Aristarchus, on the sizes and distances of the Sun and the Moon, adheres to the geocentric view. It is true that, for the problems with which this book deals, it makes no difference which theory is adopted, and he may therefore have thought it unwise to burden his calculations with an unnecessary opposition to the general opinion of astronomers, or he may have only arrived at the Copernican hypothesis after writing this book. Sir Thomas Heath, in his work on Aristarchus III, which contains the text of this book with a translation, inclines to the latter view. The evidence that Aristarchus suggested the Copernican view is, in any case, quite conclusive. The first and best evidence is that of Archimedes, who, as we have seen, was a younger contemporary of Aristarchus. Writing to Gelon, king of Syracuse, he says that Aristarchus brought out a book consisting of certain hypotheses, and continues, his hypotheses are that the fixed stars and the Sun remain unmoved, that the Earth revolves about the Sun in the circumference of a circle, the Sun lying in the middle of the orbit. There is a passage in Plutarch saying that Cleanthes thought it was the duty of the Greeks to indict Aristarchus of Samos on the charge of impiety for putting in motion the hearth of the universe, i.e. the Earth, this being the effect of his attempt to save the phenomena by supposing the heaven to remain at rest and the Earth to revolve in an oblique circle, while it rotates, at the same time, about its own axis. Cleanthes was a contemporary of Aristarchus, and died about 232 BC. In another passage, Plutarch says that Aristarchus advanced this view only as a hypothesis, but that his successor Seleucus maintained it as a definite opinion. Seleucus flourished about 150 BC. Aetius and Sextus Empiricus also assert that Aristarchus advanced the heliocentric hypothesis, but do not say that it was set forth by him only as a hypothesis. Even if he did so, it seems not unlikely that he, like Galileo 2000 years later, was influenced by the fear of offending religious prejudices, a fear which the attitude of Cleanthes, mentioned above, shows to have been well grounded. The Copernican hypothesis, after being advanced, whether positively or tentatively, by Aristarchus, was definitely adopted by Seleucus, but by no other ancient astronomer. This general rejection was mainly due to Hipparchus, who flourished from 161 to 126 BC. He is described by Heath as the greatest astronomer of antiquity. 4 He was the first to write systematically on trigonometry, he discovered the precession of the equinoxes, he estimated the length of the lunar month with an error of less than 1 second, he improved Aristarchus's estimates of the sizes and distances of the Sun and Moon, he made a catalogue of 850 fixed stars, giving their latitude and longitude. As against the heliocentric hypothesis of Aristarchus, he adopted and improved the theory of Epicecles which had been invented by Apollonius, who flourished about 220 BC. It was a development of this theory that came to be known, later, as the Ptolemaic system, after the astronomer Ptolemy, who flourished in the middle of the 2nd century AD. Copernicus perhaps came to know something, though not much, of the almost forgotten hypothesis of Aristarchus, and was encouraged by finding ancient authority for his innovation. Otherwise, the effect of this hypothesis on subsequent astronomy was practically nil. Ancient astronomers, in estimating the sizes of the Earth, Moon, and Sun, and the distances of the Moon and Sun, used methods which were theoretically valid, but they were hampered by the lack of instruments of precision. Many of their results, in view of this lack, were surprisingly good. Eratosthenes thence estimated the Earth's diameter at 7,850 miles, which is only about 50 miles short of the truth. Ptolemy estimated the mean distance of the Moon at 29.5 times the Earth's diameter, the correct figure is about 30.2. None of them got anywhere near the size and distance of the Sun, which all underestimated. Their estimates, in terms of the Earth's diameter, were Aristarchus, 180. Hipparchus, 1245. Posidonius, 6545. The correct figure is 11,726. It will be seen that these estimates continually improved. That of Ptolemy, however, showed a retrogression. That of Posidonius 5 is about half the correct figure. On the whole, their picture of the solar system was not so very far from the truth. Greek astronomy was geometrical, not dynamic. The ancients thought of the motions of the heavenly bodies as uniform and circular, or compounded of circular motions. They had not the conception of force. There were spheres which moved as a whole, and on which the various heavenly bodies were fixed. With Newton and gravitation a new point of view, less geometrical, was introduced. It is curious to observe that there is a reversion to the geometrical point of view in Einstein's general theory of relativity, from which the conception of force, in the Newtonian sense, has been banished. The problem for the astronomer is this: given the apparent motions of the heavenly bodies on the celestial sphere, to introduce, by hypothesis, a third coordinate, depth, in such a way as to make the description of the phenomena as simple as possible. The merit of the Copernican hypothesis is not truth, but simplicity. In view of the relativity of motion, no question of truth is involved. The Greeks, in their search for hypotheses which would save the phenomena, were in effect, though not altogether in intention, tackling the problem in the scientifically correct way. A comparison with their predecessors, and with their successors until Copernicus, must convince every student of their truly astonishing genius. Two very great men, Archimedes and Apollonius, in the 3rd century BC, complete the list of first-class Greek mathematicians. Archimedes was a friend, probably a cousin, of the king of Syracuse, and was killed when that city was captured by the Romans in 212 BC. Apollonius, from his youth, lived at Alexandria. Archimedes was not only a mathematician, but also a physicist and student of hydrostatics. Apollonius is chiefly noted for his work on conic sections. I shall say no more about them, as they came too late to influence philosophy. After these two men, though respectable work continued to be done in Alexandria, the Great Age was ended. Under the Roman domination, the Greeks lost the self-confidence that belongs to political liberty, and in losing it acquired a paralyzing respect for their predecessors. The Roman soldier who killed Archimedes was a symbol of the death of original thought that Rome caused throughout the Hellenic world. Part 3. Ancient Philosophy after Aristotle. 25. The Hellenistic World. The history of the Greek-speaking world in antiquity may be divided into three periods: that of the free city-states, which was brought to an end by Philip and Alexander; that of the Macedonian domination, of which the last remnant was extinguished by the Roman annexation of Egypt after the death of Cleopatra; and finally that of the Roman Empire. Of these three periods, the first is characterized by freedom and disorder, and the second by subjection and disorder, the third by subjection and order. The second of these periods is known as the Hellenistic Age. In science and mathematics, the work done during this period is the best ever achieved by the Greeks. In philosophy, it includes the foundation of the Epicurean and Stoic schools, and also of scepticism as a definitely formulated doctrine. It is therefore still important philosophically, though less so than the period of Plato and Aristotle. After the 3rd century BC, there is nothing really new in Greek philosophy until the Neoplatonists in the 3rd century AD. But meanwhile the Roman world was being prepared for the victory of Christianity. The brief career of Alexander suddenly transformed the Greek world. In the 10 years from 334 to 324 BC, he conquered Asia Minor, Syria, Egypt, Babylonia, Persia, Samarkand, Bactria, and the Punjab. The Persian Empire, the greatest that the world had known, was destroyed by 3 battles. The ancient lore of the Babylonians, along with their ancient superstitions, became familiar to Greek curiosity. So did the Zoroastrian dualism and, in a lesser degree, the religions of India, where Buddhism was moving towards supremacy. Wherever Alexander penetrated, even in the mountains of Afghanistan, on the banks of the Jaxartes, and on the tributaries of the Indus, he founded Greek cities, in which he tried to reproduce Greek institutions, with a measure of self-government. Although his army was composed mainly of Macedonians, and although most European Greeks submitted to him unwillingly, he considered himself, at first, as the apostle of Hellenism. Gradually, however, as his conquests extended, he adopted the policy of promoting a friendly fusion between Greek and barbarian. For this he had various motives. On the one hand, it was obvious that his armies, which were not very large, could not permanently hold so vast an empire by force, but must, in the long run, depend upon conciliation of the conquered populations. On the other hand, the East was unaccustomed to any form of government except that of a divine king, a role which Alexander felt himself well fitted to perform. Whether he believed himself a god, or only took on the attributes of divinity from motives of policy, is a question for the psychologist, since the historical evidence is indecisive. In any case, he clearly enjoyed the adulation which he received in Egypt as successor of the pharaohs, and in Persia as the great king. His Macedonian captains, the companions, as they were called, had towards him the attitude of Western nobles to their constitutional sovereign. They refused to prostrate themselves before him, they gave evidence and criticism even at the risk of their lives, and at a crucial moment they controlled his actions, when they compelled him to turn homewards from the Indus instead of marching on to the conquest of the Ganges. Orientals were more accommodating, providing their religious prejudices were respected. This offered no difficulty to Alexander. It was only necessary to identify Ammon or Bel with Zeus, and to declare himself the son of the god. Psychologists observe that Alexander hated Philip, and was probably privy to his murder. He would have liked to believe that his mother Olympias, like some lady of Greek mythology, had been beloved of a god. Alexander's career was so miraculous that he may well have thought a miraculous origin the best explanation of his prodigious success. The Greeks had a very strong feeling of superiority to the barbarians. Aristotle no doubt expresses the general view when he says that northern races are spirited, southern races civilized, but the Greeks alone are both spirited and civilized. Plato and Aristotle thought it wrong to make slaves of Greeks, but not of barbarians. Alexander, who was not quite a Greek, tried to break down this attitude of superiority. He himself married 2 barbarian princesses, and he compelled his leading Macedonians to marry Persian women of noble birth. His innumerable Greek cities, one would suppose, must have contained many more male than female colonists, and their men must therefore have followed his example in intermarrying with the women of the locality. The result of this policy was to bring into the minds of thoughtful men the conception of mankind as a whole. The old loyalty to the city-state and, in a lesser degree, to the Greek race seemed no longer adequate. In philosophy, this cosmopolitan point of view begins with the Stoics, but in practice it begins earlier, with Alexander. It had the result that the interaction of Greek and barbarian was reciprocal. The barbarians learned something of Greek science, while the Greeks learned much of barbarian superstition. Greek civilization, in covering a wider area, became less purely Greek. Greek civilization was essentially urban. There were, of course, many Greeks engaged in agriculture, but they contributed little to what was distinctive in Hellenic culture. From the Milesian school onwards, the Greeks who were eminent in science and philosophy and literature were associated with rich commercial cities, often surrounded by barbarian populations. This type of civilization was inaugurated, not by the Greeks, but by the Phoenicians. Tyre and Sidon and Carthage depended on slaves for manual labor at home, and on hired mercenaries in the conduct of their wars. They did not depend, as modern capital cities do, upon large rural populations of the same blood and with equal political rights. The nearest modern analog is to be seen in the Far East during the latter half of the 19th century. Singapore and Hong Kong, Shanghai and the other treaty ports of China, were little European islands, where the white men formed a commercial aristocracy living on coolie labor. In North America, north of the Mason-Dixon line, since such labor was not available, white men were compelled to practice agriculture. For this reason, the hold of the white man on North America is secure, while his hold on the Far East has already been greatly diminished, and may easily cease altogether. Much of his type of culture, especially industrialism, will, however, survive. This analog will help us to understand the position of the Greeks in the eastern parts of Alexander's empire. The effect of Alexander on the imagination of Asia was great and lasting. The first book of the Maccabees, written centuries after his death, opens with an account of his career. And it happened, after that Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Chetaim, had smitten Darius, king of the Persians and Medes, that he reigned in his stead, the first over Greece, and made many wars, and won many strongholds, and slew the kings of the earth, and went through to the ends of the earth, and took spoil of many nations, insomuch that the earth was quiet before him, whereupon he was exalted, and his heart was lifted up. And he gathered a mighty strong host, and ruled over countries, and nations, and kings, who became tributaries unto him. And after these things he fell sick, and perceived that he should die. Wherefore he called his servants, such as were honorable, and had been brought up with him from his youth, and parted his kingdom among them, while he was yet alive. 1 So Alexander reigned 12 years, and then died. He survived as a legendary hero in the Mohammedan religion, and to this day petty chieftains in the Himalayas claim to be descended from him. 2 No other fully historical hero has ever furnished such a perfect opportunity for the mythopoeic faculty. At Alexander's death, there was an attempt to preserve the unity of his empire. But of his two sons, one was an infant and the other was not yet born. Each had supporters, but in the resultant civil war both were thrust aside. In the end, his empire was divided between the families of 3 generals, of whom, roughly speaking, one obtained the European, one the African, and one the Asiatic parts of Alexander's possessions. The European part fell ultimately to Antigonus's descendants. Ptolemy, who obtained Egypt, made Alexandria his capital. Seleucus, who obtained Asia after many wars, was too busy with campaigns to have a fixed capital, but in later times Antioch was the chief city of his dynasty. Both the Ptolemies and the Seleucids, as the dynasty of Seleucus was called, abandoned Alexander's attempts to produce a fusion of Greek and barbarian, and established military tyrannies based, at first, upon their part of the Macedonian army strengthened with Greek mercenaries. The Ptolemies held Egypt fairly securely, but in Asia 2 centuries of confused dynastic wars were only ended by the Roman conquest. During these centuries, Persia was conquered by the Parthians, and the Bactrian Greeks were increasingly isolated. In the 2nd century BC, after which they rapidly declined, they had a king, Menander, whose Indian empire was very extensive. A couple of dialogues between him and a Buddhist sage have survived in Pali, and, in part, in a Chinese translation. Dr. Tarn suggests that the first of these is based on a Greek original, the second, which ends with Menander abdicating and becoming a Buddhist saint, is certainly not. Buddhism, at this time, was a vigorous proselytizing religion. Asoka, 264-228, the saintly Buddhist king, records, in a still extant inscription, that he sent missionaries to all the Macedonian kings, and this is the chiefest conquest in his majesty's opinion, the conquest by the law. This also is that effected by his majesty both in his own dominions and in all the neighboring realms as far as 600 leagues even to where the Greek king Antiochus dwells, and beyond that Antiochus to where dwell the 4 kings severally named Ptolemy, Antigonus, Magas and Alexander, and likewise here, in the king's dominions, among the Yonas 3, i.e. the Greeks of the Punjab. Unfortunately no Western account of these missionaries has survived. Babylonia was much more profoundly influenced by Hellenism. As we have seen, The only ancient who followed Aristarchus of Samos in maintaining the Copernican system was Seleucus of Seleucia on the Tigris, who flourished about 150 BC. Tacitus tells us that in the 1st century AD, Seleucia had not lapsed into the barbarous usages of the Parthians, but still retained the institutions of Seleucus for its Greek founder. 300 citizens, chosen for their wealth or wisdom, compose as it were a senate. The populace too have their share of power. 5 Throughout Mesopotamia, as further west, Greek became the language of literature and culture, and remained so until the Mohammedan conquest. Syria, excluding Judea, became completely Hellenized in the cities, insofar as language and literature were concerned. But the rural populations, which were more conservative, retained the religions and the languages to which they were accustomed. 6 In Asia Minor, the Greek cities of the coast had, for centuries, had an influence on their barbarian neighbors. This was intensified by the Macedonian conquest. The first conflict of Hellenism with the Jews is related in the books of the Maccabees. It is a profoundly interesting story, unlike anything else in the Macedonian Empire. I shall deal with it at a later stage, when I come to the origin and growth of Christianity. Elsewhere, Greek influence encountered no such stubborn opposition. From the point of view of Hellenistic culture, the most brilliant success of the 3rd century BC was the city of Alexandria. Egypt was less exposed to war than the European and Asiatic parts of the Macedonian domain, and Alexandria was in an extraordinarily favored position for commerce. The Ptolemies were patrons of learning, and attracted to their capital many of the best men of the age. Mathematics became, and remained until the fall of Rome, mainly Alexandrian. Archimedes, it is true, was a Sicilian, and belonged to the one part of the world where the Greek city-states, until the moment of his death in 212 BC, retained their independence, but he too had studied in Alexandria. Aratos thence was chief librarian of the famous Library of Alexandria. The mathematicians and men of science connected, more or less closely, with Alexandria in the 3rd century before Christ were as able as any of the Greeks of the previous centuries, and did work of equal importance. But they were not, like their predecessors, men who took all learning for their province, and propounded universal philosophies. They were specialists in the modern sense. Euclid, Aristarchus, Archimedes, and Apollonius were content to be mathematicians. In philosophy they did not aspire to originality. Specialization characterized the age in all departments, not only in the world of learning. In the self-governing Greek cities of the 5th and 4th centuries, a capable man was assumed to be capable of everything. He would be, as occasion arose, a soldier, a politician, a lawgiver, or a philosopher. Socrates, though he disliked politics, could not avoid being mixed up with political disputes. In his youth he was a soldier, and, in spite of his disclaimer in the Apology, a student of physical science. Protagoras, when he could spare time from teaching scepticism to aristocratic youths in search of the latest thing, was drawing up a code of laws for Thurii. Plato dabbled in politics, though unsuccessfully. Xenophon, when he was neither writing about Socrates nor being a country gentleman, spent his spare time as a general. Pythagorean mathematicians attempted to acquire the government of cities. Everybody had to serve on juries and perform various other public duties. In the 3rd century all this was changed. There continued, it is true, to be politics in the old city-states, but they had become parochial and unimportant, since Greece was at the mercy of Macedonian armies. The serious struggles for power were between Macedonian soldiers. They involved no question of principle, but merely the distribution of territory between rival adventurers. On administrative and technical matters, these more or less uneducated soldiers employed Greeks as experts. In Egypt, for example, excellent work was done in irrigation and drainage. There were soldiers, administrators, physicians, mathematicians, philosophers, but there was no one who was all these at once. The age was one in which a man who had money and no desire for power could enjoy a very pleasant life, always assuming that no marauding army happened to come his way. Learned men who found favor with some prince could enjoy a high degree of luxury, provided they were adroit flatterers and did not mind being the butt of ignorant royal witticisms. But there was no such thing as security. A palace revolution might displace the sycophantic sage's patron, the Galatians might destroy the rich man's villa, one city might be sacked as an incident in a dynastic war. In such circumstances it is no wonder that people took to worshipping the goddess fortune, or luck. There seemed nothing rational in the ordering of human affairs. Those who obstinately insisted upon finding rationality somewhere withdrew into themselves, and decided, like Milton's Satan, that the mind is its own place, and in itself can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven. Except for adventurous self-seekers, there was no longer any incentive to take an interest in public affairs. After the brilliant episode of Alexander's conquests, the Hellenistic world was sinking into chaos, for lack of a despot strong enough to achieve stable supremacy, or a principle powerful enough to produce social cohesion. Greek intelligence, confronted with new political problems, showed complete incompetence. The Romans, no doubt, were stupid and brutal compared to the Greeks, but at least they created order. The old disorder of the days of freedom had been tolerable, because every citizen had a share in it, but the new Macedonian disorder, imposed upon subjects by incompetent rulers, was utterly intolerable, far more so than the subsequent subjection to Rome. There was widespread social discontent and fear of revolution. The wages of free labor fell, presumably owing to the competition of Eastern slave labor, and meantime the prices of necessaries rose. One finds Alexander, at the outset of his enterprise, having time to make treaties designed to keep the poor in their place. In the treaties made in 335 between Alexander and the states of the League of Corinth, it was provided that the Council of the League and Alexander's representative were to see to it that in no city of the League should there be either confiscation of personal property, or division of land, or cancellation of debt, or liberation of slaves for the purpose of revolution. 7. The temples, in the Hellenistic world, were the bankers. They owned the gold reserve, and controlled credit. In the early 3rd century, the Temple of Apollo at Delos made loans at 10%, formerly, the rate of interest had been higher. 8. Free laborers who found wages insufficient even for bare necessities must, if young and vigorous, have been able to obtain employment as mercenaries. The life of a mercenary, no doubt, was filled with hardships and dangers, but it also had great possibilities. There might be the loot of some rich eastern city, there might be a chance of lucrative mutiny. It must have been dangerous for a commander to attempt to disband his army, and this must have been one of the reasons why wars were almost continuous. The old civic spirit more or less survived in the old Greek cities, but not in the new cities founded by Alexander, not excepting Alexandria. In earlier times, a new city was always a colony composed of emigrants from some one older city, and it remained connected with its parent by a bond of sentiment. This kind of sentiment had great longevity, as is shown, for example, by the diplomatic activities of Lampsacus on the Hellespont in the year 196 BC. This city was threatened with subjugation by the Seleucid king Antiochus III, and decided to appeal to Rome for protection. An embassy was sent, but it did not go direct to Rome. It went first, in spite of the immense distance, to Marseilles, which, like Lampsacus, was a colony of Phaeacia, and was, moreover, viewed with friendly eyes by the Romans. The citizens of Marseilles, having listened to an oration by the envoy, at once decided to send a diplomatic mission of their own to Rome to support their sister city. The Gauls who lived inland from Marseilles joined in with a letter to their kinsmen of Asia Minor, the Galatians, recommending Lampsacus to their friendship. Rome, naturally, was glad of a pretext for meddling in the affairs of Asia Minor, and by Rome's intervention Lampsacus preserved its freedom until it became inconvenient to the Romans. 9. In general, the rulers of Asia called themselves Philhellene, and befriended the old Greek cities as far as policy and military necessity allowed. The cities desired, and, when they could, claimed as a right, democratic self-government, absence of tribute, and freedom from a royal garrison. It was worthwhile to conciliate them, because they were rich, they could supply mercenaries, and many of them had important harbors. But if they took the wrong side in a civil war, they exposed themselves to sheer conquest. On the whole, the Seleucids, and the other dynasties which gradually grew up, dealt tolerably with them, but there were exceptions. The new cities, though they had a measure of self-government, had not the same traditions as the older ones. Their citizens were not of homogeneous origin, but were from all parts of Greece. They were in the main adventurers like the conquistadores or the settlers in Johannesburg, not pious pilgrims like the earlier Greek colonists or the New England pioneers. Consequently, no one of Alexander's cities formed a strong political unit. This was convenient from the standpoint of the king's government, but a weakness from the standpoint of the spread of Hellenism. The influence of non-Greek religion and superstition in the Hellenistic world was mainly, but not wholly, bad. This might not have been the case. Jews, Persians, and Buddhists all had religions that were very definitely superior to the popular Greek polytheism, and could even have been studied with profit by the best philosophers. Unfortunately, it was the Babylonians, or Chaldeans, who most impressed the imagination of the Greeks. There was, first of all, their fabulous antiquity. The priestly records went back for thousands of years, and professed to go back for thousands more. Then there was some genuine wisdom. The Babylonians could more or less predict eclipses long before the Greeks could. But these were merely the causes of receptiveness. What was received was mainly astrology and magic. Astrology, says Professor Gilbert Murray, fell upon the Hellenistic mind as a new disease falls upon some remote island people. The tomb of Ozymandias, as described by Diodorus, was covered with astrological symbols, and that of Antiochus I, which has been discovered in Commagene, is of the same character. It was natural for monarchs to believe that the stars watched over them. But everyone was ready to receive the germ. It appears that astrology was first taught to the Greeks in the time of Alexander, by a Chaldean named Berosus, who taught in Kos, and, according to Seneca, interpreted Bel. This, says Professor Murray, must mean that he translated into Greek the Eye of Bel, a treatise in 70 tablets found in the library of Assurbanipal, 686 to 626 BC, but composed for Sargon I in the 3rd millennium BC, Ibid, p. 176. As we shall see, the majority even of the best philosophers fell in with the belief in astrology. It involved, since it thought the future predictable, a belief in necessity or fate, which could be set against the prevalent belief in fortune. No doubt most men believed in both, and never noticed the inconsistency. The general confusion was bound to bring moral decay, even more than intellectual enfeeblement. Ages of prolonged uncertainty, while they are compatible with the highest degree of saintliness in a few, are inimical to the prosaic everyday virtues of respectable citizens. There seems no use in thrift, when tomorrow all your savings may be dissipated, no advantage in honesty, when the man towards whom you practice it is pretty sure to swindle you, no point in steadfast adherence to a cause, when no cause is important or has a chance of stable victory, no argument in favor of truthfulness, when only supple tergiversation makes the preservation of life and fortune possible. The man whose virtue has no source except a purely terrestrial prudence will, in such a world, become an adventurer if he has the courage, and, if not, will seek obscurity as a timid time server. Menander, who belongs to this age, says, "So many cases I have known of men who, though not naturally rogues, became so, through misfortune, by constraint." This sums up the moral character of the 3rd century BC, except for a few exceptional men. Even among these few, fear took the place of hope. The purpose of life was rather to escape misfortune than to achieve any positive good. Metaphysics sink into the background, and ethics, now individual, become of the first importance. Philosophy is no longer the pillar of fire going before a few intrepid seekers after truth, it is rather an ambulance following in the wake of the struggle for existence and picking up the weak and wounded. 26. Cynics and Skeptics. The relation of intellectually eminent men to contemporary society has been very different in different ages. In some fortunate epochs they have been on the whole in harmony with their surroundings, suggesting, no doubt, such reforms as seemed to them necessary, but fairly confident that their suggestions would be welcomed, and not disliking the world in which they found themselves even if it remained unreformed. At other times they have been revolutionary, considering that radical alterations were called for, but expecting that, partly as a result of their advocacy, these alterations would be brought about in the near future. At yet other times they have despaired of the world, and felt that, though they themselves knew what was needed, there was no hope of its being brought about. This mood sinks easily into the deeper despair which regards life on earth as essentially bad, and hopes for good only in a future life or in some mystical transfiguration. In some ages, all these attitudes have been adopted by different men living at the same time. Consider, for example, the early 19th century. Goethe is comfortable, Bentham is a reformer, Shelley is a revolutionary, and Leopardi is a pessimist. But in most periods there has been a prevailing tone among great writers. In England they were comfortable under Elizabeth, and in the 18th century, in France, they became revolutionary about 1750, in Germany, they have been nationalistic since 1813. During the period of ecclesiastical domination, from the 5th century to the 15th, there was a certain conflict between what was theoretically believed and what was actually felt. Theoretically, the world was a vale of tears, a preparation, amid tribulation, for the world to come. But in practice the writers of books, being almost all clerics, could not help feeling exhilarated by the power of the Church. They found opportunity for abundant activity of a sort that they believed to be useful. They had therefore the mentality of a governing class, not of men who feel themselves exiles in an alien world. This is part of the curious dualism that runs through the Middle Ages, owing to the fact that the Church, though based on otherworldly beliefs, was the most important institution in the everyday world. The psychological preparation for the otherworldliness of Christianity begins in the Hellenistic period, and is connected with the eclipse of the city-state. Down to Aristotle, Greek philosophers, though they might complain of this or that, were, in the main, not cosmically despairing, nor did they feel themselves politically impotent. They might, at times, belong to a beaten party, but, if so, their defeat was due to the chances of conflict, not to any inevitable powerlessness of the wise. Even those who, like Pythagoras, and Plato in certain moods, condemned the world of appearance and sought escape in mysticism, had practical plans for turning the governing classes into saints and sages. When political power passed into the hands of the Macedonians, Greek philosophers, as was natural, turned aside from politics and devoted themselves more to the problem of individual virtue or salvation. They no longer asked, how can men create a good state? They asked instead, how can men be virtuous in a wicked world, or happy in a world of suffering? The change, it is true, is only one of degree. Such questions had been asked before, and the later Stoics, for a time, again concerned themselves with politics, the politics of Rome, not of Greece. But the change was none the less real. Except to a limited extent during the Roman period in Stoicism, the outlook of those who thought and felt seriously became increasingly subjective and individualistic, until, at last, Christianity evolved a gospel of individual salvation which inspired missionary zeal and created the Church. Until that happened, there was no institution to which the philosopher could give wholehearted adherence, and therefore there was no adequate outlet for his legitimate love of power. For this reason, the philosophers of the Hellenistic period are more limited as human beings than the men who lived while the city-state could still inspire allegiance. They still think, because they cannot help thinking, but they scarcely hope that their thought will bear fruit in the world of affairs. 4 schools of philosophy were founded about the time of Alexander. The 2 most famous, the Stoics and Epicureans, will be the subjects of later chapters. In the present chapter we shall be concerned with the Cynics and Sceptics. The first of these schools is derived, through its founder Diogenes, from Antisthenes, a disciple of Socrates, about 20 years older than Plato. Antisthenes was a remarkable character, in some ways rather like Tolstoy. Until after the death of Socrates, he lived in the aristocratic circle of his fellow disciples, and showed no sign of unorthodoxy. But something, whether the defeat of Athens, or the death of Socrates, or a distaste for philosophic quibbling caused him, when no longer young, to despise the things that he had formerly valued. He would have nothing but simple goodness. He associated with working men, and dressed as one of them. He took to open-air preaching, in a style that the uneducated could understand. All refined philosophy he held to be worthless. What could be known by the plain man. He believed in the return to nature, and carried this belief very far. There was to be no government, no private property, no marriage, no established religion. His followers, if not he himself, condemned slavery. He was not exactly ascetic, but he despised luxury and all pursuit of artificial pleasures of the senses. I had rather be mad than delighted, he said. 1. The fame of Antisthenes was surpassed by that of his disciple Diogenes, a young man from Sinope, on the Euxine, whom he Antisthenes did not take to at first sight, the son of a disreputable money changer who had been sent to prison for defacing the coinage. Antisthenes ordered the lad away, but he paid no attention. He beat him with his stick, but he never moved. He wanted wisdom, and saw that Antisthenes had it to give. His aim in life was to do as his father had done, to deface the coinage, but on a much larger scale. He would deface all the coinage current in the world. Every conventional stamp was false. The men stamped as generals and kings, the things stamped as honor and wisdom and happiness and riches, all were base metal with lying superscription too. He decided to live like a dog, and was therefore called a cynic, which means canine. He rejected all conventions, whether of religion, of manners, of dress, of housing, of food, or of decency. One is told that he lived in a tub, but Gilbert Murray assures us that this is a mistake. It was a large pitcher, of the sort used in primitive times for burials. 3 He lived, like an Indian fakir, by begging. He proclaimed his brotherhood, not only with the whole human race, but also with animals. He was a man about whom stories gathered, even in his lifetime. Everyone knows how Alexander visited him, and asked if he desired any favor. Only to stand out of my light, he replied. The teaching of Diogenes was by no means what we now call cynical, quite the contrary. He had an ardent passion for virtue, in comparison with which he held worldly goods of no account. He sought virtue and moral freedom in liberation from desire. Be indifferent to the goods that fortune has to bestow, and you will be emancipated from fear. In this respect, his doctrine, as we shall see, was taken up by the Stoics, but they did not follow him in rejecting the amenities of civilization. He considered that Prometheus was justly punished for bringing to man the arts that have produced the complication and artificiality of modern life. In this he resembled the Taoists and Rousseau and Tolstoy, but was more consistent than they were. His doctrine, though he was a contemporary of Aristotle, belongs in its temper to the Hellenistic age. Aristotle is the last Greek philosopher who faces the world cheerfully. After him, all have, in one form or another, a philosophy of retreat. The world is bad, let us learn to be independent of it. External goods are precarious, they are the gift of fortune, not the reward of our own efforts. Only subjective goods, virtue, or contentment through resignation, are secure, and these alone, therefore, will be valued by the wise man. Diogenes personally was a man full of vigor, but his doctrine, like all those of the Hellenistic age, was one to appeal to weary men, in whom disappointment had destroyed natural zest. And it was certainly not a doctrine calculated to promote art or science or statesmanship, or any useful activity except one of protest against powerful evil. It is interesting to observe what the Cynic teaching became when it was popularized. In the early part of the 3rd century BC, the Cynics were the fashion, especially in Alexandria. They published little sermons pointing out how easy it is to do without material possessions, how happy one can be on simple food, how warm one can keep in winter without expensive clothes, which might be true in Egypt, how silly it is to feel affection for one's native country, or to mourn when one's children or friends die. Because my son or wife is dead, says Telles, who was one of these popularizing cynics, is that any reason for my neglecting myself, who am still alive, and ceasing to look after my property? For at this point, it becomes difficult to feel any sympathy with the simple life, which has grown altogether too simple. One wonders who enjoyed these sermons. Was it the rich, who wished to think the sufferings of the poor imaginary? Or was it the new poor, who were trying to despise the successful businessman? Or was it sycophants who persuaded themselves that the charity they accepted was unimportant? Telles says to a rich man, "You give liberally and I take valiantly from you, neither groveling nor demeaning myself basely nor grumbling." 5. A very convenient doctrine. Popular cynicism did not teach abstinence from the good things of this world, but only a certain indifference to them. In the case of a borrower, this might take the form of minimizing the obligation to the lender. One can see how the word cynic acquired its everyday meaning. What was best in the Cynic doctrine passed over into Stoicism, which was an altogether more complete and rounded philosophy. Scepticism, as a doctrine of the schools, was first proclaimed by Pyrrho, who was in Alexander's army, and campaigned with it as far as India. It seems that this gave him a sufficient taste of travel, and that he spent the rest of his life in his native city, Elis, where he died in 275 BC. There was not much that was new in his doctrine, beyond a certain systematizing and formalizing of older doubts. Scepticism with regard to the senses had troubled Greek philosophers from a very early stage. The only exceptions were those who, like Parmenides and Plato, denied the cognitive value of perception, and made their denial into an opportunity for an intellectual dogmatism. The Sophists, notably Protagoras and Gorgias, had been led by the ambiguities and apparent contradictions of sense perception to a subjectivism not unlike Hume's. Pyrrho seems, for he very wisely wrote no books, to have added moral and logical scepticism to scepticism as to the senses. He is said to have maintained that there could never be any rational ground for preferring one course of action to another. In practice, this meant that one conformed to the customs of whatever country one inhabited. A modern disciple would go to church on Sundays and perform the correct genuflections, but without any of the religious beliefs that are supposed to inspire these actions. Ancient sceptics went through the whole pagan ritual, and were even sometimes priests. Their scepticism assured them that this behavior could not be proved wrong, and their common sense, which survived their philosophy, assured them that it was convenient. Scepticism naturally made an appeal to many unphilosophic minds. People observed the diversity of schools and the acerbity of their disputes, and decided that all alike were pretending to knowledge which was in fact unattainable. Scepticism was a lazy man's consolation, since it showed the ignorant to be as wise as the reputed men of learning. To men who, by temperament, required a gospel, it might seem unsatisfying, but like every doctrine of the Hellenistic period it recommended itself as an antidote to worry. Why trouble about the future? It is wholly uncertain. You may as well enjoy the present, what's to come is still unsure. For these reasons, scepticism enjoyed a considerable popular success. It should be observed that scepticism as a philosophy is not merely doubt, but what may be called dogmatic doubt. The man of science says, "I'll think it is so and so, but I am not sure." The man of intellectual curiosity says, "I don't know how it is, but I hope to find out." The philosophical skeptic says nobody knows, and nobody ever can know. It is this element of dogmatism that makes the system vulnerable. Skeptics, of course, deny that they assert the impossibility of knowledge dogmatically, but their denials are not very convincing. Pyrrho's disciple Timon, however, advanced some intellectual arguments which, from the standpoint of Greek logic, were very hard to answer. The only logic admitted by the Greeks was deductive, and all deduction had to start, like Euclid, from general principles regarded as self-evident. Timon denied the possibility of finding such principles. Everything, therefore, will have to be proved by means of something else, and all argument will be either circular or an endless chain hanging from nothing. In either case nothing can be proved. This argument, as we can see, cut at the root of the Aristotelian philosophy which dominated the Middle Ages. Some forms of skepticism which, in our own day, are advocated by men who are by no means wholly skeptical, had not occurred to the skeptics of antiquity. They did not doubt phenomena, or question propositions which, in their opinion, only expressed what we know directly concerning phenomena. Most of Timon's work is lost, but two surviving fragments will illustrate this point. One says the phenomenon is always valid. The other says, that honey is sweet. One refused to assert, that it appears sweet. I fully grant 6. A modern skeptic would point out that the phenomenon merely occurs, and is not either valid or invalid. What is valid or invalid must be a statement, and no statement can be so closely linked to the phenomenon as to be incapable of falsehood. For the same reason, he would say that the statement honey appears sweet is only highly probable, not absolutely certain. In some respects, the doctrine of Timon was very similar to that of Hume. He maintained that something which had never been observed, atoms, for instance, could not be validly inferred, but when two phenomena had been frequently observed together, one could be inferred from the other. Timon lived at Athens throughout the later years of his long life, and died there in 235 BC. With his death, the school of Pyrrho, as a school, came to an end, but his doctrines, somewhat modified, were taken up, strange as it may seem, by the Academy, which represented the Platonic tradition. The man who effected this surprising philosophic revolution was Arcesilaus, a contemporary of Timon, who died as an old man about 240 BC. What most men have taken from Plato is belief in a supersensible intellectual world and in the superiority of the immortal soul to the mortal body. But Plato was many-sided, and in some respects could be regarded as teaching skepticism. The Platonic Socrates professes to know nothing. We naturally treat this as irony, but it could be taken seriously. Many of the dialogues reach no positive conclusion, and aim at leaving the reader in a state of doubt. Some, the latter half of the Parmenids, for instance, might seem to have no purpose except to show that either side of any question can be maintained with equal plausibility. The Platonic dialectic could be treated as an end, rather than a means, and if so treated it lent itself admirably to the advocacy of skepticism. This seems to have been the way in which Arcesilaus interpreted the man whom he still professed to follow. He had decapitated Plato, but at any rate the torso that remained was genuine. The manner in which Arcesilaus taught would have had much to commend it, if the young men who learned from him had been able to avoid being paralysed by it. He maintained no thesis, but would refute any thesis set up by a pupil. Sometimes he would himself advance two contradictory propositions on successive occasions, showing how to argue convincingly in favor of either. A pupil sufficiently vigorous to rebel might have learnt dexterity and the avoidance of fallacies. In fact, none seem to have learnt anything except cleverness and indifference to truth. So great was the influence of Arcesilaus that the Academy remained skeptical for about 200 years. In the middle of this skeptical period, an amusing incident occurred. Carneades, a worthy successor of Arcesilaus as head of the Academy, was one of 3 philosophers sent by Athens on a diplomatic mission to Rome in the year 156 BC. He saw no reason why his ambassadorial dignity should interfere with the main chance, so he announced a course of lectures in Rome. The young men, who, at that time, were anxious to ape Greek manners and acquire Greek culture, flocked to hear him. His first lecture expounded the views of Aristotle and Plato on justice, and was thoroughly edifying. His second, however, was concerned in refuting all that he had said in his first, not with a view to establishing opposite conclusions, but merely to show that every conclusion is unwarranted. Plato's Socrates had argued that to inflict injustice was a greater evil to the perpetrator than to suffer it. Carneades, in his second lecture, treated this contention with scorn. Great states, he pointed out, had become great by unjust aggressions against their weaker neighbors. In Rome, this could not well be denied. In a shipwreck, you may save your life at the expense of someone weaker, and you are a fool if you do not. Women and children first, he seems to think, is not a maxim that leads to personal survival. What would you do if you were flying from a victorious enemy? You had lost your horse, but you found a wounded comrade on a horse. If you were sensible, you would drag him off and seize his horse, whatever justice might ordain. All this not very edifying argumentation is surprising in a nominal follower of Plato, but it seems to have pleased the modern-minded Roman youths. There was one man whom it did not please, and that was the elder Cato, who represented the stern, stiff, stupid, and brutal moral code by means of which Rome had defeated Carthage. From youth to old age, he lived simply, rose early, practiced severe manual labor, ate only coarse food, and never wore a gown that cost over 100 pence. Towards the state he was scrupulously honest, avoiding all bribery and plunder. He exacted of other Romans all the virtues that he practiced himself, and asserted that to accuse and pursue the wicked was the best thing an honest man could do. He enforced, as far as he could, the old Roman severity of manners. Cato put out of the Senate also, one Manilius, who was in great towardness to have been made consul the next year following, only because he kissed his wife too lovingly in the daytime, and before his daughter, and reproving him for it, he told him, his wife never kissed him, but when it thundered 7. When he was in power, he put down luxury and feasting. He made his wife suckle not only her own children, but also those of his slaves, in order that, having been nourished by the same milk, they might love his children. When his slaves were too old to work, he sold them remorselessly. He insisted that his slaves should always be either working or sleeping. He encouraged his slaves to quarrel with each other, for he could not abide that they should be friends. When a slave had committed a grave fault, he would call in his other slaves, and induce them to condemn the delinquent to death. He would then carry out the sentence with his own hands in the presence of the survivors. The contrast between Cato and Carneades was very complete, the one brutal through a morality that was too strict and too traditional, the other ignoble through a morality that was too lax and too much infected with the social dissolution of the Hellenistic world. Marcus Cato, even from the beginning that young men began to study the Greek tongue, and that it grew in estimation in Rome, did dislike of it, fearing lest the youth of Rome that were desirous of learning and eloquence, would utterly give over the honor and glory of arms. So he openly found fault one day in the Senate, that the ambassadors were long there, and had no dispatch, considering also they were cunning men, and could easily persuade what they would. And if there were no other respect, this only might persuade them to determine some answers for them, and to send them home again to their schools, to teach their children of Greece, and to let alone the children of Rome, that they might learn to obey the laws and the Senate, as they had done before. Now he spake thus to the Senate, not of any private ill will or malice he bare to Carneades, as some men thought, but because he generally hated philosophy. 8. The Athenians, in Cato's view, were a lesser breed without the law. It did not matter if they were degraded by the shallow sophistries of intellectuals, but the Roman youth must be kept puritanical, imperialistic, ruthless, and stupid. He failed, however. Later Romans, while retaining many of his vices, adopted those of Carneades also. The next head of the academy, after Carneades, ca 180 to ca 110 BC, was a Carthaginian whose real name was Hasdrubal, but who, in his dealings with Greeks, preferred to call himself Clitomachus. Unlike Carneades, who confined himself to lecturing. Clitomachus wrote over 400 books, some of them in the Phoenician language. His principles appear to have been the same as those of Carneades. In some respects, they were useful. These two septics set themselves against the belief in divination, magic, and astrology, which was becoming more and more widespread. They also developed a constructive doctrine, concerning degrees of probability. Although we can never be justified in feeling certainty, some things are more likely to be true than others. Probability should be our guide in practice, since it is reasonable to act on the most probable of possible hypotheses. This view is one with which most modern philosophers would agree. Unfortunately, the books setting it forth are lost, and it is difficult to reconstruct the doctrine from the hints that remain. After Clitomachus, the Academy ceased to be sceptical, and from the time of Antiochus, who died in 69 BC, its doctrines became, for centuries, practically indistinguishable from those of the Stoics. Scepticism, however, did not disappear. It was revived by the Cretan Aenesidemus, who came from Knossos, where, for aught we know, there may have been sceptics 2,000 years earlier, entertaining dissolute courtiers with doubts as to the divinity of the mistress of animals. The date of Aenesidemus is uncertain. He threw over the doctrines on probability advocated by Carneades, and reverted to the earliest forms of scepticism. His influence was considerable. He was followed by the satirist Lucian in the 2nd century AD, and also, slightly later, by Sextus Empiricus, the only sceptic philosopher of antiquity whose works survive. There is, for example, a short treatise, Arguments Against Belief in a God, translated by Edwin Bevan in his later Greek Religion, pages 52 to 56, and said by him to be probably taken by Sextus Empiricus from Carneades, as reported by Clitomachus. This treatise begins by explaining that, in behavior, the sceptics are orthodox. We sceptics follow in practice the way of the world, but without holding any opinion about it. We speak of the gods as existing and offer worship to the gods and say that they exercise providence, but in saying this we express no belief, and avoid the rashness of the dogmatizers. He then argues that people differ as to the nature of God. For instance, some think him corporeal, some incorporeal. Since we have no experience of him, we cannot know his attributes. The existence of God is not self-evident, and therefore needs proof. There is a somewhat confused argument to show that no such proof is possible. He next takes up the problem of evil, and concludes with the words: those who affirm positively that God exists cannot avoid falling into an impiety. For if they say that God controls everything, they make him the author of evil things. If, on the other hand, they say that he controls some things only, or that he controls nothing, they are compelled to make God either grudging or impotent, and to do that is quite obviously an impiety. Scepticism, while it continued to appeal to some cultivated individuals until somewhere in the 3rd century AD, was contrary to the temper of the age, which was turning more and more to dogmatic religion and doctrines of salvation. Scepticism had enough force to make educated men dissatisfied with the state religions, but it had nothing positive, even in the purely intellectual sphere, to offer in their place. From the Renaissance onwards, theological scepticism has been supplemented, in most of its advocates, by an enthusiastic belief in science, but in antiquity there was no such supplement to doubt. Without answering the arguments of the sceptics, the ancient world turned aside from them. The Olympians being discredited, the way was left clear for an invasion of Oriental religions, which competed for the favor of the superstitious until the triumph of Christianity. 27. The Epicureans. The two great new schools of the Hellenistic period, the Stoics and Epicureans, were contemporaneous in their foundation. Their founders, Zeno and Epicurus, were born at about the same time, and settled in Athens as heads of their respective sects within a few years of each other. It is therefore a matter of taste which to consider first. I shall begin with the Epicureans, because their doctrines were fixed once for all by their founder, whereas Stoicism had a long development, extending as far as the Emperor Marcus Aurelius, who died in AD 180. The main authority for the life of Epicurus is Diogenes Laertius, who lived in the 3rd century AD. There are, however, two difficulties. First, Diogenes Laertius is himself ready to accept legends of little or no historical value. Second, part of his life consists in reporting the scandalous accusations brought against Epicurus by the Stoics, and it is not always clear whether he is asserting something himself or merely mentioning a libel. The scandals invented by the Stoics are facts about them, to be remembered when their lofty morality is praised, but they are not facts about Epicurus. For instance, there was a legend that his mother was a quack priestess, as to which Diogenes says, "They, apparently the Stoics, say that he used to go round from house to house with his mother reading out the purification prayers, and assisted his father in elementary teaching for a miserable pittance." On this Bailey comments, 1. If there is any truth in the story that he went about with his mother as an acolyte, reciting the formulae of her incantations, he may well have been inspired in quite early years with the hatred of superstition, which was afterwards so prominent a feature in his teaching. This theory is attractive, but, in view of the extreme unscrupulousness of later antiquity in inventing a scandal, I do not think it can be accepted as having any foundation. 2. There is against it the fact that he had an unusually strong affection for his mother. 3. The main facts of the life of Epicurus seem, however, fairly certain. His father was a poor Athenian colonist in Samos. Epicurus was born in 342–1 BC, but whether in Samos or in Attica is not known. In any case, his boyhood was passed in Samos. He states that he took to the study of philosophy at the age of 14. At the age of 18, about the time of Alexander's death, he went to Athens, apparently to establish his citizenship, but while he was there the Athenian colonists were turned out of Samos, 322 BC. The family of Epicurus became refugees in Asia Minor, where he rejoined them. At Taus, either at this time, or perhaps earlier, he was taught philosophy by a certain Nausiphanes, apparently a follower of Democritus. Although his mature philosophy owes more to Democritus than to any other philosopher, he never expressed anything but contempt for Nausiphanes, whom he alluded to as the mollusk. In the year 311 he founded his school, which was first in Mytilene, then in Lampsacus, and, from 307 onwards, in Athens, where he died in 270–1 BC. After the hard years of his youth, his life in Athens was placid, and was only troubled by his ill health. He had a house and a garden, apparently separate from the house, and it was in the garden that he taught. His 3 brothers, and some others had been members of his school from the first, but in Athens his community was increased, not only by philosophic disciples, but by friends and their children, slaves, and hetairai. These last were made an occasion of scandal by his enemies, but apparently quite unjustly. He had a very exceptional capacity for purely human friendship, and wrote pleasant letters to the young children of members of the community. He did not practice that dignity and reserve in the expression of the emotions that was expected of ancient philosophers. His letters are amazingly natural and unaffected. The life of the community was very simple, partly on principle, and partly, no doubt, for lack of money. Their food and drink was mainly bread and water, which Epicurus found quite satisfying. "I am thrilled with pleasure in the body," he says, "when I live on bread and water, and I spit on luxurious pleasures, not for their own sake, but because of the inconveniences that follow them." The community depended financially, at least in part, on voluntary contributions. "Send me some preserved cheese," he writes, "that when I like, I may have a feast." To another friend, "Send us offerings for the sustenance of our holy body on behalf of yourself and your children." And again, "The only contribution I require is that which ordered the disciples to send me, even if they be among the Hyperboreans. I wish to receive from each of you 220 drachmae for a year and no more." Epicurus suffered all his life from bad health, but learned to endure it with great fortitude. It was he, not a Stoic, who first maintained that a man could be happy on the rack. 2 letters written, one a few days before his death, the other on the day of his death, show that he had some right to this opinion. The first says, 7 days before writing this the stoppage became complete and I suffered pains such as bring men to their last day. If anything happens to me, do you look after the children of Metrodorus for 4 or 5 years, but do not spend any more on them than you now spend on me. The second says, on this truly happy day of my life, as I am at the point of death, I write this to you. The diseases in my bladder and stomach are pursuing their course, lacking nothing of their usual severity, but against all this is the joy in my heart at the recollection of my conversations with you. Do you, as I might expect from your devotion from boyhood to me and to philosophy, take good care of the children of Metrodorus. Metrodorus, who had been one of his first disciples, was dead. Epicurus provided for his children in his will. Although Epicurus was gentle and kindly towards most people, a different side of his character appeared in his relations to philosophers, especially those to whom he might be considered indebted. I suppose, he says, that these grumblers will believe me to be a disciple of the mollusk, Nausiphanes, and to have listened to his teaching in company with a few bibulous youths. For indeed the fellow was a bad man and his habits such as could never lead to wisdom. 5 He never acknowledged the extent of his indebtedness to Democritus, and as for Leucippus, he asserted that there was no such philosopher, meaning, no doubt, not that there was no such man, but that the man was not a philosopher. Diogenes Laertius gives a whole list of abusive epithets that he is supposed to have applied to the most eminent of his predecessors. With this lack of generosity towards other philosophers goes another grave fault, that of dictatorial dogmatism. His followers had to learn a kind of creed embodying his doctrines, which they were not allowed to question. To the end, none of them added or modified anything. When Lucretius, 200 years later, turned the philosophy of Epicurus into poetry, he added, so far as can be judged, nothing theoretical to the master's teaching. Wherever comparison is possible, Lucretius is found to agree closely with the original, and it is generally held that, elsewhere, he may be used to fill in the gaps in our knowledge caused by the loss of all of Epicurus's 300 books. Of his writings, nothing remains except a few letters, some fragments, and a statement of principal doctrines. The philosophy of Epicurus, like all those of his age, with the partial exception of scepticism, was primarily designed to secure tranquility. He considered pleasure to be the good, and adhered, with remarkable consistency, to all the consequences of this view. Pleasure, he said, is the beginning and end of the blessed life. Diogenes Laertius quotes him as saying, in a book on the end of life, I know not how I can conceive the good, if I withdraw the pleasures of taste and withdraw the pleasures of love and those of hearing and sight. Again, the beginning and the root of all good is the pleasure of the stomach, even wisdom and culture must be referred to this. The pleasure of the mind, we are told, is the contemplation of pleasures of the body. Its only advantage over bodily pleasures is that we can learn to contemplate pleasure rather than pain, and thus have more control over mental than over physical pleasures. Virtue, unless it means prudence in the pursuit of pleasure, is an empty name. Justice, for example, consists in so acting as not to have occasion to fear other men's resentment, a view which leads to a doctrine of the origin of society not unlike the theory of the social contract. Epicurus disagrees with some of his hedonist predecessors in distinguishing between active and passive pleasures, or dynamic and static pleasures. Dynamic pleasures consist in the attainment of a desired end, the previous desire having been accompanied by pain. Static pleasures consist in a state of equilibrium, which results from the existence of the kind of state of affairs that would be desired if it were absent. I think one may say that the satisfying of hunger, while it is in progress, is a dynamic pleasure, but the state of quiescence which supervenes when hunger is completely satisfied is a static pleasure. Of these two kinds, Epicurus holds it more prudent to pursue the second, since it is unalloyed, and does not depend upon the existence of pain as a stimulus to desire. When the body is in a state of equilibrium, there is no pain. We should, therefore, aim at equilibrium and the quiet pleasures rather than at more violent joys. Epicurus, it seems, would wish, if it were possible, to be always in the state of having eaten moderately, never in that of voracious desire to eat. He is thus led, in practice, to regarding absence of pain, rather than presence of pleasure, as the wise man's goal. 6 The stomach may be at the root of things, but the pains of stomachache outweigh the pleasures of gluttony. Accordingly Epicurus lived on bread, with a little cheese on feast days. Such desires as those for wealth and honor are futile, because they make a man restless when he might be contented. The greatest good of all is prudence. It is a more precious thing even than philosophy. Philosophy, as he understood it, was a practical system designed to secure a happy life. It required only common sense, not logic, or mathematics, or any of the elaborate training prescribed by Plato. He urges his young disciple and friend Pythocles to flee from every form of culture. It was a natural consequence of his principles that he advised abstinence from public life, for in proportion as a man achieves power he increases the number of those who envy him and therefore wish to do him injury. Even if he escapes outward misfortune, peace of mind is impossible in such a situation. The wise man will try to live unnoticed, so as to have no enemies. Sexual love, as one of the most dynamic of pleasures, naturally comes under the ban. Sexual intercourse, the philosopher declares, has never done a man good, and he is lucky if it has not harmed him. He was fond of children, other people's, but for the gratification of this taste he seems to have relied upon other people not to follow his advice. He seems, in fact, to have liked children against his better judgment, for he considered marriage and children a distraction from more serious pursuits. Lucretius, who follows him in denouncing love, sees no harm in sexual intercourse provided it is divorced from passion. The safest of social pleasures, in the opinion of Epicurus, is friendship. Epicurus, like Bentham, is a man who considers that all men, at all times, pursue only their own pleasure, sometimes wisely, sometimes unwisely, but, again like Bentham, he is constantly seduced by his own kindly and affectionate nature into admirable behavior from which, on his own theories, he ought to have refrained. He obviously liked his friends without regard to what he got out of them, but he persuaded himself that he was as selfish as his philosophy held all men to be. According to Cicero, he held that friendship cannot be divorced from pleasure, and for that reason must be cultivated, because without it neither can we live in safety and without fear, nor even pleasantly. Occasionally, however, he forgets his theories more or less. All friendship is desirable in itself, he says, adding, though it starts from the need of help. 7. Epicurus, though his ethics seemed to others swinish and lacking in moral exaltation, was very much in earnest. As we have seen, he speaks of the community in the garden as our holy body. He wrote a book on holiness. He had all the fervour of a religious reformer. He must have had a strong emotion of pity for the sufferings of mankind, and an unshakable conviction that they would be greatly lessened if men would adopt his philosophy. It was a valetudinarian's philosophy, designed to suit a world in which adventurous happiness had become scarcely possible. Eat little, for fear of indigestion; drink little, for fear of next morning; eschew politics and love and all violently passionate activities; do not give hostages to fortune by marrying and having children. In your mental life, teach yourself to contemplate pleasures rather than pains. Physical pain is certainly a great evil, but if severe, it is brief, and if prolonged, it can be endured by means of mental discipline and the habit of thinking of happy things in spite of it. Above all, live so as to avoid fear. It was through the problem of avoiding fear that Epicurus was led into theoretical philosophy. He held that two of the greatest sources of fear were religion and the dread of death, which were connected, since religion encouraged the view that the dead are unhappy. He therefore sought a metaphysic which would prove that the gods do not interfere in human affairs, and that the soul perishes with the body. Most modern people think of religion as a consolation, but to Epicurus it was the opposite. Supernatural interference with the course of nature seemed to him a source of terror, and immortality fatal to the hope of release from pain. Accordingly he constructed an elaborate doctrine designed to cure men of the beliefs that inspire fear. Epicurus was a materialist, but not a determinist. He followed Democritus in believing that the world consists of atoms and the void, but he did not believe, as Democritus did, that the atoms are at all times completely controlled by natural laws. The conception of necessity in Greece was, as we have seen, religious in origin, and perhaps he was right in considering that an attack on religion would be incomplete if it allowed necessity to survive. His atoms had weight, and were continually falling, not towards the center of the earth, but downwards in some absolute sense. Every now and then, however, an atom, actuated by something like free will, would swerve slightly from the direct downward path 8 and so would come into collision with some other atom. From this point onwards, the development of vortices, etc., proceeded in much the same way as in Democritus. The soul is material, and is composed of particles like those of breath and heat. Epicurus thought breath and wind different in substance from air, they were not merely air in motion. Soul atoms are distributed throughout the body. Sensation is due to thin films thrown off by bodies and traveling on until they touch soul atoms. These films may still exist when the bodies from which they originally proceeded have been dissolved, this accounts for dreams. At death, the soul is dispersed, and its atoms, which of course survive, are no longer capable of sensation, because they are no longer connected with the body. It follows, in the words of Epicurus, that death is nothing to us, for that which is dissolved, is without sensation, and that which lacks sensation is nothing to us. As for the gods, Epicurus firmly believes in their existence, since he cannot otherwise account for the widespread existence of the idea of gods. But he is persuaded that they do not trouble themselves with the affairs of our human world. They are rational hedonists, who follow his precepts, and abstain from public life. Government would be an unnecessary labor, to which, in their life of complete blessedness, they feel no temptation. Of course, divination and augury and all such practices are purely superstitious, and so is the belief in providence. There is therefore no ground for the fear that we may incur the anger of the gods, or that we may suffer in Hades after death. Though subject to the powers of nature, which can be studied scientifically, we yet have free will, and are, within limits, the masters of our fate. We cannot escape death, but death, rightly understood, is no evil. If we live prudently, according to the maxims of Epicurus, we shall probably achieve a measure of freedom from pain. This is a moderate gospel, but to a man impressed with human misery it sufficed to inspire enthusiasm. Epicurus has no interest in science on its own account, he values it solely as providing naturalistic explanations of phenomena which superstition attributes to the agency of the gods. When there are several possible naturalistic explanations, he holds that there is no point in trying to decide between them. The phases of the moon, for example, have been explained in many different ways. Any one of these, so long as it does not bring in the gods, is as good as any other, and it would be idle curiosity to attempt to determine which of them is true. It is no wonder that the Epicureans contributed practically nothing to natural knowledge. They served a useful purpose by their protest against the increasing devotion of the later pagans to magic, astrology, and divination, but they remained, like their founder, dogmatic, limited, and without genuine interest in anything, outside individual happiness. They learned by heart the creed of Epicurus, and added nothing to it throughout the centuries during which the school survived. The only eminent disciple of Epicurus is the poet Lucretius, 99–55 BC, who was a contemporary of Julius Caesar. In the last days of the Roman Republic, free thought was the fashion, and the doctrines of Epicurus were popular among educated people. The Emperor Augustus introduced an archaistic revival of ancient virtue and ancient religion, which caused the poem of Lucretius on the nature of things to become unpopular, and it remained so until the Renaissance. Only one manuscript of it survived the Middle Ages, and that narrowly escaped destruction by bigots. Hardly any great poet has had to wait so long for recognition, but in modern times his merits have been almost universally acknowledged. For example, he and Benjamin Franklin were Shelley's favorite authors. His poem sets forth in verse the philosophy of Epicurus. Although the two men have the same doctrine, their temperaments are very different. Lucretius was passionate, and much more in need of exhortations to prudence than Epicurus was. He committed suicide, and appears to have suffered from periodic insanity brought on, so some averred, by the pains of love or the unintended effects of a love philtre. He feels towards Epicurus as towards a savior, and applies language of religious intensity to the man whom he regards as the destroyer of religion. 9. When prostrate upon earth lay human life, visibly trampled down and foully crushed beneath religion's cruelty, who meanwhile, out of the regions of the heavens above, showed forth her face, lowering on mortal men. With horrible aspect, first did a man of Greece dare to lift up his mortal eyes against her. The first was he to stand up and defy her. Him neither stories of the gods, nor lightnings, nor heaven with muttering menaces could quell. But all the more did they arouse his soul's keen valor, till he longed to be the first to break through the fast-bolted doors of nature. Therefore his fervent energy of mind prevailed, and he passed onward, voyaging far beyond the flaming ramparts of the world, ranging in mind and spirit far and wide, throughout the unmeasured universe, and thence, a conqueror he returns to us, bringing back knowledge both of what can and what cannot rise into being, teaching us in fine, upon what principle each thing has its powers limited, and its deep-set boundary stone. Therefore now has religion been cast down beneath men's feet, and trampled on in turn. Ourselves heaven high his victory exalts. The hatred of religion expressed by Epicurus and Lucretius is not altogether easy to understand, if one accepts the conventional accounts of the cheerfulness of Greek religion and ritual. Keats's Ode on a Grecian Urn, for instance, celebrates a religious ceremony, but not one which could fill men's minds with dark and gloomy terrors. I think popular beliefs were very largely not of this cheerful kind. The worship of the Olympians had less of superstitious cruelty than the other forms of Greek religion, but even the Olympian gods had demanded occasional human sacrifice until the 7th or 6th century BC, and this practice was recorded in myth and drama. 10 Throughout the barbarian world, human sacrifice was still recognized in the time of Epicurus. Until the Roman conquest, it was practiced in times of crisis, such as the Punic Wars, by even the most civilized of barbarian populations. As was shown most convincingly by Jane Harrison, the Greeks had, in addition to the official cults of Zeus and his family, other more primitive beliefs associated with more or less barbarous rites. These were to some extent incorporated in Orphism, which became the prevalent belief among men of religious temperament. It is sometimes supposed that hell was a Christian invention, but this is a mistake. What Christianity did in this respect was only to systematize earlier popular beliefs. From the beginning of Plato's Republic it is clear that the fear of punishment after death was common in 5th century Athens, and it is not likely that it grew less in the interval between Socrates and Epicurus. I am thinking not of the educated minority, but of the general population. Certainly, also, it was common to attribute plagues, earthquakes, defeats in war, and such calamities, to divine displeasure or to failure to respect the omens. I think that Greek literature and art are probably very misleading as regards popular beliefs. What should we know of Methodism in the late 18th century if no record of the period survived except its aristocratic books and paintings? The influence of Methodism, like that of religiosity in the Hellenistic age, rose from below. It was already powerful in the time of Boswell and Sir Joshua Reynolds, although from their allusions to it the strength of its influence is not apparent. We must not, therefore, judge of popular religion in Greece by the pictures on Grecian urns or by the works of poets and aristocratic philosophers. Epicurus was not aristocratic, either by birth or through his associates. Perhaps this explains his exceptional hostility to religion. It is through the poem of Lucretius that the philosophy of Epicurus has chiefly become known to readers since the Renaissance. What has most impressed them, when they were not professional philosophers, is the contrast with Christian belief in such matters as materialism, denial of providence, and rejection of immortality. What is especially striking to a modern reader is to have these views which, nowadays, are generally regarded as gloomy and depressing presented as a gospel of liberation from the burden of fear. Lucretius is as firmly persuaded as any Christian of the importance of true belief in matters of religion. After describing how men seek escape from themselves when they are the victims of an inner conflict, and vainly seek relief in change of place, he says 11. Each man flies from his own self. Yet from that self in fact he has no power. To escape, he clings to it in his own despite. And loathes it too, because, though he is sick, he perceives not the cause of his disease. Which if he could but comprehend aright, each would put all things else aside and first study to learn the nature of the world. Since 'tis our state during eternal time. Not for 1 hour merely, that is in doubt. That state wherein mortals will have to pass the whole time that awaits them after death. The age of Epicurus was a weary age, and extinction could appear as a welcome rest from travail of spirit. The last age of the Republic, on the contrary, was not, to most Romans, a time of disillusionment. Men of titanic energy were creating out of chaos a new order, which the Macedonians had failed to do. But to the Roman aristocrat who stood aside from politics, and cared nothing for the scramble for power and plunder, the course of events must have been profoundly discouraging. When to this was added the affliction of recurrent insanity, it is not to be wondered at that Lucretius accepted the hope of non-existence as a deliverance. But the fear of death is so deeply rooted in instinct that the gospel of Epicurus could not, at any time, make a wide popular appeal. It remained always the creed of a cultivated minority. Even among philosophers, after the time of Augustus, it was, as a rule, rejected in favor of Stoicism. It survived, it is true, though with diminishing vigor, for 600 years after the death of Epicurus, but as men became increasingly oppressed by the miseries of our terrestrial existence, they demanded continually stronger medicine from philosophy or religion. The philosophers took refuge, with few exceptions, in Neoplatonism. The uneducated turned to various Eastern superstitions, and then, in continually increasing numbers, to Christianity, which, in its early form, placed all good in the life beyond the grave, thus offering men a gospel which was the exact opposite of that of Epicurus. Doctrines very similar to his, however, were revived by the French philosophes at the end of the 18th century, and brought to England by Bentham and his followers. This was done in conscious opposition to Christianity, which these men regarded as hostilely as Epicurus regarded the religions of his day. 28. Stoicism. Stoicism, while in origin contemporaneous with Epicureanism, had a longer history and less constancy in doctrine. The teaching of its founder Zeno, in the early part of the 3rd century BC, was by no means identical with that of Marcus Aurelius in the latter half of the 2nd century AD. Zeno was a materialist, whose doctrines were, in the main, a combination of cynicism and Heraclitus, but gradually, through an admixture of Platonism, the Stoics abandoned materialism, until, in the end, little trace of it remained. Their ethical doctrine, it is true, changed very little, and was what most of them regarded as of the chief importance. Even in this respect, however, there is some change of emphasis. As time goes on, continually less is said about the other aspects of Stoicism, and continually more exclusive stress is laid upon ethics and those parts of theology that are most relevant to ethics. With regard to all the earlier Stoics, we are hampered by the fact that their works survive only in a few fragments. Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius, who belong to the 1st and 2nd centuries AD, alone survive in complete books. Stoicism is less Greek than any school of philosophy with which we have been hitherto concerned. The early Stoics were mostly Syrian, the later ones mostly Roman. Tarn, Hellenistic Civilization, p. 287, suspects Chaldean influences in Stoicism. Uberweg justly observes that, in Hellenizing the barbarian world, the Greeks dropped what only suited themselves. Stoicism, unlike the earlier purely Greek philosophies, is emotionally narrow, and in a certain sense fanatical, but it also contains religious elements of which the world felt the need, and which the Greeks seemed unable to supply. In particular, it appealed to rulers. Nearly all the successors of Alexander, we may say all the principal kings in existence in the generations following Zeno, professed themselves Stoics, says Professor Gilbert Murray. Zeno was a Phoenician, born at Citium, in Cyprus, at some time during the latter half of the 4th century BC. It seems probable that his family were engaged in commerce, and that business interests were what first took him to Athens. When there, however, he became anxious to study philosophy. The views of the Cynics were more congenial to him than those of any other school, but he was something of an eclectic. The followers of Plato accused him of plagiarizing the academy. Socrates was the chief saint of the Stoics throughout their history. His attitude at the time of his trial, his refusal to escape, his calmness in the face of death, and his contention that the perpetrator of injustice injures himself more than his victim, all fitted in perfectly with Stoic teaching. So did his indifference to heat and cold, his plainness in matters of food and dress, and his complete independence of all bodily comforts. But the Stoics never took over Plato's doctrine of ideas, and most of them rejected his arguments for immortality. Only the later Stoics followed him in regarding the soul as immaterial. The earlier Stoics agreed with Heraclitus in the view that the soul is composed of material fire. Verbally, this doctrine is also to be found in Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius, but it seems that in them the fire is not to be taken literally as one of the 4 elements of which physical things are composed. Zeno had no patience with metaphysical subtleties. Virtue was what he thought important, and he only valued physics and metaphysics in so far as they contributed to virtue. He attempted to combat the metaphysical tendencies of the age by means of common sense, which, in Greece, meant materialism. Doubts as to the trustworthiness of the senses annoyed him, and he pushed the opposite doctrine to extremes. Zeno began by asserting the existence of the real world. "What do you mean by real?" asked the skeptic. "I mean solid and material. I mean that this table is solid matter." "And God?" asked the skeptic, "and the soul?" "Perfectly solid," said Zeno, "more solid if anything, than the table." "And virtue or justice or the rule of 3, also solid matter?" "Of course," said Zeno, "quite solid one." It is evident that, at this point, Zeno, like many others, was hurried by anti-metaphysical zeal into a metaphysic of his own. The main doctrines to which the school remained constant throughout are concerned with cosmic determinism and human freedom. Zeno believed that there is no such thing as chance, and that the course of nature is rigidly determined by natural laws. Originally there was only fire, then the other elements air, water, earth, in that order gradually emerged. But sooner or later there will be a cosmic conflagration, and all will again become fire. This, according to most Stoics, is not a final consummation, like the end of the world in Christian doctrine, but only the conclusion of a cycle. The whole process will be repeated endlessly. Everything that happens has happened before, and will happen again, not once, but countless times. So far, the doctrine might seem cheerless, and in no respect more comforting than ordinary materialism such as that of Democritus. But this was only one aspect of it. The course of nature, in Stoicism as in 18th century theology, was ordained by a lawgiver who was also a beneficent providence. Down to the smallest detail, the whole was designed to secure certain ends by natural means. These ends, except in so far as they concern gods and daemons, are to be found in the life of man. Everything has a purpose connected with human beings. Some animals are good to eat, some afford tests of courage, even bed bugs are useful, since they help us to wake in the morning and not lie in bed too long. The supreme power is called sometimes God, sometimes Zeus. Seneca distinguished this Zeus from the object of popular belief, who was also real, but subordinate. God is not separate from the world, he is the soul of the world, and each of us contains a part of the divine fire. All things are parts of one single system, which is called nature. The individual life is good when it is in harmony with nature. In one sense, every life is in harmony with nature, since it is such as nature's laws have caused it to be, but in another sense a human life is only in harmony with nature when the individual will is directed to ends which are among those of nature. Virtue consists in a will which is in agreement with nature. The wicked, though perforce they obey God's law, do so involuntarily. In the simile of Cleanthes, they are like a dog tied to a cart, and compelled to go wherever it goes. In the life of an individual man, virtue is the sole good. Such things as health, happiness, possessions, are of no account. Since virtue resides in the will, everything really good or bad in a man's life depends only upon himself. He may become poor, but what of it? He can still be virtuous. A tyrant may put him in prison, but he can still persevere in living in harmony with nature. He may be sentenced to death, but he can die nobly, like Socrates. Other men have power only over externals. Virtue, which alone is truly good, rests entirely with the individual. Therefore every man has perfect freedom, provided he emancipates himself from mundane desires. It is only through false judgments that such desires prevail. The sage whose judgments are true is master of his fate in all that he values, since no outside force can deprive him of virtue. There are obvious logical difficulties about this doctrine. If virtue is really the sole good, a beneficent providence must be solely concerned to cause virtue, yet the laws of nature have produced abundance of sinners. If virtue is the sole good, there can be no reason against cruelty and injustice, since, as the Stoics are never tired of pointing out, cruelty and injustice afford the sufferer the best opportunities for the exercise of virtue. If the world is completely deterministic, natural laws will decide whether I shall be virtuous or not. If I am wicked, nature compels me to be wicked, and the freedom which virtue is supposed to give is not possible for me. To a modern mind, it is difficult to feel enthusiastic about a virtuous life if nothing is going to be achieved by it. We admire a medical man who risks his life in an epidemic of plague, because we think illness is an evil, and we hope to diminish its frequency. But if illness is no evil, the medical man might as well stay comfortably at home. To the Stoic, his virtue is an end in itself, not something that does good. And when we take a longer view, what is the ultimate outcome? A destruction of the present world by fire, and then a repetition of the whole process. Could anything be more devastatingly futile? There may be progress here and there, for a time, but in the long run there is only recurrence. When we see something unbearably painful, we hope that in time such things will cease to happen, but the Stoic assures us that what is happening now will happen over and over again. Providence, which sees the whole, must, one would think, ultimately grow weary through despair. There goes with this a certain coldness in the Stoic conception of virtue. Not only bad passions are condemned, but all passions. The sage does not feel sympathy, when his wife or his children die. He reflects that this event is no obstacle to his own virtue, and therefore he does not suffer deeply. Friendship, so highly prized by Epicurus, is all very well, but it must not be carried to the point where your friend's misfortunes can destroy your holy calm. As for public life, it may be your duty to engage in it, since it gives opportunities for justice, fortitude, and so on, but you must not be actuated by a desire to benefit mankind, since the benefits you can confer such as peace, or a more adequate supply of food are no true benefits, and, in any case, nothing matters to you except your own virtue. The Stoic is not virtuous in order to do good, but does good in order to be virtuous. It has not occurred to him to love his neighbor as himself. Love, except in a superficial sense, is absent from his conception of virtue. When I say this, I am thinking of love as an emotion, not as a principle. As a principle, the Stoics preached universal love. This principle is found in Seneca and his successors, and probably was taken by them from earlier Stoics. The logic of the school led to doctrines which were softened by the humanity of its adherents, who were much better men than they would have been if they had been consistent. Kant, who resembles them, says that you must be kind to your brother, not because you are fond of him, but because the moral law enjoins kindness. I doubt, however, whether, in private life, he lived down to this precept. Leaving these generalities, let us come to the history of Stoicism. Of Zeno too only some fragments remain. From these it appears that he defined God as the fiery mind of the world, that he said God was a bodily substance, and that the whole universe formed the substance of God. Tertullian says that, according to Zeno, God runs through the material world as honey runs through the honeycomb. According to Diogenes Laertius, Zeno held that the general law, which is right reason, pervading everything, is the same as Zeus, the supreme head of the government of the universe. God, mind, destiny, Zeus, are one thing. Destiny is a power which moves matter, providence and nature are other names for it. Zeno does not believe that there should be temples to the gods. To build temples there will be no need, for a temple must not be held a thing of great worth or anything holy. Nothing can be of great worth or holy which is the work of builders and mechanics. He seems, like the later Stoics, to have believed in astrology and divination. Cicero says that he attributed a divine potency to the stars. Diogenes Laertius says, all kinds of divination the Stoics leave valid. There must be divination, they say, if there is such a thing as providence. They prove the reality of the art of divination by a number of cases in which predictions have come true, as Zeno asserts. Chrysippus is explicit on this subject. The Stoic doctrine as to virtue does not appear in the surviving fragments of Zeno, but seems to have been held by him. Cleanthes of Assos, the immediate successor of Zeno, is chiefly notable for two things. First, as we have already seen, he held that Aristarchus of Samos should be prosecuted for impiety because he made the sun, instead of the earth, the center of the universe. The second thing is his hymn to Zeus, much of which might have been written by Pope, or any educated Christian in the century after Newton. Even more Christian is the short prayer of Cleanthes. Lead me, O Zeus, and thou, O destiny. Lead thou me on. To whatsoever task thou sendest me. Lead thou me on. I follow fearless, or, if in mistrust I lag and will not, follow still I must. Chrysippus, 280 to 207 BC, who succeeded Cleanthes, was a voluminous author, and is said to have written 705 books. He made Stoicism systematic and pedantic. He held that only Zeus, the supreme fire, is immortal, the other gods, including the sun and moon, are born and die. He is said to have considered that God has no share in the causation of evil, but it is not clear how he reconciled this with determinism. Elsewhere he deals with evil after the manner of Heraclitus, maintaining that opposites imply one another, and good without evil is logically impossible. There can be nothing more inept than the people who suppose that good could have existed without the existence of evil. Good and evil being antithetical, both must needs subsist in opposition. In support of this doctrine he appeals to Plato, not to Heraclitus. Chrysippus maintained that the good man is always happy and the bad man unhappy, and that the good man's happiness differs in no way from God's. On the question whether the soul survives death, there were conflicting opinions. Cleanthes maintained that all souls survive until the next universal conflagration, when everything is absorbed into God, but Chrysippus maintained that this is only true of the souls of the wise. He was less exclusively ethical in his interests than the later Stoics. In fact, he made logic fundamental. The hypothetical and disjunctive syllogism, as well as the word disjunction, are due to the Stoics, so is the study of grammar and the inventions of cases in declension. 3 Chrysippus, or other Stoics inspired by his work, had an elaborate theory of knowledge, in the main empirical and based on perception, though they allowed certain ideas and principles, which were held to be established by consensus gentium, the agreement of mankind. But Zeno, as well as the Roman Stoics, regarded all theoretical studies as subordinate to ethics. He says that philosophy is like an orchard, in which logic is the walls, physics the trees, and ethics the fruit, or like an egg, in which logic is the shell, physics the white, and ethics the yolk. 4 Chrysippus, it would seem, allowed more independent value to theoretical studies. Perhaps his influence accounts for the fact that among the Stoics there were many men who made advances in mathematics and other sciences. Stoicism, after Chrysippus, was considerably modified by two important men, Painetius and Posidonius. Painetius introduced a considerable element of Platonism, and abandoned materialism. He was a friend of the younger Scipio, and had an influence on Cicero, through whom, mainly, Stoicism became known to the Romans. Posidonius, under whom Cicero studied in Rhodes, influenced him even more. Posidonius was taught by Painetius, who died about 110 BC. Posidonius, ca 135, ca 51 BC, was a Syrian Greek, and was a child when the Seleucid Empire came to an end. Perhaps it was his experience of anarchy in Syria that caused him to travel westward, first to Athens, where he imbibed the Stoic philosophy, and then further afield, to the western parts of the Roman Empire. He saw with his own eyes the sunset in the Atlantic beyond the verge of the known world, and the African coast over against Spain, where the trees were full of apes, and the villages of barbarous people inland from Marseilles, where human heads hanging at the house doors for trophies were an everyday sight. 5 He became a voluminous writer on scientific subjects. Indeed, one of the reasons for his travels was a wish to study the tides, which could not be done in the Mediterranean. He did excellent work in astronomy, as we saw in chapter 24. His estimate of the distance of the sun was the best in antiquity. 6 He was also a historian of note. He continued Polybius. But it was chiefly as an eclectic philosopher that he was known. He combined with Stoicism much of Plato's teaching, which the Academy, in its sceptical phase, appeared to have forgotten. This affinity to Plato is shown in his teaching about the soul and the life after death. Painetius had said, as most Stoics did, that the soul perishes with the body. Posidonius, on the contrary, says that it continues to live in the air, where, in most cases, it remains unchanged until the next world conflagration. There is no hell, but the wicked, after death, are not so fortunate as the good, for sin makes the vapors of the soul muddy, and prevents it from rising as far as the good soul rises. The very wicked stay near the earth and are reincarnated, the truly virtuous rise to the stellar sphere and spend their time watching the stars go round. They can help other souls. This explains, he thinks, the truth of astrology. Bevan suggests that, by this revival of Orphic notions and incorporation of Neo-Pythagorean beliefs, Posidonius may have paved the way for Gnosticism. He adds, very truly, that what was fatal to such philosophies as his was not Christianity but the Copernican theory. 7 Cleanthes was right in regarding Aristarchus of Samos as a dangerous enemy. Much more important historically, though not philosophically, than the earlier Stoics were the three who were connected with Rome: Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius, a minister, a slave, and an emperor, respectively. Seneca, ca 3 BC to AD 65, was a Spaniard, whose father was a cultivated man living in Rome. Seneca adopted a political career, and was being moderately successful when he was banished to Corsica, AD 41, by the Emperor Claudius, because he had incurred the enmity of the Empress Messalina. Claudius's second wife Agrippina recalled Seneca from exile in AD 48, and appointed him tutor to her son, aged 11. Seneca was less fortunate than Aristotle in his pupil, who was the Emperor Nero. Although, as a Stoic, Seneca officially despised riches, he amassed a huge fortune, amounting, it was said, to 300 million sesterces, about £3 million. Much of this he acquired by lending money in Britain. According to Dio, the excessive rates of interest that he exacted were among the causes of revolt in that country. The heroic Queen Boadicea, if this is true, was heading a rebellion against capitalism as represented by the philosophic apostle of austerity. Gradually, as Nero's excesses grew more unbridled, Seneca fell increasingly out of favor. At length he was accused, justly or unjustly, of complicity in a widespread conspiracy to murder Nero and place a new emperor, some said, Seneca himself, upon the throne. In view of his former services, he was graciously permitted to commit suicide, AD 65. His end was edifying. At first, on being informed of the emperor's decision, he set about making a will. When told that there was no time allowed for such a lengthy business, he turned to his sorrowing family and said, "Never mind, I leave you what is of far more value than earthly riches, the example of a virtuous life," or words to that effect. He then opened his veins, and summoned his secretaries to take down his dying words. According to Tacitus, his eloquence continued to flow during his last moments. His nephew Lucan, the poet, suffered a similar death at the same time, and expired reciting his own verses. Seneca was judged, in future ages, rather by his admirable precepts than by his somewhat dubious practice. Several of the fathers claimed him as a Christian, and a supposed correspondence between him and St. Paul was accepted as genuine by such men as St. Jerome. Epictetus, born about AD 60, died about AD 100, is a very different type of man, though closely akin as a philosopher. He was a Greek, originally a slave of Epaphroditus, a freedman of Nero and then his minister. He was lame as a result, it was said, of a cruel punishment in his days of slavery. He lived and taught at Rome until AD 90, when the Emperor Domitian, who had no use for intellectuals, banished all philosophers. Epictetus thereupon retired to Nicopolis in Epirus, where, after some years spent in writing and teaching, he died. Marcus Aurelius, AD 121 to 180, was at the other end of the social scale. He was the adopted son of the good Emperor Antoninus Pius, who was his uncle and his father-in-law, whom he succeeded in AD 161, and whose memory he revered. As emperor, he devoted himself to Stoic virtue. He had much need of fortitude, for his reign was beset by calamities, earthquakes, pestilences, long and difficult wars, military insurrections. His meditations, which are addressed to himself, and apparently not intended for publication, show that he felt his public duties burdensome, and that he suffered from a great weariness. His only son Commodus, who succeeded him, turned out to be one of the worst of the many bad emperors, but successfully concealed his vicious propensities so long as his father lived. The philosopher's wife Faustina was accused, perhaps unjustly, of gross immorality, but he never suspected her, and after her death took trouble about her deification. He persecuted the Christians, because they rejected the state religion, which he considered politically necessary. In all his actions he was conscientious, but in most he was unsuccessful. He is a pathetic figure. In a list of mundane desires to be resisted, the one that he finds most seductive is the wish to retire to a quiet country life. For this, the opportunity never came. Some of his meditations are dated from the camp, on distant campaigns, the hardships of which eventually caused his death. It is remarkable that Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius are completely at one on all philosophical questions. This suggests that although social circumstances affect the philosophy of an age, individual circumstances have less influence than is sometimes thought upon the philosophy of an individual. Philosophers are usually men with a certain breadth of mind, who can largely discount the accidents of their private lives, but even they cannot rise above the larger good or evil of their time. In bad times they invent consolations, in good times their interests are more purely intellectual. Gibbon, whose detailed history begins with the vices of Commodus, agrees with most 18th-century writers in regarding the period of the Antonines as a golden age. If a man were called upon, he says, to fix the period in the history of the world, during which the condition of the human race was most happy and prosperous, he would, without hesitation, name that which elapsed from the death of Domitian to the accession of Commodus. It is impossible to agree altogether with this judgment. The evil of slavery involved immense suffering, and was sapping the vigor of the ancient world. There were gladiatorial shows and fights with wild beasts, which were intolerably cruel and must have debased the populations that enjoyed the spectacle. Marcus Aurelius, it is true, decreed that gladiators should fight with blunted swords, but this reform was short-lived, and he did nothing about fights with wild beasts. The economic system was very bad, Italy was going out of cultivation, and the population of Rome depended upon the free distribution of grain from the provinces. All initiative was concentrated in the emperor and his ministers. Throughout the vast extent of the empire, no one, except an occasional rebellious general, could do anything but submit. Men looked to the past for what was best. The future, they felt, would be at best a weariness, and at worst a horror. When we compare the tone of Marcus Aurelius with that of Bacon, or Locke, or Condorcet, we see the difference between a tired and a hopeful age. In a hopeful age, great present evils can be endured, because it is thought that they will pass, but in a tired age even real goods lose their savor. The Stoic ethic suited the times of Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius, because its gospel was one of endurance rather than hope. Undoubtedly the age of the Antonines was much better than any later age until the Renaissance, from the point of view of the general happiness. But careful study shows that it was not so prosperous as its architectural remains would lead one to suppose. Greco-Roman civilization had made very little impression on the agricultural regions, it was practically limited to the cities. Even in the cities, there was a proletariat which suffered very great poverty, and there was a large slave class. Rostovtsev sums up a discussion of social and economic conditions in the cities as follows: 8. This picture of their social conditions is not so attractive as the picture of their external appearance. The impression conveyed by our sources is that the splendor of the cities was created by, and existed for, a rather small minority of their populations, that the welfare even of this small minority was based on comparatively weak foundations, that the large masses of the city population had either a very moderate income or lived in extreme poverty. In a word, we must not exaggerate the wealth of the cities, their external aspect is misleading. On earth, says Epictetus, we are prisoners, and in an earthly body. According to Marcus Aurelius, he used to say, "Thou art a little soul bearing about a corpse." Zeus could not make the body free, but he gave us a portion of his divinity. God is the Father of men, and we are all brothers. We should not say I am an Athenian or I am a Roman, but I am a citizen of the universe. If you were a kinsman of Caesar, you would feel safe. How much more should you feel safe in being a kinsman of God? If we understand that virtue is the only true good, we shall see that no real evil can befall us. I must die. But must I die groaning? I must be imprisoned. But must I whine as well? I must suffer exile. Can anyone then hinder me from going with a smile, and a good courage, and at peace? Tell the secret. I refuse to tell, for this is in my power. But I will chain you. What say you, fellow? Chain me? My leg you will chain, yes, but my will no, not even Zeus can conquer that. I will imprison you. My bit of a body, you mean? I will behead you. Why? When did I ever tell you that I was the only man in the world that could not be beheaded? These are the thoughts that those who pursue philosophy should ponder, these are the lessons they should write down day by day, in these they should exercise themselves. 9. Slaves are the equals of other men, because all alike are sons of God. We must submit to God as a good citizen submits to the law. The soldier swears to respect no man above Caesar, but we to respect ourselves first of all. 10 When you appear before the mighty of the earth, remember that another looks from above on what is happening, and that you must please him rather than this man. 11. Who then is a Stoic? Show me a man molded to the pattern of the judgments that he utters, in the same way as we call a statue Phidian that is molded according to the art of Phidias. Show me one who is sick and yet happy, in peril and yet happy, dying and yet happy, in exile and happy, in disgrace and happy. Show him me. By the gods, I would fain see a Stoic. Nay, you cannot show me a finished Stoic, then show me one in the molding, one who has set his feet on the path. Do me this kindness, do not grudge an old man like me a sight I never saw till now. What? You think you are going to show me the Zeus of Phidias or his Athena, that work of ivory and gold? It is a soul I want. Let one of you show me the soul of a man who wishes to be one with God, and to blame God or man no longer, to fail in nothing, to feel no misfortune, to be free from anger, envy, and jealousy. One who, why wrap up my meaning, desires to change his manhood for Godhead, and who in this poor body of his has his purpose set upon communion with God. Show him to me. Nay, you cannot. Epictetus is never weary of showing how we should deal with what are considered misfortunes, which he does often by means of homely dialogues. Like the Christians, he holds that we should love our enemies. In general, in common with other Stoics, he despises pleasure, but there is a kind of happiness that is not to be despised. Athens is beautiful. Yes, but happiness is far more beautiful: freedom from passion and disturbance, the sense that your affairs depend on no one. p. 428. Every man is an actor in a play, in which God has assigned the parts. It is our duty to perform our part worthily, whatever it may be. There is great sincerity and simplicity in the writings which record the teaching of Epictetus. They are written down from notes by his pupil Arrian. His morality is lofty and unworldly. In a situation in which a man's main duty is to resist tyrannical power, it would be difficult to find anything more helpful. In some respects, for instance in recognizing the brotherhood of man and in teaching the equality of slaves, it is superior to anything to be found in Plato or Aristotle or any philosopher whose thought is inspired by the city-state. The actual world, in the time of Epictetus, was very inferior to the Athens of Pericles, but the evil in what existed liberated his aspirations, and his ideal world is as superior to that of Plato as his actual world is inferior to the Athens of the 5th century. The Meditations of Marcus Aurelius begin by acknowledging his indebtedness to his grandfather, father, adopted father, various teachers, and the gods. Some of the obligations he enumerates are curious. He learned, he says, from Dionysus not to listen to miracle workers, from Rusticus not to write poetry, from Sextus to practice gravity without affectation, from Alexander the grammarian, not to correct bad grammar in others, but to use the right expression shortly afterwards, from Alexander the Platonist, not to excuse tardiness in answering a letter by the plea of press of business, from his adopted father, not to fall in love with boys. He owes it to the gods, he continues, that he was not brought up too long with his grandfather's concubine, and did not make proof of his virility too soon, that his children are neither stupid nor deformed in body, that his wife is obedient, affectionate, and simple, and that when he took to philosophy he did not waste time on history, syllogism, or astronomy. What is impersonal in the Meditations agrees closely with Epictetus. Marcus Aurelius is doubtful about immortality, but says, as a Christian might, since it is possible that thou mayst depart from life this very moment, regulate every act and thought accordingly. Life in harmony with the universe is what is good, and harmony with the universe is the same thing as obedience to the will of God. Everything harmonizes with me which is harmonious to thee, O universe. Nothing for me is too early or too late, which is in due time for thee. Everything is fruit to me which thy seasons bring, O nature. From thee are all things, in thee are all things, to thee all things return. The poet says, "Dear city of Cecrops," and wilt not thou say, "Dear city of Zeus?" One sees that St. Augustine's city of God was in part taken over from the pagan emperor. Marcus Aurelius is persuaded that God gives every man a special daemon as his guide, a belief which reappears in the Christian guardian angel. He finds comfort in the thought of the universe as a closely knit whole. It is, he says, one living being, having one substance and one soul. One of his maxims is, frequently consider the connection of all things in the universe. Whatever may happen to thee, it was prepared for thee from all eternity, and the implication of causes was from eternity spinning the thread of thy being. There goes with this, in spite of his position in the Roman state, the Stoic belief in the human race as one community. My city and country, so far as I am Antoninus, is Rome, but so far as I am a man, it is the world. There is the difficulty that one finds in all Stoics, of reconciling determinism with the freedom of the will. Men exist for the sake of one another, he says, when he is thinking of his duty as ruler. The wickedness of one man does no harm to another, he says on the same page, when he is thinking of the doctrine that the virtuous will alone is good. He never inferred that the goodness of one man does no good to another, and that he would do no harm to anybody but himself if he were as bad an emperor as Nero, and yet this conclusion seems to follow. It is peculiar to man, he says, to love even those who do wrong. And this happens if, when they do wrong, it occurs to thee that they are kinsmen, and that they do wrong through ignorance and unintentionally, and that soon both of you will die, and above all, that the wrongdoer has done thee no harm, for he has not made thy ruling faculty worse than it was before. And again, love mankind, follow God. And it is enough to remember that law rules all. These passages bring out very clearly the inherent contradictions in Stoic ethics and theology. On the one hand, the universe is a rigidly deterministic single whole, in which all that happens is the result of previous causes. On the other hand, the individual will is completely autonomous, and no man can be forced to sin by outside causes. This is one contradiction, and there is a second closely connected with it. Since the will is autonomous, and the virtuous will alone is good, one man cannot do either good or harm to another, therefore benevolence is an illusion. Something must be said about each of these contradictions. The contradiction between free will and determinism is one of those that run through philosophy from early times to our own day, taking different forms at different times. At present it is the Stoic form that concerns us. I think that a Stoic, if we could make him submit to a Socratic interrogation, would defend his view more or less as follows: the universe is a single animate being, having a soul which may also be called God or reason. As a whole, this being is free. God decided, from the first, that he would act according to fixed general laws, but he chose such laws as would have the best results. Sometimes, in particular cases, the results are not wholly desirable, but this inconvenience is worth enduring, as in human codes of law, for the sake of the advantage of legislative fixity. A human being is partly fire, partly of lower clay, in so far as he is fire. At any rate, when it is of the best quality, he is part of God. When the divine part of a man exercises will virtuously, this will is part of God's, which is free, therefore in these circumstances the human will also is free. This is a good answer up to a point, but it breaks down when we consider the causes of our volitions. We all know, as a matter of empirical fact, that dyspepsia, for example, has a bad effect on a man's virtue, and that, by suitable drugs forcibly administered, willpower can be destroyed. Take Epictetus's favorite case, the man unjustly imprisoned by a tyrant, of which there have been more examples in recent years than at any other period in human history. Some of these men have acted with Stoic heroism, some, rather mysteriously, have not. It has become clear, not only that sufficient torture will break down almost any man's fortitude, but also that morphia or cocaine can reduce a man to docility. The will, in fact, is only independent of the tyrant so long as the tyrant is unscientific. This is an extreme example, but the same arguments that exist in favor of determinism in the inanimate world exist also in the sphere of human volitions in general. I do not say I do not think that these arguments are conclusive, I say only that they are of equal strength in both cases, and that there can be no good reason for accepting them in one region and rejecting them in another. The Stoic, when he is engaged in urging a tolerant attitude to sinners, will himself urge that the sinful will is a result of previous causes, it is only the virtuous will that seems to him free. This, however, is inconsistent. Marcus Aurelius explains his own virtue as due to the good influence of parents, grandparents, and teachers. The good will is just as much a result of previous causes as the bad will. The Stoic may say truly that his philosophy is a cause of virtue in those who adopt it, but it seems that it will not have this desirable effect unless there is a certain admixture of intellectual error. The realization that virtue and sin alike are the inevitable result of previous causes, as the Stoics should have held, is likely to have a somewhat paralyzing effect on moral effort. I come now to the second contradiction, that the Stoic, while he preached benevolence, held, in theory, that no man can do either good or harm to another, since the virtuous will alone is good, and the virtuous will is independent of outside causes. This contradiction is more patent than the other, and more peculiar to the Stoics, including certain Christian moralists. The explanation of their not noticing it is that, like many other people, they had two systems of ethics, a superfine one for themselves, and an inferior one for the lesser breeds without the law. When the Stoic philosopher is thinking of himself, he holds that happiness and all other worldly so-called goods are worthless. He even says that to desire happiness is contrary to nature, meaning that it involves lack of resignation to the will of God. But as a practical man administering the Roman Empire, Marcus Aurelius knows perfectly well that this sort of thing won't do. It is his duty to see that the grain ships from Africa duly reach Rome, that measures are taken to relieve the sufferings caused by pestilence, and that barbarian enemies are not allowed to cross the frontier. That is to say, in dealing with those of his subjects whom he does not regard as Stoic philosophers, actual or potential, he accepts ordinary mundane standards of what is good or bad. It is by applying these standards that he arrives at his duty as an administrator. What is odd is that this duty, itself, is in the higher sphere of what the Stoic sage should do, although it is deduced from an ethic which the Stoic sage regards as fundamentally mistaken. The only reply that I can imagine to this difficulty is one which is perhaps logically unassailable, but is not very plausible. It would, I think, be given by Kant, whose ethical system is very similar to that of the Stoics. True, he might say, there is nothing good but the good will, but the will is good when it is directed to certain ends, that, in themselves, are indifferent. It does not matter whether Mr. A is happy or unhappy, but I, if I am virtuous, shall act in a way which I believe will make him happy, because that is what the moral law enjoins. I cannot make Mr. A virtuous, because his virtue depends only upon himself, but I can do something towards making him happy, or rich, or learned, or healthy. The Stoic ethic may therefore be stated as follows: certain things are vulgarly considered goods, but this is a mistake. What is good is a will directed towards securing these false goods for other people. This doctrine involves no logical contradiction, but it loses all plausibility if we genuinely believe that what are commonly considered goods are worthless, for in that case the virtuous will might just as well be directed to quite other ends. There is, in fact, an element of sour grapes in Stoicism. We can't be happy, but we can be good. Let us therefore pretend that, so long as we are good, it doesn't matter being unhappy. This doctrine is heroic, and, in a bad world, useful, but it is neither quite true nor, in a fundamental sense, quite sincere. Although the main importance of the Stoics was ethical, there were two respects in which their teaching bore fruit in other fields. One of these is theory of knowledge, the other is the doctrine of natural law and natural rights. In theory of knowledge, in spite of Plato, they accepted perception, the deceptiveness of the senses, they held, was really false judgment, and could be avoided by a little care. A Stoic philosopher, Sphaerus, an immediate disciple of Zeno, was once invited to dinner by King Ptolemy, who, having heard of this doctrine, offered him a pomegranate made of wax. The philosopher proceeded to try to eat it, whereupon the king laughed at him. He replied that he had felt no certainty of its being a real pomegranate, but had thought it unlikely that anything inedible would be supplied at the royal table. 12 In this answer he appealed to a Stoic distinction, between those things which can be known with certainty on the basis of perception, and those which, on this basis, are only probable. On the whole, this doctrine was sane and scientific. Another doctrine of theirs in theory of knowledge was more influential, though more questionable. This was their belief in innate ideas and principles. Greek logic was wholly deductive, and this raised the question of first premises. First premises had to be, at least in part, general, and no method existed of proving them. The Stoics held that there are certain principles which are luminously obvious, and are admitted by all men. These could be made, as in Euclid's Elements, the basis of deduction. Innate ideas, similarly.